Chapter 1. The East Sea. In the village of Semerziji, at the Isen dojo, a group of children stood in 2 rows within the dojo's sword hall, brandishing bamboo, swords with great vigor against the empty air. The friction between the bamboo swords and the air produced a series of soft whoosh sounds. In the courtyard behind the sword hall stood a magnificent cherry blossom tree. Beneath this tree, on the lush green lawn, lay a small boy, approximately 11 years old, with silver hair. A book covered his face, an unremarkable sailor's log. A gentle spring breeze swept through, causing the cherry blossom petals to dance gracefully in the sunlight, sparkling with the dew that had yet to evaporate. Suddenly, a voice shattered this picturesque scene. "Kongtai, why are you slacking off again?" A girl, around 10 years old, emerged from the passage leading to the courtyard. She wore a white t-shirt and baggy shorts, clutching a bamboo sword in her hand. Her deep blue short hair swayed like waves on the ocean, moving rhythmically with the breeze. The girl approached Kongtai, gazing at him with a smile that lit up her eyes. When she noticed that Kongtai remained motionless for an extended period, her eyes widened, reflecting the clarity of a mirror, and her slightly chubby cheeks puffed up as she exclaimed, "Really, Kongtai should be training." Her expression resembled that of a goldfish. Hearing her call, Kongtai lazily stretched his hand around his head, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly picking up the book that shielded his eyes from the sunlight, revealing his adorable and delicate face. Though the early spring sun was warm, it was still quite blinding, causing Kongtai to keep his eyes shut. He yawned widely, his eyes barely opening a slit as he murmured softly to Guna, "It's you, Guena. This weather is so delightful. Let me sleep a bit longer." Just a little longer." As he spoke, he closed his eyes once more. The sun's warmth was irresistible, prompting him to turn onto his side. Guena observed Kongtai's lazy demeanor and rolled her eyes in exasperation. She pouted, crouched down beside him, and shook his hand vigorously. "Kongtai, get up already. Why have you been so lethargic lately? You used to train with such fervor." Kongtai didn't even bother to open his eyes as he replied lazily, "I don't know, maybe it's that time of the month. I just don't want to move." "Kongtai." Guena forcefully shook off Kongtai's hand and, balling her fist, playfully punched him a few times. "Can't you speak like a normal person? I've hit a wall. Lately, no amount of effort seems to help. So I want to ask the master, what did father say?" Guna's curiosity was piqued. He said, "Once you comprehend it, you'll naturally break through." Kongtai frowned slightly. "Is it really that easy to understand? I've been pondering how to break through this barrier. So, does that mean you're about to reach the level of a sword master?" Guena looked at Kongtai, her face lighting up with joy. Truly impressive. Then, as if recalling something, her expression shifted from joy to concern. "Hey, Kongtai, when will I become a sword master? Father always says that female swordsmen have flaws and can never become the strongest." As she spoke, she grasped Kongtai's arms tightly, her eyes reflecting a flicker of defiance as she declared loudly, "I understand what flaws are, but I refuse to accept it." Sensing Gina's emotions, Kongtai turned his body to lie flat, opening his eyes. His pupils shimmered with a silvery blue hue, surrounded by swirling nebulae, reminiscent of the starry sky at night, deep and filled with mystery. It was impossible not to be entranced by his gaze. His already handsome features, combined with those extraordinarily beautiful eyes, rendered him exceptionally striking. Kongtai looked at Guna, a glimmer of compassion in his eyes. He reached out with his right hand, smoothing her furrowed brow, his warm hand resting atop her head, gently rubbing it. Then, with a voice full of conviction, he proclaimed, "Of course, Guna will undoubtedly become the world's strongest female swordsman in the future." His gaze met Gina's, his eyes swirling with stars, as if he wished to impart a surge of invigorating energy into her heart. "Promise me, Guena." "What?" "Do not hesitate. Do not despair. Simply hold fast to your resolve. With me by your side, you will surely become a sword master, even the strongest in the world. And you'll too, I believe it." As she gazed into Kongtai's profound eyes, a smile slowly returned to Gina's face. She leaned down, resting her head against Kongtai's chest, listening to the steady, powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, gradually calming the confusion within her. "Kongtai, having you by my side is truly wonderful." Then, with unwavering determination, she replied, "I promise you." Kongtai lifted his gaze towards the sun on the horizon, his eyes half open, revealing a hint of nostalgia. It had been nearly 5 years since he traversed into this world, yet he still could not comprehend how he arrived here. He had once been an ordinary programmer on Earth, namely Shao Kong, growing up in an orphanage with a solitary and introverted disposition devoid of friends. During his university years, he became enamored with the world of anime and was fortunate enough to become a joyful recluse. Now, at the age of 30, he owned a car and a house, yet was devoid of hair and a wife. He had intended to strive earnestly and seek a girlfriend, but little did he know that one day he would awaken adrift on the ocean. His comfortable bed was gone. His spacious 3-bedroom apartment had vanished. His aspirations of finding a girlfriend had dissolved. Even his body had transformed into that of a 5-year-old child. Who could fathom the tumult of emotions he experienced at that moment? All he knew was that the memory still sent shivers down his spine. He had no idea which deity had shown him pity, allowing his body to undergo such a transformation during the transition. His body seemed to exist in a different dimension, enveloped in layers of space that prevented the surrounding sea from reaching him. Thus, he floated on the ocean for 2 whole days. Fortunately, during that time, he encountered no predatory sea creatures. Just as he was on the verge of fainting from hunger, he was discovered and rescued by Zoro, who was out at sea on business. Upon arriving at the Isen dojo, due to the language barrier, he initially believed he had somehow traversed back to ancient Japan. Everyone around him spoke Japanese. To a devoted anime enthusiast, he knew a smattering of Japanese phrases. For instance, expressions like Yamador and Ikuyar came to mind. During his year-long stay in this world, he gradually mastered the language and finally realized where he had landed. To his astonishment, he had found himself in the world of One Piece, which explained why he felt a sense of familiarity with Zoro. As for the peculiar abilities he acquired during his journey, they were indeed extraordinary. His body unconsciously emanated layers upon layers of space, which remarkably did not dissipate. To this day, he remained oblivious to the exact number of layers enveloping his body. In any case, it was infinitely many. These layers were not merely ordinary space, but rather an infinitely stretchable kind of space. The closer one approached him, the more layers of space existed, making it seem as if he were within reach, yet in reality, it was an insurmountable distance. This was also why he had not sunk into the ocean upon his arrival. Initially, he thought it was merely bubbles, which caused him to hesitate to move while floating on the sea. Due to the properties of his physique, he named it spatial physique. When he first arrived at the Isen dojo, he struggled to control his abilities, resulting in no one being able to touch him, which drew the attention of everyone in the sword hall. He felt like a giant bear. In the following years, he gradually learned to harness a portion of his abilities, allowing him to retract the layers of space enveloping his body, enabling others to touch him and alleviating his loneliness. What could be retracted could also be projected outward. By expanding the space, it could manifest as an area akin to a domain. As the number of layers projected outward increased, so did his control, albeit at a greater cost of physical and mental energy. Theoretically speaking, within his spatial domain, he could freeze everything if he wished. Of course, this depended on the target's strength. Freezing an elephant required a different degree of power compared to freezing an ant. Due to the spatial nature of his physique, he could effortlessly perceive and visualize the surrounding spatial nodes, allowing him to traverse these nodes for instantaneous movement, as effortless as a casual stroll. However, his consciousness was limited to sensing the nodes within the spatial realm, unable to extend outward. Thus, in the initial stages, he could only rely on his eyes to locate these spatial nodes for his teleportation. Yet, everything changed dramatically once his observation haki awakened. It remains uncertain whether this transformation in his body has enhanced his consciousness, or if it is a consequence of his 5-year-old physique housing a 30-year-old soul. Regardless, within less than a year of arriving in this world, he naturally awakened his observation haki. Ever since this awakening, he discovered that his consciousness could attach itself to the observation haki, enabling him to break free from his spatial domain and perceive spatial nodes beyond it. This development made his teleportation not only more convenient and swift, but also considerably broader in range. After all, the limitations of visual distance rendered it impossible to teleport at will. In contrast, the observation haki and his consciousness imposed far fewer restrictions. With his spatial physique in the world of One Piece, he held a firm belief that as long as he was aware of something, no one could harm him. Of course, this was merely a defensive stance. If his offensive capabilities fell short, he would be left helplessly watching his adversaries, unable to protect those around him. After all, his teleportation did not permit him to carry others. Moreover, these were all known abilities who could say what unknown powers lurked in the vast sea that could potentially harm or even kill him. Thus, despite possessing capabilities that could be deemed invincible, he found himself lacking in security. The only way to bolster his confidence was through relentless training to enhance his physical strength. For in this world filled with miraculous powers, there existed a force inherent to all, capable of elevating individuals to their zenith, the power of haki. Given his mutated physique, he was confident that he would soon awaken armament haki with ease. He noticed that his body was constantly growing stronger, as if in an unending ascent, and this transformation only intensified with age. This enchanting sensation of limitless enhancement captivated him, leading him to believe that he would undoubtedly stand atop this world, truly unafraid of anyone or anything. Guena. At that moment, the voice of Zhengshru echoed through the dojo. Incoming. Guena promptly lifted her head from Kuta's chest and responded to the dojo. She then quickly stood up and made her way towards the dojo. Kuta snapped back to reality, turning to gaze at Gina's retreating figure, listening to the clamor within the dojo, accompanied by the childish yet uniquely arrogant challenge calls. A peculiar smile crept across his face. He slowly rose, brushing off petals and fallen leaves from his attire, bending to retrieve a bamboo sword and book propped against a tree. He returned to place the bamboo sword in the nearby rack and set the book aside. Then, resting his hands behind his head, he strolled towards the dojo. Looks like an interesting character has arrived. Inside the Isen dojo, the atmosphere was eerily silent. The apprentices filled the corners of the walls, holding their breath, their expressions a mix of curiosity and disbelief as they focused on the center of the dojo. Opposite Gana stood a brash young boy with green hair, clutching 2 bundles of bamboo, swords in his arms, even biting down on a few. Does this guy really think that having more swords makes him stronger? Among the apprentices, Kuta sat on the floor with his back lazily against the wall, watching Zoro with an amused smile. So this is Zoro? He was quite adorable as a child. It must be delightful to bully him in the future. The thought made Kuta burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. The surrounding individuals stared at Kuta, bewildered by his sudden outburst. Does this green-haired brat really warrant such exaggerated laughter? Little did they know, Kuta was contemplating the future. Zoro, hearing the laughter, turned his gaze towards Kuta, his brow furrowing in irritation. His instincts told him that the guy was mocking him. Hey, you with the silver hair over there. Kuta glanced around, pointed at himself, and asked Zoro, are you talking to me? Yes, you. Stop looking around. What are you laughing at? Do you want to fight? Kuta waved his hands dismissively. You all carry on, I was just reminded of something amusing. He then covered his mouth, his shoulders shaking, making it obvious to anyone that he was stifling laughter. Zoro glared at Kuta, a flicker of anger in his eyes. This silver-haired brat is definitely laughing at me. Once I deal with this girl, he'll make sure he knows my strength. Zhengshru glanced at Kuta with a helpless expression, adjusting his glasses as he addressed Guena and Zoro. Thus, preparing to commence, they bowed before the altar. Guena and Zoro turned in unison, inclining their bodies in deference as they pivoted back. Guena cast a disdainful glance at Zoro, gripping the hilt of her sword. She flicked it upward and charged swiftly towards him, eye in her eyes. Zoro appeared far too immature, likely incapable of withstanding even a single strike from her, eye in the blink of an eye. Guena had already reached Zoro's front. Sensing the sharpness above him, Zoro had no time to retreat even a step. He could only cross his arms and raise his sword above his head in a desperate attempt to defend against her blow. Just as he managed to block the first strike, another followed immediately, this time with greater force, sending him flying and scattering his bamboo swords across the ground. Damn it, he muttered as he quickly rose to his feet. Picking up 2 bamboo swords nearby, he positioned himself sideways, one sword forward and the other back, adopting a dual-wielding stance. Observing Zoro's posture, Guena displayed an expression of bemusement. Have you learned the dual-wielding technique? She inquired mockingly. Not at all. This is my first time wielding a bamboo sword, Zoro exclaimed, his eyes wide and voice raised. That I am strong, and I will become even stronger. How could I possibly lose to a woman like you? With that, he lifted his swords and charged at Guena with a roar. Da-da! Guena exclaimed, watching Zoro, who resembled a wild beast. She tightened her grip on her sword, stepped forward, and swiftly brought it down, forward slash. So rapid was her strike that Zoro had no time to react before the blade struck his forehead. The sharp sound of the bamboo sword echoed, audible even outside the dojo. Zoro's eyes rolled back as he froze in place. And then with a resounding thud, he collapsed onto the floor. The apprentices surrounding the dojo gasped in unison at the sight of Zoro on the ground. Ouch! That hurts! That hurts! That hurts! A freshly shorn apprentice beside Kongtai shrank back, his mouth twitching uncontrollably and cold sweat streaming from his forehead, evidently having experienced a similar fate. Why didn't he dodge? A small boy with a sausage-shaped mouth inquired, furrowing his brow in confusion. How could this little brat evade Guena's sword? Responded a chubby boy with spectacles, trembling as he adjusted his glasses, feigning calmness. Indeed, the sausage-mouthed boy nodded repeatedly. Now, in the dojo, apart from Kongtai and his master, no one could evade Guena's blade, let alone this green-haired brat. Kongtai observed the trio with a smile. These 3 little rascals were the ones he was most familiar with in the Yishin dojo. Aside from Gung Shirlang and Guena, the one with the shaved head was named a Luo, the one with the sausage mouth was a Tao, and the bespectacled chubby boy was a Hua. Each of them had been thoroughly beaten by Guena since childhood, which explained their empathetic reaction towards Zoro. Now that Zoro had arrived, it seemed they would no longer need to spar with Guena. At that moment, the senior brother standing as the referee called out loudly, 1 point. That's enough. Guena looked down at the fallen Zoro and remarked coldly, this child is like a wild beast, knowing only to act recklessly. Hey, Guena, Gung Shirlang said, an air of resignation in his voice as he gazed at his daughter, clearly an amateur attempting the dual-wielding technique. You're still a decade too early. Guena held no regard for Zoro's swordsmanship. In a swift, silent motion, Kongtai suddenly appeared beside Guena, patting her head. All right, go out. There he goes again. Kongtai's instant transmission. Indeed, it's always so impressive to witness, Ahua exclaimed, bouncing with excitement and rushing towards the center of the dojo, prompting the others to gather around. Upon seeing Kongtai, Guena's cold demeanor melted into a smile. Over the past 5 years of close companionship, she had grown quite dependent on him. Despite being only a year older, he exuded a maturity reminiscent of an adult, both an older brother and an object of admiration for her. She grasped Kongtai's hand and said, Kongtai, this child knows nothing, only acts recklessly. Kongtai regarded Guena with a peculiar smile. That you'll soon discover just how troublesome this fellow can be. There will come a time when he causes you quite the headache. He then turned his attention to Zoro, crouched down, and lightly tapped his forehead with his right hand, his voice tinged with a comical flair. Young man, strive hard. Chase after Guena in the future. After standing up, he turned to Gung Shirlang and smiled. Master, this junior has great potential. Damn it, stop talking amongst yourselves. I will definitely defeat you all, Zoro exclaimed, awakening as Kongtai appeared. Yet, when Kongtai's finger pressed against his forehead, Zoro found himself utterly immobilized. Only after Kongtai withdrew his finger was he able to regain control of his body and unleash a furious shout. Damn it, just you wait, Guena, peering from behind Kongtai, spoke indifferently to Zoro. Well, if that's the case, shall we have another match? Zoro, mustering his resolve, shakily stood up, dusted himself off, and replied loudly, a loss is a loss. I'm not one to shy away from defeat. Gung Shirlang, with a grin, gazed at Zoro and asked, decisive, good, so, I shall join your ranks. Any objections? None, Zoro replied, and upon hearing his response, Gung Shirlang's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Zoro turned to Guena, determination etched on his face. I will train tirelessly, relentlessly, and I will definitely surpass you. His gaze then shifted to Kongtai. And you, just wait. Once I defeat this woman, I will come for you. Remember that. Is this guy an idiot? He can't even beat Guina, yet he dares to challenge Kongtai, Luo remarked, astonished. Gung Shirlang watched Zoro, amusement flickering in his eyes that such ambition. Kongtai found Zoro's spirited demeanor endearing and couldn't resist pinching his cheek. So, you wish to surpass me, do you? You'll have to work hard. Otherwise, you may need an entire lifetime just to achieve that. Though Kongtai spoke with mock terror, a mischievous grin adorned his face. What's your name? Although he already knew Zoro's name, he couldn't help but tease him. Damn it, don't treat me like a child. Keep your hands to yourself, Zoro retorted, shoving Kongtai's hand away. Glaring defiantly, remember this, I am Rinoa Zoro. From now on, I shall call you Little Zoro. Damn it, I told you not to treat me like a child, Zoro shouted in exasperation, had he not still been recovering his stamina. He would have charged at Kongtai, delivering a strike to that smug face. That Kongtai, let us go train. We've already wasted enough time. Guina's cold voice interjected from behind, turning to face her. Kongtai observed Guina's near-explosive demeanor and shrugged in resignation. Guina was wonderful in every regard, but her excessive reliance on him was overwhelming. She seemed jealous of his attention towards Zoro. With his hands clasped behind his head, he strolled towards the backyard. All right. Our little Guina is feeling jealous, he teased. Guina hastily followed, tilting her head as she spoke, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Who's jealous? I merely think it's a waste of time. Upon reaching the doorway, Kongtai halted and turned back to Zoro. Hey, Zoro. Hearing Kongtai's call, Zoro looked up, puzzled. What is it? If you wish to grow stronger quickly, then follow me. After speaking, Kongtai turned and exited through the back door, contemplating the prospect of training Zoro, which brought him a sense of ease. Guina glanced back, casting a disdainful glare at Zoro before hastily following Kongtai. Meanwhile, the young companions in the dojo erupted into a flurry of excitement, their faces alight with astonishment as they scrutinized Zoro, as if expecting to uncover a blossoming flower within him at this moment. Ataro gazed at Zoro and remarked, You, my friend, are exceptionally fortunate to be training alongside Kongtai. Sensing the curious stares surrounding him, Zoro wore a perplexed expression. Is the silver-haired one truly that formidable? Of course. Kongtai had only been at the dojo for a few days and had already bested everyone except the master. Moreover, with Kongtai's peculiar abilities, it was worth noting that when he first arrived, we couldn't even lay a finger on him. Guina, having trained alongside Kongtai for merely a year, could now defeat the adults in the dojo. Indeed, it's been nearly 4 years now. I wonder just how powerful Kongtai and Guina have become, the apprentices mused, their faces reflecting envy as they regarded Zoro. After all this time, only Guina had trained with Kongtai. What merit does this green-haired brat possess? They were acutely aware of their own shortcomings. Could this green-haired youth truly be capable? Enough. What are you all doing loitering here? Hurry back to your training. At that moment, Jinxiro approached, his smile directed at the apprentices as he declared, It's not that Kongtai refuses to train you. His methods require a certain aptitude that if you lack that, your efforts would be in vain. Yes, master, they replied, and one by one, they retreated to retrieve their bamboo swords and began practicing. Are those two really that strong? I too must strive to become more powerful, Zoro thought, his eyes brimming with determination as he confronted Jinxiro. Hey, old man, now that I've joined your ranks, do you have any techniques to teach me? Jinxiro twitched at Zoro's address, recognizing yet another unruly child. He promptly raised his hand and tapped Zoro on the head. From now on, you shall address me as master, understood? Ouch, that hurts. Zoro quickly crouched down, cradling his head. The wounds from his earlier training still stung. He looked up just in time to see Jinxiro raising his hand again and hastily exclaimed, Yes, master. Satisfied, Jinxiro withdrew his hand and looked down at Zoro. I will impart to you the knowledge of swordsmanship. As for your training, that is up to you. Aside from learning sword techniques from me, you shall train with Kongtai. Do not be deceived by his youth. He is indeed quite formidable. Is he really that impressive? Zoro muttered, gazing at Jinxiro. Yes, indeed. A glimmer of nostalgia flickered in Jinxiro's eyes. He is truly a monster. I wonder if Kongtai's abilities stem from a devil fruit. It's peculiar that he is unaffected by seawater. Additionally, his physical prowess has progressed at an astonishing rate over these past few years. I can only speculate how far he will go. He looked down at Zoro, recognizing another potential prodigy. With such fierce determination and physical capability, it would be a challenge for him not to grow stronger. Especially with Kongtai's influence. Zoro squinted, a continuous smile gracing his face. Both of these monsters are my disciples. He gently shook his head and directed Zoro, go seek out Kongtai. With a meaningful glance at Zoro, he added, you have much to learn. Upon hearing Zoro's words, Zoro paused momentarily before sprinting towards the backyard, his face alight with resolve. Let me observe your training methods. I shall ascertain whether they truly enable rapid growth. If not, I will surely take action. As Zoro traversed the courtyard, he was first met by a colossal cherry blossom tree. Passing through its branches, he arrived at the back door. Outside, a row of black weight plates was arranged, from largest to smallest, with the smallest being the size of a basin and the largest towering over him by several feet. Maneuvering past this iron mountain, he beheld Guena, drenched in sweat, vigorously swinging a metal rod. A weight plate nearly her height affixed to its end. Hey! The strain in her arms was palpable, revealing the weight she was lifting. Further in, he spotted Kongtai, bare-chested, performing handstand push-ups while balancing a barbell adorned with weight plates above his feet. Is this how you train? There's nothing particularly remarkable about it, Zoro thought confidently as he approached. This is just standard training. If this is all it takes to grow stronger, then I will surely surpass Guena in no time. However, as he closed the distance to about 5 meters from Kongtai, he suddenly felt as if he had plunged into the depths of the ocean, an overwhelming pressure engulfing him from all sides. The weight on his back felt as though a 1,000-pound burden had suddenly materialized, pressing down relentlessly. This mere pressure? It cannot possibly defeat me, he roared internally, his eyes wide with intensity, blood vessels popping in his gaze. He raised his eyes to fixate on Guena, gritting his teeth and trembling legs propelling him forward, step by arduous step. It took him nearly 10 minutes to cover just a few meters. Guena cast a dispassionate glance at Zoro before continuing her sword practice. Kongtai had once told her, in this world, while women may be naturally at a disadvantage in physicality compared to men, the outcome of a battle does not solely hinge on strength. Sometimes, technique and speed are equally decisive. As long as you can defeat your opponent before exhausting your stamina, that is victory. Reflecting on this, she quickened her movements. Guena's fleeting glance at Zoro ignited a fire within him. He lifted his head, as aflame with determination. I must surpass her, although he was uncertain of the nature of this environment. Training here should enable swift growth. He took a deep breath, slowly squatting down and placing his hands on the ground to perform push-ups that if standing is a challenge, then I shall train in a prone position. Observing Zoro's grimace as he exerted himself, Kongtai could only marvel at his remarkable willpower. If an ordinary person were to enter his domain, they would struggle even to lie down, let alone train. They would be forced to remain flat on the ground. This space was indeed his domain, and he could now extend his control outward for a radius of 5 meters within this realm. The more layers he projected outward, the stronger his control became, allowing him to compress space for increased pressure or relieve it for flight. 9999, 1000. Kongtai mentally counted, then halted, with a powerful thrust of his legs. He tossed the barbell aside, sending dust swirling into the air. He then leaped skillfully, landing beside a nearby weight. Observing Zoro, who had collapsed from exhaustion, he picked up a towel from the barbell, wiping the sweat from his brow while retracting his domain. Guena, resting with her eyes closed nearby, suddenly felt a lightness envelop her, signifying that Kongtai had completed his training. She quickly grabbed her bamboo sword and stood up, addressing Kongtai. Kongtai, let us commence today's sparring. Wait, first wake Zoro, he replied. As the pressure dissipated, Zoro's breathing gradually steadied. However, judging by his state, he likely wouldn't awaken anytime soon, necessitating Kongtai's assistance. Kongtai casually draped the towel around his neck and walked over to Zoro, bending down to grasp the collar of his shirt and lifting him as one would a slumbering green-haired child. He then turned towards a nearby stream. Guena, observing Kongtai's direction, quickly deduced his intention and hurried to keep pace. Kongtai, he will undoubtedly challenge you. Not at all. I shall inform him it was your doing, Kongtai teased, glancing back at Guena. Regardless, it matters little. He could never hope to defeat me. Guena gazed at Zoro, his face radiating confidence. Naturally, she had her reasons for such confidence. Throughout the entirety of Shimajiki village, her swordsmanship had garnered recognition from everyone except her father. Do not underestimate Zoro. His willpower and determination are undoubtedly on par with yours. After spending the day together, I could certainly sense his resolve and witnessed his beast-like tenacity. Guena fixed her gaze on Kuda and spoke with unwavering conviction. I have promised to become the strongest female swordsman in the world. And only then can I remain by your side, always and forever. Upon hearing Guena's words, Kuda was momentarily taken aback. For many years, it was under the care of Master Jinxiro and Guena, who treated him like family. That he gradually overcame his confusion, hesitance, and fear. The trust and bond between them were strikingly clear at that moment. Indeed, this is not merely an animated realm. This is a world teeming with life, ideals, and dreams, a vibrant reality. Previously, he had been striving to integrate into this world, yet there always seemed to be a missing piece. Now he understood that what he lacked was connection, only by establishing bonds. Having a home and finding a sense of belonging could he truly immerse himself in this world. Otherwise, he would remain an isolated spirit at that moment. He felt a surge of power emanating from the depths of his being. Breaking through the barriers he had long sought to penetrate, he gently closed his eyes, and as his spirit radiated outward, he sensed the world around him coming to life, the babbling brook, the rustling trees. The chirping birds, the ocean, the clouds, and the sunlight, all appeared so vividly. Is this the realm of the swordsman? This epiphany compelled him to laugh heartily, his voice echoing throughout the mountains and startling the birds into flight. His exuberance was contagious, and Guena, watching Kuda, couldn't help but smile warmly. Though she did not comprehend the reason behind Kuda's sudden laughter, she could feel his unprecedented joy, a happiness that had never before graced his presence. Meanwhile, Jinxiro, who sat cross-legged on the grass mat in the dojo's front yard, was stirred from his reverie by the sounds of laughter from the backyard. His previously half-closed eyes widened slightly. It seemed this child had finally unraveled the knots in his heart. Nodding with a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he contemplated for a moment before rising and walking outside. It appeared that in a few years, this child would set sail, necessitating the preparation of a gift for him. Kuda ceased his laughter and turned to the brook, swinging his right hand backward before forcefully tossing Zoro into the air. Off you go. Zoro arced through the air, not in the most graceful manner, before landing with a splash in the water. Awakening the moment he hit the water, Zoro flailed and bellowed, "Who dares to throw me into the water?" coughing and sputtering. He glanced at the pair on the shore with fury. Observing Zoro's chaotic splashing, Kuda turned to Guena with a grin and remarked, "Doesn't he resemble a drenched dog?" Guena placed her hands on Kuda's right shoulder, remaining silent, but her slightly squinted eyes and the tremors in her shoulders betrayed her amusement. "Damn it. Just you wait." Zoro glared angrily at the two on the shore. Kuda straightened up, exchanged a knowing glance with Guena, and turned back to Zoro with a cheerful expression. "All right, get up and let's continue training." With that, he and Guena made their way toward the training grounds. As he watched their retreating figures, Zoro slapped the surface of the water with both hands, splashing droplets everywhere in frustration. After venting for a while, he finally made his way toward the shore. "Hey, wait for me." His voice trailed off into the distance on a serene morning at Shimajiki village's sandy beach. Kuda's playful shouts and Zoro's furious replies could be heard from a far point. 1, 2, 1, 2. Zoro, you need to pick up the pace. No way. Zoro, fixated on Guena's silhouette ahead, tightened his grip around Kuda's legs and accelerated forward. Kuda was currently perched on Zoro's shoulders, applying pressure through his domain. This was Zoro's own request, with the condition that he would carry Kuda during their morning runs. Observing Zoro below him, Kuda couldn't help but increase the pressure. "Come on, put in some effort, Zoro. Guena's silhouette is almost out of sight." Hearing Kuda's mischievous taunts, Zoro felt his shoulders sink under the weight. Gritting his teeth, he wiped the sweat from his forehead with his right arm, took a deep breath, and roared as he surged forward at an even faster pace. With this burst of energy, the others found it challenging to keep up. Watched Zoro zip past, gasping for breath as he exclaimed, "Damn it, Zoro has made incredible progress this year. Indeed, he is now the strongest among the boys, second only to Kuda. Even the adults can't compete with him," Atao remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow as he turned to Aha. Running at the back, Aluo suddenly accelerated to catch up with Aha, furrowing his brow as he said, "It's a shame we can't train alongside Kuta. What can we do? We simply can't withstand that level of pressure." The small boy who had been leading the pack also slowed his pace. Yeah, this guy is just like the Guena of old, surpassing everyone in the dojo in an instant." Hearing the comments from the younger boys, the senior who was leading the run turned around and scolded. "All right, stop comparing yourselves to Zoro. You know how much he trains. Hurry up and keep up. Right? We can't compare. This guy is like a beast." The younger boys nodded in unison, gazing at Zoro and Kuta's figures with admiration. Yes, they then shouted in unison and pushed themselves to run forward and to the end of the beach. A turn led into a small harbor, where the salty sea breeze mingled with the scent of fish. This was the only port in Shimajiki village, formed by the river flowing eastward into the sea, with the coastlines curving inward to create a natural harbor, making it a resting place for the village's fishing vessels. Unfortunately, due to its somewhat remote location on this small island, large ships seldom pass through. The last time Kuta had seen a big ship was months ago, despite the early hour and the sun just peeking over the horizon. The dock was already bustling with activity, as fishing boats that had set out at dawn returned with their catches that eye in the harbor. About a dozen small fishing boats were anchored, each manned by strong fishermen unloading baskets of fish and shrimp. Kuta retracted his domain and, surveying Zoro, who lay panting on the ground, raised his foot and playfully kicked him. "Get up! You look like a dead dog. When will you surpass Guena?" He motioned to Guena, who had been observing them from the side, saying, "Isn't that right, Guena?" "Indeed, this guy is still so weak," Guena teased, looking at the playful Kuta. Her words were intended to spur Zoro on. Indeed, Zoro had made remarkable progress over the past year, at least faster than she had at his AGEAS. She grew older and her physique developed. She could feel her own progress slowing down, requiring her to devote more time to strength training. As for her swordsmanship, having gradually let go of her fixation on gender over the past few months, she found herself wielding her sword with increasing ease and fluidity. Upon hearing Guena's response, Kuta smiled contentedly at her increasingly gentle and playful demeanor. Let it be clear that he was neither a pervert nor engaged in any form of training. As for the culprit behind Guena's demise, the whetstone, it had long been disposed of into the sea, and the attic had been sealed off. When it would be reopened depended on Guena's circumstances. After all, the dojo was spacious, with ample empty rooms. It was absurd that one could fall to their death from a few meters up a staircase. He once harbored doubts as to whether this was merely a performance orchestrated by Gung Soreo and Guyana. Unfortunately, that was not the case, at least until his traversing. Neither the manga nor the anime of One Piece had ever mentioned Guyana again. He decided to head out and see what delectable seafood was available today. He grasped Guyana's hand and made his way toward the dock. Wait for me," came Zoro's slightly breathless voice from behind. As they entered the harbor, the sounds of merchants and fishermen haggling filled the air. These merchants served as the vital link between villages, facilitating the exchange of information and goods. Most of them hailed from the mountain villages on the island, transporting fish and shrimp back to their homes while bringing fruits and game from the mountains in return. It was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Kongtai and his companions headed straight for the largest fishing vessel. Though it was the largest in comparison to others, it was merely a small sailboat, about 10 meters long and a few meters high. This boat belonged to the Isen dojo and primarily engaged in purchasing grain from other islands, occasionally venturing out to fish. The robust men bustling about on the deck turned to see Kongtai and the others approaching, quickly calling out toward the cabin, "Uncle Iku, Kongtai, and the others have arrived." All right, I'll be right out," came the response. An elderly man with a full head of white hair and a goat-like beard emerged from the cabin, cradling a large fish basket. Upon seeing the old man, Kongtai eagerly leaped onto the boat, hurried to his side, and took the basket from him, placing it carefully at the edge of the boat. The old man wiped his hands gently on his apron and then pulled out a pipe from his waist, filling it with tobacco. After retrieving a lighter from his pocket and flicking the wheel to ignite the tobacco with a sharp click, he leaned against the railing, raising the pipe to his lips. Squinting as he took deep puffs, he slowly lifted his gaze through the swirling smoke, fixing his eyes on Guyana, who had followed Kongtai closely. With a glimmer of reminiscence, he jested, "Guyana, you are increasingly resembling your mother." Guyana hurriedly stepped forward, resting on Kongtai's back, peering over his shoulder to gaze at the fish basket on the deck. "Uncle Iku, what did you catch today?" Before Iku could respond, Zoro, having just boarded the boat, rushed over and flung open the lid of the fish basket. Inside, they found it brimming with plump, robust lobsters. The moment these lobsters caught sight of the light, they scrambled in a frenzied attempt to escape. But their entangled bodies made it impossible for any of them to break free. "What the heck? More lobsters? I'm sick of them," Zoro exclaimed as he tossed the lid aside, glaring down at the lobsters in the basket. Iku, observing Zoro's outburst, promptly gave him a light punch on the head. "You little brat, isn't it enough to have lobsters? This is the finest delicacy in the vicinity." "Indeed. Zoro, why are you so ungrateful?" As Iku's temper flared. Kongtai and Guyana quickly took a step back, nodding vigorously in agreement. "Ouch, ouch, ouch." Zoro crouched down, shielding his head with his hands, and shouted at the two retreating figures. "Hey, you two guys are truly ungrateful. Who was it that said they were sick of lobsters last time?" Iku's face, momentarily obscured by smoke, turned to Guyana, who quickly shook her head, denying any such claim. His gaze then shifted to Kongtai, who shrugged and replied with a serious expression, "Uncle Iku, don't you know me? How could I ever say something like that?" He then turned to meet Zoro's furious stare, winking at him mischievously. At that moment, a burly man watching them with a broad smile interjected, "Hey, Uncle Iku, don't tease them. Isn't there's still a large catch in the cabin?" Zoro looked up, astonished, and Iku took a puff of his pipe before looking down at Zoro. "What are you staring at? Go help yourself in the cabin." With a cheer, Zoro jumped up and dashed toward the cabin. Iku then turned to the burly man beside him. "Kubi, go lend that little brat a hand." "Yes, Uncle Iku," Kubi replied, following Zoro into the cabin. Kongtai approached Iku and inquired, "Uncle Iku, what news do you have for today? You little rascal, why the hurry?" He set down his pipe, tapped it against the side of the boat, and rummaged through his clothes to produce a stack of papers, handing them to Kongtai. "Here, this is the news from the past few days." Kongtai took the papers and leaned against the railing. Perusing them closely, the first article boldly announced, "The World Nobility Festival of the Goa Kingdom." As he continued reading, he discovered it was in preparation for the arrival of the celestial dragons. Kongtai stroked his chin, deep in thought. Celestial dragons, Goa Kingdom, King Luffy, Windmill Village. A sudden spark of realization washed over him. Could it be that Sabo was blasted away by a celestial dragon and subsequently rescued by a dragon? Could this celestial dragon be the same one? If so, it should be tonight. Just then, he felt a surge of intuition, turning to the stern of the boat and gazing intently at the distant sea. "What's wrong, Kongtai?" Guyana noticed his unusual demeanor and curiously followed him to the back of the boat. "A ship, a very large ship, a ship." Iku approached, looking quizzically toward the harbor, beyond the clouds and waves. Only a few seagulls occasionally soared through the sky. Turning back to glance at Kongtai, he revealed a hint of astonishment in his eyes. This kid's observation haki is impressively strong. He had accompanied Gung Soreo from Wano country to this place, and knew well that if he couldn't sense it, it meant something significant about Kongtai's abilities to at that moment. The cabin erupted with excitement. The younger children, Ehua and the others, began to clamber aboard, rushing into the cabin, filled with exuberant shouts. The leading senior brother searched around and finally spotted Kongtai and the others at the stern. Noticing their engrossed expressions, he refrained from asking questions and curiously followed their gaze into the distance. Suddenly, a vague black emerged on the horizon where the sea met the sky. As time passed, the dot grew clearer, revealing a massive sailboat, measuring dozens of meters in length and towering 10 meters above the water's surface, its hull entwined with a gigantic dragon. From afar, it resembled a living dragon gliding toward the harbor from the distant sea. The speed of the vessel was remarkable, and it soon reached the outskirts of the harbor. Upon seeing the enormous figure at the bow of the ship, Kongtai's expression transformed into one of excitement. "It's really them." As the colossal dragon-headed ship drew closer, everyone at the dock paused their activities, turning to gaze at the approaching marvel. "This ship is enormous. Indeed, it's been ages since I've seen such a large vessel. Hey, look, it seems like there's a face at the ship's bow." "Yes, that face is so large. It's peculiar. Could it be a kite?" "It's too far to see clearly." The morning sea breeze could not disperse the murmurs of curiosity among the crowd at the dock. who watched in awe as the massive ship approached. Due to its size and deep draft, the dragon-headed ship could not enter the harbor and was forced to anchor just outside At this moment. A small boat was gradually lowered from the large vessel, and the enormous face that had been at the bow lightly leaped down onto the small boat. With a thud, the small boat rocked violently, as if it might capsize at any moment. Thankfully, it steadied itself in the end. Following this, several individuals clad in matching black robes began to descend along the ship's ladder as they drew nearer. The crowd finally discerned that the peculiar figure was indeed a person, her face as large as the bow of the small boat. Apart from her face, the rest of her body was shrouded in black robes. Appearing to stand over 4 meters tall, from that exposed face, long and thick eyelashes were visible, along with an excessively exaggerated mouth, with delicate azure eyeshadow adorning their eyelids and a purple gloss gracing their lips. The little rascals, who were busy ferrying fish alongside Zoro and Kubi in the cabin, paused to listen to the commotion outside. They promptly abandoned their tasks and rushed out in unison to witness the spectacle. Ahua leaned over the railing, astonished, pointing at the approaching small boat and exclaimed, "Did you see that person with an extraordinarily large face?" "Yes, it's the first time I've encountered someone like that," replied Atai, her eyes wide with surprise. Alo chimed in, "Look quickly. That boat is enormous too." The other little companions nodded enthusiastically. Zoro emerged from the cabin, a tuna larger than himself slung over his shoulder, followed closely by Kubi, who carried a fish basket in each hand. After scanning the surroundings and finding no sign of Kongtai and Guena, he called out to Ahua and the others, "Have you seen Kongtai and Guena?" At the stern of the ship, Ahua replied, turning to Zoro and excitedly shouting, "Zoro, look at that big-faced freak." Zoro glanced in the direction she pointed, but soon lost interest. "Zoro," Atai said, drawing his attention to Kongtai and the others approaching from behind. "Aren't you curious about my strength? Today, I shall show you," Kongtai declared, his expression brimming with excitement, a stark contrast to the indifference Zoro had sensed over the past year. "Ever since I broke through, I haven't had much opportunity for combat. Whenever I seek out my master, he never fights me at full strength." He then turned to Kubi, his excitement palpable. "Today, I can finally unleash my full potential and gauge my own strength. Uncle Kubi, please ensure their safety." He cast a glance at Ahua and the others. "Hey, Kongtai, don't look down on us. We don't need protection." "Yes, we're strong too," the little ones shouted exuberantly, with Alo even jumping up to flex his muscles. "Be quiet, you little rascals. That person over there is not someone you can handle," Kubi interjected sternly, his expression suddenly grave. Upon seeing that face, he recalled having seen it somewhere before. Daiti was too far away to recognize earlier. But now that it was clearer, the memory resurfaced. "What's wrong?" Kongtai asked, feigning ignorance as he observed Kubi's sudden change in demeanor. "I've remembered who that big face belongs to." "Who is it?" Everyone looked at Kubi. Curiosity etched on their faces, eagerly awaiting his revelation. Kubi took a deep drag on his cigarette before solemnly stating, "If I'm not mistaken, that person should be the legendary figure of these past few years." "The legendary figure?" "Yes, it is said that their medical skills are extraordinary, having saved those deemed beyond help by doctors and even nations on the brink of death, earning the title of the strongest human-animal king, Emporio Ivankov." "What? So they're a doctor?" At this moment, Ahua adjusted his glasses and excitedly interjected, "By the way, what exactly is a human animal?" Clearly, he was more intrigued by the concept of the human animal. "Well, a human animal is likely someone who is half human." "Half animal," Alo nodded, stroking his chin in a gesture of understanding. Kubi raised his pipe and gave each of them a light rap on the head. "Stop interrupting, you little rascals." Alo and Ahua quickly straightened up and bowed, saying, "Suma Mason." Kubi paused for a moment, squinting his eyes as he continued, "Don't think of him as an ordinary doctor. He has a bounty of 85,300,000 berries on his head. 85, 300, 000. The area fell silent, everyone frozen in place. They had dismissed the human animal and the doctor, but the bounty of 85,300,000 was a figure they understood the significance of. After all, the highest bounty in the East Blue was only around 20,000 berries. Kongtai had known from the very beginning that it was the human animal king, Emporio Ivankov. It was precisely because he recognized who it was that he felt such excitement. He knew the individual would not attack civilians. And given their formidable strength, he could act without reservations, even turning any ensuing conflict into a misunderstanding later on. A perfect plan, he mused as a gust of sea breeze swept through. The stillness was shattered, and the noise erupted again. Are you kidding me, Kongtai? You plan to battle such a monster? Yeah, there's no way you can defeat someone with an 85,300,000 bounty. All right, quiet down. It's not a death match that I'm merely going to spar with him. He calmly explained to the noisy little ones. Then, turning his gaze to Guina, he said, Guina, may I borrow the wad ikamanji? Guina tightened her grip on the hilt, looking at Kongtai with a hint of concern. Noticing her apprehension, he gently placed his right hand on her head, his voice reassuring. Guina, as long as I don't wish it, no one can harm me. Yes, no one can hurt Kongtai. Guina gradually relaxed, removing the sword from her waist and handing it to him. Kongtai, give it your all. I want to know the difference between us. His voice was resolute and powerful. Kongtai took the sword, raising it in front of him with his left hand, gripping the hilt with his right. Slowly drawing it from its sheath, the blade gliding with a crisp sound. Wad ikamanji, one of the 21 great grade swords. The hilt and sheath are white, simple and unadorned, a blade of hidden prowess. According to Tengu Mountain's Fei Che, this sword was crafted alongside Enma by Shimatsuki Kozaburo. A fine sword, Kongtai remarked as he gently sheathed it. Next, he removed the ordinary sword that had been hanging at his left waist and tossed it to Guina. Explaining, this sword cannot withstand the full force of my strikes. He then secured the wad ikamanji at his waist, glanced at Guina and Zoro, and leaped from the ship, his left hand resting on the sword. Zoro hurriedly abandoned the fish, racing to the ship's edge alongside Guina, leaning over the railing to watch Kongtai sprinting across the sea. Behind Ivankov, a youth wearing a rabbit-eared hat was vigorously rowing the boat. Suddenly astonished as he looked ahead. Hey, look, there's someone running towards us on the water. A swift slap landed on his head from another youth behind him, who scolded, Ifu, what kind of dream are you having in broad daylight? Who could possibly run on water? If someone can run on water, I'll eat the ore right here. After a brief pause, he noticed the surrounding silence. He quickly halted his actions, following the gazes of the crowd and looking forward. His eyes widening in disbelief. There really was someone running on the water. Ifu turned to him, grinning triumphantly. See? Did you catch that? You know what you just said, right? He handed the ore to him. The other youth hastily concealed his astonishment, dazedly turning his neck from side to side, muttering, What? Did I say anything just now? No, nothing at all, he insisted, nodding earnestly at Ifu. Ifu, holding the ore, trembled with excitement, gazing at him in disbelief, sighing, You really are shameless. Thank you for the compliment. Shut up? Yes, Lord Ivankov. Just as the two were bickering, Ivankov had already spotted Kongtai, her brow slightly furrowed. Everything all right, Miss Ivankov? It's nothing. Lightning. I merely spotted an interesting boy. Behind Ivankov, a similarly robed individual with orange and blue glasses and a hairstyle reminiscent of a club from a deck of cards. Boasting orange on the left and white on the right, with a lightning-shaped scar from her forehead to her right eye, calmly observed the scene ahead, with her right hand held straight down. Palm facing downward, she elegantly swirled the red wine glass in her left hand, saying, Impressive indeed. He can truly run on water. Yes, she took a small sip from her glass. Ivankov remarked, Miss Ivankov, that boy seems to be coming towards us. What should we do? He's approaching us. Ivankov suddenly exaggeratedly bent her legs, trembling with excitement, and exclaimed, Lord Ivankov, is everything all right? Upon witnessing Ivankov's demeanor, Ifu anxiously exclaimed aloud that Ivankov's precarious body suddenly executed a 180-degree turn. Raising his hands high in defiance, proclaiming he was not afraid at all, Ifu and the others aboard the vessel erupted into raucous laughter and applause. It turned out he was not frightened after all. Once again, they had been fooled. Ha ha! Lightning stood by, a broad smile adorning her face as she observed them. She felt no trepidation regarding the impending confrontation with Kongtai, for they were in the East Sea. The weakest of oceans, from the dock at the Seymour-Ziji village harbor, a lively commotion resonated. Wow, what is little Kongtai up to? Surely he does not intend to battle that giant. It seems improbable given the vast difference in size and strength. It was difficult to ascertain. After all, this was little Kongtai. Indeed, little Kongtai is quite formidable. The onlookers at the dock gazed curiously at the two figures facing off on the water, although they had witnessed Kongtai training with weights as colossal as mountains by the seaside. A tinge of concern still lingered in their hearts. The disparity in size between the two was indeed striking. Kongtai positioned himself in front of the small boat, observing the raucous laughter of Ivankov and his companions. And with a smirk, he excitedly shouted, "Ambrier Ivankov." Ivankov turned his head, leaning forward, his large head casting a significant shadow over the sea. Kongtai stood firmly within that shadow. He looked up at Kongtai, astonished, and asked, "Cute boy, do you know me? I merely came to spar with you, so please take it seriously, or you might find yourself in peril." Kongtai regarded Ivankov, who had leaned in closer, without uttering a word, but instead expressed his intent. He then bent his left leg, stepped back with his right foot, leaned forward, and drew his sword, his gaze fixed intently on Ivankov. His right hand slowly grasped the hilt. Assuming an offensive stance at that moment, Ivankov appeared genuinely intimidated by Kongtai's formidable presence that he quickly recoiled, cold sweat beading on his brow, and waved his hands in front of him, stammering, Please stop. Don't draw that weapon. It's dangerous, dangerous. If struck, one could die. He retreated to the middle of the boat, suddenly raising his head and puffing out his chest, declaring loudly, "You won't die." It turned out he was not in danger after all. Once again, they had been deceived. This was followed by another bout of uncontrollable laughter. Kongtai's mouth twitched maniacally. How could this fellow not take him seriously? With a firm grip on the sword, his arm expanded. A faint dark aura coiling around the blade. His current level of hockey was still relatively low, allowing him only this extent of power. He raised his gaze, fixating on the back of Ivankov's neck. And in an instant, his feet began to rapidly pound the surface of the sea. Slam! Whoosh! The water beneath him suddenly caved in, propelling his body towards Ivankov at an astonishing speed. Ivankov seemed to sense something amiss and swiftly turned. Winking at the front, hellish wink, a shock wave surged forward. Kongtai happened to be in the trajectory of that wave, swiftly unsheathing his sword. Slam! Slash! A gust of energy erupted from the point of impact, sending shockwaves outward. Kongtai and the shockwave clashed for mere seconds before the tremendous force of the wave propelled him rapidly backward. His body skimmed across the surface of the sea, carving out a long trench. Only coming to a halt after retreating several dozen meters. Gazing at the small boat drifting away with the waves, a flicker of seriousness crossed Kongtai's excited expression. So powerful. Just a casual strike yields such force. It seems I must employ my full strength. He rose from the water, standing effortlessly on the surface, without a single drop of seawater upon him. Meanwhile, the individuals aboard the small boat erupted in exhilaration, exclaiming, "There it is, Lord Ivankov's utterly ordinary wink, the hellish wink." Lightning stood calmly to the side, unfazed by the excitement of the others. Though her body swayed with the rocking of the boat, her legs remained firmly planted. Unwavering, she elegantly raised her wine glass, taking a sip of red wine, and glanced toward Ivankov. "Lady Ivankov, we cannot engage in battle at sea. This small boat cannot withstand it. Indeed, I can sense that the cute boy harbors no malice. It appears he merely seeks a friendly spar." Ivankov regarded the creaking small boat, contemplating before calling out to Kongtai. "Hey, cute boy, what is it?" Kongtai replied, "If we wish to spar, let us do so on land. If you desire me to take you seriously, you must provide a suitable venue." Kongtai, feeling a bit embarrassed, glanced at the small boat, grasped the hilt of his sword, performed an elegant flourish, and sheathed his weapon. He cast one last look at the small boat before turning towards the dock. "You all, follow me." "Kongtai, are you all right?" On board the vessel, the others quickly surrounded him. Kongtai smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "How could anything be wrong? I was merely testing the waters. Once they reach the shore, we shall engage in battle." "Battle?" That last shockwave nearly sent me flying, Ahua exclaimed dramatically. The others nodded in agreement. Just then, a cheerful greeting echoed through the village. "Good morning, Mr. Jingsalang." "Ah, good morning, Uncle. Mr. Jingsalang, what brings you out today?" "Well, I heard some commotion and decided to take a stroll." Jingsalang wore a beaming smile as he nodded in response to the fisherman. Occasionally exchanging a few words, the people aboard the boat turned to see Jingsalang approaching, and they hurriedly disembarked. The dojo lay just beyond the harbor, nestled on the hillside, easily visible from their location. As Jingsalang reached the side of the boat and observed everyone disembarking, he addressed Aiku. "Uncle Aiku, Please explain what transpired. I heard quite the racket from afar. Aiku briefly recounted the events, prompting Jingsalang to fix his gaze on Kongtai, who stood behind Aiku. Kongtai, you are far too reckless. Kongtai shrugged nonchalantly at Jingsalang, muttering, who told you to be so lackadaisical every time I sought you out for a spar this past year? Raising an eyebrow, he continued excitedly. Today, I just happened to encounter a strong opponent. Of course, I had to engage in a proper battle to gauge my current level. A fleeting expression of embarrassment crossed Jingsalang's otherwise calm face. He was simply exhausted by Kongtai's persistent requests for sparring, which had become increasingly frequent over the past year as Kongtai ascended to the realm of swordsmanship. This cannot continue. I, Jingsalang, have remained in the dojo to avoid such troubles. Given his laid-back nature, he had become increasingly dismissive. In truth, once one reached the level of swordsmanship, mere sparring offered little advancement. What was needed were battles fought with all one's might. However, for both him and Kongtai, it was impossible to unleash their full potential. The destructive power of a swordsman was immense, and a moment's carelessness could result in severe injury. With a sudden noise, Jingsalang turned his attention to the source. Coincidentally locking eyes with Ivankov, who had just disembarked, he adjusted his glasses, suppressing his habitual cheerful demeanor. What brings a figure of your stature to the East Sea, especially to this remote Simorziji village? I too wonder how such a powerful being resides in the East Sea, Ivankov replied, his expression shifting to one of seriousness as he regarded Jingsalang. While he could easily handle Kongtai, this squinting individual posed a different challenge. The aura of a strong opponent, if not intentionally concealed, was often imperceptible to ordinary folk. Yet, to those of equal standing, it shone like a beacon in the night, brilliant and glaring, nearly impossible to overlook unless deliberately hidden. What brings you all here? Jingsalang addressed Ivankov and his entourage, saying, there is no need for such tension. We have merely come to replenish our supplies and purchase some provisions that moment. Lightning emerged gracefully from behind Ivankov, elegantly swirling the wine glass in his left hand, raising it to his lips for a gentle sip before responding. Provision, little Ivan, as long as you defeat me. I shall grant you however much you desire. Kongtai seized upon Lightning's words, casting a glance at Ivankov. Hey, referring to him as little Ivan is rather too casual, isn't it? Protested several individuals following closely behind Lightning. Indeed, it is the illustrious king of transvestites, Ivankov. Upon hearing this, the corners of Ivankov's mouth curled into a smirk as he replied, quiet down, my young fellows. Titles are but trifles, and names matter not. Even if you were to call me excrement, it would be perfectly acceptable. Excrement? A peculiar silence enveloped the surroundings, with all eyes fixated on his theatrics. Suddenly, Ivankov spun in place, raising his arms high and bellowing, I refuse to be called excrement. It turns out he detests that. Once again, he has been made a fool of. The companions behind him joined in a chorus of exaggerated shouts. Kotai's body quivered slightly, a shadow of frustration crossing his face as he glared at the group opposite him. Shouting in anger, You lot, how much do you truly disdain me to treat me with such disregard? With that, he suddenly teleported behind Ivankov, delivering a swift kick to his backside before Ivankov could even react. With a resounding thud, Ivankov's towering figure stumbled forward, kicking up a cloud of dust. Kongtai exhaled a sigh of relief. The continual dismissal of his presence was indeed irksome. He landed with flair in the spot where Ivankov had just stood. Addressing the group ahead, Now, will you take me seriously? What have you done to Lord Ivankov? Exclaimed Ibu and the others, glaring furiously at Kongtai as they beheld the fallen Ivankov. Lightning, who had been standing elegantly beside Ivankov while sipping his wine, suddenly recalled something upon seeing Kotai's emergence. He quickly stepped back, his expression shifting, lowering his hands in a defensive posture as he fixed his gaze on Kongtai. This fellow possesses remarkable speed. No, it is not merely speed. Such rapidity should not allow for such an absence of awareness. You have consumed a spatial-type fruit. Kongtai disregarded Lightning's words, his excitement directed solely at the fallen Ivankov, sensing a surge of energy emanating from him. Is he finally going to get serious? All right, Lightning, do not be alarmed. Ivankov sat up from the ground, a hint of curiosity in his eyes as he regarded Kongtai. What was that ability of yours? You shall know once we engage. Very well, Ivankov proclaimed, bracing himself on the ground as he glanced around before fixing his gaze on the left side of the beach. It is impossible to fight here. Let us move there. There is ample space. He then turned to Lightning and the others, saying, "Wait for me a moment. I shall go," and, suddenly, he faltered, contemplating, then looked down at Kongtai, asking, "By the way, young boy, what is your name?" Kongtai, the from space and Tai from vastness. Kongtai replied earnestly. Ivankov's mouth twitched slightly as he turned and walked toward the left beach. "Hey, little Ivan, wait for me." Kongtai hurriedly followed, but upon hearing the commotion behind him, Ivankov quickened his pace. On the beach, the two stood facing each other. In stark contrast to Ivankov's nonchalance, Kongtai appeared significantly more burdened. Kongtai gazed at Ivankov, whose tall figure was illuminated by the sunlight, and his pupils suddenly constricted. A faint starlight swirled rapidly in his eyes, reminiscent of a black hole, as if he were drawing the entire cosmos into his gaze, deep, mysterious, and exuding a deadly allure. At that moment, an invisible aura emanated from Kongtai. Sensing this transformation, Ivankov gradually set aside his condescension, his expression shifting to one of seriousness. If Kongtai had once resembled a mere child, he now bore the essence of a tiger. The level of danger markedly intensified. Hee. Ivankov roared with a wide grin, tearing off his black cloak, spinning as he raised his arms high, revealing his bizarre attire beneath. He wore a skin-tight, ultra-low-cut bodysuit, draped with a netted cape and stockings. Adorned with a large skull tattoo on his abdomen, his deep purple hair styled in a wild explosion, impressively voluminous, he extended his right hand, palm upturned, beckoning Kongtai with a flick of his fingers. "Come forth, little Kongtai." Hee. Among the onlookers at the dock, Lightning had somehow donned glasses, suddenly transforming into a man. He observed the confrontation on the beach, a flicker of gravity crossing his eyes. Are they serious now? Lady Ivankov, along with that little brat, is entirely different from before. Gazing at Ivankov's fully revealed form, Ahu wore an expression of sudden realization before exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, so, a transvestite is just a pervert." Huh. Since boarding the ship until now, he had been pondering what a transvestite truly was. "Shut your mouth," Ibu snapped, glaring fiercely at Ahu. "How dare you speak so disrespectfully about Lord Ivankov?" He understood that transvestites could be peculiar. Yet Ivankov was different. Ivankov was a new breed, a new human, a transvestite king, and one of their esteemed revolutionary leaders. "What? Do you want to fight?" Ahu shouted boldly, emboldened by the numbers. "Exactly. What then? Can we not speak of perverts?" A Luo chimed in. Come on. Ibu rolled up his sleeves, flexing his muscles, arrogantly extending a finger toward Ahu and his companions. "That if you have the guts, come at me together. I'll take on 10. Silence. At that moment, both Lightning and Kongtai spoke simultaneously, clearly unable to tolerate the commotion any longer. The two sides exchanged glances before turning away, snorting in unison. A hush fell over the scene. Goena and Zoro stood among the crowd, silent, their intense focus fixed on Kongtai, their bodies taut with anticipation. Kongtai tucked his hands into his sleeves, shoulders trembling as his clothing gradually slipped away, revealing a muscular upper body and 8-pack abs. It was hard to believe this was the physique of an 11-year-old boy. He leaned forward, gripping his sword hilt tightly, raising his gaze to Ivankov, his eyes shimmering with starlight. Spatial domain. An invisible field expanded outward. Decompression, shave, simultaneously activated. With a whoosh, he vanished from his position. The reason he did not teleport directly was due to insufficient acceleration. His power was too low. With his current strength, facing someone far superior, a direct teleportation might not even breach their defenses. As he observed Kongtai hurtling toward him at high speed, Ivankov took a step back, winking at Kongtai. Hellish wink. A wave of pink shockwaves surged toward Kongtai, just as the shockwave was about to collide with him. Kotai's forward momentum abruptly ceased, and he vanished from sight. Teleportation. Kongtai surged past the shockwave, reappearing directly before Ivankov. He afforded Ivankov no time to react, expanding the spatial domain, enveloping Ivankov's entire body within its grasp. Pressurization, draw slash. In one fluid motion, a glint of crimson flickered in Ivankov's eyes as he instinctively sought to respond the moment Kongtai appeared in the air. However, as he attempted to raise his right hand to unleash a punch, an overwhelming wave of pressure struck him, causing him to momentarily hesitate. Although he quickly broke free from the oppressive force, that brief pause proved sufficient for Kongtai to wield his blade. fixating on the glinting, razor-sharp edge before him. Ivankov hastily enveloped himself in a layer of haki. Hastily fortifying his defenses, the tempest of compressed air erupted from his chest, scattering sand and debris in all directions. After a fleeting standoff, Ivankov was forcefully propelled backward by the immense power emanating from the blade, his feet carving deep furrows into the sandy beach. As he came to a halt, he felt a dull ache in his chest and glanced down to find a faint crimson wound seeping droplets of blood. Despite his hasty response, he had not summoned his full Hakati. To be cut through at such a young age of 11 was indeed a grotesque absurdity. Had he not reacted swiftly, the embarrassment would have been monumental, subjecting him to ridicule from Dragon. Raising his gaze, he locked onto the airborne Kongtai, his pupils narrowing and his expression growing increasingly grave. To his astonishment, Kongtai was still able to fly. Standing aloft, Kongtai gazed down at the blade now imbued with haki. A satisfied smile gracing his features. It was evident that battling formidable opponents honed one's haki. While it could not augment its quantity, it certainly enhanced its quality. Each master of haki was a product of relentless refinement. Earlier, during his clash with Ivankov, Kongtai's haki had nearly shattered in an instant. Had his opponent not responded in haste, he would not have succeeded in breaching Ivankov's defensive haki. This disparity was a testament to the quality of haki, akin to the difference between iron, ore, and steel. Ivankov, observing Kongtai, mused, "Little Kongtai, you truly are remarkable, but you must be wary. Allow me to demonstrate the essence of the authentic Kamabaka's Okama Kenpo." With that, he leaped into the air, executing a 360-degree spin before landing gracefully, his hands drawing an enigmatic symbol before him. As for the symbol's identity, it was a mystery to all. His left hand relaxed at his side, while his right hand splayed open, pointing at Kongtai. Haha! Kongtai marveled at Ivankov's flamboyant pose, utterly dumbfounded. Is this truly the Okama Kenpo? How utterly juvenile. Ivankov retracted his right hand, lifting both arms to shoulder height. His body relaxed as he cheerfully called out, all right, come at me. Huh? Do you think you're Bruce Lee? Why not haha? Kongtai pouted, suppressing his urge to scoff, and with a swift motion, raised his blade overhead, his feet firmly pressing against the ground. With a whoosh, his body shot forth like an arrow loosed from a bow, aimed directly at Ivankov's chest as he brought down his blade with ferocity. Shave, tact. Ivankov, however, was well prepared this time. The pressure within the spatial domain merely hindered his speed slightly. He maintained his blistering pace, thrusting his hand toward Kongtai with formidable intent. Okama Kenpo, Dream Strike, as their weapons clashed. They were both propelled apart, only to collide again in rapid succession. The deafening clang of blades echoed as they struck repeatedly, leaving behind only fleeting shadows and glimmers of cold steel. In a heartbeat, the two engaged once more, locked in a fierce struggle. Amidst the chaos, Ivankov suddenly winked at Kongtai below him. Hellish wink. Sensing the incoming shockwave, Kongtai exerted all his strength to thrust against Ivankov's hand. Leveraging the recoil to leap backward, the spot where he had stood moments before was suddenly cratered by the force of the shockwave. Little Ivankov, how unprincipled. A sneak attack. Kongtai feigned a dramatic expression of trepidation, even wiping non-existent sweat from his brow with his left hand. Not at all, Ivankov bellowed. He then fixated on Kongtai, rapidly blinking his eyes. Hellish wink, hellish wink, hellish wink. A barrage of shockwaves surged toward Kongtai. Yet, he paid little heed to the oncoming force. Expanding his domain, he manipulated the space to decelerate the shockwaves as they entered his realm. Calmly, he stood his ground, swiftly wielding his blade to slice through the incoming waves as if they were mere bubbles. Realizing his tactic was ineffective against Kongtai, Ivankov propelled himself off the ground, racing around Kongtai with increasing velocity, creating countless afterimages of his face. Facial afterimages. From afar, it appeared as if countless large faces surrounded Kongtai. Observing the phantoms, Kongtai assumed a defensive stance, a glimmer of red igniting in his eyes. Found you. He swiftly swung his blade at one of the afterimages, only to see a silver-gray slash pass through it, leaving a deep gash in the sand behind. Little Kongtai, it's futile. Each afterimage could be real or a mere illusion. All the afterimages spoke in unison. Are you ready to face the impending storm? Haha, Ivankov warned, rapidly blinking, as all the facial afterimages unleashed a chorus of deadly winks. Galaxy wink. Countless shockwaves, tenfold more potent than the deadly winks, surged toward Kongtai like missiles, leaving him no avenue for escape. Sensing the fluctuations surrounding him, Kongtai swiftly sheathed his blade and clasped his hands together. He would not flee. This was precisely what he desired. Kongtai gradually closed his eyes, the spirit of youthful exuberance igniting within him. How many floors can one bag of rice bear? How many floors can one bag of rice bear? How much do I owe for one bag of rice? How much do I have to wash for one bag of rice? Just as the shockwaves approached, he abruptly opened his eyes, his pupils dilating. The space around him imploded inward. With a forceful push of his hands outward, an overwhelming power surged forth at an accelerated pace. Pseudo Shinra Tensei. This was his imitation of the Shinra Tensei technique, involving the extreme compression of space within his domain, followed by a sudden explosive release. The two forces clashed momentarily before erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. Sand and an even more powerful shockwave radiated outward, instantly dispersing the afterimages and sending the genuine Ivankov flying. With a resounding thud, Ivankov's back slammed against the cliffside behind the beach, the impact reverberating as if the entire mountain had trembled. The onlookers at the pier, witnessing the explosion, hastily fled toward the village as the shockwave storm approached. Ehua and his friends wished fervently for extra legs. Run, the storm is coming. They barely found shelter when the tempest struck. Leaving the streets eerily vacant, taking refuge behind a building, the group listened in awe to the howling winds. Is this truly the work of a human? How utterly extraordinary. Goena gazed outside, a hint of concern flickering in her eyes. Seeing her distress, Gungshiro adjusted his glasses and reassured her. Do not worry, Goena. Kongtai will be fine. I am not worried. I have unwavering faith in Kongtai. Goena paused, cautiously glancing at Gungshiro, that I was merely contemplating how much I would need to compensate in belly. At that moment, a fish, swept into the air and caught on the eaves, happened to fall. With a resounding thud, it struck Gung Siling on the head. Expressionless, Gung Siling removed the fish from his head and tossed it aside with force. He lifted his gaze, surveying the rubble-strewn street, where fish, fruits, and debris rolled about in the gravel. His left hand, which pushed up his glasses, trembled slightly. Father, are you all right? Kana looked up at Gung Siling. That I'm fine. It's just a little calamari. Gung Siling replied nonchalantly. Deep down, he vowed that when Kongtai returned, he would ensure that Kongtai made double the earnings. All right, let's head out. Gung Siling took a step forward and walked outside. The street outside was a chaotic scene of shattered tiles. Fruits and fish scattered everywhere. People trampled over the debris, making their way toward the dock. Upon reaching the dock, they beheld the port, where a dozen small fishing boats had once been anchored, aside from a few larger vessels. All the rest had been overturned and washed ashore on the right side of the beach. Beneath Kongtai's position, a gigantic circular pit was slowly filling with seawater, indicating that it would soon become a small pond. Zoro's eyes widened as he fixated on the unscathed Kongtai, trembling with excitement. Only those who have witnessed peak power can strive even harder. He was convinced that he would catch up, sensing Zoro's fighting spirit. Kuna tightened her grip on her sword. She stared calmly at Kongtai, her thoughts swirling within. Is this the peak of Kongtai's power? It truly is disheartening. It turns out, during their sparring sessions, Kongtai had never taken her seriously. The village of Shimakazuki was too small, so small that even she could nearly achieve invincibility. Had Zoro not arrived, she would have never made such significant progress in a year. She could feel that it wouldn't be long before Zoro surpassed her in stamina. Such is the nature of innate talent. No matter how unwilling she was, there was nothing she could do. All she could do was train even harder. Otherwise, she would soon be overtaken by Zoro. Gazing at the distant beach, Kuna's resolve solidified. She would undoubtedly become the strongest female swordsman. Ivankov, embedded in the rock wall, extricated himself and shook off the dust. He then looked up at the unharmed Kongtai. His expression one of astonishment. You weren't injured at all? He took a moment to ease his slightly agitated chest, catching his breath and marveling. Little Kongtai, your abilities are truly astonishing. Remarkable. I wonder what kind of fruit power you possess. In truth, Kongtai was grappling with unspoken struggles. Having taken that blow, his stamina had reached its limit. That was a strike capable of sending Bartholomew Kuma flying. Meanwhile, Ivankov, even now, merely exhibited slight breathlessness. After all, he was only 12 years old. his body still in development. It was believed that as he aged, his strength would experience explosive growth. After resting for a while, his stamina recovered slightly, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. He called out to Ivankov, "Little Ivankov, how about we consider today a draw? You call the shots," Ivankov replied, having sensed Kongtai's state without addressing it directly. "What about the food?" Kongtai pondered, stroking his chin. Ivankov looked at him nervously. "Of course, the food is for you." Suddenly, Kongtai mimicked Ivankov's gestures, spinning exaggeratedly with his hands raised high. "What?" It turned out he was genuinely giving it to us. Ivankov joined in, shouting enthusiastically. They exchanged glances and burst into laughter. "Ha ha, little Ivankov, I have a question for you." Ivankov paused, his laughter ceasing as he noticed Kongtai suddenly perched on his shoulder. "What question? Is it true that everyone in the Kamabaka kingdom is a transvestite?" As they walked toward the village, Ivankov replied, "Those adorable ones there are just ordinary people who yearn for the land of transvestites." Oh, Kongtai mused, revealing an expression of realization. He nodded, saying, "I knew it. How could everyone be a transvestite? That wouldn't allow for any population growth. Little Kongtai, you can come visit the Kamabaka kingdom in the future. I believe the adorable ones there will surely adore you," Ivankov said excitedly, gazing at Kongtai. "After all, you're so adorable and charming." The thought of the Kamabaka kingdom sent a shiver down Kongtai's spine as he recalled Sanji's unfortunate fate. He spoke hurriedly. "I'm still young. I don't want to go to sea just yet." "Is that so?" Ivankov replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. "I was hoping that if little Kongtai came to Kamabaka kingdom, I could introduce you to the prettiest little cuties in our country." Kongtai's mind was filled with vivid images of burly men in pink dresses running along the beach. The thought made him break out in a cold sweat. "Are you all right, little Kongtai? Why are you sweating so much?" "Cough, cough, cough. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm fine." Kongtai quickly shifted the topic. "Let's hurry over." Spotting the crowd waiting for them on the dock, he instantly teleported ahead. "Hey, wait for me. Is the Kamabaka kingdom really that terrifying?" Ivankov hurried after the disappearing Kongtai. In Shimakazuki village, at the One Heart Dojo, Kongtai lay atop the dojo roof, gazing down at the bustling figures below, letting out a sigh. Despite the seemingly grand battle, only he knew the true disparity. He had given his all, merely prompting Ivankov to take things a tad more seriously. In the end, he was utterly exhausted, while Ivankov only exhibited slight breathlessness. It seemed that for Ivankov, the recent skirmish was merely a warm-up. Ultimately, his age limited his stamina and haki. There was little he could do about it, as it was a natural condition beyond human control. "Kongtai, why are you daydreaming here?" At that moment, Kongtai came to sit beside Kongtai. "Nothing much," Kongtai replied. "Just feeling a bit down about how long it will be before I can set sail." "Master, I really want to see the world soon." Kongtai sat up straight, his eyes sparkling as he looked at Kongtai. For the first time, he felt an intense eagerness to witness the vast world, to encounter those legendary tales, to explore the myriad species along the Grand Line, and to discover the Sky Islands, Bubble Islands, and Mermaid Islands. Just thinking about it filled him with excitement. He had never felt such urgency before. However, upon encountering beings so distinctly different from ordinary humans, he felt exhilarated, thrilled, and desperate to experience more. This was not a world of mere comic books. It was a realm that could be touched, communicated with, and fought alongside. "Kongtai, it's not yet time for you to set sail. You're still too young. You must at least wait until you are of age." Kongtai adjusted his glasses, gazing toward the mountains. "It's not that I wish to prevent you from going to sea. The world outside is not as beautiful as you imagine." He paused, a flicker of an inscrutable emotion crossing his eyes. "Even if you do go to sea, you must wait for Kla. That girl has her eyes set entirely on you. If you leave, I can only wonder what will become of her." Following the gaze of Kongtai, one could behold Zhaoyang and Guina fervently training on the mountainside. Ever since their return from the port, they had immersed themselves in their training with an intensity greater than before. "Rest assured, Master, I am fully aware of when to set sail and the true nature of this world. After all, I have the habit of reading the newspaper daily," Kongtai remarked, his eyes reflecting a hint of tenderness as he gazed at Guina on the mountainside. "As for Guina, I can only affirm that I shall never abandon her in this lifetime." "Indeed," Kongtai replied. "It is good that you understand." He withdrew his gaze and unsheathed the long black blade hanging at his waist, directing it toward Kongtai. "I had intended to present this to you upon your departure." But after witnessing your battle today, it has become apparent that your growth and strength is remarkable. Conventional swords will no longer suffice for your training. With that, Gung Siren lifted the sword and offered it to Kongtai. Take it. Familiarizing oneself with a sword requires time, and this blade has been crafted to suit your habitual style, proportionately lengthened to fit even into your adulthood. Thank you, Master, Kongtai exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he received the sword with both hands. Grasping the hilt, he unsheathed it with a resonant clang. He raised the sword, pausing to scrutinize it closely. The spine of the blade was thicker than that of an ordinary sword, its edge fashioned into a chaotic reverse T shape, with a silver-gray body adorned with faint purple serrated patterns. Running his palm along the blade, he could distinctly sense its sharpness. That a fine weapon, Gung Siren commented, observing Kongtai's enthusiasm. This sword is modeled after the legendary blade of Wano, known as Akiyama. It possesses exceptional resilience, and due to its high density, it is heavier than swords of comparable size. After a brief pause, he continued, you should temper it with your haki daily. Who knows, it may one day transform into a black blade. A black blade? Kongtai inquired, feigning ignorance, though he was well aware of its significance. The defining feature of a black blade is its durability, achieved through a swordsman infusing their own haki to refine their weapon. Akiyama is, indeed, a black blade. Fear not, Master. I shall make its name resonate across the world. Kongtai's affection for the sword grew with each glance. Gung Siren smiled at Kongtai. It remains nameless. Why not bestow a name upon it? Kongtai raised the sword above his head, and under the sunlight, it shimmered with a cerulean halo. Let it be called Zhang Kong. Zhang Kong? Gung Siren echoed, astonished. Is it not a name befitting one who would cleave through the very fabric of space? Kongtai exclaimed excitedly that I aspire to achieve the ability to sever space itself. As dusk fell, the cool moonlight enveloped the world that I in Samiziji village. The lights of countless homes had dimmed. Yet, within the dojo halfway up the mountain, the sound of bamboo swords striking targets persisted. Thwack, thwack, thwack. Aboard the Long's ship, a gentle breeze swept through that a shadow emerged from the deck's gloom. Ivankov, sensing the movement, glanced at the shadow and complained, you're quite slow. Long, how long do you intend to keep me waiting? My apologies, Long replied, stepping out of the shadows, cradling a small child in his arms. As he approached, Ivankov's curiosity piqued. What is that in your hands? The other crew members, drawn by the commotion, gathered around, their expressions shifting to astonishment upon seeing the child's condition. P.S. gravely injured. Indeed, someone remarked, such cruelty. It appears he has been struck by cannon fire. We must tend to him at once. One individual carefully took the child from Long's arms and hurried toward the ship's medical bay, while the others quickly cleared a path, watching the person escort the child into the cabin. Ivankov turned to Long and asked, where on earth have you been wandering? Long calmly replied, I attended a celebration of the world's nobility. Why did you conceal this from me and venture to such a place alone? Ivankov's surprise was palpable. Your presence would have been too conspicuous. Long gradually approached the ship's edge, gazing at the tranquil village. Ivankov muttered, anxiously patting his face. Long then turned to the crew on deck and called out, we must consolidate our strength immediately. What about our provisions? The dojo in the village has supplied us with some. Ifu stepped forward to respond. Very well. Long's gaze fixated on the dojo halfway up the mountain. After a moment, his attention shifted toward the ship's bow. There, on the prow, stood a small boy, clad in a moon-white robe, a long sword at his side, his silver hair reflecting a pearlescent glow in the moonlight. He stood silently, his bright azure eyes glistening with silver mist, still harboring the remnants of starlight. Gazing into the boy's mesmerizing eyes, which outshone the night sky, Long spoke in a deep voice. Who might you be? And what brings you here? Kongtai immediately focused on Long, recognizing him despite being shrouded in a deep green coat. The overwhelming aura he radiated was impossible to disguise. Upon meeting Long's gaze, Kongtai took note of the red geometric tattoo on Long's left cheek and the stubble adorning his chin. Upon closer examination, he realized that Long had no eyebrows. A playful smirk graced Kongtai's lips as he replied, oh, it's nothing much. I merely came to bid farewell to a friend. Such a formidable figure was beyond his current capability to confront. Even a single blow would be catastrophic. After all, reality is far removed from the realm of manga. The disparity is such that a single strike could spell doom. Though he was not concerned about his own safety, there was no need to engage. He chose to ignore Long and turned his attention to Ivankov. Hey, little Ivankov, planning to leave without a word. Upon meeting Kongtai's gaze, Ivankov was touched. Little Kongtai, did you come specifically to see us off? Indeed, Kongtai bellowed. Are we not friends? Friends should not part without a word. You scoundrel. I'm sorry, Ivankov bowed in apology to my dear friend. I wish you smooth sailing. May this blossoming friendship propel us toward a day when we shall meet again. As Ivankov straightened up, only Kongtai's faint farewell echoed in the air. Leaving him teary-eyed and moved, Long stood beside them, bewildered, until a flash of recollection brought the events of the day to mind, an extraordinary boy capable of manipulating space. He then turned to the crew and shouted, Prepare to set sail. We head for Baldigo. Aye. The ship buzzed with activity on the rooftop of the dojo. Kongtai stood in contemplation for a while. He gazed at the sea, lost in thought. The grand vessel outside the port had already embarked on its destined journey. Illuminated by the moonlight, in the distance, only a small black remained on the horizon. In the blink of an eye, it vanished completely from view, as if it had never been there at all. Yet, the faint echo of Ivankov's sobs lingered in the air, assuring him that this was no mere figment of imagination. Initially, Kongtai had no intention of going, but he ultimately could not resist the urge to catch a glimpse. Monkey D. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army and the world government's greatest adversary, truly represented the pinnacle of power in the world. The disparity was daunting. He shook his head vigorously. What of Long? What of the world's pinnacle? He possessed the confidence that he would undoubtedly surpass him. Raising his gaze toward the sea, his eyes sparkled with determination. Having witnessed the zenith, he was resolved to stride toward it. Was this not the very essence of romance in the world of pirates? Time flies like an arrow, and in the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed. Suddenly, from the woods behind the Taoist temple, a series of clashing sounds of weapons resonates. Clang, clang, clang. As we draw closer, we can only discern 2 streaks of white light intersecting and colliding on a clearing amidst the trees. The 16-year-old Guna has blossomed into a graceful figure. Her long hair tied back into a ponytail with a red ribbon, clad in a form-fitting white training outfit. She raises her dual blades above her head and swiftly strikes, sending a silvery hurtling towards Zoro. With his bare torso exposing his well-defined muscles and a green bandana wrapped around his head, Zoro wields a sword in each hand, with another clenched between his teeth. Indeed, he has embraced the 3-sword style. With a powerful swing of his 3 blades, he slashes at the incoming strike. Onigiri. The attack is deflected, soaring skyward and scattering leaves like confetti, seizing the moment while Zoro is momentarily exerting all his strength. Goena swiftly sheathes her blades, plants her feet firmly on the ground, and with a whoosh, lunges towards Zoro. Suru, drawl-faced with the flash of her blade, Zoro barely has time to cross his swords in defense. After a brief stalemate, he is propelled backward by the force, crashing against a massive tree with a thud. Goena twirls her blade gracefully before sheathing it, emitting a crisp sound. At that moment, the voice of Kongtai rings out. 1 point. That concludes it. The victor is Goena, with an impressive record of 10,000 wins and 0 losses. Upon hearing Kongtai's announcement, Goena turns, her previously indifferent expression melting into a radiant smile akin to flowers in bloom. She strides over to Kongtai, gazing at him with a warm smile. At 17, Kongtai has shed all traces of his youthful naivety. His resolute, chiseled face is perpetually adorned with a gentle smile, and his azure eyes shimmer with a silvery mist. All of this contributes to his strikingly handsome and masculine appearance. Standing tall at 1.9 meters, he possesses a robust and elongated physique, draped in a moon-white robe, with a sword named Zhang Kong and a flask of liquor hanging from his left waist. In the pirate world, drinking is not regarded as a virtue. The vastness of the sea makes fresh water scarce. Hence, every ship carries a small supply of low-alcohol rum, due to high demand. This drink is available on nearly every island in this world. As Goena approaches, Kongtai spreads his arms, draping a pink kimono over her shoulders. The kimono, embroidered with white flowers, accentuates Goena's beauty, now that she stands over 1.7 meters tall. Goena gazes at Kongtai with soft eyes as he ties her obi, her voice gentle. Kongtai, our parents are waiting for us at the port. Kongtai looks up, meeting Goena's gaze, a glimmer of tenderness flashing in his eyes as he wipes the sweat from her forehead with his right hand. I must bid farewell to Zoro before we leave. Guena instinctively pulls Kotai's hand into her embrace. Feeling the warmth of her touch, Kotai cannot help but reflect on how he has become the very embodiment of what he once despised. Having completed his development, he then turns to Zoro, smirking, "Zoro, you've lost again, despite your evident growth." Zoro calmly regards Kotai. Immune to such taunts, he can sense that his physical prowess has likely surpassed Guena's. Only his swordsmanship remains slightly lacking. He is confident that it won't be long before he truly surpasses her. In contrast to Guena, he perceives a depth in Kotai that remains unfathomable. Initially, he hoped to gauge Kotai's true strength before he set sail. But this fellow insisted on having him and Guena complete this final match. Now he has earned himself the achievement of 10,000 defeats. Are you satisfied now? Can I finally witness your current strength? Fine, I shall oblige. Kotai glances at Guena, who understands and steps back a few paces to stand aside. Kotai grips Zhang Kong in his left hand and strides toward the open space ahead. As he advances, a whirlwind forms around him, lifting the fallen leaves into the air. He comes to a halt in the center, slightly bending forward, his gaze fixed on the clouds above, his right hand resting on the hilt of his sword. A pale purple-black aura swirls around Zhang Kong. The moment his presence reaches its zenith, he swiftly unleashes a strike upwards. Shin Giri. Suddenly, the world falls silent. He rises, retracting his aura as if he had never moved. The sound of his blade sheathing shatters the stillness around him. That moment, a pale purple-black slash swiftly ascends, cleaving through the clouds with unparalleled speed and force. In an instant, the wind begins to stir, and the people at the port, including Gung Shiro, quickly look up at the sky. With a crack, the previously clear sky tears open, followed by thunder and lightning, as the clouds rush like a torrent toward the gaping void. Everyone stands dumbfounded, gazing up in awe. The sky has split open. Is this the end of the world? Is that Kotai? Gung Shiro turns to Iku, who is staring in astonishment at the mountainside. Gung Shiro does not even turn his head. Having grown to this stature, Kotai watches Zoro, who stands frozen in place. Recalling Mihawk's words meant to inspire Zoro, he suddenly adopts a serious tone and calls out to Zoro, "Zoro, see clearly, understand the world, and grow stronger. Surpass my sword, surpass me, and you shall become the strongest swordsman." Hearing Kotai's voice, Zoro snaps back to reality, his gaze resolute as he fixes it on Kotai. "You better wait for me at the pinnacle of strength. From now on, I shall never lose again. Wait for me until I stand before you." He has no doubt that Kotai can achieve the title of the strongest, just as he firmly believes he too can attain that status. All right, satisfied, Kotai turns and walks toward the port alongside Guena. Without Guena's demise, would Zoro still be so resolute in becoming Roronoa Zoro? He does not know. However, he firmly believes he can fulfill the promise made today because he is Zoro, the one who will achieve his determined goal. A gentle breeze, the vast sea, and the rising sun. A cool mist envelopes the entire world as the morning light of the sun filters through the thin clouds, casting shimmering reflections upon the ocean. In the azure sea, early rising seabirds chirp incessantly, and occasionally, one dives like a fighter jet into the water, emerging with a fish in its beak. Yet, even the most elite of warriors may have their missteps, and some unfortunate seabirds may not resurface. Perhaps they simply neglected to consult the calendar before venturing out today. While this may not be an exceedingly rare phenomenon, it is enough to excite Kotai and his companions as they embark on their journey. The wooden cabin door creaks open with a dull sound, startling the seabirds preening above. A plump figure clad in a white chef's uniform and spectacles emerges, balancing a tray with 2 glasses of fruit juice in his left hand. Spotting Kotai lounging on the deck, he hastens over to place the juice on the table beside him. "Kotai, how do you like the lemon apple juice I made?" Thank you, Ehwa." Kotai places his navigation book down and looks up at Ehwa with a warm smile. Just then, a head sporting a flamboyant hairstyle suddenly juts out from the lookout atop the mast, shouting down, "Ehwa, where's my juice?" Ehwa adjusts his glasses and calmly replies, "If you want juice, go get it yourself from the kitchen. Do you think you're Kotai or Guena, expecting me to serve you? You, as the cook, should take care of us warriors." The flamboyant youth retorts, descending the mast and boldly challenging Ehwa on the deck. Ehwa's forehead twitches in annoyance as he rushes toward the youth clad in leather pants to Luo. "Are you looking for a fight?" He pondered that having set sail, he could no longer afford to act impulsively. Maturity and composure were imperative. Yet, Alo, That fellow always seemed to instigate trouble aboard the ship, consistently managing to breach his defenses at that moment. A youth with a sausage-shaped mouth emerged from the second-floor cabin, clad in denim attire and sporting a cowboy hat. Were it not for his somewhat portly physique, he would genuinely resemble a cowboy. Hastily, he descended the staircase to separate the two. You two rascals. Must you bicker every day? You've argued since childhood, and now that we are at sea, can't you find a moment's peace? Ateo, mind your own business. Today, I shall ensure this fellow knows who the second strongest on this vessel is. Ahua rolled up his sleeves, preparing to engage Alo in a scuffle. Ateo looked at the pair with exasperation. Why the eagerness to contest for second place? Why not challenge Guena instead, as if summoned by the mention of her name? Guena appeared, adorned in a pink kimono and slippers, descending the stairs from the cabin. Her deep blue hair still bore the traces of moisture. She casually dried her hair as she passed by Ahua and the others, casting a fleeting glance in their direction. That single gaze caused the three of them to stand upright. Alo and Ahua, who had been head-to-head moments before, suddenly appeared as if they were the best of friends, their shoulders brushing against one another. They feared neither each other nor Kongtai, but they were genuinely apprehensive of Guena. Each had grown up under her formidable influence, leaving them with psychological scars. Had it not been for the intervention of Zoro, their fates might have been even more dire. Only when Guena reached the bow of the ship did they collectively exhale, wiping the sweat from their brows. Alo and Ahua, still entwined, suddenly recalled their predicament. They quickly disengaged, as if releasing something terrifying, retreating a few steps while exchanging glances, simultaneously scoffing and spitting to the sides. Peach. Ateo observed the two, signed as the third strongest on this ship. I lack the dramatic flair you both possessed. He shook his head, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and placing it between his lips. Striking a match, he inhaled deeply and elegantly exhaled a smoke ring. With his head held high, he strode past Ahua and Alo, making his way towards the cabin. Was the juice not fragrant? Indeed, it was delightful, tart and sweet, a sublime beverage. Kongtai lounged lazily in a deck chair, gently swaying a cup before taking a sip. He smiled at the trio below, unable to deny that Ahua possessed a remarkable talent for cooking. From a young age, his love for food had rendered him quite rotund. Even when his father sent him to a swordsmanship school, he failed to shed the excess weight that a couple of years ago, he returned home to inherit the family restaurant and took up the role of chef. Already well known in the area before embarking on this voyage, Kongtai had initially invited him to set sail, but Ahua was reluctant. In his words, he preferred to indulge in the comforts of home rather than endure hardships at sea with Kongtai. Ultimately, it was Guena who intervened, persuading him to join. It remained a mystery how she managed to convince him, but the next day, he arrived with a bruised face, pleading to be allowed aboard. Alas, what a tragic fate. Faced with such earnestness, Kongtai reluctantly agreed. However, Ahua would never discover that Kongtai had subtly hinted to Guena about wanting to invite him on this journey. As he reflected on this, a smirk crossed his face. As for Alo, it was unclear what experiences had transformed him into such a flamboyant character over the years. Perhaps it was for love. Recently, he had been preparing to follow his family's wishes and marry. However, upon hearing of Kongtai's impending voyage, he hastily sought out Ateo, who was poised to inherit the family shipyard and become a sea king, and found Waishur. When Waishur approached Kongtai, he was contemplating where to procure a ship. Well, here it was, a timely blessing indeed. He promptly agreed, not for Ateo the shipbuilder or his family's discounted vessels, but for the sake of lifelong friends. Subsequently, he exhausted his and Guena's savings accumulated over the years and borrowed several million berries from Waishur to settle the shipbuilding costs. This was still at a price that only covered material costs from Ateo's family. To think that a dignified time traveler like him would have to borrow money to construct a ship, upon this realization, he silently apologized to the predecessors of time travelers. He felt he had brought shame upon their kind. The vessel was a swift sailing ship featuring a triangular sail at the rear and a central rudder, with a ram's head at the bow. Why a ram's head? It was, of course, an homage to the Going Merry. Anyone who had watched One Piece would naturally wish for a ship like the Merry. Not only did it have a ram's head, but he also arranged for a small orchard on board, swapping orange trees for lemon trees. The ship's deck rose upward, with the rear cabin comprising 2 levels, the first serving as the kitchen and the second for steering and resting, the bedrooms. Storage and restroom were located beneath the deck. Much like the Going Merry, his ship lacked a wheel. Instead, it utilized a rudder stick to maneuver the ship's rear panel for direction, as for cannons. He deemed them impractical at close range and ineffective at a distance, with a range inferior to his slashing strikes. Thus, he installed only a single large cannon in the forward cabin, leaving the sides bare. This not only conserved space, but also reduced weight, rendering the ship more agile and swift. In the forward cabin, aside from the lone cannon, there was an anchor winch and various essential maritime supplies. Kongtai's gaze swept over the entire ship, his mind deep in thought. Alo as the lookout, Ateo as the helmsman and mechanic, Ahua as the chef as for the navigator. He himself filled that role. Over the past decade, he had read countless books on navigation, and this knowledge was not in vain. While he could not rival Nami's expertise, he felt reasonably confident in facing ordinary natural disasters. Furthermore, his spatial domain could now extend up to 20 meters, sufficient for him to fly the ship. What else was missing? Suddenly, his eyes brightened, a look of realization washing over him. He needed a doctor. On the Faux Mary, Kongtai stared into the horizon where the sea met the sky, lost in thought. It was that time of day when the sun's warmth was at its peak, casting a brilliant glare across the uniform azure of the sky and ocean, creating an indescribable clarity. Occasionally, a few playful large fish leaped from the water, splashing through the air. The droplets danced in the sunlight, filtering through the morning mist, shimmering like transparent sapphires in cool hues. However, as beautiful as the scenery was, it failed to captivate Kongtai's attention. Creak, creak, creak. The sound of wood compressing echoed from the ladder. Kongtai set down his cup and turned to see Gina ascending the stairs. A glimmer of admiration in his eyes, fresh from her morning workout and shower. Her deep blue hair glistened like the sea, smooth and radiant. Guena approached Kongtai, offering him a comb, her voice soft and inviting. Kongtai, would you comb my hair? Seeing the affection in his gaze, she knew that all her efforts were worthwhile. Ever since she learned of Kongtai's fondness for kimonos, she had donned them exclusively. Knowing he preferred long hair, she had grown hers out, even if it made combat less convenient. Her love for Kongtai was unwavering, and she embraced the image he adored. Kongtai accepted the comb. Admiring her graceful form as she knelt before him, he gently ran the comb through her silky hair. Fully aware of her transformation, he felt a sense of obligation to repay her affection for the rest of his life. After smoothing her hair, he took a red ribbon from beside him, fashioning it into a ponytail, and cradled her head with satisfaction. Well done, Guena. Guena rose gracefully to her feet, turning around to meet the gaze of Kongtai, who was utterly entranced. With a joyful twirl, she danced before him like a delicate pink butterfly, unabashedly showcasing her beauty. Observing this enchanting woman, who longed only to reveal her charm and tenderness to him, Kongtai pulled her close, allowing her to recline upon him. As he embraced her soft form, he inhaled the fresh scent of her post-bath body wash mingled with the unique fragrance of youthful femininity. And he spoke with deep affection. Guena, just wait 2 more years until you turn 18, and we shall wed. Upon hearing Kongtai's words, Guena abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with disbelief as tears streamed down her cheeks, dropping one by one onto Kongtai's chest. She had thought he would wait for her to voice her feelings before reciprocating. Kongtai gazed at Guena with a smile that radiated like ripples of a clear spring. Spilling forth from the corners of his mouth and illuminating his entire face, he reached out his right hand to wipe away her tears, teasingly asking, "What is this? Are you unwilling?" Guena immediately nodded, exclaiming, "No, I am willing. How could I possibly be unwilling?" Her heart swelled with joy that Kongtai couldn't contain his laughter at her adorable demeanor, the sound bubbling forth uncontrollably. In his past life, he had never even had a girlfriend. Yet in this life, at the tender age of 17, he had already gained a fiancé. How exhilarating. Listening to Kongtai's laughter, Guena buried her face in his embrace, her cheeks flushed with bashfulness as she playfully punched him a few times. Her face was ablaze, and she quietly listened to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. In that moment, an unprecedented sense of security enveloped her. Kongtai, with a beaming smile and tender eyes fixed on Guena, reflected on the years they had spent together. That he had always regarded her as a younger sister. Yet, as she matured and grew increasingly dependent on him, even falling in love with him and willing to change so much for his sake, He found it impossible to remain indifferent. How could he not love such a beautiful and captivating young woman? It is worth clarifying, he was not a lowly Khan. He simply appreciated her growth. As he caressed Guina's silky, satin-like hair, Kongtai lifted his gaze to the sky, his eyes brimming with newfound determination. This promise had fostered his maturity and strength. Indeed, sailing was no simple endeavor. They had the king of the near sea sense something, a tightening in his heart, and swiftly retracted his head, attempting to burrow into the depths of the ocean. Yet, just a second before the words left the air, a sharp and rapid sound of friction pierced through. A silver-white arc of slashing energy cleaved through the sky, slicing across the king of the near sea's neck, its residual force shooting skyward. Ding! Guina sheathed her sword. The moment the words were uttered, she had already drawn her blade. The colossal head of the king of the near sea crashed into the water, bobbing up and down before ultimately succumbing to the depths through the shimmering surface of the sea. One could still glimpse the unwillingness and grievance reflected in its eyes. Its lower half remained buoyant on the water's surface, as if oblivious to the fact that its head had vanished, while thick, brackish blood began to surge upward from the smooth incision. As the wind blew, its stubborn lower half could no longer withstand the weight, toppling backward and creating a splash even greater than when it had emerged. On April 15, 1518, in the Eastern Sea, a massive sailing ship, shaped like a black panther and boasting 3 decks, sailed against the rising sun. The top of its mast fluttered a dark flag emblazoned with a skull. Billowing in the sea breeze, flanking the white skull were 2 red hourglasses, symbolizing captured prey and the deadline for death, signifying that surrender was merely a matter of time. In the Eastern Sea. Most people should be familiar with this flag and this ship. After all, it belonged to one of the most notorious pirate crews, currently commanding the highest bounty in the region. On the ship Sudameli, Atau held several bounty notices, explaining to the group about the distant pirate vessel. The Creek pirates boasted a staggering crew of 5,000. Their captain, Admiral Creek, had a bounty of 17 million berries. Renowned as the overlord of the Eastern Sea, the fleet commander, the demon man Ajin, was valued at 12 million berries. Given that there are 5,000 crew members, why is there only one ship in sight? Ahua adjusted his glasses, looking puzzled at the bounty notices in Atau's hands. They must be patrolling their territories. Creek wouldn't gather all his men in one place. It would be a sitting duck for the Navy. Aluo replied, sliding down from the mast, and striding over, he glanced up at the enormous ship charging towards them and remarked, "That ship should be Creek's flagship, the fearless war naval blade. Then Creek must be aboard that vessel." They collectively gazed at Kongtai, who stood at the bow, awaiting his orders. They weren't particularly concerned about the Eastern Sea's overlord, for when compared to Kongtai, these pirates were as fragile as glass. After all, Kongtai was a monster who had held his own against the legendary Half-Man King 5 years ago. The bounty on the Half-Man King exceeded 80 million. As Kongtai and his crew spotted the Creek pirates, the latter also became aware of their presence. The pirates adjusted their course, charging directly at them. The pirates could never fathom the brutal fate that awaited them. In truth, ignorance can be a form of bliss. It allows them to act recklessly, doing as they please. Whether this is a stroke of luck or misfortune remains ambiguous. The pirates' fortune is uncertain, but for Kongtai and his crew, it was indeed fortunate. For it promised a modicum of excitement amidst their otherwise monotonous voyage. Observing the rapidly approaching fearless war naval blade, Kongtai turned to the excited, wide-eyed Ahua and his companions, a sinister smile curling at his lips. "Leave Creek to me. Guina will handle the officers, and you all take care of the remaining lackeys." Wow! Ahua and his companions leaped in exhilaration. After years of swordsmanship training, if they lacked the heart of a swordsman willing to slay evildoers, they would not have persisted for so long. Were it not for the bleakness of recent years, they would not have left the dojo. Now, facing despicable foes, there was no psychological burden in killing. Ignoring the enthusiastic trio, Kongtai turned his attention back to the Creek pirates, his mind swirling with thoughts. In the world of One Piece, the majority of ordinary people still harbor a sense of justice. This justice is not the same as that of the world government, but rather a courage to draw swords against injustice and villainy. Even the Navy, often labeled as the lapdogs of the world government, comprises at least 90 truly just individuals. Clearly, the crew aboard their ship consisted of such people. Conversely, Pirates are merely criminals cloaked in the banner of dreams. The vast ocean offers boundless wealth. Some individuals, by fortune, courage, cunning, or strength, swiftly amass riches. The primary occupation of most pirates involves robbing those who accumulate wealth quickly. It is a rapid and effortless means of acquiring money, requiring minimal exertion. They can spend the ill-gotten gains freely, reveling in their liberty, unrestrained and even lawless. True pirates, like Luffy, who genuinely harbor dreams, are rare, merely a handful among the multitude. This allure draws those with even a hint of ambition and capability toward the life of a criminal. Many, spurred on by others, ultimately resign themselves to the life of piracy. One cannot overlook the infamous Joel D. Roger, whose final words sparked a frenzy among the hesitant, the indecisive, and even those without prior aspirations, driving them to the sea. While some genuinely sought the fabled treasure, the vast majority simply wished to become pirates. They did not believe in any grand treasure. They only believed in immediate berries and a life of indulgence, drifting along with the currents. For this, Joel D. Roger is deserving of disdain. Not only does the world government despise him, not only does the Navy detest him, but the majority of island-dwelling common folk also harbor hatred for him. Pirates have never been judged solely by their strength. Most are bullies who prey on the weak, cowardly against those who pose a challenge. The more inept the pirate, the more brutal they tend to be. Unable to assault well-guarded merchant ships, they target isolated villages lacking naval bases. They may start as mere robbers, but soon enough, their actions escalate to murder and arson, culminating in village massacres. Over the years, he has encountered numerous accounts of such atrocities in the newspapers. A sudden roar interrupted his swirling thoughts. I will take down 10. Ahua dashed towards the ship's hold. Just you? Aluo smirked. Hastily following, I will take down 15. Then I will go for 20. Atao, trailing behind, looked exasperatedly at the two who had erupted into a playful argument, rubbing her forehead and suggesting, let us see who can take down the most. Let us compete. Humph. Kongtai withdrew his gaze, ignoring the playful antics of the three as he turned to Guana, who had been intently focused ahead. He placed his right hand on her shoulder and asked, Guana, feeling anxious? I aspire to become the strongest female swordsman. How could I possibly feel anxious? Guana turned to Kongtai, a glimmer of excitement breaking through her calm demeanor. Her eyes resolutely returned to the Creek pirates as she declared, from the moment I set sail, I cast aside any feelings of nervousness. Indeed, enjoy the battle. After all, the opponents are all deserving of their fates. Even if the opposing party does not approach, he will not let them off the hook. He has seen the news of towns being plundered by them in the newspapers more than once. He is no saint. However, when faced with the wicked who are delivered to him, he can only condemn them all to hell. Even if there are some newcomers on the opposing ship who have yet to commit any crimes, and others who are not particularly cruel, what does it matter? He is not Monkey D. Luffy, and he will not expend his energy distinguishing between those who have sinned and those who have not. He is neither a police officer nor a judge, much less a magistrate. He is merely an ordinary person who grew up under the red banner in a past life. If he truly harbored a sense of justice, he would have long since departed from such a pirate crew. Those who remain, irrespective of their deeds, at the very least harbor thoughts of becoming villains. He is just an ordinary person and can only treat them all equally. At this moment, two sailing ships, one large and one small, finally crossed paths. The formidable warship, the Undaunted, brazenly positioned itself diagonally in front of their small vessel. Indeed, in comparison to this behemoth, the Pretender Mary appeared almost childlike in stature. What a surprise! It turns out it is not a merchant ship. The pirates leaned over the railings, peering down at the tiny vessel below, their fierce faces betraying a flicker of disappointment. Initially, upon spotting a flagless ship, they had presumed it to be a merchant vessel and hurriedly adjusted their course to charge towards it. This time, their haul seemed rather meager, just right for a bit of plundering. Upon getting closer, they discovered that the deck of the small ship was utterly bare, save for 5 youths calmly standing at the bow, each wielding long swords at their waists. They despised such ships, for it was evident that they were fresh out to sea, mere novices playing at being pirates. They had encountered such rookies numerous times, and there was no bounty to be had. Thus, not even the strikingly handsome young man and the stunningly beautiful young woman at the forefront could entice them in the slightest. After all, they were not a slave ship. Their sole purpose was to seize anything they deemed necessary to the pirates' side. They lowered the rope ladder, preparing to descend onto the small vessel below, for even the smallest of mosquitoes can be a meal. Just then, a sharp and swift sound of friction pierced the air. A silvery slash shot from below, swiftly cutting towards them. Watch out. Ugh! The slower reacting pirate barely had time to shout before a blade severed his throat, leaving him frozen in place. A thin line of blood appeared on his neck, rapidly expanding. With a sickening thud, his head flew skyward, quickly descending behind him. Thud, thud, thud. Those who had reacted quickly, just managing to retreat back onto the deck, stood rigidly, hearing the sounds behind them. At that moment, they felt something roll to their feet. Slowly looking down, they beheld a head, eyes wide open, frozen in a deathly stare. A chill surged through the pirates, racing from their sawls to the tops of their heads, instantly rendering them ice cold and sending shivers down their spines. They dared not turn around. They were aware of the swordsman's flying slash, a force they could not contend with. Only the captain or the officers stood a chance. They hurriedly ran towards the middle of the deck, shouting in terror, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack! What's all this ruckus?" A calm yet authoritative voice emerged from the throng of pirates. The crowd swiftly parted to reveal a pathway. A tall figure emerged, clad in golden armor and black boots, draped in a grand cloak, with purple hair bound by a headscarf, his fierce gaze unmistakably indicating he was not to be trifled with. To his left trailed a scrawny man wearing a striped headscarf, green t-shirt, and gray jacket and pants. To his right followed a shield bearer, his entire body adorned with round shields. As the captain and officers approached, the trembling pirates recounted the events that had just transpired. A swordsman, Click, stared at the headless corpse slumped against the ship's edge, and the head rolling aside, a wave of rage surging within him. Dare kill his crew in the East Sea. They truly sought their own demise on the Pretender Mary, observing the pirates eager to descend. Kwa took the initiative. She would not allow these pirates to board the Pretender Mary and engage in combat, as it would not only dirty the ship, but might also cause damage. Seeing the undaunted side suddenly emptied, Kudo was the first to leap aboard. He stood on the railing, raising a gourd of liquor to his lips, tilting his head back for a drink, before glancing down just as he locked eyes with Click. Their gazes met, and a smirk crept across Kuda's lips. A pirate? I've heard you're the tyrant of the East Sea. Come, show me a dance. How dare you speak to Captain Click like that? Akin, standing to Click's left, naively shouted. Do you wish to dance as well? Kudo raised an eyebrow, gazing calmly at Akin. Despite appearing commendable in the anime, he was, in fact, a cold-blooded and ruthless villain. The moment Akin felt Kuda's gaze upon him, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped him, causing him to break out in cold sweat. Rendered speechless at that moment, Click stepped forward, breaking the pressure that had enveloped Akin. The oppressive sensation vanished, and Akin quickly retreated a step. Standing behind Click and gasping for breath, he raised his head, fixating on Kudo with wide eyes, filled with terror. His expression grave, overwhelmed merely by presence, was astonishingly powerful. You are the swordsman, aren't you? When did such a figure emerge in the East Sea, and I was unaware of it? I am not a swordsman. Today, I am merely here for amusement. Yes, there are others. He shifted his gaze to Kana, who had just boarded AS for Ahu and the others climbing up behind him. He disregarded them entirely, perceiving only Kana and Kuda as threats. Kana cast a cold glance at Click, then turned her attention away, for he was not her target. Her eyes were set on the officers across from her. She then focused on the figures standing beside Click, the notorious Akin and the steadfast Prous. Akin, upon noticing the deep blue-haired woman gazing in his direction, hastily drew his cane, regarding Kana with caution. Without a word, Kana swiftly unsheathed her sword, the Wado Ikamanji, and with a powerful leap off the railing, engaged in a swift shave technique. With a whoosh, she appeared before Akin in an instant, drawing her sword for a rapid slash. Clang! It was too fast. Akin barely managed to raise his cane in defense before he felt himself lifted off the ground, propelled backward by an overwhelming force. Bang! He crashed into the cabin's wreckage. In the debris of the cabin, Akin supported himself with his left hand, trembling as he sat up, his right hand clutching his chest. Cough! Cough! He coughed violently, spitting blood onto the ground beside him. Raising his head, he peered through the hole created by the impact at Kana, exclaiming in shock, "Why are you so strong?" Indeed, she was strong, strong enough that a single blow had left him gravely injured. Kongtai ignored him, her expression cold as she turned her gaze toward Baratie. This moment, the surrounding pirates finally reacted, erupting into loud shouts. Could this be a dream? The captain was defeated in a single strike by this person. How is that possible? That is the notorious Akin, with a bounty of 12 million berries. As Kontai's gaze landed upon them, the pirates surrounding Baratie instinctively retreated, clearing a wide space. That this time, Ahu and his companions also drew their swords, charging toward the surrounding pirates. Though they could not defeat the officers, these ordinary pirates were still within their capacity to handle. Years of training were not in vain, especially with the swordsmanship taught by Zoro. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of clashing swords and the cries of pirates filled the air incessantly. Bah, let us go. Eliminate them. Listening to the anguished cries behind him, Korek felt the veins on his forehead throb violently. He dared not turn back. The moment that woman approached, the silver-haired youth opposite him had locked onto him with an overwhelming presence. He sensed that if he dared to glance back, he would be met with a tempest of violence. Realizing there were no pirates posing a threat to Ahua and his companions, Kongtai withdrew his gaze and turned towards Korek with a smile. Hey, Korek, you'd better stay put. If you're bored, feel free to dance. Ha ha. As he spoke, he let out a hearty laugh. Help, Captain Korek, please deal with them. You are the strongest in the East Blue. Hearing the escalating cries of despair, Korek finally lost his composure. With a swift motion, he ripped off his cape, clashed his shields together, drew a long staff, and revealed a massive, menacing blade. Behold, the mightiest weapon of Captain Korek, the war gun. Observing the raucous pirates before him, Ahua cast Korek a disdainful glance. The war gun? I have my great sword. Is this all you've got? He then shifted his attention back to the opposing pirates. Hey, focus on yourselves instead of your captain, you scoundrels. With that, he charged forward with a roar. Kongtai watched Korek with keen interest. This fellow had concealed a considerable amount of gunpowder and ammunition within his armor, and oh yes, it seemed he also had poison gas bombs. You've underestimated me since I boarded your ship. Kongtai thought, his extreme disdain igniting Korek's fury. With a dark expression, Korek raised his gaze, his eyes narrowing menacingly at Kongtai. Oh, you think I became the strongest in the East Blue? Feared by all, by mere chance. Kongtai smirked. Of course, it must be due to your ugliness and cruelty. Could it be your strength? Korek lifted the war gun high, glaring at Kongtai in rage as he charged towards him. Arriving before Kongtai, he bellowed, Who do you think I am? I am the East Blue Admiral, Korek, the mightiest man with a bounty of 17 million berries. With that, he swung down hard at Kongtai's head. Die! A loud explosion erupted, followed by a thick cloud of smoke enveloping Kongtai. Well done, Captain Korek. Take them out. The pirates around him cheered, seemingly oblivious to the danger. However, the ensuing scene felt as if a chilling wind had swept through, freezing them all in place. As the sea breeze cleared the smoke, Kongtai stood unscathed, firmly gripping the war gun. Hey, this must be a joke. How could anyone withstand Captain Korek's war gun without a scratch? Impossible, impossible. This has to be a dream. They shook their heads in disbelief, their bodies instinctively retreating. Suddenly, they raised their heads to shout at Kongtai. Who the hell are you? Me? I'm just an ordinary guy. Kongtai replied, holding the war gun in one hand while casually waving a wine gourd with the other. He then took a swig from the gourd, turned to face them, and solemnly declared, If I had to assume an identity, I suppose it would be that of a righteous ally. Ahua and his companions paid no heed to this, continuing their slaughter, glancing at the silver-haired youth before him. Korek felt cold sweat trickle down. He was acutely aware of the weight of his weapon, over 2,000 pounds. Not only had his strike been absorbed, but it was done with such ease. Suddenly, an unparalleled force surged through the barrel of his gun, causing him to release his grip in shock. With a powerful tug, Kongtai yanked the war gun free, tossing it aside as if it were refuse. The gun crashed onto the deck, creating a gaping hole before plummeting below. Ignoring Korek, Kongtai turned his attention to Kongtai, who was currently entangled in a fierce struggle with Akin and Baratie. However, it was hardly a struggle. It was a one-sided massacre, were it not for Baru's defense. The two would have been defeated in mere moments. Akin lay motionless behind Baratie, yet the slight rise and fall of his chest indicated he was still alive. The deep gash ran horizontally across his torso. gushing blood that dripped onto the deck, staining it crimson that if left untreated, it would not be long before another corpse graced the deck. Kunao observed the shield-bearing man opposite her. His defense was indeed formidable. Able to withstand her slashes, though they were merely ordinary strikes. She glanced around, noting the multitude of pirates still present, with even more pouring forth from the ship's hold. Ahua and his companions were now encircled by a throng of pirates. Their backs pressed together, clearly running low on stamina. After all, they were not swordsmen and could only strike one at a time. With a steely expression, Kana turned her gaze back to Baratie to harm him. She would first need to cleave through his thick shield. Slowly, she sheathed her sword, leaning forward, retracting her right foot a step, bending her left knee, and gripping the hilt tightly. A faint black gas began to coil around her blade. She raised her head, her gaze indifferent as she fixed her eyes on Baru, as if regarding a mere corpse. Swish, a flash of light sliced through the air as Kuina vanished from sight. Reappearing behind Baru as if she had never moved at all, clang, the sound of a sword being sheathed echoed point one sword style. All things slash. Kana rose, striding towards Kongtai without casting another glance at Baru. Baru stood frozen, unresponsive until Kana passed by, stirring a gentle breeze that shattered his stillness. He suddenly let out a wretched scream, toppling backward, the shield on his chest split wide open, revealing a long, narrow gash that nearly severed him in two. Blood erupted from the wound like a waterfall. Baru crashed to the deck with a thud, unconscious and unlikely to survive. Lord Baru, the surrounding pirates cried out in terror. Hearing the commotion behind him, Korek realized he could no longer afford to wait. He needed a plan to escape, for the silver-haired youth before him was utterly terrifying. As he watched Kana pass by, the armor on his arms silently transformed into a cannon. Donning a gas mask, he raised the cannon on his forearm and aimed it at Kuna's retreating figure, firing a shot. Toxic gas shell, H.5, with a resounding boom. A colossal red cannonball hurtled towards Gwena. In that instant, the entire world seemed to freeze, followed by an overwhelming wave of mental pressure that swept across the indomitable warship. The sword, just as Creek, poised to flee, widened his eyes in shock. He beheld the cannonball suspended ominously behind Gwena, failing to detonate as he had envisioned. Meanwhile, he found himself ensnared by an infinite pressure, rendering him immobile. Despite his frantic struggles and desperate pleas for mercy, he was powerless, unable even to utter a word. The trio of Ahua, embroiled in combat with the pirates, suddenly halted. They watched as one pirate after another collapsed, rolling their eyes in unconsciousness. The oppressive sensation surged swiftly, only to dissipate just as quickly, allowing them to collectively exhale in relief before slumping to the ground. They sensed that had the pressure lingered for but a few more seconds, they too would have succumbed. Though the nature of this force eluded them, they were certain it was yet another of Kongtai's formidable abilities. They turned their gazes toward Kongtai, who remained expressionless, fixated on Creek, while the cannonball loomed ominously behind Gwena. It was clear that Creek, the scoundrel, had attempted an ambush on Gwena, inciting Kongtai's wrath and prompting him to unleash such an unfathomable power that incapacitated the entire crew of pirates. In their hearts, they silently mourned Creek's impending doom. He was truly courting death, for Gwena was Kongtai's Achilles heel. That Kongtai secured his gourd of liquor back at his waist and leaped from the railing to approach Gwena. Extending his right hand, he flicked the cannonball behind Gwena with his thumb, sending it soaring away at breakneck speed. With a resounding explosion, it detonated above the ocean, releasing a plume of pink toxic smoke. The pirates might not have minded, but it was imperative that Gwena and her companions remained unharmed. Glancing at Kongtai, Gwena smirked, a smile gracing her lips. With Kongtai at her side, she felt a profound sense of security against any ambush. She had no doubt she could dodge the cannonball under normal circumstances. It was merely her proximity to Kongtai that had caused her momentary lapse in vigilance. Kongtai, I'm fine, she reassured him. Turning to grasp his hand while gazing at Creek, Kongtai turned his attention to Gwena, lightly brushing his fingers against her nose as he remarked, You should have dodged. Why do you trust me so readily? Of course, Gwena believed wholeheartedly that Kongtai would never allow her to come to harm. That a smile lingered on her lips, her eyes narrowing into crescent moon's dough. By the way, how do you wish to deal with this fellow? Oh, whatever. Gwena shrugged nonchalantly. Very well then, I never intended to spare him, Kongtai replied, his gaze fixed on Creek as he suddenly intensified the pressure within his domain. Then perish, Creek, immobilized by the relentless force, began to struggle even more violently as an even greater pressure bore down upon him, crushing him inward. Blood gushed from his mouth, eyes, and ears, while the sound of cracking bones echoed in the air. After a brief wait, he gradually ceased his movements, leaving behind a massive bloodied sphere encased in metal. Since you so adore your armor, let it serve as your coffin, Kongtai thought to himself. Directing the blood sphere beneath the deck, that he had no intention of touching such a disgusting object. The sphere swiftly shot through the deck, pierced the hull, and vanished into the depths of the sea. Next, Kongtai raised his head, a red glimmer flashing in his eyes, as his observation haki swept over the entire warship. Aside from his companions, not a single pirate remained standing, but he couldn't help but marvel at the prowess of Conqueror's haki. Rightfully dubbed the weapon of showmanship and the reaper of minions, this ability had awakened naturally 2 years prior, likely connected to his altered psyche and perhaps his unwavering confidence. After all, in this world, few could claim the power to eliminate him, unless, of course, they wielded some miraculous force unknown to him. Hey, can you three still move? Kongtai called out to the trio sprawled among the fallen pirates. Don't worry, I could take on 10 more, Ahua exclaimed, springing to his feet and raising his hands triumphantly. Oh really? Who was it just a moment ago who nearly got sliced in two? Aluo retorted, dusting himself off as he stood. Indeed, he had narrowly escaped a pirate's ambush, thanks to Aluo's intervention. Tao, observing their antics, sighed and lit a cigarette. These two had just fought side by side. Yet now they were bickering again. All right, enough of this. Let's go check on the spoils. With that, Kongtai turned and headed toward the second level of the ship, the captain's quarters. With a creak, he pushed open the old wooden door to reveal a room cluttered with treasures and a mountain of berries. It was evident that these were the spoils of Creek's pirate crew from their recent exploits. Clearly, they had not yet had the chance to sort through them, as traces of fresh blood could still be seen on some of the berries. Kongtai casually scanned the room, losing interest when he found nothing particularly remarkable. You all sort through the loot and bring it back, he instructed Ahua and the others before taking Guana's hand and returning to the pseudo-Mary. Gazing at the formidable warship, Kongtai unsheathed his sword and effortlessly slashed through it. A massive crescent-shaped silver-gray arc cleaved through the vessel, causing it to split in two. The sea surged violently into the gaping wound, slowly dragging the colossal ship beneath the waves. As the tide rolled in, the severed halves of the warship drifted apart, clearing a path before the pseudo-Mary. Kongtai sheathed the sword, reclined in a nearby lounge chair, and grasped a juice from the table beside him, giving it a gentle shake before taking a sip. He then raised his right hand and called out, "All right, mates, hoist the sails." Instantly, the trio beneath the mast sprang into action. Aluo, climbing the mast, strained to unfurl the sail. The wind gusted, filling the sail rapidly as the pseudo-Mary surged forward, racing between the two halves of the shattered warship. Kongtai cast a disinterested glance at the pirates still aboard the wreckage, paying them little mind that if fortune smiled upon the pirates, they might awaken in time to survive adrift on the vast ocean without a ship or provisions. But not everyone possesses the protagonist's luck like Monkey D. Luffy. A devil fruit user, Kongtai had set sail on a tiny boat, not even a proper vessel, only to have it capsize shortly thereafter, eventually seeking refuge within a barrel and drifting at sea for days without perishing. Truly, the hallmark of a protagonist's aura. On the pseudo-Mary, Kongtai lay beneath a small blanket on the foredeck, perusing the day's newspaper. Apart from trivial matters, the articles were filled with tales of pirate plundering. Since the dawn of the Great Pirate Era, such news had been a daily occurrence, growing tiresome. Despite the decade that had passed since the era's inception, an increasing number of pirates continued to set sail. These new pirates were likely the younger generation, raised on tales of the Pirate King, all eager to seek out some grand treasure, oblivious to the reality that such fortunes were beyond their reach. In 2 years, the protagonists of this world will set sail, while the great treasure awaits them. As he flipped through the pages, he suddenly paused, astonished to see the headline of the newspaper boldly proclaiming, "Once again, an island falls from the sky, ruthlessly destroying the towns below." Beneath the headline lay a report accompanied by an image. The report detailed how, the night before last, an island had plummeted from the heavens, crashing violently onto Corgi Island, obliterating the entire town. Nearby islands felt the tremendous tremor, yet fortunately, no tsunami followed. Below the report was a photograph that occupied half the page. The image depicted a devastated island resembling a corgi dog, with a smaller island nestled in its center. The surrounding ruins indicated that this place had once been a thriving town, now mostly buried beneath the smaller island. What bad luck, to be entombed by a mere island. The world is indeed astonishing, filled with all sorts of peculiar tales. Kongtai shook his head. Island. Upon hearing Kongtai's murmurs, Guena, reclining nearby, swiftly sat up. She extended her hand toward Kongtai, her curiosity piqued. Show me, Kongtai. Here, take it. Kongtai handed the newspaper page to Guena, sighing as he mused. The ocean is truly magical. Just moments ago, they might have been enjoying hot pot and singing, only to be buried by a descending island. With no one to hold accountable, Guena took the newspaper and began to read. As she perused the text, she seemed to ponder something deeply, lowering her head in thought. What's wrong? Kongtai noticed Guena's contemplative state and gently inquired. I feel like I've seen a scene like this before. Seen it? Yes, I have. Guena suddenly looked up, her expression one of realization. I remember now. Kongtai straightened up, his eyes sparkling with curiosity as he fixed his gaze on Guena. What did you remember? I think I encountered a similar news story a decade ago. She paused before continuing. Once, a newspaper my father brought back from the sea documented an event strikingly similar to this one, an island descending from the sky, destroying everything in its path. She looked up at Kongtai, her brows furrowing slightly, her mood dampening. That was around the time you first arrived, right? Oh, so it was 10 years ago. Kongtai nodded, recalling that he hadn't yet developed the habit of reading newspapers back then. No wonder I didn't know, he sighed quietly, placing the newspaper down and smoothing Guena's furrowed brow with his hand. Alas, such natural disasters are beyond our control. I hope everyone is safe, although he knew it was unlikely that all were unharmed. He still silently prayed for their well-being. The ocean is indeed unfathomable. Even in the East Sea, natural calamities are inevitable. Perhaps this small island was swept up by the currents, only to fall upon Corgi Island. The East Sea is unpredictable, and the Grand Line is even more so, with weather and conditions that defy logic. Many pirates and merchant ships that venture into the Grand Line do not perish solely at the hands of enemies. Most succumb to the sea's bizarre weather and ferocious sea beasts, forever entombed beneath the waves. Kongtai shook his head, casting aside such thoughts. He looked at Guena and said, All right, stop frowning so much. You'll get wrinkles. How could that be? I'm only 16, blooming like a flower. It's far too early for wrinkles, Guena retorted, brushing aside Kongtai's hand, her previously somber demeanor brightening with a smile once more. Yet you're older than me by a year. You should be the one fretting about wrinkles. Soon enough, you'll be an old man. If I'm an old man, then you'll be an old woman. And haven't you heard the saying? What saying? Men become more distinguished with age, and both Lolas and young women adore older men. Kongtai, seeing Guena's spirits lift, spoke earnestly. Ha! Guena burst into laughter. Kongtai's eyes softened as he gazed at the laughing Guena, a gentle smile gradually spreading across his face. These events held no significance for them, no matter how great the natural disaster or fierce the beasts. Nothing could halt their journey. Kongtai, a massive ship appears ahead. It must be the Baratie. At that moment, Alo's voice rang out from above. Hearing the call, Kongtai gently set down his cup, tossed aside the small blanket draped over him, slipped on his slippers, and rose to his feet. He approached the bow of the ship, directing his gaze toward the horizon where the sea met the sky. The midday sun cast a haze upon the distant waters, resembling steam rising from a pot. Through the distorted air, a colossal vessel, shaped like a fish, came into view. The ship's deck featured 3 levels, painted a verdant hue. From afar, it appeared akin to a giant green fish. The massive mast remained unfurled, its top adorned with a flag bearing the bold letters BT in black against a white background framed in red. The meaning of these letters eluded him. Yet they seemed to carry an air of insult. It seemed they would remain anchored in these waters for some time. As they drew nearer, Kongtai noticed a white naval ship docked behind the giant vessel, alongside over a dozen smaller sailboats. These smaller vessels were likely merchant ships passing through. They anchored the pseudo-mare beside the naval ship, furled their sails, and lowered the anchor, glancing at the naval ship. Kongtai could see sailors resting aboard. The sailors merely cast a cursory glance at them before returning to their business. As long as they weren't pirates, it didn't concern them. Since the Baratie could not be directly accessed, they had to take a small boat to approach. They lowered the spare boat and paddled toward the floating restaurant. The Baratie, reputed to be the finest dining establishment in the East Sea, attracted many patrons who came specifically to savor the culinary delights crafted by the owner and chef, Zeph. Even important figures within the Navy frequented this establishment. Here, regardless of whether one was a Navy officer or a pirate, a noble or a commoner, as long as they arrived hungry, they would undoubtedly be well fed. The somewhat antiquated, heavy wooden doors of the Baratie creaked ominously, overshadowing the gentle melodies wafting from within. Decay. Tai pushed open the restaurant's grand doors, leading the way inside, followed closely by Guena and Allah. The diners within the restaurant briefly turned their heads to glance at the entrance before returning to their meals. It was only then that the soothing, elegant music, the clinking of glasses and cutlery, and the soft murmur of conversation enveloped them. Welcome. The moment they entered, a burly figure with a pink scarf, resembling a fierce sailor, appeared seemingly out of nowhere. Bending slightly at the waist, rubbing his hands together with a broad grin, Patty had noticed them the instant they walked in, rushing over at his usual swift pace to welcome them. These guests looked like wealthy patrons, and Patty delighted in catering to affluent clientele that he relished their generosity and had little patience for the impoverished. Kongtai regarded Patty with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes, politely stating, "We've heard that this place serves the finest cuisine in the East Sea. We've come specifically to sample it. Could you kindly provide some recommendations?" Patty, momentarily taken aback by Kongtai's sunny disposition, realized he hadn't encountered such polite patrons in quite some time. This was the Baratie, where the majority of guests were pirates. One couldn't expect courtesy from them. He regained his composure, and a hint of sincerity emerged amidst the professional smile adorning his face as he addressed Kongtai with a grin. "Esteemed guests, please make yourselves comfortable inside. Allow me the pleasure of providing you with a detailed introduction shortly." This fellow, once a fearsome pirate, had later allied himself with the renowned sea restaurant, Redfoot Zeph, becoming a chef. Now, he served as both a chef and combatant at the Baratie restaurant. Thus, he referred to everyone as esteemed guests. Patty glanced at the number of Kongtai's party, then turned and called out to the kitchen, "5 guests have entered the establishment." He then slightly bent at the waist, gesturing with his right hand towards a vacant table by the window, indicating for Kongtai and his companions to follow. "Esteemed guests, this way please. The Baratie restaurant shall exert every effort to serve you." Patty arrived first at the round table, assisting Kongtai and his party by pulling out their chairs. After they were seated, he accepted a glass of lemonade and a cup handed to him by another chef behind him, pouring the refreshing drink for each of them. He then stepped back, positioning himself to the side, and warmly addressed Kongtai. "Esteemed guest, please indulge in some tea." "Well, pray tell, what culinary delights do you offer?" Kongtai inquired as he lifted the glass, savoring a sip of the lemonade, tart yet sweet. "Quite delightful." Patty produced a notebook and pen from his pocket and began to elaborate. "Esteemed guests, our restaurant features a variety of dishes daily, primarily contingent on the fresh ingredients we receive. Today, we have the largest abalone and sea cucumbers from the East Sea, as well as the unique mackerel from the Kingdom of Gorin." He paused momentarily before continuing. "However, the finest ingredients of today are not these, but rather a selection of sea fish and lobsters sourced from the Grand Line." Patty observed the eager expressions on Kongtai and his companions, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes, causing his smile to grow even brighter. "What do you say, esteemed guests? Would you care to sample them?" He posed this question to each wealthy patron, knowing full well that the ingredients were indeed exquisite, albeit slightly pricey. Such delicacies were only affordable to these affluent gentlemen. As for the less fortunate, they were not even deemed worthy of lemonade. Patty was nothing if not pragmatic. Ahu, who had been brimming with excitement since entering Baratie, could no longer restrain himself. He called out to Patty, "Let us set aside the ingredients for now. Is it possible for the esteemed head chef, Zeph, to prepare our meal?" Zeph had been a celebrated chef over a decade ago, and after establishing Baratie, he had ascended to become the most renowned chef in the East Sea. Ahu, also a chef, was well aware of Zeph's reputation, having heard his name mentioned by his father on numerous occasions. Though his own culinary career spanned merely 2 years, he was eager to experience the culinary artistry of the East Sea's finest chef. Hoping to draw inspiration for his own aspirations, despite being somewhat of a slacker, Ahu held a deep respect for the culinary profession. Certainly, esteemed guest, the customer is akin to a deity. Do not hesitate in requesting the head chef to prepare your meals. I would even dance for you if need be. However, as he spoke, Kongtai noticed Patty, who was standing nearby, rubbing his hands together with an obsequious expression. Despite Patty's fearsome appearance, his actions bore a hint of endearment. Kongtai chuckled, but that would require a little extra payment, wouldn't it? Indeed, Patty replied without a trace of embarrassment, as the prices for meals prepared by the head chef were undoubtedly higher than those made by the average cook. As for his own service fee, the more, the merrier. Now, please hurry and bring forth your finest dishes for today. Kongtai waved his hands, revealing fingers adorned with numerous gold rings, trinkets he had collected from the ship of Captain Creek. Not only did he wear an abundance of gold rings, but he also sported several thick gold chains around his neck, insisting that Ahu and the others wore similar jewelry. That it was no wonder Patty was so eager to please. Understood, esteemed guest. I shall call upon the head chef to prepare your meals right away. In Patty's mind, the customer was akin to a deity, and wealthy patrons were regarded as the deities of deities. Faced with such obvious affluence and a palpable display of newfound wealth, he felt compelled to exert 100% of his enthusiasm to extract as many berries from their pockets as possible. Isn't this merely a nouveau riche? The nearby naval officers could no longer bear the sight. This fellow had not displayed such deference when addressing them. Wasn't it said that the customer is king? Why then did he treat the deities with such disparity? Esteemed gentlemen, please hold for a moment. I shall attend to something and return shortly. Patty turned, instantly straightening his posture, and the smile on his face vanished in an instant. He walked slowly toward the group of naval officers, plastering on a professional yet insincere grin as he spoke. Gentlemen, please refrain from raising your voices. You are disturbing my esteemed guests. There were indeed hierarchies among customers. And these naval officers were, in his eyes, quintessentially destitute that he could hardly care less about their identities. In his perspective, there were only three types of people: the utterly impoverished who could not afford a meal, his most despised group; the poor who could afford basic bread and fish soup, he would attend to them, but without excessive warmth; and finally, the wealthy who could indulge in whatever they desired. These were the true deities in his eyes. There was, however, a fourth category: individuals like Kongtai, who represented the deities among deities. Your attitude is rather conspicuous, is it not? One officer remarked. Is it? Patty replied dismissively. Is it not obvious? Your insincere smile aimed at us is discernible to all. You appear even more impatient now. What? Are we so unwelcomed? Oh, is it? Patty forced a smile wider than before, a grimace that was more painful than pleasing, and asked, Are you gentlemen satisfied now? Not in the least. Your service is even more perfunctory than before. The naval officers rose in unison, shouting at Patty. As he regarded the naval officers, Patty's smile vanished, replaced by a glimmer of menace as he spoke once more. Gentlemen, might I kindly ask you to lower your voices? Having once been a pirate, he had no intention of coddling these naval officers, particularly the financially strained ones. What? Do you intend to strike us? The naval officers, taken aback by Patty's fierce demeanor, raised their voices even louder. What? Have their weapons malfunctioned, or do they no longer possess any authority? Even a mere waiter dares to confront them with hostility. Little did they know of Patty's past. He had once been a pirate of no repute, one who had never even garnered a bounty. Their commotion attracted the attention of the entire restaurant and drew the gaze of Zeph upstairs, along with Sanji from the kitchen. Enough, Patty. Do you wish to damage the furniture once more? A low, aged voice resonated, capturing the attention of all present. Descending the staircase was an elderly man clad in a chef's uniform, donning an exceedingly tall chef's hat. With his golden beard braided into two lengthy twists that hung by his lips, the wooden prosthetic leg thudded against the wooden floor, echoing with each step. As the old man approached, the once boisterous naval officers fell silent, not out of fear of his imposing presence, but out of respect for the elderly gentleman. Ordinary patrons may not have been acquainted with his past, but the naval officers were well aware. This old man had once been the captain of a notorious pirate crew, famed throughout the East Sea for his exceptional leg techniques, which had left opponents bleeding profusely and his own feet stained with their blood. He was known as Redfoot Zeph, Though he no longer sailed the seas as a pirate, his legacy loomed large. No one could predict whether he might suddenly unleash his legendary kick upon them. As he reached the naval officers, Zeph first delivered a swift kick to Patty, saying, "What are you standing around for? Hurry and attend to the ingredients. It is quite disrespectful to keep the guests waiting." Patty pouted, evidently unperturbed by Zeph. He swiftly turned and made his way toward the table occupied by Kongtai and his companions. Upon reaching Kongtai, the fellow's previously menacing expression morphed instantly into a beaming smile. Blooming like a chrysanthemum, that he hunched slightly, rubbing his hands beside his head, and ingratiatingly inquired, "Do you have any further commands, esteemed sir?" In the restaurant, the corners of everyone's mouths twitched in collective silence. Isn't this a bit too obvious? Kongtai smirked, somewhat exasperated as he regarded Patty, who truly was a piece of work. "Don't stand so close. I can see your nose hairs. It's quite revolting. Hurry and get to cooking." "Understood, esteemed guest. Your request is my utmost priority." He slowly retreated a few steps, straightening his bent posture, swiftly concealing his smile as he entered the kitchen. The other patrons, witnessing the lack of excitement, gradually returned to their previous states. "That is this all there is?" Some among them had heard tales of the chef's penchant for engaging in brawls with pirates and other guests, having come specifically to witness the spectacle. Zep, observing the few naval officers standing rigidly before him, spoke with a hint of indifference. "Go fetch your captain. Last, we are old friends, after all. That fellow always arrives here first, though. By the way, I haven't seen you before. Are you new to the ship?" "Yes, Mr. Zep," one of the naval officers replied cautiously. "If there's nothing else, we shall go summon our captain." "Off you go, off you go." Zep waved them away. The naval officers breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly exited the restaurant, observing Zep handle the situation with such ease. Kongtai exaggeratedly remarked, "Ah, truly a man of renown. You exude an impressive aura, esteemed guest." "I am but a humble restaurant owner," Zep replied, standing beside Kongtai with an air of calm. "Nevertheless, regardless of who you are, could you expedite the cooking process?" Kongtai shrugged nonchalantly. "Very well, esteemed guest, please bear with me. Even the quickest of culinary endeavors requires time." With a flourish, Kongtai produced a stack of berries from his pocket and casually tossed them onto the table. "And now?" Zep's lips twitched. He sensed that Kongtai was mocking him. "Esteemed guest, even the fastest preparation requires at least half an hour. And now?" The same gesture, the same amount of money. Zep's previously impassive expression began to reveal a smile. And he slightly bent at the waist. "If this is your method of humiliation, then please, escalate it. Esteemed guest, I can only expedite by 20 minutes. I cannot proceed any faster, or my old bones may well fall apart." This time, he produced a hefty stack, no less than 7 or 8 bundles. "And now?" Kongtai looked at the now pale-faced Zep with amusement, his smile growing ever brighter. This method of throwing money at someone was rather delightful, especially considering that it was all merely found wealth. Indeed, found wealth, as the seas were teeming with pirates waiting for their bounty to be collected. From the moment he set sail, he was no longer the one who had to borrow money to build ships. From now on, he would be known as Kongtai, the wealthy. That he had already reserved all the berries from the pirate crews he would encounter in the future. Zep, gazing at the berries on the table, could no longer maintain his composure. He gradually bent at the waist, a stiff smile gracing his face as he rubbed his hands together while looking at Kongtai. "Esteemed guest, I assure you, in 5 minutes, just 5 minutes, I will have the dishes ready." It wasn't he that he lacked principles. Rather, the offer before him was simply too enticing. Observing Zep's resemblance to Patty from earlier, Kongtai burst into hearty laughter. "Ha!" The trio of Ahua, who had been quietly watching the exchange, joined in the laughter, unable to contain themselves any longer. They laughed heartily while pounding the table, producing a cacophony of bang, bang, bang. Meanwhile, Kana covered her mouth, her shoulders shaking with mirth, producing a sound as clear as silver bells. Zep straightened his posture, smiling at the 5 who were laughing uncontrollably. He had long since recognized that Kongtai was merely jesting with him and had played along. Otherwise, did they think he truly coveted the money on the table? Once Kongtai and the others had laughed to their heart's content, Zep finally inquired, "Young man, judging by your attire, you hardly seem like pirates. Are you planning a leisure trip or truly seeking adventure?" "Adventure? Of course. We intend to circle the Grand Line," Ahua replied excitedly. From the moment they set sail, Kongtai had informed them that this was their objective. The Grand Line. What a nostalgic place. Zepp's face reflected a sense of longing. Ahua and the others only knew Zepp as a chef and were unaware of his past as a pirate. They were neither Kongtai nor naval officers, though, judging by your expression, Mr. Zepp, have you ventured onto the Grand Line before? Ahua asked, adjusting his glasses with keen interest. Zepp smiled wistfully, reminiscing. Indeed, I once had a dream and gathered a group of like-minded companions to sail the Grand Line. He paused, his countenance growing serious as he continued. We only sailed the Grand Line for a year before our entire crew was annihilated. Had we not encountered a benevolent vessel, I might not have returned. And what happened then? How did you come to open a restaurant at sea? Alo leaned on the table, looking at Zepp with curiosity. Upon hearing Alo's question, Ahua and Aodao nodded in agreement, their eyes fixed on Zepp with intrigue. They were indifferent to the dangers of the Grand Line. Having never experienced it themselves, and moreover, having Kongtai's formidable strength by their side, they were far more interested in what could compel someone to establish a restaurant amidst the vast ocean. Surely, it must have been the result of many fascinating experiences that led to such an idea. Noting the curious gazes from Ahua and the others, a flicker of trepidation crossed Zepp's eyes as he pulled out a chair and sat beside Kongtai, gradually recounting his harrowing ordeal at sea, detailing his shipwreck and subsequent survival on a deserted island. He refrained from delving too deeply into his leg and Sanji. After listening to Zepp's tale, Ahua pushed up his glasses, his eyes lighting up. So, Mr. Zepp, you have experienced extreme hunger. Thus, in order to provide a dining establishment for those venturing out to sea during times of hunger, you conceived the idea of opening a restaurant on the ocean? Indeed, Zepp confirmed succinctly, eliciting expressions of admiration from all present. For a chef, what a noble and grand aspiration it was. Zepp regarded the group before him. Intrigued only by Baratie, while adopting a nonchalant attitude toward the dangers of the Grand Line, he kindly offered a word of caution. Young lads, I advise you to prepare thoroughly before setting sail. The perils of the Grand Line are unlike anything in the four seas. It is a gathering place for the fiercest pirates from all four corners. Pirates? Outhouse shrugged nonchalantly, producing a cigarette case and offering it to Zepp with a smile. Mr. Zepp, care for a smoke? Zepp looked at Aodao and quickly waved his hands, explaining, I never let these hands touch such things. I fear they would taint my culinary creations. Aodao observed Zepp's earnest demeanor and retracted the cigarette case, lighting one for himself instead. Recognizing that Kongtai and the others did not regard pirates with much concern, Zepp continued with gravitas. Pirates can be dealt with. There's always a chance to escape. However, should you find yourselves unfortunate enough to encounter catastrophic weather, congratulations. You may very well find your entire crew obliterated. I, for one, encountered such a calamity and lost my entire crew, observing Zepp's serious warning. Kongtai's smile faded as he replied, rest assured, Mr. Zepp, I have waited over a decade to set sail. How could I possibly be unprepared? A faint yet terrifying aura emanated from him as he solemnly addressed Zepp. I have set sail specifically to attain the title of the strongest and to witness the extraordinary beauty of the Grand Line. Ahu and the other two nodded in agreement, although they were merely tagging along. It did not diminish their enthusiasm for the adventure. As for me, I have embarked on this journey to become the mightiest female swordsman, to keep pace with Kongtai. Guena, seated to Kongtai's left, spoke with unwavering determination. Sensing Kongtai's formidable aura and unyielding will, Zepp couldn't help but marvel at the power of dreams. It was truly magnificent. In the beginning, he too had ventured forth in search of the legendary All Blue. Driven by his aspirations, this thought inevitably led him to Sanji, who shared the same dream. That fellow had persistently refused to set sail to pursue his own ambitions, just as Zepp contemplated Sanji. The latter made his entrance. A shadow darted out from the kitchen, sweeping past Kongtai and stopping right beside Guena. Facing her, he knelt on one knee, clutching his chest with one hand while raising a red rose with the other, exclaiming loudly, Ah, mighty ocean, I thank you for granting me this encounter today. Guena was taken aback by the sight of this fellow clad in a black suit, with golden hair and uniquely curled eyebrows. But soon her expression turned blank as she observed his antics. Noticing Guena's increasingly indifferent demeanor, Sanji became even more animated, covering his face and proclaiming, Ah, love, mock me all you wish for enduring this unbearable agony. As long as I can be with you, I am prepared to embrace any fate, be it that of a pirate or a demon. Kongtai and Ahu's trio could only grimace. Kongtai was astonished and speechless at Sanji's sudden appearance and his exaggerated gestures, while Ahu's group merely mourned for the poor soul, truly courting disaster, they thought. Indeed, their suspicions were soon validated. Goina felt a wave of revulsion wash over her. She sprang to her feet, raised her leg, and delivered a swift kick to Sanji's head. With a thud, his head tilted, sending him crashing to the ground. Despite being on the floor, he gazed up at Goina, his eyes sparkling with heart's goddess, how beautifully you kick. Goina was genuinely disgusted by his behavior, hastily retreating behind Kongtai, clinging to him as she whined. Kongtai, this fellow is simply too repulsive. Kongtai glared at Sanji, who had indeed proven that his reputation for lewdness was well-deserved. Hey, who do you think you are? Keep your distance from my goddess. Sanji, noticing Goina clinging to Kongtai's back, finally took note of him. Upon seeing Kongtai's appearance, alarm bells rang in his mind. He had always considered himself quite handsome, but in comparison to Kongtai, he felt utterly insignificant. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he stood up as if nothing had happened, fixing his intense gaze on Kongtai, awaiting his response. I am your goddess's fiancé. Who do you think I am? Kongtai replied in a dispassionate tone. Regardless of the circumstances, no one would feel particularly pleased when their fiancé was being harassed by a lecher. Even if they understood that the lecher had no ill intentions and was merely a hopeless romantic, it did not prevent Kongtai from feeling a tinge of aversion upon their first meeting. Oh, so you are the fiancé. Sanji's reaction was somewhat sluggish. It took him a moment to process before he stared at Kongtai in astonishment and asked, What did you say? I said I am your goddess's fiancé. Is that not clear enough? Kongtai replied, exasperated. Sanji paused for a moment, his expression quickly darkening as he lowered his head, muttering, Ah, love. You arrived so suddenly and departed just as swiftly. It ended before it even began. He then calmly took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a puff. He may have been a romantic, but he was not crude enough to pursue another man's fiancé. Well, at that moment, he finally noticed Zepp standing beside Kongtai. His expression grim, he called out, Hey, you old geezer, why are you down here? Shouldn't you be resting upstairs? This is my restaurant. Am I not allowed to come down? Zepp retorted, quickening his pace towards Sanji. You, on the other hand, are being rather rude in front of the guests. With that, Zepp raised his prosthetic limb and swiftly delivered a kick to Sanji, the sound of which striking flesh echoed as Sanji found himself on the ground once more. Lying there, he rubbed his head and glared at Zepp, shouting angrily, Hey, you old geezer, I'm the sous chef here. Can't you show me a little respect? Zepp calmly regarded Sanji, his tone flat as he replied, You not only easily provoke conflicts with customers, but you also rush to flatter any woman you see, and you cannot produce anything palatable. He paused, holding back the remainder of his thoughts. He had initially considered sending Sanji out to sea with Kongtai and the others. From their earlier conversation, he sensed their determination and recognized that Sanji's dreams did not conflict with theirs. In fact, they aligned quite well. However, seeing the apparent disdain from Kongtai and Goina towards Sanji made him reconsider. After all, while dreams were undeniably important, finding companions who could pursue those dreams together was even more crucial. Sanji rose, furrowing his brow as he glared at Zepp and declared loudly, I won't dispute your words. But don't take it too far, old man. That aside, I absolutely will not allow you to belittle my cooking. Oh, really? Zepp regarded Sanji with a look of disdain. Then today, you will prepare the meal for these guests. If you can satisfy them, I will retract my statement. Zepp was willing to test the waters. Perhaps Kongtai and his friends would recognize Sanji's culinary skills and let go of their initial aversion. After all, it was rare to find someone they could appreciate. Just you wait, Sanji shouted to Kongtai and the others before turning to enter the kitchen. Once inside, Zepp turned to Kongtai and asked, So, what do you think? I'll let Sanji cook for you, that if you're not satisfied, I won't charge you. Old man, you don't expect this guy to join us at sea, do you? Kongtai inquired, puzzled. I'm telling you, my ship is in need of a doctor. There is no space for another cook, Zepp replied. Though, if we could find a musician, that would be nice as well, since the sea can get a bit dull. Kongtai did not harbor any strong dislike for Sanji. He simply felt that the latter could only truly shine within the Straw Hat crew. He had not even brought Zoro along, so how could he possibly take Sanji? While he understood that even if he invited Zoro, the latter would not join him at sea, he acknowledged that Zoro was aware of the safety in sailing with Kongtai. However, it was precisely that safety that kept Zoro from embarking on the journey. Without the trials of life and death, no matter how talented Zoro was, he could never become the strongest. The current trio of Ahus served as a testament to this. They could only handle ordinary pirates for the time being. And once they reached the Grand Line, if they did not find any devil fruits, they would be reduced to mere tools. There were no weaklings in that realm. That Kuena's unwavering conviction stemmed from the promise they had made in their youth. Additionally, Kongtai's consistent support in her training had allowed her to surpass ordinary swordsmen and strive towards becoming a grandmaster. In summary, there simply was no place for Sanji on his ship. Indeed, it is not merely due to Sanji's lasciviousness that he and Ka find themselves in a slight disagreement. He is far too magnanimous for such pettiness. If he were compelled to select a companion from the Straw Hat crew, his choice would undoubtedly fall upon Chopper. This fellow, with a bounty of a mere 100 berries, boasts the audacity to flaunt a worth of 100 million. That not only can he serve as a doctor, but he can also be a pet, and in the absence of provisions, he could even become a makeshift meal. Truly, he is an exceptional companion for both home and travel. Nevertheless, he is acutely aware of the improbability of such a scenario. In truth, he realizes that he might not even be able to persuade Sanji. Lacking the charismatic allure of Monkey D. Luffy, even if he were inclined, Sanji might not choose to set sail alongside him. In this regard, he possesses a commendable degree of self-awareness at Baratie, as the table became increasingly laden with an array of delectable dishes. The famished Sora and his companions wasted no time in indulging in the feast. Indeed, one must concede that the culinary creations of Sanji are undeniably exquisite. At the very least, this banquet represents the finest fare they have ever had the pleasure of experiencing. Fast forward a few hours prior, shortly after Sora and his comrades had vanquished the Krieg pirates, an incident concerning them unfolded within the Navy. The Navy headquarters in Marineford, the very epicenter of the naval organization and the bastion of its might. The architecture is a testament to its martial purpose. Viewed from a distance, it resembles a colossal military stronghold. Approaching closer, the fortress reveals itself to be even more awe-inspiring. The grand circular harbor at the forefront bustles with a multitude of naval vessels of varying sizes. The decks of these ships are teeming with sailors, and among them, one can spot several pirates shackled by iron chains. The bounties on these pirates are merely the tip of the iceberg, with some boasting rewards in the tens of millions, and others, frequently seen in the newspapers, reaching upwards of 70 or 80 million, or even exceeding 100 million. This is the daily endeavor of the Navy, maintaining order across the oceans under the banner of absolute justice. The capture of pirates, due to the sheer number of captives and their restlessness, the harbor is remarkably noisy. In stark contrast, the office of the Fleet Admiral, located within the most prominent building of the fortress, exudes an air of profound tranquility. Within the chamber sit three individuals. In the center is the Fleet Admiral Sengoku, known as the Buddha and the strategist. To his left sits the Vice Admiral Tsuru, referred to as the Great Advisor. To his right is the Lieutenant Commander Brannu, tasked with the transmission of intelligence. Sengoku, adorned with frog-shaped glasses and sporting a braided beard, wears a hat emblazoned with a seagull emblem, symbolizing the Navy. He is engrossed in contemplation as he studies two photographs and accompanying documents laid out before him. The images prominently feature Sora and his companions. The first captures their 5 figures standing on the railing of the battleship Marine Sword, confronting the Krieg pirates. The second depicts the Sophie sailing boldly through the severed remnants of the Marine Sword. Brannu, do share your analysis of the intelligence, Sengoku suddenly inquires, lifting his gaze toward Brannu. Yes, Admiral Sengoku, Brannu replies promptly, with his green curls, sunglasses, thick lips, and clad in a white shirt adorned with blue stripes beneath his navy cloak. He strides to a nearby blackboard. Grasping a pointer, he solemnly addresses the gathered assembly. The Krieg pirates, led by Captain Krieg, with a bounty of 17 million, are reputed to be the strongest pirate crew in the East Blue. Enough, Brannu, get to the point, Sengoku interjects, resting his hands on the table, a glimmer of intensity in his eyes. His interest lies not in the Krieg pirates, but rather in the rumored presence of a master swordsman aboard a newly launched vessel. Very well, Admiral Sengoku, Brannu continues, bypassing the Krieg bounty details and directing attention to 4 photographs, 2 of which are the same as those on the table, while the others feature close-ups of Sora and Konoha. The clarity of these images suggests they were captured from a considerable distance. Point 1 must acknowledge the formidable intelligence capabilities of the Navy, or perhaps, more accurately, the world government, by sheer coincidence or some other stroke of fate. An intelligence-gathering seagull happened to be nearby during the clash between Sora and the Krieg pirates. Following the receipt of these photographs from the world government, the Navy swiftly deduced the identities of Sora and his companions in under 2 hours. Pointing to Sora's photo, Brand New states, Sora, from the vicinity of the Gaia Kingdom in the East Blue, a student of the Ichi Shin Dojo, recently set sail, with his current objectives remaining unclear. He then gestures toward Kona. Kona, also hailing from the same dojo, is not a student but the daughter of the dojo's master. Pausing to gauge the reactions of Sengoku and Tsuru, he solemnly declares, based on the available intelligence, Kunao appears to be a swordsman, while Sora likely possesses the potential to be a grand swordsman. Such a distinction warrants our utmost attention. While there are many swordsmen in this world, grand swordsmen are exceedingly rare. Do we have any insight into their destination? At that moment, Tsuru, her white hair adorned with green earrings and gold bangles on her right wrist, inquires calmly, leaning against the table as she scrutinizes the blackboard. In response, Brand New gestures toward a map of the East Blue. Analyzing their course, they have not made any stops at islands, but are heading directly toward Logtown. It stands to reason that their destination is the Grand Line. Furthermore, given that their ship does not fly a pirate flag, it is equally plausible that they are merely on a leisurely voyage. Sengoku nods thoughtfully, turning his gaze toward Tsuru. What is your perspective? Prous. After a moment of contemplation, Tsuru meets Sengoku's gaze and replies, from the current intelligence, we have not identified any threats posed by them. I recommend we observe their movements, since their destination is the Grand Line. We shall ascertain their intentions upon their arrival. Given their group's strength, they are unlikely to remain inconspicuous even upon reaching the Grand Line. Very well. Let us proceed in this manner, Sengoku concedes, directing his attention to Brand New. Brand New, transmit their photographs to the various East Blue branches, instructing them to refrain from engaging with this group unless they undertake any harmful actions. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. Brand New salutes and exits the office, in the wake of his departure. Sengoku and Tsuru remain, and the former's previously stern demeanor begins to relax. Leaning back in his chair, he sighs, Tsuru, it has become increasingly evident over the past 2 years that the number of pirates venturing out to sea is on the rise. Indeed, not only in the 4 seas but even the Grand Line is witnessing a surge of pirates, including several formidable foes, which has intensified the pressure on the Navy in recent years. Enough of this chatter, Sengoku interjects, rubbing his temples as he grimaces from a headache. What troubles me now is that old rascal Garp's grandson, Ace, that I hear he has gone to challenge Whitebeard. Yes, that old fool is currently in the New World. Let's hope nothing untoward occurs. Tsuru expresses her concern. Meanwhile, outside the Baratie, on a naval vessel from Base 123, Colonel Rast is experiencing his own headaches. What? What did you say? Rast inquires loudly, looking incredulously at the naval soldiers before him. Chef Zeph has summoned you to dine in the restaurant. One of the soldiers replies. That's not what I meant. What was the previous statement? Another soldier interjects, interrupting the first. There are several suspicious individuals in the restaurant, 4 men and 1 woman. Indeed, it is precisely so. Those 4 men are adorned with an abundance of gold jewelry, unmistakably indicating that they have come by it through robbery. The first to speak, a naval officer, eagerly seized the opportunity to embellish the narrative with fervor. He was unable to tolerate the ostentatious demeanor of the individuals before him. Oh, you think it could be them? Ruster inquired, handing over the photograph in his possession. This was the reason for his absence from the dining establishment. He had initially intended to dine, but was abruptly notified of crucial information transmitted from the base via facsimile. This intelligence had been relayed from the naval headquarters to the branch base. Upon recognizing that the current patrol route of their base commander coincided with the direction in which the group led by Kongtai was advancing, the station naval personnel promptly transmitted the information and image to the military navigation unit. After reviewing the photograph and the details, he lamented that he would soon be returning to port, concluding this patrol mission, thereby missing the chance to encounter Kongtai's crew. To his surprise, the opportunity arose so unexpectedly. Yes, it is indeed them, the naval soldiers chorused as they received the photograph, nodding in unison. Although the image was not particularly clear, they recognized the 5 individuals from the restaurant at first glance. The silver-haired Kongtai and the deep blue-haired Gana were unmistakable. Upon hearing their responses, Ruster's countenance grew grave. He contemplated for a moment before addressing the naval officers with resolute authority. Set sail. Return to base 123. Our mission has concluded. Colonel Ruster, are we not dining? The sailors queried in confusion. Not any longer. Take a look at this. He then handed them another piece of paper. The sailors gathered around, examining the contents. And their expressions collectively shifted to one of shock. They could scarcely fathom that the silver-haired youth among them might indeed be a formidable swordsman. The mere thought sent shivers down their spines. Cold sweat trickling down that a swordsman of such caliber was a force to be reckoned with, even in the Grand Line. How fortunate they were that they had not engaged Captain Ruster in pursuing trouble with such individuals. They collectively exhaled in relief, grateful that they had not escalated the situation. Then, Colonel Ruster, we shall prepare to set sail, the sailors promptly declared, eager to vacate the premises. Very well. Be off, he observed as the sailors hastily exited the captain's quarters. Urgency in their movements. Ruster too felt a weight lift from his shoulders. Since the headquarters had advised against confrontation, he would keep his distance. This was not an act of fear, but rather a prudent decision to avoid conflict. Especially with the multitude of pirates lurking in these waters, awaiting his command at base 123, he had neither the time nor inclination to engage with these ruffians, who were scarcely more than children. As Ruster reclined in his chair, nodding in agreement, the morning dawned bright and clear. The warm spring breeze wafted gently across the sea's surface. The Pseudo-Mary was sailing smoothly with the wind, its sails billowing proudly. On either side of the vessel, schools of fish darted alongside, propelling themselves forward with remarkable speed. Some lively fish even leaped from the water, creating splashes that glimmered in the morning light, reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors. Surrounding the ship, a multitude of seabirds circled overhead. Since setting out to sea, Kongtai and his crew had not witnessed such an abundance of avian life. This phenomenon suggested that they were nearing land. A few days prior, they had dined at the Baratie, stocked up on supplies, and then set sail to continue their maritime journey. Neither Jipu nor Sanji was mentioned, and Kongtai did not inquire further. Aboard the Pseudo-Mary, Kongtai reclined on the bow, basking in the sunlight, while Goina sat in a deck chair, perusing newspapers and nautical charts. Their destination was the Galomi archipelago, the territory of the Arlong pirates and the homeland of Nami. Kokoyashi Village.to facilitate their journey. Kongtai had specifically requested the coordinates and nautical charts from Jipu. Without such navigational aids, traversing the vast East Blue would render it nearly impossible to locate the Galomi archipelago within a short time frame. Kongtai, why do you wish to go to the Galomi archipelago? Is there anything remarkable there? Goina inquired, glancing up at the sheep-headed Kongtai, finally voicing her curiosity that had lingered since their time at Baratie. Their original plan had been to head straight to Logtown, but unexpectedly, Kongtai had changed course, opting first for the Galomi archipelago. Kongtai opened his eyes, gazing at the sun as he replied, "It's nothing special. Really, I just want to see the dragon that resides there." The dragon? Goina paused, then continued, "You mean the Arlong pirates, right?" "Yes, but that has nothing to do with us." Kongtai hesitated, observing the black and white seagulls soaring above. His tone becoming somewhat somber. The primary concern was that the dragon not only oppressed the surrounding villages, but was also toying with an innocent young girl. The girl? Goina suddenly stood up, her voice rising. Kongtai realized he may have inadvertently disclosed too much, striving to maintain a calm demeanor as he responded, "Yes, a girl. Are you not aware that tales of dragons often accompany stories of maidens?" "Is that so?" Goina queried, her expression filled with skepticism. "Indeed," Kongtai affirmed with newfound conviction. Goina scrutinized him for a moment before exclaiming, "You should simply say that you wish to defeat the dragon, rescue the village, and become a hero to its such a straightforward endeavor. Why complicate it?" After a moment of contemplation, her calm gaze suddenly sparkled with excitement. Defeating a dragon and becoming a beautiful heroine would surely be thrilling. She lifted her head, her enthusiasm shining through as she declared, "I have made my decision." "Made a decision about what?" Kongtai asked. "I have decided that I shall defeat Arlong," Goina proclaimed, fixing her determined gaze on Kongtai. "Very well, our dragon-slaying heroine, Goina, shall undoubtedly carve out a legendary tale of her own." Goina's expression radiated pride, as she slightly lifted her chin. Kongtai, relieved that Guan no longer pursued the topic of the maiden, discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow that he had nearly let something slip, that in truth, he had been reminded of Nami, and then thought of the dozens of villages still suffering under Arlong's tyranny, prompting his sudden change of course toward the Galomi archipelago. That if he were to disregard this matter, those villages would be left to endure oppression for another 2 years until Luffy set sail to liberate them. During those 2 years, how many more familial tragedies would transpire? He could not turn a blind eye to what he knew. Thus, he felt compelled to act. This sense of justice, ingrained in him from his upbringing under the red flag, could not be extinguished. Moreover, for him, dismantling the Arlong pirates would be as effortless as crushing an ant. If it was indeed so simple and aligned with his sense of justice, then it was a task he must undertake. In truth, he was not mistaken. He truly was a righteous ally. However, he was no naive saint. He would not allow any malevolent individual he encountered to escape unscathed. Evil is evil, and he did not subscribe to the notion that one could simply abandon their wickedness and attain enlightenment. If those who commit wrongdoing could achieve redemption, then what of those they harmed? Who would address their grievances? Who would restore justice? Thus, if they crossed paths with him, they could only expect to be sent to hell for penance. As more and more seabirds joined their ranks, a long coastline gradually emerged on the horizon. As they drew nearer to the shore, Kongtai could faintly discern the scent of earth in the air. He took a deep breath, straightened his back, and adjusted his position on the sheep's head to face the coastline ahead, surveying the expanse before him. He discovered that on this side, there was no sign of the entrance to the evil dragon pirate crew's stronghold. If his memory served him well, the base of the evil dragon pirates was constructed by the seaside. He turned around, leaped down from the sheep's head, and shouted loudly towards the helm at the back. "Ateo, adjust our course. Let us circle the island and see if we can locate the entrance to the evil dragon pirates." "Understood," replied Atai, who was seated in the helm, lost in thought. He quickly stood up and shouted back. Approaching the wheel, he placed the cigarette, which he had been holding between his fingers, into his mouth, and then grasped the wheel with both hands, forcefully turning it to the left. The ship, the S. Mary, immediately veered in that direction. Just then, Ahua emerged from the kitchen, holding a bounty notice. He slowly walked to the bow, looked at Kongtai, pushed up his glasses, and his eyes gleamed with intensity. Indeed, Kongtai's target was the evil dragon pirates. Kongtai gestured for Ahua to show the bounty notice to Guena. "Guena, take a look. After all, these are the opponents you'll be facing. Do not underestimate any adversary until you become a grand swordsman." I understand." Guena took the bounty notice from Ahua and began to examine it. To her surprise, all the members of the evil dragon pirates were fishmen. She gazed at Arlong's bounty notice and exclaimed, "How ugly they look. Do not be deceived by their appearance. They are a new breed that combines the traits of fish and humans, possessing strength far superior to that of ordinary humans. In combat underwater, their power is even magnified," Kongtai explained to Guena. Piecing together the information he had gathered. 6 years ago, the Fishman pirate crew disbanded in the Grand Line, and the Evil Dragon was one of its factions. Subsequently, he established his own Evil Dragon pirate crew, transitioning from the Grand Line to the East Sea, where he dominated the Golem Islands. "How do you know so much?" Guena inquired, regarding Kongtai with curiosity. "Me? I read the newspaper every day and some rather peculiar books," he replied. "That makes sense. You never seemed to part with your books during our childhood." Guena nodded, reminiscing before returning her attention to the bounty notice. Just then, she abruptly turned her head, noticing Ahua and the others, who were all gathered at the bow. "What's the matter with you three?" The once lively trio now wore somber expressions. Their bodies slumped, exuding an air of gloom. Kongtai, perceiving their state, approached them and gently patted their shoulders, asking with concern, "Is something troubling you? Speak up, and I shall help you bear the burden." Atai inhaled from his cigarette and replied with a heavy heart, "It's nothing serious, just that I feel utterly useless. Faced with such a formidable pirate crew, I can't be of any assistance." They all recognized that confronting the evil dragon pirates meant they would likely remain on the ship, as none of them could contend with any of the crew members. This was still the East Sea. Upon reaching the Grand Line, their situation would be even more dire. So that's it. Kongtai sighed in relief. Having thought something grave had occurred, he addressed Ahua and the others earnestly. You were not brought aboard solely for the purpose of battle. Our vessel requires more than just combatants. He turned his gaze to Ahua. Take you for instance. Without you, we would be forced to consume our own cooking. Just imagine how dreadful that would be. Everyone glanced at Ahua, shuddering at the thought of having to eat their own culinary endeavors. Shaking their heads in unison, Ahua, hearing Kongtai's words and witnessing their reactions, instantly brightened, pushing up his glasses, puffing out his ample stomach, and raising his head with pride as, oh, I'm that indispensable. Am I? Kongtai then looked at Atai. And Atai, if our ship lacked your skills, who would operate and repair this magnificent vessel beneath our feet? Upon hearing this, Atai's lips curled into a smile. A look of joy spreading across his face, even enhancing his smoking posture with newfound elegance. And what about me? What about me? Aluo exclaimed, gazing at Kongtai with hopeful anticipation, his tone slightly urgent. You. Kongtai stroked his chin, pondering deeply. Aluo, observing Kongtai's reaction, felt his hopes wane, his eyes dimming as he stared vacantly at the sea, as if enveloped in shadows, giving the impression he might leap overboard at any moment. Noticing Aluo's demeanor, Kongtai chuckled, deciding not to tease him any further. He suddenly shouted, "Of course, you are also very important." Upon hearing Kongtai's outburst, Aluo stiffly lifted his head, looking pitiably at Kongtai. Really? Indeed, Kongtai affirmed with a nod. Among us, only you can remain in the cramped lookout for an entire day, safeguarding our voyage. You are the eyes of our ship. Without you, sailing would be akin to navigating blind. As Kongtai spoke, Aluo's posture straightened, and by the end, even his distinctive hairstyle perked up. Observing the trio regain their confidence, Kongtai clapped his hands to capture their attention. He continued, "Thus, each of you is a unique presence. Do not belittle yourselves. Our ship cannot function without any one of you." He paused momentarily before adding humorously, "If you all go off to battle, what purpose would be left for me and Guena?" Right. The trio nodded vigorously in agreement. Moreover, there are shortcuts to strengthening one's abilities. Kongtai, do you possess a method to enhance our strength? The voice reached their ears, and they eagerly turned to Kongtai. No one desired to remain weak, even though they understood that Kongtai would never abandon them, regardless of their limitations. However, if there was a way to rapidly bolster their strength, it was unlikely anyone could remain indifferent to it. Have you heard of the devil fruit? The devil fruit? Ahua inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. That moment, Aluo, deep in thought, suddenly spoke up. Isn't it a legendary treasure of the sea that grants immense power and the abilities of a devil? He recalled hearing such tales when he was a ruffian. Yes, it is indeed a treasure of the sea that bestows certain superhuman abilities, known as the devil fruit. Then, Kongtai, is your power derived from a devil fruit? Atai asked curiously, taking a puff of his cigarette. Kongtai pondered for a moment before responding, "My abilities do not stem from a devil fruit. You may consider me a human endowed with innate special powers." Oh, they all nodded in understanding. Kongtai continued, "The powers of the devil fruits are categorized into three main types: Paramecia, Zoan, and Logia. Acquiring any single devil fruit would suffice to handle most ordinary dangers. But I've heard that even a single devil fruit commands a market price of at least 100 million berries." Aluo lamented, scratching his head in distress. Is it truly that expensive? Ahua and Atai exclaimed in astonishment simultaneously. Despite having scavenged nearly 20 million berries from the Krieg pirates, they realized that 100 million was no trivial sum. They couldn't forget that the Krieg pirates were the most formidable crew in the East Sea. And if they could only gather 20 million there, how many pirate crews would need to be vanquished to amass 100 million? Kongtai smiled at them. "Do not worry. As long as there are whispers of a devil fruit, I will ensure to procure it for you." He paused before adding, "Moreover, I know of a place where many devil fruits can be found." He was certainly aware, if it came to pass that they could not locate any devil fruits, they would have no choice but to seek out Doflamingo in advance. Really, Kongtai? Ahua and his companions anxiously gazed at Kongtai. They knew he would not deceive them, yet they still yearned for a definitive affirmation from him. When have I ever deceived you? Kongtai nodded emphatically. Oh yeah. Exuberant at receiving Kongtai's assurance, the trio sprang into action, exuberantly shouting at the bow of the ship, regaining their former vivacity. Guena quietly observed them from the side. And upon witnessing Ahua and his friends return to their spirited selves, a faint smile graced her lips. She was well aware of the nature of the devil fruit, having once been the intended recipient of one that Kongtai sought to procure for her. In hopes of enhancing her physical prowess, however, she had declined, aspiring instead to become a great swordswoman solely through her own abilities. Moreover, the devil fruit was not without its drawbacks. For a sailor, it bore the most fatal weakness, an aversion to seawater. As a swordsman with sufficient offensive power, she saw no need to invite such a vulnerability into her life. Thus, she had never entertained the thought of consuming a devil fruit, unless it granted extraordinary abilities. Of course, at that moment, both Kongtai and Gana were taken aback. Exchanging a glance, they turned their attention toward the distant coastline, where their observation haki quietly activated. Gana could only sense a multitude of chaotic and panicked auras emanating from the village in the distance. In contrast, Kongtai, with a mere flicker of crimson light in his eyes, discerned precisely what transpired within the village. He then addressed Ahua and his companions, stating, "Let us disembark here. Wait for us. We shall return once we have dealt with the dragon pirate crew." Understood, Ahua and his friends replied in unison, promptly turning to busy themselves with preparations. Kongtai, however, cast his gaze toward the distant village. Lost in thought, it seemed imperative to first eliminate these insignificant foes before they could escape. For the repercussions could be dire. After all, they were fishmen. Once they submerged into the sea, locating them would prove exceedingly difficult. The dragon pirate crew had held dominion over this island for nearly 6 years. Each village on the island was compelled to pay a monthly tribute to the crew, with every villager required to contribute a head fee. Failure to comply meant only one fate: death. Anyone daring to resist would face the annihilation of their entire village. Thus, to this day, no one had truly dared to rebel. Initially, there had been hope that the Navy would come to liberate them from these marauders. However, when the dragon pirate crew effortlessly obliterated 5 naval ships sent to quell them, despair took root. Subsequently, regardless of how many naval forces arrived, they crumbled against these monsters like fragile eggshells under a mere squeeze. This realization underscored the insurmountable power exhibited by these creatures, far beyond what mere humans could contend with. What deepened their despair was the arrival of a naval officer resembling a rat, who not only refrained from attacking the dragon pirate crew, but also exploited his authority to suppress information about the situation. If anyone sought help from the Navy, he would immediately relay that information to Arlong. Consequently, not only would the villagers seeking aid meet a gruesome end, but their entire village would also suffer repercussions. Thus, the last flicker of hope was extinguished, leaving the island's inhabitants to endure in silence for 6 long years under such dire circumstances. Today marked the monthly collection day. A throng of fishmen, led by 2 officers, marched resolutely into Kokoshiya village, the very village where Nami resided. At the forefront strode a soft-bodied fishman, clad in a deep blue sleeveless karate gi. With 2 braids adorning his hair, his arms bore 2 fin-like appendages reminiscent of large cleavers, and his physique radiated an intimidating aura. This figure was unmistakably an officer of the dragon pirate crew, a former member of the Sun Pirates, known as Kurubi. Trailing just behind Kurubi was another, dressed in a sleeveless blue shirt and black shorts, with golden hair and pronounced lips, resembling a kissing fish. This one was likely another officer of the dragon pirate crew, a former member of the Sun Pirates, known as Chu. Under the guidance of these 2 officers, the fishmen made their way to the only street in the village. Without needing prodding, the villagers emerged from their homes, each clutching their hard-earned money, lining up to present it to the fishmen. They deposited the fruits of a month's labor into a bag held by one of the fishmen. "Move it along. What is taking so long? Is the amount insufficient?" The fishman collecting the money glared menacingly at a villager who was slightly slow in his transaction. He snatched the cash from the villager's hands, shook it contemptuously, and carelessly tossed it into the bag. He then reached out, forcefully yanking the villager aside, sending him sprawling to the ground. The fallen villager dared not utter a word. He merely rose in silence, limping toward a nearby house. The other villagers watched the scene with vacant expressions, accustomed to the fishmen's might, their tyranny, and the oppression that had become a part of their lives. In a short while, the empty bag before the fishman was filled with money. Kurubi, with an impassive demeanor, scanned the villagers standing along the street, before silently leading Chu, hands tucked into his pockets, alongside the fishmen toward the orange orchard. There, they would collect the final tribute, even if it was from Nami's sister. Once they had secured the last head fee, their duties for the day would conclude. As Karubi and Chu advanced, they abruptly halted, causing a stir among the fishmen trailing behind. What's the matter? They collectively raised their heads to the front, where a man and a woman approached them from the village entrance. These two were none other than Kongtai and Guina, who had just arrived from the seaside. They had anchored their ship at a makeshift dock outside the village and were now making their way toward the village, inadvertently colliding with the departing fishmen. Fixating on the two human figures approaching, Karubi inquired of a fishman behind him, "Did we miscount? Who are these two?" The fishman responsible for tallying the numbers lifted the money bag and replied affirmatively. "Aside from the head fee for Nami's sister in the orange orchard, we have collected everything else." Upon hearing this, Karubi turned his gaze back, coldly locking eyes with Kongtai and Guina. If his calculations were correct, then these two outsiders should be eliminated. Indeed, it is a killing. They will not allow news from here to leak easily. Observing the merman across from them, he halted in his tracks. Kongtai also paused, entrusting the matter to Guina, while he leisurely unscrewed his wine gourd, standing idly as he sipped, his gaze playfully fixed on the merman, awaiting Guina's performance. Guina cast a cold, indifferent glance at the merman, ultimately fixing her eyes on Karubi and Chu. It was evident that among this group of fishmen, her attention was solely on these two, who were easily recognizable. Without breaking her stride, Guina quickened her pace towards the fishmen. The villagers standing beneath the eaves on either side, witnessing her approach without hesitation, felt a tightening in their hearts, revealing their concern. At that moment, a middle-aged man, dressed in a uniform with intersecting scars on his face and a windmill perched atop his hat, briskly emerged from a nearby building, reaching out to halt Guina's advance. Kongtai, upon spotting the middle-aged man, couldn't help but smile. He recognized him as the village constable, Ajian. This man was of a notably gentle disposition, akin to a father figure for Nami and Nojiko. Observing the girl approaching the fishmen without any sense of urgency to flee, Ajian could not restrain himself and dashed out to intercept her. The two outsiders were likely unaware of the fishmen's brutality, which accounted for their nonchalance in the face of danger. Ajian's mind raced with thoughts of expelling them from the village before the fishmen arrived. He fixed his gaze on Guina, deliberately adopting a frosty demeanor as he admonished, "Young lady, this place does not welcome outsiders. Please leave." Guina regarded Ajian, her cold eyes momentarily softening. Despite his harsh tone, the urgency and concern in his gaze were unmistakable. Noting Guina's look, Kongtai shrugged and approached, gesturing for her to continue. He then draped an arm over Ajian's shoulder, pulling him aside, smiling as he said, "Thank you, uncle. We appreciate your kindness, but we are aware of what we are doing." Ajian was momentarily taken aback that in that fleeting moment of distraction, Guina had already advanced several meters. As she neared the fishmen, Ajian shouted urgently, "Do not approach, young lady." Guina turned back, offering Ajian a reassuring smile. "It's all right, uncle. We have come specifically to deal with Arlong." "Deal with Arlong?" Ajian's expression shifted to one of shock. "Indeed, just watch." Kongtai pointed ahead. Just as Guina turned to Ajian, Chu made his move. Disregarding any notions of stealth, his only aim was to eliminate the enemy. He immediately puffed up his lips like a cannon, unleashing a water blast aimed directly at the back of Guina's head. The water blast shot forth like a bullet, speeding towards Guina. With excitement in his eyes, Chu was confident that he could take her down in one blow. However, events rarely unfolded as one anticipates. Guina, seemingly prescient, subtly tilted her head, easily evading the water bubble. The bubble zipped past her ear, careening towards Kongtai. Ajian's pupils dilated in an instant, cold sweat trickling down his back. Instinctively, he reached for Kongtai to shield him, only to realize that the surrounding space had inexplicably frozen, rendering him immobile. The water bubble, too, hung suspended in front of them, unable to advance further. In what felt like an instant, Ajian sensed the space around him returning to fluidity. The water bubble fell with a soft thud to the ground, sending up a faint cloud of dust. Ajian stared in astonishment at the bubble on the ground. What sort of power is this? If such strength exists, perhaps they could indeed triumph over Arlong. A flicker of hope ignited in Ajian's eyes, only to be swiftly extinguished. No, it was impossible. How could mere humans contend with those monsters? He had endured too much despair to believe that anyone could defeat Arlong. Shaking his head, he looked up at Kongtai. Noticing Ajian's gaze, Kongtai raised his wine gourd to his lips, took a sip, and then turned to him with a smile, saying, I told you we are here to deal with Arlong. He paused, his tone growing more serious. Yes, we are indeed quite formidable. He then gestured toward Guina, indicating that Ajian should observe closely. Perhaps only through established facts could these despairing villagers be convinced that they truly had the power to eliminate the Arlong pirates. Kruby had recognized the two newcomers as anything but ordinary the moment they appeared. The indifference in Kongtai and his companion's eyes was chilling, so devoid of warmth that it resembled the gaze one casts upon fish awaiting slaughter. He detested such a look, reminiscent of the feelings he often experienced in his homeland. Therefore, before Guina could turn around, just as she evaded Chu's water bubble, he charged forward. A seasoned fighter, he would not squander the opportunity. He aimed to swiftly eliminate this human girl before confronting the boy behind her. His instinct screamed that the silver-haired youth was perilously dangerous. Fishman karate, wrist blade slash. Kruby, towering above Guina, loomed like a giant. His formidable physique casting a shadow over her. He raised his arm, revealing the hardened fin on his elbow, and struck downwards at her neck with ferocious intent. In a flash, Guina's eyes glimmered red. She pivoted and ducked just in time to evade the brutal strike. She slipped past Kruby's armed INASW at long last. Ajian found himself harboring a glimmer of belief, convinced that Kongtai and his companions truly possessed the power to vanquish Arlong. He turned to once more regard Guina, his face alight with excitement. That human girl had effortlessly evaded the lethal onslaughts of Gio and Kruby, and with a single stroke, she had dispatched Kruby without hesitation. The fishman standing behind Gio was engulfed in a tempest of rage and terror. Since their arrival in the East Sea, they had encountered no human they could not subdue. Even the Navy present here had no choice but to collaborate with them. Otherwise, extinguishing those Navy officers was as trivial as crushing ants. Over time, the fishmen, emboldened by their unchecked dominance, had grown increasingly arrogant and brutal. To them, the humans of the East Sea were not but an inferior race, while they, the magnificent fishmen, regarded themselves as the sovereigns over humanity. The slaughter and plunder of humans felt as natural to them as raising livestock. They had completely forgotten the fear and humility they had experienced in the Grand Line. Guina's emergence was akin to a bucket of icy water dousing their heads, awakening memories of the terrifying humans of the Grand Line. You, human, are certainly not from the East Sea. Gio glared at the approaching Guina, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury. Guina stared back at Gio with an icy indifference, her steps unyielding. It was precisely this gaze that he despised and simultaneously feared. You inferior being, perish, he bellowed, his eyes wide and entirely bloodshot. As if such a roar could dispel the dread festering within him. Water gun barrage, he inhaled sharply, puffing out his cheeks, his lips vibrating with the rapidity of a machine gun. Droplets of water, akin to bullets, were unleashed towards Guina. Yet, she did not flinch, charging forward while swiftly wielding her blade. A flash of steel sliced through the air, and the water droplets that should have struck her were severed in twain, landing on either side of her with a thud, creating craters in the ground. In the blink of an eye, Guina had closed the distance, standing directly before Gio. With a frigid demeanor, she brandished her blade, disregarding Gio's now crimson eyes and his expression of utter terror. Without granting Gio a moment to retreat, she delivered a swift upward slash aimed at his throat. Ugh! Gio stood rigidly, hands clutching his throat. His skin turning from blue to red, he yearned to vocalize his despair, yet no sound escaped his lips. Then, as if all strength had abandoned him, he collapsed to the ground, falling forward in a manner reminiscent of Kruby's demise. Guina remained impassive beside Gio, shaking the blood from her blade with a flick of her wrist. Gio, the remaining fishmen screamed upon witnessing Gio's convulsing form on the ground. Panic-stricken, they fled backward as though a fearsome beast pursued them. The sequence of Guina's approach towards the fishmen and the deaths of Kruby and Gio seemed lengthy, yet it transpired in mere seconds. The villagers, observing the fleeing fishmen, hurriedly retreated to the sides of the village path. They gazed at Guina with exhilaration. In just 2 strikes, she had effortlessly eliminated 2 officers of the evil dragon pirate crew. They had never before witnessed such formidable prowess in a human. Nor had they seen fishmen display such fear. It dawned on them that even fishmen could tremble, could feel terror, and could flee in disarray. Guina stood resolute, surveying the retreating fishmen with a gaze devoid of warmth. She harbored no compassion for the slaughter of fishmen. She sheathed her blade, bent her left knee slightly, tightened her grip on the hilt, and fixed her gaze upon the fleeing fishmen, gathering her strength. She propelled herself forward. In a flash, Gu-ina appeared before the fishmen. A gleam of her blade swept across, freezing each fishman in place as if ensnared by an invisible spell. One sword style. Everything slashed. The wind carried the sound of Gu-ina sheathing her blade. It was this sound that shattered the fishman's paralysis. A crimson line appeared at the waist of each fishman, and in unison, their upper bodies fell to the side, spewing forth a torrent of blood. Gu-ina turned her back, ignoring the side of the fishmen, now bisected, carefully sidestepping the river of blood on the ground as she advanced towards Kongtai. The villagers, positioned beneath the eaves lining the village path, stared in stunned silence at the scattered remnants of limbs. They instinctively stepped back, only to realize something profound. Their previously numb eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. As if the mist had been wiped away from a mirror, they stared in awe at Gu-ina as she passed by the corpses, not daring to utter a sound. Fear gripped them. They were terrified that this reality might merely be a dream. This very scene had played out countless times in their nightmares, each time awakening in exhilaration only to discover the bitter truth that it was all a fabrication. Yet now, they were acutely aware that this was no illusion. Still, they hesitated to shatter the surrounding silence. Taejian, watching Gu-ina approach, felt an instinctual urge to retreat, pressed by the lingering aura of death emanating from her. But in an instant, clarity struck him. The figure before him was not a fishman, but a savior, and there was no reason for fear. He shook his head, his eyes fixed on Gu-ina with fervent anticipation. As Gu-ina drew near, Kongtai's gaze softened, and he reached out to wipe away a drop of blood that had inadvertently splashed onto her face. Gu-ina, you have truly become a hero. At that moment, the coldness that had etched itself upon Gu-ina's face melted away, revealing a smile akin to a blossoming garden. This smile not only illuminated Ajian's desolate heart, but also sparked a newfound brightness in the hearts of the surrounding villagers, awakening them from their stupor. 6 long years had passed. Though 6 years may not seem an eternity, each day had stretched on like an age. During this time, countless families and individuals had perished at the hands of these brutal fishmen. And now, they had finally awaited the arrival of a single individual, a hero. Her approach to the slaughter of fishmen bore an ease reminiscent of butchering fish upon a cutting board. They had long awaited this moment. Ajian's gaze remained fixated on Gu-ina, trembling with exhilaration as an overwhelming surge of emotion washed over him. Who are you? We, Kongtai replied, holding Gu-ina's hand and surveying the villagers' eyes, brimming with excitement. Can be called the allies of justice. Justice? Justice? They had not felt justice from the Navy, but had sensed it from these two strangers. As they regained their composure, Kongtai and Gu-ina began to make their way out of the village. From a distance, the villagers beheld the figures of Kongtai and Gu-ina. Their eyes ignited with the flames of hope, and they shouted in unison, "Please, you must defeat the evil dragon pirate crew." The allies of justice could feel the fervor radiating from the crowd. It was a long-suppressed emotion that erupted like a volcano, releasing a tide of passion and impulse. In that moment, both Kongtai and Gu-ina experienced an unprecedented sense of spiritual elation. Gu-ina squinted her eyes in delight, reveling in the feeling of being so eagerly anticipated, particularly by so many. It was an intoxicating sensation. After a moment, she opened her eyes, turned to the villagers, and earnestly proclaimed, "Rest assured, we will wager our lives to eradicate the evil dragon pirate crew." The voice, though soft, resonated clearly in the ears of every villager, gazing into the distance at the two silhouettes heading towards the territory of the evil dragon. The villagers stood in silence for a long time. They etched the images of these two youths deeply into their memories, especially that of the girl, her beauty, the icy indifference she displayed while slaying the fishmen, her serene demeanor, and finally, that smile that pierced through to the depths of their hearts. They prayed fervently, wishing for the girl to succeed in her dragon-slaying quest, and for her to remain unharmed. Even if they ultimately failed to vanquish the dragon, they no longer wished to endure the tyranny of the evil dragon pirate crew. The countless fishmen corpses scattered about were a stark reminder that the fishmen were not as invincible as they had once believed. This realization ignited a profound anger within them, shattering the shackles of their oppression. On the road to Arlong Park, Kuna kept her head lowered, appearing weighed down by heavy thoughts. Kuda, concerned, glanced at Kuna and inquired, "What troubles you, Kuna?" "It's nothing," she replied. "I simply cannot make sense of certain matters." "What is it? Please, share your thoughts with me." "When I first entered the village, I could distinctly sense the villagers' fear and numbness. Such numbness cannot be cultivated overnight. It must stem from prolonged oppression. Kwa lifted her gaze, staring at Kuda with a puzzled expression. But I cannot fathom it. The East Blue is vast. Yet how could a pirate crew dominate human territory? Treating humans like livestock for 6 long years, her brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of agitation flashing in her eyes as she exclaimed, "What about the Navy? The righteous Navy?" Kuda gently ruffled her hair. Casting his gaze towards the distant Arlong Park, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes as he spoke in a hushed tone, "Do not hold the higher-ups of the Navy in too much regard. Their sense of justice is primarily directed towards the nobles, while the plight of commoners is of little concern to them. Ironically, it is often the lower-ranking soldiers, those who are most numerous, who genuinely care for the common folk. However, they lack the authority and power to confront these formidable pirates. Is that truly the case?" Kwa nodded, her expression one of dawning comprehension. "And what of the Navy hero, Garp? We grew up hearing tales of his exploits. How could he remain absent while such vile pirates plague our homeland?" Kuna continued, her voice tinged with indignation. "In the East Blue, few do not revere Garp. After all, he is one of their own. Heralded as a hero, he embodies the pride of the majority of commoners and the Navy. Yet, even heroes have their constraints. They must adhere to the dictates of the celestial dragons and the world government. So, despite Garp's heroic status, he is not as free as one might think. The new world calls for him, and the Navy headquarters relies on him. When formidable pirates emerge, he is still needed. He is so occupied that he entrusted his grandsons to bandits, resulting in both of them ultimately becoming pirates. Of course, considering Ace and Luffy's personalities, even if Garp had personally raised them, they might still have turned to piracy. Thus, being a hero is no easy feat. If Garp were to accept a promotion to admiral, he would likely lose even the annual opportunity to vacation and visit his grandsons. However, Kuda did not elaborate further to Kwa. He merely added with a hint of detachment, "Perhaps he simply does not know. After all, he does not often return to the East Blue, does he? And furthermore," he continued, "it has been rumored that the Arlong pirate crew is colluding with the local Navy's 16th Division's Colonel Mouse. This collusion prevents the true justice-seeking Navy from receiving information about the situation here, thereby hindering their ability to confront the Arlong pirate crew." Upon hearing this, a cold glint ignited in Kuna's eyes. Grinding her teeth, she declared vehemently that Colonel Mouse deserves to be punished. Sometimes, the overt enemies are not the most terrifying. What is truly dreadful are those traitorous compatriots who aid the enemy, colloquially known as double agents. Such individuals often exhibit greater cruelty and loathing than the enemies themselves. They are nothing but spineless cowards, obsequious to those above while tyrannizing those beneath them. "Rest assured," Kuda replied, "none of them shall escape." A red glimmer sparked in Kuda's eyes as he sensed 2 presences within Arlong Park, analyzing their auras. They did not seem to be foes. Therefore, they could only be allies. Thus, that fellow mouse should currently be within Arlong Park. That moment, within Arlong Park, a sordid transaction was underway. Today was not only the time for the Arlong pirate crew to collect bounties, but also to deliver illicit payments to Colonel Mouse. The entire Arlong Park was encircled by towering stone walls, with a massive stone gate facing the sea. Inside the gate lay a long waterway, specifically designed by Arlong for their fisherman identity. Beside the waterway were 2 equally wide pools, where the Arlong pirate crew often frolicked and played. At the end of the waterway stood a grand 5-story tower-like structure, atop which a shark-shaped tower spire bore the pirate flag of the Arlong crew. Fluttering in the breeze on the corridor between the tower-like structure and the waterway lay a tall, sharp-nosed fisherman with a serrated jaw, the captain of the Arlong pirate crew, Arlong. Directly opposite Arlong sat a figure resembling a rat, clad in a Navy officer's coat, flanked by 2 inconsequential Navy lackeys. "This must be Colonel Mouse. Here is this month's share. Accept it," Arlong said as he received a thick stack of money from one of his subordinates, placing it on the table and pushing it towards Colonel Mouse. "Chirp, chirp, chirp." Colonel Mouse beamed at the sight of the money, his face alight with joy. He quickly snatched the cash and tucked it into his coat, nodding in satisfaction as he smiled at Arlong. "You truly understand the ways of the world. Ha ha ha. The sentiment is mutual," Arlong exclaimed, spreading his arms wide in hearty laughter. "As long as you are willing to be my friend, you shall savor endless rewards in the East Blue." He then ceased his laughter, straightened his posture, and leaned forward, squinting at Colonel Mouse with a piercing gaze. "Understanding this proves you to be a clever Navy officer. Though a smile adorned his face, a chill resided in Arlong's eyes. This individual was a thoroughgoing racist, believing that fishmen were inherently superior to humans. In his view, human resistance against fishmen equated to defying the natural order, leading him to impose oppressive rule over the humans under his dominion, regarding their lives as expendable. This man was not only greedy and cruel but also obsessed with wealth, considering money to be the most reliable entity. Under Arlong's icy stare, Colonel Mouse felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his brow as he awkwardly chuckled. I have been quite the burden to you all this time. Ha ha ha. Why dwell on that now? Harmony breeds prosperity. Arlong reclined, relaxing his previously rigid posture. He laughed heartily at Colonel Mouse, proclaiming, money is a splendid thing, more trustworthy than anything else. Although I harbor a disdain for humans, those like you, who comprehend the realities of life, are the exception. As he regarded Arlong, Colonel Mouse felt an uncomfortable twist in his gut. Though he recognized Arlong's words as mere flattery, he still had to keep up the facade of agreement, nodding incessantly. After all, Arlong was the stronger of the two and his source of wealth. Only after Arlong had finished speaking did Colonel Mouse hastily rise and address him. Well then, I shall take my leave for today. He truly had no desire to linger in this place, as the fishmen surrounding him regarded him with the same disdain reserved for livestock, making him feel utterly uncomfortable. Just then, a voice filled with mockery echoed from the left wall. Leaving? Where do you think you are going? You might as well wait to descend into hell together. Who, at the edge of the pool, approximately 20 fishmen, lounging or reclining, along with Aaron and Mouse, all turned their gazes towards the high wall on the left. There, to their surprise, stood two individuals, seemingly having appeared out of nowhere. These two, of course, were Kongtai and Guina. They perched atop the wall, listening intently to the conversation between Aaron and Mouse for quite some time. It was only when Colonel Mouse decided to leave that Kongtai finally spoke. The fishmen by the pool regarded the two humans with a collective sigh of relief, returning to their previous activities without further concern. Meanwhile, Aaron was seething with hostility. How could these two lowly humans stand in a position even higher than his own? He, a proud member of the fishman race, could not bear the thought of looking up to mere humans. He would rather they break down the wall and enter than remain perched upon it. His fierce gaze bore into the two figures on the wall. How dare these two humans trespass in the domain of the fearsome dragon and threaten his guests? They were truly courting death. As he spoke, he crushed the wine glass in his hand, the liquid spilling into his palm. Gripping the shards and the spilled wine, he swung his arm forcefully towards Kongtai and Guina. Yet, as the fragments of glass and droplets of wine flew through the air, there was not a flicker of emotion in the eyes of Kongtai and Guina. A flash of crimson light flickered in their gaze as they slightly tilted their heads to evade the attack. The moment Guina set foot on the wall, her focus was immediately drawn to Colonel Mouse, whose conspicuous appearance marked him as a traitor. Kongtai, on the other hand, fixated his interest on Aaron, his disdain and indifference unmistakable. It was Kongtai's gaze, reminiscent of a predator eyeing its prey, that incited Aaron's fury. Since arriving in the East Sea, he had always been the one to look down upon humans. When had they ever dared to meet his gaze with such audacity? His vision turned a deep crimson, glinting with bloodlust as he bellowed at Kongtai, "Brothers, tear them apart." Aaron's murderous intent resonated throughout Aaron's paradise. The fishmen, having risen when Aaron crushed the wine glass, now stood ready. Upon hearing their leader's command, their eyes flickered with malice as they charged towards Kongtai and Guina. Just as Kongtai prepared to move, Guina intervened. "Kongtai, remember our agreement. This one is mine." Her desire to kill was nearly palpable. Kongtai promptly halted, scratching his head and repeatedly apologizing to Guina. "My apologies, Guina. I nearly forgot." He had been tempted by the prospect of engaging in combat, having not fought in quite some time. Although these fishmen were merely a matter of a single strike, they would suffice to quench his thirst for battle. Guina's unwavering gaze remained locked on Colonel Mouse, who stood out like a beacon of treachery. She appeared as a harbinger of death upon the wall, her eyes devoid of warmth. The first target of her wrath was Mouse. The overwhelming killing intent radiating from Guina pierced Mouse's very being, causing him to feel as though he were being pricked by countless needles. Alarm bells rang in his mind. Danger, danger, danger. Paralyzed in place, cold sweat dripped down his brow as he gazed up at Guina, his heart racing. What was wrong with this woman? He did not know her. Why was she fixated on him? As the fishmen closed in on the base of the wall, Guina finally withdrew her gaze and leaped down. Ignoring the approaching fishmen, she directed her attention back to Mouse. Advancing towards him at a leisurely pace, Kongtai, feeling rather bored, squatted atop the wall, yawning as he uncorked his wine gourd as the first two fishmen charged at Guina. Their aggression surged. One raised a fist while the other brandished a knife, both aiming to strike her head. Just then, a swift sound echoed, clang. As the left fishman swung his fist, a blade of light flashed, slicing through his throat. In that instant, Guina's eyes glimmered with crimson light. She deftly tilted her body to the left and stepped forward, evading the other fishman's knife. Pausing momentarily, she twirled her blade, gripping it with the reverse hand, and thrust it toward the right, swiftly dispatching her second foe. Without a second thought, she continued her composed stride through the midst of the two fallen fishmen. Only then did they collapse to the ground with a resounding thud. The remaining fishmen skidded to a halt, stunned at the sight of their compatriots twitching on the ground, killed with such efficiency. They cried in outrage, their eyes turning blood red as they charged at Guina with ferocious roars. Yet, Guina remained unhurried, continuing her advance towards Mouse, unfazed by the approaching fishmen. With a swift motion, she turned her right hand, gripping her knife firmly, the blade shimmering with a chilling brilliance as she executed a simple horizontal slash towards the oncoming fishmen. The gleam of the blade halted their advance in an instant. Guina sidestepped to the right, avoiding the blood that sprayed from the wounded fishman's chest. She cast a cold glance back at the remaining fishmen, flicking her blade to rid it of the blood, which fell to the ground in a large, crimson, sparkling ominously in the sunlight. The frigid gaze of Guina instilled a deep sense of pain in the remaining fishmen, who suddenly realized that the look they had cast upon humans mirrored the one Guina directed at them. It was at this moment that fear gripped their hearts. They collectively halted, their bodies involuntarily retreating as they stared at Guina, their pupils constricted. This human was no ordinary being. She was a powerful harbinger of death. 3 strikes. 3 compatriots. They had not even seen the blade. Only a flash of steel. The fishmen recoiled in terror. Aaron sprang to his feet, his eyes blazing crimson. He bellowed angrily towards the front, "Clear a path for me." Upon hearing their leader's command, the fishmen collectively exhaled in relief, hastily retreating. Their earlier bravado vanished, replaced by a sense of desperation. Guina paid no mind to the fleeing fishmen or Aaron. Instead, she redirected her focus back to Mouse. The intensity of her gaze sent shivers down his spine. As she approached, his legs weakened, causing him to collapse onto the ground. In a panic, he exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? We have no grievances. Why do you insist on targeting me?" He was overwhelmed with fear and a sense of injustice. Why him? He was also human. Why was she fixated on him rather than the fishmen? Aaron, witnessing Guina's complete disregard for him, felt his rage intensify. "You human woman, if you are so eager to seek your demise, then I shall oblige." With that, he retrieved a massive serrated saw from behind a pillar, turning to face Guina with a menacing glare. He kicked aside a table and charged at her. Though this human woman wielded impressive swordsmanship, he was confident that no one in the East Sea could withstand his might, for he was Aaron, the captain of the notorious dragon pirates, the most wanted in the East Sea. As Aaron closed in on Guina, he raised his saw high, preparing to strike. He was certain that no one in the East Sea could withstand his blow. At that moment, Guina's gaze finally met Aaron's. A flicker of cold light danced in her eyes as her blade swiftly intercepted his saw. The clash sent a shockwave through the air. "Humph," Aaron faltered, staring at his weapon, feeling an equal force opposing him. Impossible. How could a human in the East Sea withstand his strike? His gaze, now heavy with concern, locked onto Guina's indifferent eyes. "You are not from the East Sea. You hail from the Grand Line." Only this explanation could convince him that the strength of this human woman could rival his own. Guina lifted her gaze to meet Alon's, her eyes devoid of any emotion, still cold and indifferent. "You talk too much," she remarked. Then, with her left hand gripping the hilt of her sword, she exerted force to push Alon's blade upward with both hands. The veins on Alon's forehead and arms bulged. His body flushed with rage as he gritted his teeth. His feet dug firmly into the ground, and he bellowed at Guina. How could a mere lowly human possibly surpass the might of the great fishman race? Ignoring Alon's furious roar, Guina took a deep breath, slightly withdrew her blade, and then summoned even greater strength, effortlessly lifting both Alon and his massive saw-like sword off the ground. A resounding clash echoed at the point of contact between their weapons, Producing a powerful shockwave, the rat sat motionless on the ground, the force of the wind preventing him from opening his eyes. He wished to escape, but his body felt utterly drained of strength. Unresponsive to his commands, Arlong struggled to anchor himself to the ground, but to no avail. The overwhelming force propelled him upward. The moment his feet left the earth, he lost any leverage he had to contend with Guana. Then his colossal form was thrust backward by a force he could not resist. Bang! His back arched as he collided violently with the wall behind him, creating a deep crater, suddenly, with a loud crash. The wall behind him collapsed, burying his entire body within the rubble. The surrounding fishmen stared blankly at the small mound of earth, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could the strength of this human be such that even alone could not withstand it? They shook their heads in utter incredulity. This creature could not possibly be human. That moment, Kuda abruptly turned to glance at the pool behind Guana. That must be Little 8. He thought that he had been pondering what was missing. And it turned out to be this six-armed octopus. If Little 8 had been hiding in the deep sea, Kuda would indeed have found it challenging to locate him, especially since he could disguise himself as a real fish. Judging by his demeanor, it seemed he intended to ambush Guana while she was momentarily weakened. Unfortunately for him, Kuda would not grant him that opportunity. He had no intention of sparing Little 8. Even if he were the savior of Rayleigh, despite Little 8 appearing somewhat benevolent in the anime, he was, in truth, no different from the other fishmen of the evil dragon pirate crew, merely feigning a bit of foolishness. If the time came for Rayleigh to seek vengeance, Kuda would eliminate him as well. As Little 8 prepared to surface, Kuda swiftly drew his sword, Zhang Kong, and struck at the water where Little 8 was concealed. A silver-gray slash sped toward the pool behind Guana, colliding directly with the emerging Little 8. Clang. The silver-gray strike did not falter. It swiftly sliced through the dual blades Little 8 held in front of him, severing his body and continuing along the waterway to vanish into the distant sea. Little 8 stood frozen, his blades now in two pieces. A wave crashed against him, and with a resounding ding, the blades shattered completely. From the center of his body, a line of blood erupted from his brow, expanding rapidly until, with a poof, his form split in two, staining the surrounding waters crimson. Of course, it was not Mare. She then cast her gaze upon the remaining mermen. The mermen felt that familiar, deathly cold stare, now fixated upon them. They understood that the female fiend had come to deal with them. At that moment, the instinct for survival momentarily shattered the fear within their hearts. Conjuring a surge of strength from thin air, they bellowed, dragging their weary bodies with great effort as they hastened towards the pool. There lay their sole path to salvation. Ever since witnessing the devastating strike from Kongtai, they had ceased to believe in their leader, Arlong, coming to rescue them. As they approached the pool, their veins bulged, summoning a force they had never harnessed before. If they could just reach the edge of the pool and leap into the sea, they could evade their fate, relying on their identity as mermen to escape. Seeing the mermen attempt to flee, Guana swiftly propelled herself forward with a powerful push from her legs, swiftly closing the distance. Just as she was about to reach the edge of the pool, despair washed over the mermen as Guana stood at the terminus of their only escape route. All they could see was a flash of blades. And in the blink of an eye, all their kin lay fallen on the path to the pool. Clearly, this was not their route to life, but rather a descent into hell. Amidst the rubble of the collapsed wall to the right, Arlong lay motionless. His head had been struck by a boulder, rendering him unable to rise immediately. During the disorienting seconds that followed, blood flowed freely throughout Arlong's domain, and his brethren had all succumbed. Shaking his head amidst the rumbling sounds, he clawed his way out from the debris. As he raised his head and opened his bleary eyes to the scene outside, his already dilated pupils rapidly constricted, and his mind cleared in an instant. Beholding the corpses of his kin scattered about, particularly the bisected figure of Xiao Ba in the pool, he was consumed by rage. He had always regarded humans as a despicable race. Yet he held a certain camaraderie towards his own kind, especially these mermen who had emerged from Fishman Island alongside him. They had come together to revel in power and dominance, only to find themselves all dead. Even Xiao Ba, a fellow member of the original Sun Pirates, had met such a tragic end. Arlong's eyes turned bloodshot, radiating an insatiable thirst for vengeance. His pupils diminished to mere pinpricks, a testament to his fury. Glancing at Xiao Ba, a sudden thought struck him, and he turned to Guana, forcibly suppressing his rage as he bellowed. Did you also slay Kruby and Gio? By now, Kruby and his companions should have returned. Yet they were nowhere to be found. According to their trajectory, their last known location was Kokoshia village, and these two humans had approached from that direction. While it was almost certain that Kruby and his crew had fallen, he could not suppress the urge to inquire. Are you referring to those foul mermen who went to collect bounties? Guena coldly fixed her gaze upon Arlong. Her voice I see wide up EY now. They should have been sun-dried to a crisp. Without sheathing her blade, she charged towards Arlong instead of pondering so much. Perhaps you should contemplate your own predicament. As Guena sped towards him, Arlong's blood surged, flooding his body with crimson. His engorged veins resembled serpents coiling around him, causing his already towering form to swell even further, rendering him a monstrous figure of blood red. He yanked a large saw-like blade from the rubble, gripping the hilt with both hands, and raised it high above his head, bringing it down with ferocious intent towards the approaching Guena. Die, you wretched human. He was convinced that Guena could not withstand this strike. Its power was nearly double that of his previous blow. The culmination of his life force, as the massive blade descended rapidly through the air, Guena did not attempt to parry the blow. She was not foolish. She knew she could not absorb such force. But evading it was a simple task. With a flash of red in her eyes, she activated her Kinbunshika haki, deftly sidestepping to the left, allowing the blade's edge to skim past her nose and cleave the ground beneath. The impact shattered the hard stone into fragments that scattered outward. The colossal blade continued its relentless trajectory, gouging a deep crater into the earth below, unperturbed by the immense roar behind her. Guena stepped forward, slipping beneath Arlong's outstretched arm, her blade instinctively rising to slash at the exposed opening in his chest. Realizing that his attack had missed, Arlong understood he was in peril. However, having navigated the Grand Line before, he possessed ample combat experience. Recognizing that Guena's strike was unavoidable, he chose to stand firm. With a glint of malice in his eyes, he lowered his head and charged at Guena, intending to pierce her with his serrated snout. Die. If he could land that blow, he reasoned, enduring her strike would be a small price to pay. Unfortunately, Guena would not grant him such an opportunity. With a flicker of red in her eyes, she halted her forward momentum, pivoted right, and stepped back slightly to Arlong's left as she sheathed her blade. Arlong was taken aback, realizing that Guena had somehow anticipated his move and evaded his strike. With no time to contemplate further, he could only propel his head forcefully towards the ground. Yet, at that moment, Guena lifted her right foot and delivered a fierce upward kick to Arlong's chin as his head descended. A gust of wind erupted from the force of her kick, sending shockwaves rippling outward. This strike not only caused Arlong's blood-red eyes to roll back in his head, but also lifted his massive form off the ground. As Arlong soared upward, Guena swiftly retracted her foot, stabilized herself, then pivoted her waist, raising her left foot to deliver another devastating blow to his side that a thunderous sound echoed, accompanied by an even greater wave of pressure that surged outward. Poof! The force of this kick compelled Arlong to spit forth a mouthful of blood. His towering figure was abruptly redirected, hurtling towards the rear of a nearby tower-like structure, with a resounding crash. He broke through the building and collided with the wall behind it. Poof! The impact against the wall caused Arlong to cough up another stream of blood, bent over against the wall. He shook his head, clutching his side, and succumbed to a fit of coughing. Ugh, ugh, ugh. This blow not only inflicted internal injuries, but also reminded him of Guena's uncanny ability to evade his attacks time and again. He raised his head, the crimson hue in his eyes fading to one of shock. Through the gaping hole in the building, he gazed at Guena outside and shouted, "It must be Kinbunshika haki." Guena regarded Arlong with confusion. Had he become dazed from the blows? His voice was barely a whisper. "What did you say?" By now, Arlong had begun to recover, standing upright as he reached into his mouth, pulling out his teeth. Each newly grown tooth was sharper than the last, until finally, his mouth was filled with a massive set of razor-sharp teeth. Fixating on Guena, he bellowed, "Don't think that just because you possess Kinbunshika haki, I am powerless against you. That if I manage to sink my teeth into you, I will shatter you in an instant." Following this, he bent his legs and forcefully pushed off the ground, catapulting himself forward with remarkable speed. His head led the charge, resembling a torpedo as he surged towards Guena. Observing the oncoming Eren, Guena's cold gaze flickered with a hint of disdain. To an outsider, Eren's speed appeared impressive, yet in Guena's eyes, it was still insufficiently swift. She slightly tilted her body, effortlessly evading his attack. However, unbeknownst to Guena, Eren had no intention of engaging her in a desperate battle. Upon realizing Guena possessed haki, he understood that even risking his life would not guarantee victory. After all, Having navigated the Grand Line for so long, he was well aware of the existence of Kongtai was a force that exerted absolute dominance over those like him, devoid of haki. If one could not strike their opponent, yet the opponent could strike them, the outcome of the battle remained unchanged, regardless of one's strength. Moreover, he was up against a master swordsman, the most formidable of them all. As the waterway came into view, Eren felt a wave of relief wash over him. Once he reached the sea, he would no longer have to fear this individual. After all, the ocean was the territory of his fisherman kin. In the water, not only would their strength double, but their speed would also increase significantly. At that point, he could simply hide in the depths until these two terrifying foes departed, allowing him to return to being the tyrant of the entire island. Just then, a look of confusion crossed his face. The waterway that should have been within reach still lay far away. It felt as though he had come to a standstill in midair. Yet he could sense that he was indeed still flying. Suddenly, he noticed the silver-haired human on the wall had appeared beside him without his notice. You almost got away. How frightening. Kongtai feigned surprise, staring at Eren, who was still moving within his spatial domain. What kind of ability is this? Eren realized something was amiss. He was indeed flying, but it felt as if he were merely hovering in place. It wasn't that he was immobilized. Rather, it was as if the very space around him had been elongated. He halted his body, standing at the edge of the pool, with the sea surface he so longed for just a step away. Yet for him now, that step felt insurmountable. He looked at Kongtai, his face filled with terror, his previous bravado vanishing entirely. At that moment, a massive sea king with the body of a bull and the tail of a fish suddenly emerged from the ocean's surface, roaring as it charged toward Eren's location. Clearly, its target was Kongtai, standing by the edge of the pool. Upon seeing the Sea King, Eren's eyes lit up with a glimmer of hope, but the events that unfolded next plunged him into despair. Kongtai, without even glancing at the Sea King, simply drew his sword, swung it, and sheathed it. The silver gray slash effortlessly cleaved the Sea King in two. Eren's pupils dilated in shock, his words faltering as he realized what such a mighty swordsman's strike signified. Great swordsman, Kongtai remarked with a nonchalant tone. Guess what ability has trapped you here? Correct answers earn a prize. Space. A space-type devil fruit. Eren trembled, stammering his response. Kongtai mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully before looking up at Eren with a smile. Unfortunately, you guessed wrong. You must face a penalty. How about you die? What do you think? Kongtai's words dripped with mockery as he gazed at Eren. Noticing Eren's silence, he nodded and continued, since you didn't answer. I'll take that as your agreement. I don't agree. Eren's terrified eyes burned with anger as he glared at Kongtai, the pressure surrounding him rendering him unable to speak. He struggled desperately, akin to a drowning man, but to no avail. Guena, make your move. Kongtai turned to Guena with a smile. Guena pouted, her cold gaze fixed on Eren. This detestable fellow nearly embarrassed me in front of Kongtai. If he escaped, I would be the laughingstock for ages. She approached Eren, drew her sword, and angled the blade towards his neck, clearly intent on executing him. As the swift blade approached, Eren's struggles intensified, his once fierce gaze now filled with a mix of indignation and humiliation. Such a degrading death was worse than fighting Guena to the bitter end. In an instant, the blade sliced across Eren's neck, and his thrashing body ceased its movements. His eyes brimmed. These individuals squander their days in idleness, preoccupied solely with feasting and revelry. To amass a few 100 million berries is already quite an achievement. Beneath the eaves of a house behind the guard station, Kongtai reclines in a chair. Lost in thought that he contemplates whether to raise a flag, considering they have just slain a naval officer. Even if they choose not to, the Navy will undoubtedly label them as pirates and issue a bounty. As for the collusion between the rat and Arlong, he need not ponder. It is evident to him. The world government and the Navy, for the sake of their own dignity, will never reveal the truth and will strive to conceal it. They might even propagate the narrative that the rat died in the line of duty. Therefore, whether or not they raise a flag will make little difference, for the Navy has already designated them as a band of pirates. A fact that will be broadcast across the globe. That he shakes his head, uncorks his gourd, and takes a swig, dismissing such thoughts, turning to gaze at Kwa, who is busily mingling in the crowd with Nojiko. A smile graces his face. It seems Kwa has not been this joyful in quite some time. Observing the flush on her cheeks and the uncontainable smile adorning her face, Kongtai's eyes shimmer with tenderness. It appears that Kwa truly relishes the appreciation of a hero. Then let him embody that hero. After all, he harbors no aspirations in this world. He will not partake in any revolution, for such is the nature of the world. A relentless cycle. One cannot expect a feudal society to embrace socialism. Even if the world government and the celestial dragons were overthrown, would the revolutionary army not transform? He can answer with certainty, it would change. It certainly would. Once the victors bask in the supreme power akin to that of world dominators, they inevitably morph into the very evil they once overthrew, unless the oppressed masses attain complete liberation. This will remain an unending cycle, impervious to disruption that he may become a hero, but he cannot aspire to be a great man. Greatness is burdensome, a weight he cannot bear, and this heroism is not that of the world's champion, nor of the people's savior, but rather a hero of his own making in the recesses of his heart. Deep down, he is inherently a languid soul, disinterested in grand endeavors. Otherwise, in his previous life, he would not have become a recluse. Now that he has arrived in this world, his foremost desire is to live freely and whimsically, allowing himself and those around him to revel in the beauty of the world without a care. Of course, his whimsicality does not equate to lawlessness as a pirate. After all, they are partners of justice. What are you pondering, Kongtai? At that moment, Ajian, with a windmill atop his head, approached, beaming with joy. The excitement in his eyes had yet to fade. He looked at Kongtai and remarked, "While everyone is busy with the banquet, our hero is here daydreaming. This is hardly our way of hosting." He had been assisting with the meat preparation when the villagers, finding him clumsy, sent him to converse with Kongtai. A glance at Kongtai made him acutely aware of the villagers' intentions. They were immensely grateful to Kongtai and his companions, wishing not to slight any hero. Upon hearing this, Kongtai raised his gaze to the spinning windmill atop Ajian's head, momentarily taken aback. It seemed the windmill was meant to amuse Nami. He had donned it for over a decade. What a gentle soul he was. He lifted his gourd and took a sip, his brow furrowing as he spoke. "Doh, nothing much, just pondering how to design the flag for our ship." "Are you planning to hoist a pirate flag?" Ajian asked, initially surprised. Then, as if struck by a revelation, nodded sagely. "Of course. That rat colonel met his end at Arlong Park. The Navy will need a scapegoat." But he paused, then addressed Kongtai with gravity. "And you all are the perfect reason. Even if you do not embrace piracy, they will classify you as such and issue a bounty." Kongtai had already anticipated Ajian's analysis. He shrugged nonchalantly, a slight smile playing on his lips as he replied, "Well, Ajian, there's no need for such analysis. My intention in raising a flag is not to declare ourselves as pirates. We are an adventure crew." "Adventure crew?" "Yes, an adventure crew, a band dedicated to exploring the world and its wonders." "Is there such a concept? Is it not akin to a pirate crew?" In Ajian's understanding, anyone who set sail and raised a flag was either a pirate or a member of the Navy. He had never encountered the notion of an adventure crew. Kongtai fell silent, leaning back in his chair, conceding, "Fine, if you insist on calling it a pirate crew, then so be it. The concept of an adventure crew simply does not exist in this world." He could not alter the deeply ingrained perceptions of the people that I knew. It was essentially a pirate crew. Ajian, sensing Kongtai's despondency, patted his shoulder in consolation. "Fear not, Kongtai. We merely detest pirate crews like Arlong's. Even if you fly a pirate flag, you will remain our hero." Kongtai looked up at Ajian, who bore an expression of understanding, and took a hearty swig from his gourd. Ajian may not grasp it, but neither would Ahua and his companions understand the essence of an adventure crew. Well, let it be a pirate crew, now that they have entered the pirate world and set sail. How could they be without a flag? Kongtai repressed his discontent and turned to Ajian, inquiring, "By the way, Ajian, why do you always wear that windmill on your head? Could you possibly part with it for me?" "Windmill?" Ajian paused, then touched the windmill atop his head, falling into contemplation. Noticing Ajian's state, Kongtai asked, "What's the matter, Ajian? Are you reluctant to part with it?" "Not reluctant, but this windmill holds special significance for someone." Ajian came back to himself and explained, "Someone? Yes, a strong and brave individual." At that moment, Kongtai realized who Ajian referred to, though he feigned ignorance, pressing, "Who exactly is it?" Ajian gazed toward the orange grove behind the village and began to narrate Nami's story. As he recounted the tale of Nami and the windmill, a gentle smile graced his face. When discussing Nami's induction into Arlong's pirate crew, his expression soured with hatred. And when he spoke of Nami returning to the village, battered and bruised, his face reflected deep sorrow. Under the oppression of Arlong's crew, Nami became the sole beacon of hope for him and all the villagers. In truth, they had always known why Nami joined Arlong's crew, and they understood the reasons behind her injuries upon returning from each outing. Yet, they were powerless to assist her. All they could do was refrain from complicating her plight, allowing her to pursue her misguided belief that she could bargain with Arlong for the village's freedom. Even though they recognized it as an unattainable dream, it was the only flicker of hope within Nami's heart. They could not be the ones to extinguish that hope. If it were to be extinguished, it must be done slowly, for if Nami succumbed to despair, their sole beacon of light would vanish. With this in mind, Ajian shook his head, suppressing the hatred he felt toward Arlong's crew, observing the smiles returning to the villagers' faces along the village path. He too smiled. It felt as though they had returned to the time before Arlong's arrival. Indeed, all was well. With Arlong gone, Nami must be overjoyed. She would no longer have to venture out for money. No longer would she be compelled to draw that damned map for Arlong. She could once again be the little princess of Cocoa Village. She could feel joy and sorrow without the need to feign strength. Reflecting on this, Ajian cast a grateful glance at Kongtai. He truly did not know how to express his gratitude to them. Ajian shook his head, casting aside the thoughts that lingered in his mind, and turned to Kongtai. Right. I haven't asked what you intend to do with that windmill. Kongtai gazed at the windmill perched atop his head and chuckled. I was merely intrigued by the windmill you've been balancing on your head. Isn't it reminiscent of a pirate flag? I thought, why not adopt the windmill design as our flag? He indeed saw the windmill and thought of the protagonist of this world, Monkey D. Luffy, whose hometown, Windmill Village, also featured windmills. After all, it wouldn't make sense to use a hammer and sickle or 5 stars. Though he was familiar with those symbols, they were easily subject to censorship. Moreover, the windmill symbolizes bravery, diligence, ambition, loyalty, joy, agility, and love. It also represents humanity's affection for the sky and embodies a fairy tale-like happiness. For him, this was his aspiration, that he hoped that he and those he cherished could remain like the windmill, forever free from worries, pain, and disaster, living a life filled with joy, happiness, and health. That's how it is. Ajian hesitated for a moment but ultimately removed the windmill and handed it to Kongtai. Here, take it. However, Kongtai did not accept it. Instead, he smiled at Ajian and said, let's not. Uncle Ajian. I only wanted it as a reference to draw a flag. For you, it's a cherished memory with Nami. He paused, then continued, I couldn't possibly take a childhood toy from a little girl. Observing Kongtai's earnest expression, Ajian retracted the windmill and stuck it back onto his HIT. Wasn't that he was particularly attached. After all, it was merely a common windmill. Furthermore, Nami had grown up and wouldn't smile at his windmill as she did in her childhood. Now, it merely served as a nostalgic thought for him. He wished for Nami to return each time, just like in her childhood, casting away her unhappy emotions and remaining joyful. How about this? I'll find some fabric later and personally draw a windmill flag for you. What do you think? Oh, how could I accept such a generous offer? Kongtai exclaimed, his face lighting up with surprise. Then I shall rely on you, Uncle Ajian. Hearing Ajian's willingness to assist in drawing the flag brought him an instinctive joy. Well, it's not because of my poor drawing skills that there's no need for embarrassment. It is my honor to create a pirate flag for the benefactor of our entire Kokasia village, if there's nothing else. I shall be off to craft your pirate flag. It was evident that he was even more eager than Kongtai. Perhaps it was the delight in being able to assist Kongtai and his companions. Kongtai hurriedly expressed his gratitude once more. Watching Ajian's retreating figure, he joyfully raised his gourd and took a swig. Refreshing, he then reclined like a nobleman, basking in the sun. Indeed, the sunlight of spring, even at noon, was so pleasant. The setting sun cast warm rays. In the center of Kokasia Village's pathway, several bonfires had already been piled high. Around the bonfires lay an array of roasted meats, fruits, and various seafood. The villagers, having suppressed their emotions for so long, finally let go of all pretenses. Some cried loudly, others laughed heartily, and some even howled as if driven mad. They desperately needed to vent. Meanwhile, Ahua and his companions were pulled into the crowd by the village's youth, joining the villagers in a simple yet heartfelt dance around the bonfire. Beside one of the bonfires, Kongtai sat cross-legged on the ground, sipping from his gourd, while Guena leaned against his shoulder, her cheeks slightly flushed as she gazed at the crowd encircling the fire. She adored such feasts. Although she had been busy from noon until dusk, she felt no fatigue, only an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. This prompted her, a person who usually abstained from alcohol, to indulge in a few cups today. Goina gazed up at Kongtai with dreamy eyes. Well, Kongtai turned to her, smiling at her adorable demeanor. What is it? Do you think I should come up with a title for myself? What kind of title? Goina tilted her head, pondering. She frowned in distress, unable to think of anything. Then, she looked up at Kongtai, her beautiful eyes shimmering with a hint of pleading. She grabbed his arm and shook it gently. I can't come up with anything. Kongtai, how about you think of one for me? All right, stop shaking. If you continue, I might fall apart. Kongtai chuckled at Goina's antics. From now on, our team shall be called the Free Adventure Crew, and our flag will be the windmill. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, then his eyes brightened. You shall be called the Statue of Liberty. The moment he uttered it, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Goina was puzzled by Kongtai's sudden laughter but joined in. Giggling foolishly. Statue of Liberty. Huh, that sounds quite nice. East Blue. The Gallum Islands. At the makeshift dock outside Kokasia village, a ship adorned with a ram's head was anchored. At the top of the mast fluttered a red flag, emblazoned with a yellow windmill. From a distance, the yellow windmill appeared to be spinning, exuding warmth and joy. Aboard the ship, no, it should now be referred to as the Freedom. Kongtai and his companions had awoken early. Standing at the ship's edge, gazing at Kokasia village. Last night, the villagers had become so exhilarated that they were inebriated and unconscious. It seemed unlikely that anyone would awaken until noon today, although Kongtai and his friends had also indulged a bit too much. Their bodies were accustomed to training, preventing them from becoming as intoxicated as the villagers, allowing them to rise early. Aren't we going to say goodbye? Goina gazed longingly toward the village. Here, she had experienced such profound happiness for the first time. This joy was different from the satisfaction derived from improved strength. It was a bliss that resonated deep within the heart and spirit. Kongtai ruffled Goina's hair and smiled as he looked toward the village. There's nothing to say goodbye to. This is merely a beautiful memory in our lives. Our journey is just beginning, embarking toward greater unknowns and more adventures. Trust me, on the road ahead, we will undoubtedly encounter more fulfillment and joy. As he spoke, a flicker of regret crossed Kongtai's eyes. If there was any regret, it was that he hadn't seen Nami. He imagined she was currently aboard a pirate ship, engaged in thrilling battles with pirates. Yes, I have always believed in you, Kongtai. Upon hearing this, Goina's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ahua and the others nodded in agreement. They all believed that their future adventures would be filled with wonderful people and picturesque landscapes. Kongtai shifted his gaze toward the sea, where sounds of excitement and anticipation erupted. All right, comrades, the Freedom is setting sail. Our adventure begins now. Excitement surged through the air, and a day after departing from the Golemii archipelago, their spirits returned to a state of normalcy. Kongtai continued to bask in the sun at the bow of the ship, largely neglecting his training. The conventional training equipment had become utterly useless to him. Now, his sole focus lay in the relentless consumption of his armed haki, hoping to elevate both its quality and his swordsmanship soon. Goina devoted most of her time to rigorous exercise, akin to Zoro's dedication aboard the Mary. The remainder of her hours was spent sipping tea, perusing newspapers, and engaging in conversation with Kongtai while soaking up the sun. Meanwhile, Ahua and the others either busied themselves in the kitchen or lounged on the deck, idly exchanging banter. The vast ocean felt monotonous, with only the myriad of uncharted islands capable of reigniting their vitality. Just then, from the lookout, Alo, with a telescope in hand, shouted down below, "Ship. Dead ahead at 12 o'clock. Sighted a pirate vessel." Upon hearing Alo's call, the crew aboard the ship was instantly invigorated. Amidst the tedium of the endless sea, an element of excitement had emerged, encountering another pirate crew, as both ships, swift due to their small sails, converged on the open waters. Ahua scrutinized the pirate flag flying from the opposing vessel. Clutching a stack of bounty notices, he feverishly flipped through them until he halted at a rather unremarkable bounty sheet. Looking up once more at the pirate flag, he adjusted his glasses and remarked coolly, "The Crazy Bull Pirates, Captain. Could be rad. Bounty. 15 million berries." He then retrieved another newspaper from behind him and continued. According to reports from several months ago, Kobe Rad is a rookie pirate who set sail not long ago. A rookie pirate, Kongtai mused, stroking his chin thoughtfully. To have a bounty of 15 million berries on his first issuance indicates either formidable strength or a particularly ruthless character. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes, clearly leaning towards the latter. Given that the average bounty in the East Blue rarely exceeded 10 million, Such a high initial bounty could only arise from one of these two scenarios. After all, even Kuro's bounty was merely 17 million berries. It made one wonder what heinous acts this individual had committed to warrant such a high price on his head. He glanced at Ahua, signaling him to proceed. Ahua, still observing the newspaper, added, "Though this guy has only been at sea for a few months, he has already plundered 6 towns. Just then, Ahua's eyes lit up, and he spoke with urgency. After each robbery, this fellow transforms into a gigantic, hairy bull-like monster, rampaging through the towns he has raided. Thus, the Navy has dubbed him the Crazy Bull, a bull-like monster. Could this be the devil fruit user that Kongtai mentioned?" Alo and Atao, who initially harbored no interest in the captain of the Crazy Bull pirates, suddenly shared a look of excitement after hearing Ahua's words. A devil fruit user. This would be their first encounter. Unbeknownst to them, they had already crossed paths with devil fruit users before. One was the Okama king, Emporio Ivankov, who had consumed the hormone fruit. His powers allowed him to manipulate human body temperature, pigmentation, growth, and emotions, enabling profound transformations, even altering gender, thus creating a new breed of humanity. Had Ivankov unleashed his powers during the battle with Kongtai, it was likely that Kongtai would have faced a swifter defeat. Another was the ever-present Imizuna, also known as Lightning, who was transformed into a new breed by Ivankov's powers. He had consumed the scissor fruit, granting him the ability to turn any part of his body into scissors, capable of slicing through anything. The items he cut could be manipulated like fabric for a limited time. To date, it remained uncertain whether he could slice through living beings as easily as he could sever the ground. If he could indeed cut through living creatures, then his abilities would be exceedingly formidable. Unlike the surgery fruit, where severed items could be restored and the body remained unaffected, the scissor fruit was purely destructive. If applied to human subjects, it could easily result in death. Such a broken ability surely could not be wielded against living beings, could it? The Crazy Bull Pirates deck was currently strewn with pirates, a motley crew that Kubi Rad had gathered over the past few months, primarily ruffians from the towns he had raided. These individuals, having indulged in revelry until the early hours, remained in a deep slumber. Only the lookout and a few pirates at the helm remained diligent in their duties, secretly wishing to join their slumbering comrades. That moment, a lookout pirate spotted the Freedom directly ahead. He announced, albeit lazily, "Pirate ship sighted." Upon glimpsing the unfamiliar pirate flag waving from the opposing vessel, he merely uttered a lackadaisical shout without further thought. Yet, recalling his captain's notorious bloodthirstiness towards other ships and crews, he shuddered involuntarily as he turned to face the swiftly approaching Freedom. He silently mourned for the souls aboard the opposing ship. What a pity for those poor souls, he mused, his eyes glinting with a predatory gleam. Those who gained Kubi Rad's approval to board his ship could hardly be paragons of virtue. They were nothing more than a band of lawless ruffians, devoid of morality, inside the captain's quarters. The rhythmic sound of snoring echoed like distant thunder before a storm. Reverberating outward on the couch lay a middle-aged man, approximately 35 years old, unremarkable in appearance save for his explosive musculature and the myriad scars adorning his bare skin. This individual could only be none other than Captain Kubi Rad of the Crazy Bull Pirates. Even in slumber, he emanated a ferocious aura, akin to a formidable beast. Outside the captain's quarters, a lookout pirate hesitated, contemplating whether to rouse their captain. In the Crazy Bull Pirates, no one was unafraid of Kubi Rad. After a moment's indecision, he resolutely pushed open the dilapidated wooden door to the captain's quarters. Reporting the sighting of a pirate ship would certainly be less consequential than failing to alert Kubi Rad. Kubi Rad craved notoriety, aspiring to surpass Arlong and Kuro in infamy, to become the strongest in the East Blue. As a member of the Crazy Bull Pirates, he was well aware of these ambitions. He cautiously approached Kubi Rad, gently calling out a few times. When there was no response, he had no choice but to shout, "Captain! Captain!" The snoring abruptly ceased. Kubi Rad opened his blood-red eyes, fixing a glare on the lookout pirate, his countenance brimming with menace. He remained silent, staring intently at the lookout, awaiting the revelation of something that piqued his interest. Thus, there was no necessity for this individual to exist aboard his pirate ship. The supporting pirate was fixated upon by Kubi Rad's blood-red eyes, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. He averted his gaze, daring not to meet Kubi Rad's stare, and spoke rapidly, "Captain, we have spotted a pirate ship directly ahead. A pirate ship." Upon hearing this, Kubi Rad's menacing demeanor softened as he leisurely straightened his posture. He retrieved a cigar, ignited it, and inhaled deeply, Subsequently, he rose, donned a brown coat from beside him, and declared, "Let us proceed. We shall see who awaits us on the other side," with an expression brimming with excitement. He stepped outside, hoping that the opposing crew would offer him an exhilarating encounter. As the two vessels converged, both parties simultaneously lowered their sails, coming to a halt upon the ocean's surface. Awa and his companions fixed their curious gazes upon the towering figure at the bow of the opposing ship. Is this what a devil fruit user looks like? It seems rather unremarkable. Meanwhile, Kongtai boldly leaped onto the rival ship, positioning himself atop the ship's railing. His primary intention was to allow Ahua and his companions a good look at the capabilities of the devil fruit, serving as a reference for their future aspirations to become users themselves, rather than engaging in combat with what he deemed an inconsequential pirate crew. With a grin, he jestingly remarked to Kobe Lade, "Ah, the infamous Mad Bull Kobe Lade, with a bounty of 15 million berries. How terrifying," retorted a pirate who stepped forward, shouting at Kongtai, "Do you have any idea who you are facing?" It was evident to all that Kongtai had just mocked their captain. Humph. Kongtai turned to glare at the supporting pirate, his eyes narrowing. Begone. He held no interest in these supporting pirates, and his gaze, infused with the conqueror's haki, rendered the pirate unconscious in an instant. The sudden collapse of the pirate elicited gasps of astonishment from the others. "What was that?" they exclaimed, astonished at the ease with which one glance could incapacitate a man. They raised their heads to regard Kongtai, their eyes wide with shock. Kobe Lade cast a disdainful glance at the fallen pirate, a flicker of disgust crossing his features. Utterly worthless. He had sensed a hint of power earlier, yet dismissed it, recognizing it was merely the incapacitation of one of his subordinates, not a lethal attack. He then fixed his gaze upon Kongtai and bellowed, "State your name, brat." The great Mad Bull captain does not slay nameless wretches. Of course, this was merely jest. Kobe Lade, when driven to madness, would not hesitate to eliminate even his own crew. "Me?" Kongtai replied earnestly. "You may call me a comrade of justice. Dio, spare me the jest. Is it not laughable for a pirate to speak of justice?" Kobe Lade roared back, "A pirate is a pirate. If you wish to enact justice, why not join the Navy instead? Do not attempt to deceive me." He harbored a profound disdain for justice and those who championed it, having never experienced its benevolence himself. Captured by human traffickers in his youth, he was sold into slavery, enduring decades devoid of kindness. Throughout his life, he faced either abuse or the threat of it. His masters and the townspeople never treated him as a human, fostering a deep-seated hatred for the world and a desire for its destruction. After unintentionally consuming the yak cow fruit, his resolve hardened. Following his acquisition of power, his first act was to annihilate his master's family and lay waste to his town. Witnessing those he once had to grovel before now groveling at his feet, pleading for mercy, drove him to utter madness. The sensation of dominating others ensnared him. He aspired to harness this power to reign over the entire East Blue, ensuring that all would endure the torment he had once experienced. Kongtai, observing Kobe Lade's vehement reaction upon hearing him declare himself a comrade of justice, felt a sense of bewilderment. Given Kobe Lade's apparent loathing for the concept of justice, it seemed probable that he had suffered at the hands of the Navy. Pondering this, Kongtai called out, "Hey, hurry up and show me your abilities. Stop dawdling." The potent aura of bloodlust emanating from Kobe Lade indicated that he had likely taken many lives. No wonder he had not appeared in the comics. He must have been executed by the Navy long ago. If you wish for death so desperately, allow me to oblige you. With that, Kobe Lade transformed into a minotaur-like creature. The pirates behind him, witnessing this transformation, suddenly felt emboldened. Their captain was a monster endowed with the powers of a devil fruit. Observing Kobe Lade's transformation, Kongtai could not suppress his laughter. "Ha! Why not adorn your nose with a metal ring? That would make you look even more like the Bull Demon King." Iron Ring, Bull Demon King. Although they were unfamiliar with the latter term, the mention of an iron ring provoked Kobe Lade's ire. Particularly, Kongtai's unabashed mockery ignited his fury. He let out a furious roar, exhaling clouds of white steam from his nostrils. The supporting pirates, witnessing Kobe Lade's wrath, blushed with excitement and shouted, "Go, Captain! Tear that arrogant brat apart!" In their perception, an enraged Kobe Lade was the strongest being in the world, effortlessly dispatching even the Navy that pursued them. Responding to his crew's cries, Kobe Lade ceased his roar, lowering his gaze to fixate on Kongtai with his blood-red eyes, his legs powering off the deck like a blade aimed at Kongtai. This brat had not regarded him since boarding, his demeanor filled with indifference and disdain, displaying an air of arrogance. Now, to add insult to injury, He was mocking him that a death wish indeed. He could hardly remember the last time he had encountered such a gaze or heard the sounds of derision. Since acquiring the powers of the fruit, he had been met only with fear from everyone, including the Navy. Why did this brat presume to look at him in such a manner, to mock him? The last time he had faced such a gaze was during his days as a slave. A time when no one in his town had survived. He was convinced this brat would meet the same fate. As the distance between them closed, Kubi-Lade's eyes gleamed with a bloodthirsty light as he bellowed, "Look me in the eye, wretch!" He clenched his massive fist, the muscles in his arm bulging, and drew it back before launching a rapid strike aimed at Kongtai's head. It seemed as though Kongtai would soon meet a gruesome end. Just then, a resounding bang interrupted his daydream. He felt as though his fist had struck not flesh but a steel plate. His vision snapped back to reality, revealing a relatively small hand, unwaveringly positioned before his fist, halting it from advancing even an inch. Impossible, he gasped, astonished that his full-powered punch had been so effortlessly stopped. Moments ago, the once exuberant extras of the pirate crew wore expressions of frozen disbelief. They had witnessed individuals capable of withstanding the full force of Kubi-Lade's punch before, yet even those who endured such blows were often left gasping blood. How could one remain so unfazed? As if he were not fending off a fist, but merely a drifting leaf? So effortless was his demeanor that he continued to chuckle. "Is this truly all the strength you possess?" Kongtai halted his laughter, turning to mock Kubi-Lade. "Such meager power has inflated your ego to this extent. Do not be so arrogant, little one." Kubi-Lade glared at Kongtai with an expression of displeasure. He was not foolish. He could sense the chasm between their strengths. However, he would not bow his head nor concede defeat. Since the day he set sail, he vowed never to submit to anyone again. Retracting his fist, he stepped back, tearing off his shirt to reveal an array of scars etched across his body. Observing the multitude of scars on Kubi-Lade's form, Kongtai understood the source of his disdain for justice. These marks were clearly the result of years of torment. The variety and size of the scars indicated they were not born from battle. Thus, there could be but one explanation. He had once been a slave. Only the nobility possessed the cruelty to inflict such wounds upon a person while sparing their life. Kongtai regarded Kubi-Lade, a frown creasing his brow as he suppressed his earlier mirth. He had no desire to squander time on this individual. Initially, he had intended to engage in some light-hearted fun, but upon witnessing the scars that told a tale of suffering, he altered his course. He could mock Kubi-Lade's present, but would not deride his past. Kubi-Lade let out a bellow, his body enveloped in dark fur, transforming in an instant into a colossal yak. The yak, with its massive maw agape, declared to Kongtai, "Little brat, I have consumed the Zoan-type Nyo fruit, yak form. I possess boundless strength and a pair of horns that can pierce anything." With that, he lowered his head, charging towards Kongtai with his horns aimed menacingly. "Die, brat." In a display of effortless prowess, Kongtai met Kubi-Lade's unparalleled assault with the same palm in the same spot. Described with a delicate touch, he swiftly rebuffed Kubi-Lade, sending him crashing onto the deck with a resounding thud. Lying sprawled on the ground, Kubi-Lade shook his head repeatedly, feeling as though his skull had been struck by a meteor. Stars dancing before his eyes, his mind a chaotic swirl. The extras of the pirate crew gazed at the fallen Kubi-Lade, scarcely daring to breathe. They looked up in horror at Kongtai, their hearts racing. What manner of monster was this? Before him, their captain was but a mere plaything, tossed about with ease. Kongtai leaped down from the railing, advancing towards Kubi-Lade. With each step he took, the extras collapsed, rolling their eyes back in terror. "I know not what your past entails, nor do I wish to. What I do know is that the actions you have taken these past few months have condemned you to hell." As he spoke, Kongtai unleashed his spatial domain, binding Kubi-Lade in place. Denying him even a moment to respond, he was resolved to conclude this game. Was it not somewhat tedious? Each day, tragedies of various forms unfolded in this world, and many suffered far worse fates than this wretch. Yet, none transformed into frenzied murderers in their despair. The notion of emerging from darkness, acquiring power, and seeking vengeance upon the world was not one he cared to comment on. After all, one who has not endured another's suffering should not urge them toward virtue. He recognized that the path one chooses is their own. Having selected it, one must endure the trials it brings until death. Moreover, Kubi-Lade's actions were far more heinous than those of his master, rendering him unworthy of sympathy. Kongtai drew his sword, Zhang Kong, and aimed a decisive strike at Kubi-Lade's head. After sheathing his blade, he swiftly returned to the free ship, disregarding the Mad Yak pirate crew entirely. Noticing Kongtai's somewhat grim demeanor, Ahua and the others refrained from inquiry. They quickly ignited torches and cast them upon the Madyak's vessel. Setting sail, meanwhile, Kuina remained by Kongtai's side, holding his hand in silence, her gaze gentle and unwavering. When Kongtai finally regained his senses, the free ship had already sailed a considerable distance. The Madyaks engulfed in flames behind them. He turned to Kuina, ruffling her hair affectionately, his face regaining its customary smile. "Fear not, I am well." He had long recognized the repugnance of the noble class in this world and was prepared for it. Yet, witnessing the plight of slaves for the first time stirred discomfort within him. He had never encountered a body so marred by scars. Meanwhile, at the Navy headquarters, discussions concerning their affairs were underway. In a spacious office within the tall central building, not only Sengoku but nearly all the remaining vice admirals stationed at headquarters were gathered. They sat in 2 rows upon the floor, with Sengoku positioned at the far end on the right. Sengoku turned to the only person standing in the room and spoke. "Branu, share the details of this significant meeting." "Yes, Marshal," Branu responded with a military salute. In private, they typically referred to Sengoku as Mr. Sengoku, yet in public, they adhered to the title of Marshal. Branu composed himself and continued earnestly. "There are primarily 2 matters at hand. The first concerns a pirate crew from the East Blue. The second pertains to Fire Fist Ace." "Wait a moment." Branu. At this juncture, a robust man with thick brown facial hair, clad in a deep red tie and a double-breasted orange suit, who appeared to be nearly asleep yet was smoking a cigar, interrupted with a grin. "What is it, Fire Mountain?" Branu asked, perplexed. "Nothing much. I am indeed intrigued by Ace's affairs, but what makes this East Blue pirate crew noteworthy?" Fire Mountain directly voiced the shared curiosity of many other vice admirals present. It was not that they held the East Blue in disdain, but since the era of Pirate King Roger, no pirate had emerged from the region warranting serious attention. The vice admirals all turned their gazes toward Branu. "There's no need for haste, gentlemen. What I am about to discuss involves this very pirate crew." He gestured towards several photographs displayed on a board. Among them were images previously presented in Sengoku's office, alongside those of the Dragon pirate crew, including a close-up of the beheaded Captain Mouse. It remained unclear when these individuals had taken such photographs. They had burned down Arlong Park upon receiving payment. Thus, it was likely that Kongtai and Kuina had sought Ahua and his companions to retrieve the money. Branu pointed to the image of Kongtai facing off against the Krieg pirate crew, stating, "Our first encounter with this group occurred during their battle with the Krieg crew." He then indicated another photograph depicting Kuina, Kongtai, and the severed remains of a massive ship. From subsequent analysis, it appears their captain, Kongtai, is a grand swordsman, while this young girl, Kuina, is at the very least a swordsman herself. A grand swordsman? At this revelation, the vice admirals collectively cast aside their earlier dismissiveness, a flicker of gravity igniting in their expressions. Branu glanced at Sengoku, then continued, "Since we did not observe any dangerous maneuvers from them last time, coupled with their lack of a pirate flag, we did not pay much heed to the matter." Sengoku nodded in acknowledgement, responding, "Indeed, this was discussed during our last meeting. Since it was not a pressing issue, we refrained from informing everyone, only alerting the East Blue branches." A glimmer of intensity flickered in his eyes as he stated gravely, "However, this time is different. The government has instructed us to issue a bounty." Upon receiving the news, he promptly initiated an investigation through the Navy of the East Sea regarding the entire affair. Naturally, he unearthed the collusion between Colonel Mouse and the Dragon Pirates. The situation would have been manageable had Mouse survived. However, his demise complicates matters beyond mere piracy. It is evident, according to the world government stance, that the public must remain oblivious to Mouse's fate, even within the Navy ranks, where attempts to downplay the incident are to be made. After all, it is a most disgraceful affair, is it not? "Please continue, Branu," Sengoku commanded, his gaze fixed intently on Branu. "Understood, Marshal," Branu replied, turning to point at the remaining photographs. "From these images, we can ascertain that after defeating Crick, Sora and his crew first made their way to the Baratie restaurant. Their sailing route indicates they were originally heading directly to Logtown. However, for reasons unknown, they abruptly diverted from Baratie to the Gormei Islands, where they encountered the Dragon Pirates, who have been stationed there." "The Dragon Pirates?" Fire Fist Ace interjected. "Are they not the crew formed by the fishmen associated with the Sun Pirates, led by the warlord Sengoku Jinbei?" "Indeed, Lord Firefist," Branu affirmed. "The captain of the Dragon Pirates, Arlong, was previously imprisoned and impelled down and was released through Jinbei's privileges as a warlord." He gestured towards the photograph of the Dragon Pirates and continued, their captain Arlong, along with his officers Karubi, Chu, and Hachi, are all former members of the Sun Pirates. No wonder he looks so familiar. It is indeed the fishman Arlong. Fire Fist Ace nodded, adding, "My apologies, Branu. Please proceed that I captured him 6 years ago and was merely curious as to how he found his way back to the East Sea. He is a vice admiral in the New World, typically detached from the affairs of the Four Seas, and he is merely a small-time pirate with a bounty of 20 million. I had no knowledge of his release or the formation of his pirate crew." "Very well, Lord Firefist." Branna paused before continuing. "From the analysis of the situation, it seems they either set out with the intent of confronting the dragon pirates or received some sudden intelligence prompting their course change. The precise reason remains unclear. He knew the reason but could not disclose it. After all, one cannot simply state that a pirate's journey was to overthrow the dragon and liberate the villagers there." "What then of Colonel Mouse's death?" another admiral inquired. As for Colonel Mouse, to be frank, he held no concern for the demise of such a scoundrel. Had he not been slain by Sora's crew, the headquarters would have dealt with him in due course. Yet, since Mouse is dead, it now constitutes a separate incident. The world government, keen on preserving its facade, certainly has no intention of letting Sora's crew off lightly. Ultimately, to them, it is merely the emergence of another pirate crew. Branu contemplated for a moment, but decided to adhere to the script. The world government asserts that Mouse was tasked with eliminating the dragon pirates and fortuitously encountered Sora's crew, resulting in his death. Is that so? The assembled Navy personnel were not fools. It was apparent that Mouse was not the type to dare confront the dragon pirates, despite their awareness of the underlying issues. They refrained from questioning further. Within the world government and the Navy, there exist matters that are not to be probed. Branna pointed to the last photograph and declared, "This is the most recent image. Their ship has now hoisted the pirate flag, indicating the formal establishment of their pirate crew." He adjusted his glasses, turned to face the room, and solemnly proclaimed, "Their recent attack on our fellow Navy personnel is a direct provocation against the Navy and the world government. We must retaliate." He paused, surveying the admirals present before continuing, "We are here to deliberate on the matter of their bounty." At that moment, the admirals collectively fell silent. It was evident that this was a task designated by the world government. How could they possibly negotiate? They were utterly clueless. A renowned swordsman had yet to commit any heinous acts. Thus setting a high bounty would be illogical, while a low bounty would serve no purpose whatsoever. They pondered for a while, and as if in unison, they lifted their gazes towards Sangoku. "It is your turn now, Sangoku-san." Sangoku, feeling the weight of their attention, grimaced slightly. It was precisely because the situation was challenging that he had summoned these admirals for consultation. Now they all looked to him with such expectation, realizing he could not escape the responsibility. A gleam of determination flashed in his eyes as he focused on the photographs on the board. A low bounty would incite dissatisfaction from the government, while a high one would defy reason. "Let us set it at 70 million. He then shifted his gaze to the photograph of Kuina, adding, "As for this young lady, let us assign her a bounty of 30 million, rounding out the total for their pirate crew." The surrounding admirals nodded in agreement upon witnessing Sengoku's decision. With this determination, it meant the initial bounty for this pirate crew was set at a staggering 100 million. 100 million. Never before has a pirate crew set sail with such a bounty placed upon them. Most of the admirals merely expressed mild surprise at the figure, as it did not significantly impact their roles. However, for the admirals stationed in the first half of the Grand Line, there was a degree of concern. Given the trajectory of this crew, it would not be long before they arrived in the Grand Line, and encounters with them could very well ensue. Setting aside the matter of the bounty, it was challenging not to take notice of a pirate crew led by a renowned swordsman. "Oh, by the way, Marshal, since you have established a bounty, should we also assign them titles?" Branu inquired of Sengoku. "Why must everything fall upon me? What purpose do you serve in this matter?" Sengoku took a deep breath, suppressing his desire to voice his frustrations, and nonchalantly replied, "The boy shall be called Silver Hair, and the girl shall be named Blue Hair." The audience collectively twitched at the corners of their mouths. "Really? That is rather lackadaisical, don't you think? Must it be so casual?" Yet, sensing Sengoku's ominous aura, they dared not protest further. They fixated on the photographs of Sora and Kuna displayed on the board, unable to suppress their admiration. Remarkable, it seemed the Grand Line was about to become lively once more. The discussions amongst the Navy went unnoticed by Sora and his crew, who were blissfully unaware and had no need to know. They were currently filled with excitement as they gazed at the distant island. This marked the 4th day since their departure from the Gormei Islands. Although they had encountered the Mad Bull pirates during this period, it had provided little amusement. The subsequent 3 days, spent navigating the unchanging sea, had rendered them as dull as a fish out of water. Now, finally spotting a small island, their exhilaration was entirely understandable. After prolonged periods at sea, barring those who inherently relish solitude, most individuals tend to enjoy lively company. This is one of the reasons why pirate crews frequently host banquets. From the map, they discerned that the small island was named Prous, a modest isle with a navy base present. Kuina, clutching the map, gazed at the distant coastline and remarked casually, "A navy base." Ahu instinctively flinched at the thought. After all, they had recently formed a pirate crew and were somewhat apprehensive of the navy. It wasn't fear of combat. Rather, it was the instinctive reaction of a thief confronted by law enforcement. However, as realization dawned upon him, his expression returned to normal, and he puffed out his ample belly, proclaiming, "Regardless of whether there is a navy base or not, we are not wanted. So what is there to fear? Indeed, the navy cannot exert control over us," a Tao chimed in. Kuna gave them a dispassionate glance, cautioning, "Just be careful. After so many days, the navy has likely already issued a bounty, while Sora and I are unafraid. I worry about you getting captured and locked away." "Hey, Kuna, must you look down on us so?" At that moment, Arrow approached from behind, exclaiming loudly, "Do you have an opinion?" No. He hastily shook his head and waved his hands in vehement denial upon meeting Guena's gaze. "Damn it, I almost got carried away." A Hua and a Tao quickly distanced themselves from Arrow, their eyes fixated ahead, feigning indifference. Kongtai withdrew his gaze from Prous Island and turned to Guena with a smile. "Guena, it seems the bounty this time will concern only you and me. It has nothing to do with a Hua and the others, so there's no need for concern." Upon hearing Kotai's words, Ahua and his companions were left unsure whether to feel pleased or displeased, sensing yet another jab from Kongtai. "Yes, I understand," Guena replied, a smile curling at the corners of her mouth, with a touch of mockery in her tone. She added, "With just those 3, even if they wished for a bounty, it would be impossible." Listening to Guena's taunts, Ahua and his friends could only sit in silence, their anger simmering. When would they truly rise to their feet? Before long, the Freedom ship docked at the port of Prous Island. Nestled between several fishing vessels, they stowed the sails, dropped the anchor, and disembarked. "Wow," Ahua exclaimed, relishing the solid ground beneath his feet as he excitedly bounced in place. "Why are there so few people here?" Arrow mused, puffing on his cigarette and surveying the surroundings. This was quite different from what they had anticipated. They had envisioned a bustling island, yet it appeared rather desolate. "Perhaps everyone is in the town," Kongtai casually remarked as he glanced at the street ahead. Just then, he caught sight of the naval lookout tower to his right. Pausing momentarily, he then turned back to Ahua and the others, declaring, "Guena and I will head to the tavern to gather some news and see if there's any particularly fine liquor." As he spoke, he jangled the gourd of wine in his hand. But it produced no sound, indicating it was empty. He had long since consumed the good wine from the floating restaurant, Baratie. Though he had not been at sea for long, his capacity for alcohol had suddenly increased. While he hadn't yet reached the level of a seasoned drunkard, he could certainly be called a minor one. The ordinary rum aboard their ship now seemed akin to beer to him, a flavor he thoroughly disliked. Thus, he had developed a new interest, seeking out local fine wines wherever he went. "Don't worry, Kongtai, we have our own matters to attend to. You and Guena go on ahead." "All right, then we shall take our leave." As they watched Kongtai and Guena depart, Ahua and the others dispersed, each pursuing their own desires. Ahua set off to procure fresh ingredients and fruits, as well as to replenish the ship's fresh water supply. Tao searched for new ship repair tools and various items useful at SEAS for Arrow. This fellow had recently taken an interest in firearms, eager to find a better weapon. The gun he currently possessed was merely a common one he had picked up from the Krieg pirates. Just a few days ago, he had complained to Kongtai about not having retained some of the better firearms from Krieg. Now, he found himself without a single decent weapon to wield. As Kongtai and his companions entered the town one by one, disappearing into the streets, the Navy personnel hidden in the lookout tower to the right of the dock finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Kotai's fleeting glance had nearly given him a heart attack. After all, not everyone possesses the courage to confront a notorious pirate with a bounty of 70 million berries. Kongtai was the highest bounty pirate he had ever laid eyes upon. The Navy issued bounty notices which would be transmitted immediately to various branches, subsequently handed over to the World News Organization. The news organization would then disseminate the information globally through their extensive network. Thus, Kongtai and Guena's bounties first appeared at the various Navy branches, while other places would receive the notices a few days later. Of course, more remote areas would experience even greater delays. This station Navy officer had noticed the Freedom ship upon its arrival in the harbor. However, the absence of a skull and crossbones flag had prevented him from realizing the ship's true nature at first. That he merely recognized the windmill flag as familiar, assuming it belonged to a merchant vessel he had encountered previously, and thought little of it. However, when Kongtai disembarked and he caught sight of Kotai's distinctive silver hair, a jolt of panic coursed through him. Could I be so unfortunate? He hastily retrieved the wanted poster issued just 2 days prior from his pocket. And there it was, Kotai's unmistakable visage staring back at him. Though the sun outside was warm, it could not thaw the chill gripping his heart. He couldn't believe his eyes and cautiously glanced at Kongtai again before swiftly averting his gaze. He dared not look for even a second longer, fearing detection. Indeed, it is him. Gazing at the glaring number 7 followed by a long string of zeros on the bounty notice, he felt as if he were standing on ice. A wave of cold washing over him, making him shiver uncontrollably. He remained frozen in the lookout tower for a moment before abruptly turning and sprinting toward the Navy base, thinking, this matter is none of our concern. Such a notorious pirate will surely attract the attention of the higher-ups. He intended to find someone of higher rank to handle it, although he knew that no one at the small Navy base on Prous Island could withstand such a figure. He reasoned that it was a problem for the higher-ups, entirely irrelevant to a mere patrolman like himself. In a secluded alley, a sharp, piercing sound suddenly echoed. Kongtai and Gana stood outside the only tavern in the town, gently pushing open the ancient wooden door and stepping inside. The dimly lit tavern was devoid of patrons, lending an air of tranquility. The only discernible sight was a wisp of smoke rising from behind the shadowy bar. Accompanied by the flickering of small sparks. As they approached, they discovered an elderly man with a bushy beard, reclining on a chair behind the bar, puffing away. The old man didn't even stir upon hearing the door open. Having operated a tavern on Prous Island for a lifetime, he had resolved to close it down after this year. After all, he was growing old, and his son showed no interest in taking over the establishment. The old man squinted, savoring his smoke, resembling a wealthy landlord lounging in bed. Only when Kongtai settled onto a high stool at the bar did the old man's eyes slightly open, casting a cursory glance. Knock, knock, knock. Kotai's fingers rhythmically tapped on the bar. He lowered his head, peering through the haze of smoke at the old man behind the bar. The old man bore the air of someone with many stories to tell. The essence of time etched into his very being, impossible to conceal. Sir, on such a bright day, with no customers in the tavern, why not step outside and bask in the sunlight? Be wary of growing mold from sitting in the dark for too long. The old man, pipe in mouth, rose at a leisurely pace, looking out at Kongtai and Gwana through the dappled lights streaming in through the window. Upon recognizing Kotai's appearance, he froze momentarily. Then, as if nothing were amiss, he exhaled a puff of smoke and said, at my age, whether I bask in the sun or not makes little difference. It is you young ones who are remarkable. So you are familiar with us. Then, Gwana remarked, sensing the implication in the old man's words, her face displaying curiosity as she questioned him. Not familiar at all. Truly not familiar. Gwana fixed her gaze intently on the old man. As his earlier words clearly implied, he was familiar with the two of them. The old man did not respond to Gwana. Instead, he exhaled a thick cloud of smoke, removed his pipe with his left hand, and tapped it against the bar to dislodge the ash. He then continued to puff on the pipe, extracted some tobacco, packed it into the bowl, and reignited it. At that moment, he finally raised his head, looked at Gwana, and slowly spoke. The Navy that arrived this morning seems to have mentioned you too. The Navy? No, take a look. This is what they left behind. The old man inexplicably produced 2 wanted posters from somewhere and placed them on the bar. Gwana quickly seized them and began to read. Kongtai, it's our bounty notice. Oh, Kongtai replied nonchalantly. Clearly, he displayed little interest in the bounty. Rather, he was more intrigued by the old man before him. He stared at the old man, deliberately adopting a grim expression as he asked, Old man, since you know us, aren't you afraid? No, you? The old man puffed on his pipe, squinting as he looked at Kongtai in confusion. Do I know you? Kongtai scrutinized him for a moment, then a smile broke on his face. Right, you don't know us. How could you possibly know us? Truly a clever old fellow. It was evident that this old man was a master of feigning ignorance. He clearly recognized Kongtai and Gwana but pretended not to, simply wishing to avoid trouble. By the way, old man, could you tell me how far it is to Logtown from here? Kongtai inquired, glancing at the old man. Their primary route was to Logtown, and then through the artificial canal on Reverse Mountain to reach the Grand Line. Had they not detoured to Kokasia village, they would have already been on the Grand Line by now. Logtown, you say? It should be about a day's journey left. A day's journey. Excitement flickered in Kongtai's eyes. This meant they would soon reach the Grand Line. The East Blue was becoming a tad too monotonous for them, devoid of any challenge. Observing Kongtai's expression, the old man leisurely inquired, "So, you are headed to the Grand Line?" "Yes, it is not so easy to reach," the old man remarked, a glimmer of reminiscence flashing in his eyes that, "Oh, it seems you have been to the Grand Line, old man." Kongtai had suspected the old man had stories to tell. And indeed, the tales were forthcoming. His face lit up with curiosity as he eagerly asked, "Could you share your experiences from the Grand Line with us?" The old man removed his pipe, shook off the ash, took a deep breath, and began to speak. "I have never set foot on the Grand Line. In my youth, I aspired to reach the Grand Line, but when I arrived at Reverse Mountain, I failed to board the canal there, resulting in the shipwreck and loss of lives. Had I not been fortunate enough to be rescued by the lighthouse keeper of Reverse Mountain, I might never have returned at AS." He recounted this. The old man's hand trembled slightly as he held his pipe. That it was clear that the experience still haunted him. "Is it truly that terrifying?" Kongtai asked, his expression revealing surprise. "Indeed, it is quite terrifying." The old man took a puff from his pipe and continued, "Every year, countless ships set sail for the Grand Line. Yet, perhaps only half of them manage to reach it. The currents around Reverse Mountain are not traversable by just any ship. And the entrance to the canal is exceedingly narrow. Without a skilled navigator, one cannot even enter dojo." Kongtai shrugged indifferently, suddenly losing interest in the old man's tale. His focus had shifted solely to matters concerning the Grand Line. As for Reverse Mountain, it was akin to riding a roller coaster at an amusement park for them. Seeing Kongtai's lack of interest in his experiences, the old man lost his desire to continue. For ordinary folk, Reverse Mountain was a path to hell. For this notorious pirate with a 70 million bounty, it might as well be a mere trickle. He picked up a glass, wiped it down, poured Goina a glass of juice, and filled Kongtai's glass with liquor. After years of running the tavern, he could easily discern who could handle their drink and who could not. "Thank you, old man." Goina accepted the juice and expressed her gratitude. She indeed had little fondness for alcohol. In contrast, Kongtai was quite different. He lifted his glass, took a small sip, nodded, then shook his head. Observing Kongtai's reaction, the old man asked curiously, "What's wrong, young man? The liquor is good, but perhaps not strong enough." "Strong?" "Yes, I don't favor drinks with too low an alcohol content. They lack flavored dough." "I see." The old man, holding his pipe, squinted at Kongtai and asked, "By the way, you didn't come to my humble tavern merely to chat with an old man, did you?" "Of course not." Kongtai produced his gourd of liquor, placed it on the bar, and pushed it towards the old man with a smile. "We merely came to fill our drink. Please, old man, pour me your finest, strongest liquor. Fill it up." The old man took the gourd, weighing it in his hand. "The finest liquor is not cheap to fill to the brim. Rest assured, money is no object." Kongtai waved his hand dismissively. "Indeed, how could you possibly be short on funds?" The old man shook his head, first appearing to understand, then reverting to his befuddled demeanor. "I am just an old man about to be buried in the ground. I know nothing at all." He placed the gourd on the bar, rummaged beneath the liquor cabinet, and retrieved a small jar. It was evident that this jar had not been disturbed for a long time, as a thin layer of dust coated the cork and the upper portion of the bottled as. The old man wiped off the dust. He introduced the jar, saying, "This liquor can only be brewed once a year." "So, you brewed it yourself?" Kongtai noted the absence of any label on the jar and inquired, "It used to be me who brewed it." "Used to?" "Yes, used to. Now that I am old, I can only gaze at the liquor. As for the brewing, I have long passed that duty to my son." After finishing his cleaning, the old man gently pulled the cork, and a rich aroma of liquor wafted out. Upon catching a whiff of the fragrance, Kongtai fell silent, his eyes fixed intently on the jar in the old man's hand. In a wonder they could only brew such a small jar each year. Just the scent alone indicated it must be excellent liquor. The old man set down his pipe, retrieved a funnel from behind, and inserted it into the gourd's mouth. He then lifted the jar, hied out a stream of liquid, emerald, and as transparent as amber, cascaded from the jar and flowed slowly into the gourd. Kongtai watched the shimmering liquid with wide eyes, unable to suppress his gulp. He had never seen such exquisite liquor before. Once the jar was emptied, the old man set it aside on the back shelf. He then reinserted the cork into the gourd and pushed it towards Kongtai. "Here you are. your drink." Afterward, the old man picked up his pipe again and leaned against the bar to smoke. Kongtai took the gourd before him and gave it a shake. Just the right amount. He secured the gourd back to his waist and smiled at the old man, saying, "Old man, now that the liquor is ready, why don't you mention the price?" The old man pondered for a moment before responding. "My price for the liquor is that you leave here as swiftly as possible." "Huh. Indeed." At that moment, a contingent of Navy personnel forcefully pushed open the door of the tavern and entered. Leading the group was a burly man with a beard that bore a striking resemblance to the old man, though this fellow was decidedly more robust. He hurriedly approached the bar, casting a nervous glance towards the elder, and inquired, "Father, are you all right?" He was none other than the son of the old man, the brewer he had mentioned, and the head of the Navy branch in this small town, affectionately dubbed Colonel Beard. Upon receiving word of Kongtai and his crew's landing on Prous Island, Colonel Beard was not overly perturbed. The intelligence from naval headquarters indicated that this band of pirates did not engage in reckless mischief. Additionally, his own capabilities did not afford him the luxury of pursuing such high-bounty pirates. For Kongtai's crew, the best that the local navy could do was to monitor their movements and avoid confrontation. The task of apprehending them was relegated to the brigadier and vice admirals at naval headquarters. However, upon learning that Kongtai had visited his tavern, he could no longer remain composed. He promptly assembled the navy and rushed over. Although Kongtai's crew seemed to be a band of pirates who refrained from harming civilians, they were still pirates, and should they become unruly, the safety of his father was at stake. Since the Navy's arrival, the old man's previously calm demeanor had shifted to one of noticeable tension. He did not look at Colonel Beard, but instead fixed his gaze on Kongtai. Kongtai, upon witnessing the entrance of Colonel Beard, had already surmised the situation regarding the elder. Amused, he addressed the old man. "Am I truly that fearsome?" The Navy personnel who followed Colonel Beard all wore anxious expressions as they stared at Kongtai and Guna. Their silence enveloped the tavern in an atmosphere of tension and gloom. After a moment of scrutiny, the old man gradually relaxed. At his advanced age, he still possessed a keen insight into people. "It is not you who is terrifying, but rather the bounty you carry," he remarked humorously. In my lifetime, I have yet to encounter a pirate with such a lofty reward." His light-hearted tone shattered the oppressive atmosphere within the tavern. Kongtai, spinning in his chair, surveyed the surrounding Navy personnel before finally resting his gaze on Colonel Beard. "Navy, am I really so alarming?" His gentle voice, however, did little to alleviate their apprehension. Colonel Beard, suppressing his fear, fixed his eyes on Kongtai and declared loudly, "Pirate, do not be so arrogant. Our righteous Navy does not fear pirates." His voice grew progressively louder, culminating in a staunch posture as he shouted at Kongtai. The nearby Navy members instinctively straightened their backs and echoed his fervor. Kongtai regarded Colonel Beard with a glimmer of amusement in his eyes and replied, "Rest assured, as long as you do not disturb us, we shall purchase our goods and take our leave." He held a degree of admiration for Colonel Beard. Such a Navy officer was indeed commendable. Despite their palpable fear, they courageously stood at the forefront for the sake of the people. Kongtai paid little heed to Colonel Beard's bravado as he turned to the old man with a smile, saying, "Old sir, we are law-abiding citizens, never taking so much as a pin from the villagers. Just tell me, how much do you require?" The old man regained his previously nonchalant demeanor, puffing on his pipe with a glint of mischief in his eyes as he slowly extended his right hand. Fingers splayed before Kongtai. "What? Only 50,000? I thought it would be much more expensive." Kongtai let out a sigh of relief, preparing to retrieve his money when the old man suddenly interjected, "Young man, it is 500,000, not 50,000. What?" Kongtai's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the old man, utterly astonished. "Could you repeat that? How much did you say?" He feigned a fierce expression, which startled the nearby Navy personnel. They were silently pleading, "Please, sir, do not provoke him. He is a notorious pirate." The old man, unfazed by the Navy's trepidation, leisurely removed his pipe and tapped it against the bar. The sharp sound resonated within the hearts of the Navy, causing them to tense up, their bodies rigid as they watched the elder. Yet, the old man remained oblivious to their anxiety, steadfastly declaring to Kongtai, 500,000, and not a single cent less. The Navy personnel trembled at the old man's words, bracing themselves for Kongtai's impending wrath. However, instead of anger, they were met with the comical sound of bargaining akin to a market exchange between Kongtai and the old man. "I have endured your arrogance for long enough. Do not be so presumptuous." Kongtai retorted, "What of your arrogance? Are you going to strike me?" He firmly declared, "It is 500,000. 000, no less. Kongtai rolled up his sleeves, engaging in a verbal duel with the old man, ultimately managing to negotiate the price down to 300,000. With a dejected expression, he paid the amount, while the old man wore a triumphant grin as he counted the money. This exchange clearly indicated that Kongtai had been bested in this price war. Indeed, experience often triumphs over youth. Only once Kongtai and his companions exited the tavern did the Navy personnel collectively exhale in relief. It was not that they were cowardly. Rather, the sheer intimidation of the bounty had rendered them cautious. The old man, still puffing on his pipe, cast a fleeting glance at Colonel Beard before giving him a light rap on the head with his pipe. "What are you staring at? Everyone has left. Why not return? Do you wish to stay here and dine with me?" Colonel Beard was jolted back to reality by the tap. His face lit up with excitement as he addressed the old man. "Father, are you perhaps a Grand Master? The way you conversed with that notorious pirate so calmly was truly impressive. Furthermore, he paid for his drinks without hesitation. As he spoke, he earnestly analyzed. No wonder so many people sought you out for liquor. You are indeed a hidden master." After concluding his analysis, he nodded knowingly at the old man, who grew increasingly displeased with each of Colonel Beard's words, ultimately standing there in stunned silence. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head and raised his pipe to strike Colonel Beard. "You must be a fool. Did you not see that I was quite nervous at first? A Grand Master? Watch as I. This so-called Grand Master, shatter your foolish head." Colonel Beard, witnessing the old man's actions, swiftly retreated a few steps and bolted out of the tavern, followed closely by the other Navy personnel. The old man lowered his pipe, gazing through the curling smoke at the now empty tavern, lost in thought for a moment before reclining back in his chair, squinting his eyes as he resumed his leisurely smoking. The tavern returned to its former state, dim and silent. At that moment, a sound emanated from the bar, reminiscent of the old man's initial exclamation upon meeting Kongtai. "The youth of today are truly remarkable," on Proxius Island, on the streets of a small town. Kongtai and Guana, laden with various packages, were heading towards the harbor, where they were to reunite with Ahua. Trailing behind them at a distance was Colonel Beard, leading a contingent of Navy personnel. They merely observed, refraining from interrupting. It seemed that Kongtai's earlier words had indeed resonated with them. Kongtai held a large bag of fruit in his left hand, while perusing his bounty notice with his right. Bemused by the lackluster titles assigned to him, "What is this nonsense? Silver hair? Blue hair? Must they be so dismissive?" He pondered whether the Navy deemed him unworthy or lacking in strength, thus sparing no effort to assign him a more fitting title. Or perhaps it was a scheme devised by the Navy, intending to incite a rivalry with the red-haired pirates for supremacy among the most formidable pirate crews. Kongtai nodded, as if he had unraveled the Navy's plot. How insidious, he thought to himself, musing over the cleverness of Admiral Sengoku. This is undoubtedly a stratagem from the Warring States period. If the Warring States were to hear such words, they would surely be incensed to the point of spitting out aged blood. The reputation can indeed be a double-edged sword. After all, the Warring States was a paragon of integrity within the Navy. This time, it is genuinely, unequivocally, nothing but mere pretense. There is no sinister plot at play. Suddenly, Kongtai lifted his gaze to the sky, halting abruptly. The jovial expression that had adorned his face moments ago was replaced by a cloud of foreboding. The Navy behind him, witnessing Kongtai and his companions come to a standstill, erupted into a frenzy of confusion. What was happening? What was amiss? "I have no idea," came the response from the silver-haired group, who had also ceased their movements. Could it be that they had changed their minds and intended to plunder our small town? "Silence," bellowed the bearded man, his eyes fixed intently on Kongtai, sensing the oppressive aura emanating from him. Yet, he remained oblivious to the reason behind Kongtai's sudden shift in demeanor. Tension gripped him as he followed Kongtai's gaze towards the heavens. Both Guana and Ahua, sensing Kongtai's unease, instinctively looked upwards as well. The transformation in Kongtai's countenance signaled that something monumental was about to unfold. Indeed, in mere moments, a fiery ball, trailing a crimson tail, emerged from the clouds. Its trajectory unmistakably pointed towards the very island beneath their feet. Hey, this cannot be a joke. At this moment, the Navy behind the bearded man also cast their eyes skyward. Disbelief etched upon their faces. In broad daylight. Could it be that they were dreaming? Some of the sailors rubbed their eyes vigorously, struggling to comprehend the spectacle. However, as they looked up once more to see the approaching fireball, terror gripped them, rendering them powerless, collapsing to the ground in shock. Their eyes widened in horror as they muttered incessantly, "Impossible, impossible, impossible." An illusion, surely an illusion. The bearded man, still clinging to a semblance of rationality, suppressed his rising panic and urgently shouted to the other sailors. "Stop dawdling. Quickly, notify the villagers. Every second counts. Those who can flee must do so." With that, he dashed toward the nearby houses. There was no time for hesitation. The falling island would soon make impact. They could not prevent it. But they could at least warn everyone to escape while they still had the chance. The Kongtai's expression was as dark as storm clouds, realizing that this was no mere meteorite, but rather a small island. Surmounting the island were remnants of shattered homes and scattered trees. This was undoubtedly a man-made occurrence. How could there be successive torrents of celestial currents? He recalled just days prior, lamenting the misfortune of Corgi Island. Never expecting swift retribution would follow. He could guarantee that when this island descended, the 5 of them would emerge unscathed. Yet, he turned to observe the navy behind him and the villagers rushing from their homes. Flailing about like headless flies, the distant cries of children and the furious shouts of adults, mingled with the sounds of chaos, rendered him unable to stand idly by as the island descended. Kongtai. Upon hearing Gwena's voice, Kongtai turned to meet her anxious gaze. She was not concerned for her own safety, but rather for the fate of their town, should the island fall. The inhabitants would surely face a catastrophic demise, with at least 90% likely to perish. Is there a solution? She had always believed in Kongtai's boundless capabilities, trusting that he could find a way even this time. Kongtai rubbed his head thoughtfully, gazing at the rapidly approaching fireball, his voice resolute. "I will do everything in my power to prevent the island from landing on the town," he continued, seriousness etched into his features. "We cannot allow it to draw closer. Should we shatter it at that point, the resulting devastation would still inflict heavy casualties on the villagers." As he spoke, he vanished from his spot in an instant, leaving behind a large basket of fruit on the ground. Yet, no one paid any heed to the fruit. All eyes were glued to the sky. Tense and apprehensive, Kongtai reappeared at the side of the island. Fixating on the massive object before him, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind, this endeavor was straightforward, yet the sheer scale of the island posed a challenge. It was not a mere meteorite. His spatial domain could currently only encompass a radius of 20 meters. If he possessed the highest tier of hockey techniques, shattering this object would be a trivial task, though his hockey reserves were abundant. The quality and technique were still not at their pinnacle. When hockey is wielded at its utmost level, it can inflict internal damage upon foes, allowing it to flow like gas. In Wano, this technique is referred to as flowing sakura. Regrettably, mastering such a technique necessitates extensive practical combat experience. Having remained sequestered in the dojo, how could he possibly attain such mastery? In truth, he had long received the method to cultivate the flowing sakura technique from Gongshiro. However, it was of little use. Without ample real-world practice, even the likes of Monkey D. Luffy could not master flowing sakura. Thus, only one option remained: to employ brute strength to shatter the island. He could teleport around the island in an instant, executing hundreds, even thousands of strikes in rapid succession. Yet, this method left him hesitant, for it would demand a significant toll on his stamina. Upon teleporting into the sky, he discerned numerous islands concealed within the clouds. At the very center of these islands stood a figure radiating an aura akin to a lion, exuding a commanding presence that suggested dominion over all. The moment he sensed that presence, he immediately recognized the individual. In the east blue, the aura of a lion, hovering islands. This information hinted at someone he had failed to acknowledge after years of watching One Piece. That old codger chose this moment to make his entrance, as if he had come specifically to confront Kongtai. Truly, what rotten luck! A flicker of anger crossed Kongtai's darkened visage. That if he sought Kongtai, he should have approached with honor and engaged him in battle, not resorting to dropping an island upon their meeting. Let it be so. Yet, to hurl it upon an inhabited island was an affront. As he observed the island passing by, Kongtai quelled his resentment towards the golden lion. There was no time to dwell on such matters. He could deal with that old man later. He was confident that even after exhausting considerable energy, he could still defeat him. Fixating on the rapidly plummeting island, Kongtai's pupils constricted sharply, his gaze swirling with intensity. Clutching the hilt of his sword, he silently activated his teleportation. In an instant, it felt as though time had come to a standstill, and countless Kongtais materialized around the island. They all drew their blades, unleashing a torrent of colossal silver-gray slashes toward the island. Then, all of Kongtai's shadows converged into one, standing still as if he had never moved at all. However, the slightly hurried sound of his breathing revealed that he had indeed acted. The sound of a blade being sheathed resonated, severing thousand strikes. The proclamation shattered the stillness of time. Suddenly, the descending island halted midair. radiating a multitude of dazzling beams of light from its core in every direction. With a resounding explosion, the island instantly detonated, fragmenting into countless minute stones that trailed fiery tails as they scattered in all directions. Kongtai stood resolutely in place, steadying his breath to prepare for the imminent confrontation with the approaching golden lion. The shockwave from the explosion surged towards him, parting as it reached his vicinity. Akin to water flowing past a blade, the villagers and sailors fleeing from the island halted in their tracks, gazing upwards at the spectacle that would forever be etched in their memories. They witnessed the meteorite plummeting from the sky suddenly erupting, a cloud of dust enveloping the heavens, plunging the world into darkness. From within that dust, innumerable small stones surged forth, trailing long, fiery tails like shooting stars. The scene resembled a magnificent display of fireworks, breathtakingly beautiful. Meanwhile, amidst the settling dust, a figure emerged, faintly visible. Is it a celestial being? Surely it is. Only a deity could possess such power. The villagers, having survived the calamity, were in various states of distress, some weeping uncontrollably, others laughing heartily, while a few collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The bearded man stared blankly at the sky, and then, as if all strength had drained from his body, he crumpled to the earth. This feeling of having survived a disaster evoked memories from 20 years ago. In his stupor, a thought suddenly struck him. He shifted his gaze towards Kongtai and his entourage, only to find that Kongtai was nowhere to be seen, leaving him momentarily stunned. He then lifted his eyes to the figure in the sky, murmuring, "How terrifying!" Silver-haired Kongtai. Over the East Sea. Above the island of Prous, several floating islands drifted in the clouds. Among these, the largest island served as the palace of the Golden Lion, originally named Vermew. This island was discovered by the Golden Lion after his escape from Impel Down. He found that the island was populated by ferocious animals that had become savage due to the presence of IQ component plants. Utilizing his powers, he lifted the entire island into the sky, thus transforming it into his floating domain, which he renamed STRNGWRLD. For the past 2 decades, he had concealed his whereabouts and, alongside his trusted aide Dr. Indigo, studied IQ, plotting his grand return from the floating island. His plan was to unleash these creatures upon the East Sea, the region infamous for its weakness, showcasing his vengeful might to the world government. At this moment, a banquet was underway in the palace of the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion, with his golden hair and a ship's helm adorning his head, donned a traditional orange and yellow striped Japanese garment, dancing on the platform beneath his throne alongside his aide Dr. Indigo and a dancing gorilla. Ever since the helm had been affixed to his head, the Golden Lion had exhibited a touch of eccentricity. He would often lapse into moments of distraction or engage in nonsensical antics. Besides dancing, he possessed no peculiar hobbies. Beneath the throne, 2 rows of bizarre pirate captains sat cross-legged. These captains were the motley crew that the Golden Lion had whimsically recruited over the past 20 years. They could not yet be considered members of the Golden Lion Pirates, for he had yet to formally establish a new crew. Although lacking in strength, they embodied all the other traits of pirates: cruelty, ruthlessness, bloodthirstiness, and lawlessness. What attracted the Golden Lion to them was their quintessential pirate spirit. Hence he regarded them merely as subordinates rather than comrades. As the pirate captains watched the Golden Lion dance, drinking and laughing boisterously, the Golden Lion suddenly halted mid-dance. He sensed that the island he controlled had been severed, and he instantly understood the implications. This small island had been a mere test for Kongtai. A glimmer of amusement crossed his eyes, and he broke into a hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha, that silver-haired brat is quite impatient." He chuckled as he pulled out a cigar, lit it, took a gentle puff, and turned to his aide Dr. Indigo, saying, "I shall go see that silver-haired lad. You continue the festivities." Dr. Indigo erupted in laughter, shaking his body theatrically to convey, "Go on, go on." The Golden Lion looked at him, puzzled. Indigo, not grasping his meaning, grew frantic, hopping in place and producing a series of comical sounds reminiscent of flatulence. Just as the Golden Lion was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Indigo suddenly spoke. "I understand now, you go ahead." "Ah, so you can talk," the Golden Lion exclaimed in surprise. "Ha!" with a hearty laugh. He flicked his cloak and swiftly exited the palace. A wanted poster for Kongtai slowly drifted down. The pirates paid it no mind, continuing their revelry, dismissing it as merely a bounty for a petty pirate worth 70 million berries. To the Golden Lion, it was inconsequential. He was a legendary pirate, renowned alongside the likes of Pirate King Gold. Roger and Whitebeard Edward Newgate. possessing the power to bring about cataclysmic destruction. He was also the first pirate in the history of Impel Down to escape. On the ground, the bearded man, having just exhaled a sigh of relief, suddenly found his eyes bulging in terror as he gazed skyward. As the dust settled, he beheld a golden figure floating before him. His primary focus was this golden silhouette, which struck him with an overwhelming sense of dread, as if he were witnessing something extraordinarily horrifying. What a joke. How could that old man possibly appear in the East Sea? He could never forget the legendary pirate who had caused immense casualties at the Navy headquarters 20 years ago. At that time, he had been training at the headquarters, experiencing firsthand the battle against the Golden Lion's invasion. Had he not been too weak to participate, he wondered if he would have survived that conflict. He could still vividly recall the nearly devastated Navy headquarters and the scene of carnage that followed. Surrounding sailors watched in bewilderment as the bearded man began to lose his composure, their faces filled with confusion. Is the colonel going mad? They were unfamiliar with the Golden Lion, and even if they were, the distance made it impossible to discern. One sailor rushed towards the bearded man, grabbing his shoulder and shaking him vigorously. "Colonel, what is wrong with you?" The sailor's frantic call snapped the bearded man back to reality. And he blinked as his thoughts swirled. There was no time to waste here. He alone understood the terror of that golden figure in the sky. He glanced at the Golden Lion, suppressing his fear, and quickly sprang to his feet, urgently shouting at the surrounding sailors, "No time to rest. This is not the moment for hesitation. Hurry. We must gather the villagers at the dock and leave this place immediately." With the Golden Lion present, there could very well be other islands looming above these waters. If a battle were to occur between those two, they would be easily caught in the crossfire of their strikes, leading to devastating casualties. Both were formidable swordsmen. If the Golden Lion were to drop another island, none would escape unscathed. "Why, Colonel?" The sailors were bewildered. There's no time to explain. Hurry and gather the villagers. Tell them that if they don't leave, they will all perish. Quickly, quickly. Seeing the bearded man's frantic and frightened demeanor, the surrounding sailors finally took him seriously. They scrambled to disperse, racing off to gather the villagers. Despite their confusion over the colonel's apocalyptic expressions, however, they were acutely aware that something monumental was about to transpire, compelling the bearded man to make the difficult decision to evacuate the entire island. Observing the dispersing naval forces, he adjusted his slightly disheveled attire, a consequence of having just fallen to the ground. Before turning with a grave expression to approach Guana and her companions, he found himself in desperate need of assistance from this band of pirates. For the ships in the town were utterly insufficient to accommodate all the residents of the island, and even the naval vessels would not suffice. Only by including the ships of Kongtai and his crew could they barely manage to transport everyone. Once they departed the vicinity of Prous Island, even without provisions, safety would be assured, as the island was merely a day's journey from Logtown. Upon seeing the bearded man approaching, Ahua and his companions wore expressions of wariness. The absence of Kongtai left them feeling somewhat vulnerable. "Hey, Navy, what brings you here?" The bearded man paid them no heed, his gaze solemnly fixed on Guana, pausing momentarily before his eyes grew resolute, with a hint of stiffness in his demeanor. He addressed her, "I understand this request may be somewhat burdensome, but you are the only ones capable of aiding the villagers of the town." He hesitated. Then, with a resounding thud, he knelt before her. "Hey, there's no need for such extremes. Just tell us what you need." Ahua and his companions stared at the bearded man in astonishment, unable to comprehend what had instilled such fear in him, or why he would stoop to kneel before a band of pirates. The bearded man looked up at Guana and earnestly implored, "I beg of you, can you use your ship to help the villagers escape this sea?" For the villagers, this fellow truly is a commendable Navy officer. Ahua and his companions couldn't help but express a modicum of admiration for the man. Guana swiftly turned to assist him to his feet. She did not immediately respond to the expectation in his eyes, but instead asked, "Do you recognize that golden figure?" She had noticed something amiss when Kongtai shattered the meteorite and had remained suspended in the air, leading her to observe the subsequent appearance of a formidable golden figure capable of confronting Kongtai. "Yes," the bearded man recalled, a look of dread instantly crossing his face. "That old fellow is the legendary pirate Gold Lion Shiki from 20 years ago. He was the captain of the flying pirate crew and the admiral of the Gold Lion pirate fleet, known for his float fruit abilities, also referred to as the flying pirate, the float fruit." Despite the impressive array of titles associated with Gold Lion, Guana was most intrigued by the nature of his fruit abilities. She looked at the bearded man with curiosity and inquired, "Could you elaborate on the capabilities of the float fruit?" The bearded man quickly explained. The user of the float fruit, known as the floating man, can levitate themselves or objects into the air. Gold Lion has the ability to make any non-living entity he touches float, including islands, and not just one. Are you joking? Ahua interjected in astonishment. Are you saying that there are other islands among the clouds? Indeed. Upon seeing the bearded man nod in affirmation, a sense of urgency welled within Ahua and his companions. No wonder this man was so terrified. Encountering a legendary pirate capable of making islands vanish was enough to instill fear in anyone. They quickly turned their attention to Gona, who finally made a decision. They would leave this place. Remaining here would only burden Kongtai. This was a battle at the pinnacle of the seas, one in which they could not afford to participate, and even merely spectating would require them to maintain a considerable distance. Observing the villagers hastily gathering at the dock, they rushed to assist them in boarding the ships. Before long, all the villagers were aboard. With sails unfurled, several vessels loaded with villagers, accompanied by the Freedom and Naval ships, swiftly set course towards Logtown. In the skies, Gold Lion had been smoking a cigar since his arrival, his gaze fixed with a predatory smile upon Kongtai. His eyes bore the intensity of a lion observing its prey. Cold and merciless, yet tinged with curiosity, amusement, and satisfaction. He paid no mind to the evacuating villagers and naval forces below. To him, the weak were unworthy of his attention. Seeing that Gold Lion had not made an immediate move, Kongtai felt a sense of relief, opting to recuperate his strength first. Moments later, sensing that Kongtai's aura had returned, Gold Lion erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Silver-haired lad, how about joining my pirate crew? He had discovered Kongtai's bounty notice in the morning's newspaper. Feeling as though it were destiny, with the successful advancement of the IQ serum, he sensed that his return to prominence was imminent. Thus, he had been drifting across the seas, seeking potential ambitious pirates to join his newly forming Gold Lion pirate crew. By coincidence, he had floated over the East Sea and discovered a formidable swordsman setting sail. Moreover, this young lad was embarking on his first voyage with an astonishing bounty of 70 million berries. Gazing at the youthful visage of Kongtai on the bounty poster reminded him of Silver's Rayleigh from Roger's crew, both hailing from the East Sea, both exceptional swordsmen, and Rayleigh being the first invited aboard by Roger. Ultimately becoming the right-hand man of the Pirate King. It made him ponder whether fate was guiding Kongtai to assist him in realizing his ambitions. If he could persuade this silver-haired youth to join his crew, it would be akin to Roger gaining Rayleigh. He needed the strength of others to help him fulfill his grand ambitions. Hence, upon discovering that Kongtai's course was not too far from his own, he rushed over at top speed, casually discarding an island as a test for Kongtai. If Kongtai could not even handle the casually discarded island, then he was unworthy of Gold Lion's invitation and the potential to become a true partner. However, he had not anticipated that Kongtai would accept his challenge by directly shattering the entire island. While a great swordsman could easily slice through an island, shattering it was the mark of an extraordinary swordsman. Furthermore, observing Kongtai's ability to freely hover in midair suggested that he might possess a devil fruit power related to levitation. This was precisely what appealed to Gold Lion, who had proclaimed his intention to rule the seas from the skies. Your pirate crew. Kongtai exhaled a sigh of relief as he glanced at the vessels gradually distancing themselves from the area. Regardless of whether it was to clash with a formidable opponent to hone his haki or the purpose behind Gold Lion's interest in him, he understood that a confrontation between him and Gold Lion was inevitable. Such a battle was beyond the comprehension of the villagers on the island below. For ordinary people, the clash of titans was akin to a natural disaster, especially when it involved a being like Gold Lion, who possessed world-ending capabilities. The prudent course was to flee as far as possible. One could not deny that the bearded man was indeed a commendable Navy officer, willing to kneel before pirates for the sake of the island's residents. He had also liberated Kongtai from his constraints, allowing him to engage Gold Lion without trepidation. Kongtai raised his head to regard the second most formidable adversary he had encountered in the world of One Piece. Arguably the first, as he remained unaware of Dragon's true strength. Thoughts swirled in his mind. How old was Gold Lion now? 70? 80? Given his current state, he surely could not be at his peak. And his physical prowess was likely inferior to Kongtai's. He recalled the old man, who, due to his advanced age and the helm atop his head, was likely unable to wield the Conqueror's haki any longer. The amount of armament haki he could muster was likely limited by his physical condition. Yet, he still held a degree of admiration for his opponent, who had granted him the time to recover his stamina. Although it merely appeared as 1,000 slashes, one must understand that this 1,000 slashes were executed in the blink of an eye. Even with his stamina, he would need a moment to recuperate. This was not a matter of delivering one slash after another. Whether it was 1,000 or even 10,000 slashes, he could accomplish that feat. With his physical peak and the villagers having retreated, this old man certainly could not contend with him now. He relaxed, his expression returning to its usual calmness. Often, the unknown is the source of fear. In this world, he feared nothing that was already known. He gazed at the golden lion and casually inquired, "Hey, old man, do you still have a pirate crew?" He remembered that this fellow's crew was re-established 2 years later. Ha 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 ha. The golden lion laughed heartily, opening his arms to once again invite Kongtai. He genuinely admired Kongtai. They were remarkably compatible. "From the look in your eyes, I can sense that you know who I am. Since you know who I am, you should also be aware of my strength. As long as you can join me, my pirate crew can be re-established right now." After a pause, he let out another hearty laugh. "Ha ha ha. Silver-haired Kongtai, become my right arm. With my plans combined with your potential, I can make the world government feel pain. Let them know that the golden lion has returned." Kongtai observed the golden lion, who was laughing maniacally, and could perceive the man's mad ambition through his expressions and words. This fellow was now solely intent on world destruction, having completely lost his sanity. When he ceased to believe in his own strength and instead pursued those aberrant beasts, he was no longer a top-tier powerhouse in the world. He was clearly in a state where his strength did not match his ambition. In truth, with his abilities, he need not bother with monstrous beasts. He could easily devastate the East Blue by simply discarding dozens of islands and fleeing. Let alone the East Blue, he could wipe out the Navy's various branches as well. Perhaps there were secrets he was unaware of. Burp. Kongtai pulled down the gourd of wine at his waist, raised it to his lips, and took a swig, letting out a burp. Refreshing, one must admit. This 30,000 wine had something to it. A smirk formed at the corner of Kongtai's mouth as he turned to the golden lion, saying, "Old man, at your age, you should seek a tranquil place filled with birds and flowers to enjoy your retirement. Why must you come out and flaunt your presence? Wouldn't it be better to simply become a legend?" After a brief pause, he took another sip of wine and continued to mock. "At your age, proclaiming your intent to destroy the world. Don't you realize how absurd that sounds? Destroying the world and making it feel pain. Do you think you are pain?" Listening to Kongtai's words, the golden lion gradually ceased his laughter. He gazed at Kongtai, his brow furrowing, inhaled deeply from his cigar, and removed it from his mouth, shaking off the ash in front of him, his aura brimming with hostility. "So, this is your answer." An astonishing aura began to emanate from the golden lion. This was not conqueror's hockey. It was the formidable presence of a powerhouse who had long occupied a high position. Observing Kongtai, who remained aloof and seemingly unconcerned, a glint of malice flickered in the golden lion's eyes as he spoke with a grim smile. "Ha ha ha ha. Since this is your answer, then you shall perish." He was the golden lion, and even Roger would not dare to disregard him. Since his debut, no one had ever dared to look at him with such disdain. "You little brat. Do you truly believe that I have grown too old to wield a blade?" He then demonstrated the terror of a true pirate. With a swift motion, he kicked forward, sending 2 renowned blades strapped to his legs slicing towards Kongtai. Instantly, 2 massive crescent-shaped golden slashes hurtled toward Kongtai. Slash wave. Kongtai, unhurried, drew his blade, Zhang Kong, gripping the hilt with both hands, and met the golden lion's oncoming slashes with 2 swift strikes. 2 equally massive silver-gray slashes surged forth to counter the golden ones. The clang of their collision resonated like a metallic clash, and after a moment of stalemate, the 2 slashes veered apart, with the golden one flying toward the sea and the silver one soaring into the sky. On the ship sailing swiftly toward Logtown, the crew members heard the sound overhead and collectively looked up. They were greeted by the sight of the sky seemingly torn asunder by the silver slash. Through the parted clouds, they could clearly discern the outlines of enormous islands above. A chill of sweat broke out on the crew. Indeed, there were other islands up there. Just then, they felt a flash of golden light before their eyes. Suddenly, they witnessed a profound chasm opening up in the sea not far from their fleet. The seawater surged violently into the abyss. Their ship was gradually being pulled off course by the torrent. The crew hastily adjusted the sails, harnessing the wind's power to escape the treacherous current, gazing back at the abyssal rift in the ocean, the split sky, and the island of Prous, which had been cleaved by another golden slash. They couldn't help but feel a surge of relief. Thankfully, these 2 individuals had not begun their battle from the outset. Had they remained on Prous Island, countless lives would have been lost. With this thought in mind, they cast grateful glances toward the naval fleet ahead. Initially, they had complained about Captain Whitebeard, believing him to be making a mountain out of a molehill. If not for the high esteem in which Captain Whitebeard and his father were held on Prous Island, they might not have followed him in retreat. If they had not retreated, as this thought crossed their minds, they shuddered collectively, feeling even more grateful toward Captain Whitebeard. At the stern of the Freedom. "How exaggerated," exclaimed At, trembling as he held a cigarette in his hand, gazing at the sky in awe. "Indeed, this is incredible. parting the heavens, splitting the seas, and those floating islands. Alo added, is this the power of legendary pirates? If all legendary pirates possess this level of strength, then we'd best just lie back. Dong. At that moment, Ahua delivered a punch to Alo's head. You, the last in the rankings, should indeed lie down. After all, your strength is just about that level. What? Are you looking for a fight? Alo retorted, reaching for the pistol at his waist. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you. As they clashed, their heads bumped together in a furious glare. Dong, dong. Just then, Kuina stepped over, swiftly knocking both of them to the ground with a single blow. At stood nearby, pouting at Ahua, whose head was now adorned with two prominent bumps. Truly foolish. Can't they see what time it is? They still dare to bicker, Kuina remarked as she gazed at the rift in the sea and sky, her eyes alight with excitement. She was not overly concerned for Kongtai, even facing a legendary pirate. She believed he would surely prevail, the peak duel of great swordsmen, had it not been for the excessive danger posed by Prous Island. Fearing it might affect Kongtai, she would have wished to remain there to watch the battle. She tightened her grip on the sword at her waist, her gaze resolute. One day, I too shall be able to unleash such a slash. Eye in the sky, the golden lion realized that his slashes could not harm Kongtai. He brought his feet together and rose slightly, the blades on his feet aligning, and swiftly lunged toward Kongtai. A red light flashed in Kongtai's eyes as he gripped his sword and forcefully slashed at the rapidly approaching blade tip. Clang! A massive shockwave erupted from the center of their clash, radiating outward. The speed was impressive, but alas, the application of haki was insufficient. The golden lion, with an air of arrogance, laughed heartily. Kekekek. Is this all you've got? Kid. As Kongtai felt the clash of blades, his domineering aura began to crumble rapidly, compelling him to exert even greater force to sustain his protective barrier. Otherwise, the slash of the void would be easily compromised. Old man, we've only just begun. Why the rush? Are you eager to see how far I can go? I fear you might not be able to handle it. He glared at the golden lion with unabashed pride. For in this world, no one rivaled his audacity. He had never revealed it before, as no one had ever compelled him to showcase his arrogance. With a forceful push, he slightly deflected the tip of the golden lion's sword and swiftly slashed toward his chest. The blade of the slash of the void collided with the golden lion's famed swords, Sakura-ten and Mugokuro, creating a shower of sparks. The golden lion, a seasoned warrior, would not allow Kongtai to strike him easily. Over the past 2 decades, his footwork with the sword had become as agile as if wielding it with both hands. With a powerful kick, he deflected Kongtai's incoming slash, and without altering his trajectory, he aimed a thrust directly at Kongtai's head. Kongtai quickly sidestepped to evade the blow and rapidly closed the distance to the golden lion, flipping his blade to strike at the lion's remaining leg. The golden lion chuckled, "You think you can hit me, little brat? You're still far from that." With an uproarious laugh, he swiftly retreated, crossing his dual blades before him, effortlessly blocking Kongtai's attack. Kekekek, with such a primitive aura. How do you expect to contend with me? If this is your limit, I shall be quite disappointed. As he spoke, he launched a kick toward Kongtai. In response, Kongtai swiftly turned, blocking the golden lion's strike. The clashing of blades echoed as they separated and collided again with even greater speed. The air was filled with sparks, with the golden lion floating in the air, his feet creating afterimages. While Kongtai's hands moved with such swiftness they were nearly imperceptible. A series of shockwaves emanated from their confrontation, forming a fierce wind that effortlessly dispersed the thick clouds above, revealing a multitude of floating islands suspended in the sky. With each exchange, Kongtai distinctly felt the solidification of his aura. He remained unhurried, utilizing the golden lion to hone his power. Gradually, the golden lion sensed something amiss. This silver-haired kid intended to use him to refine his aura. With a powerful swing, he pushed Kongtai away and glided backward. I must admit, your talent is among the finest of all those I have encountered. As he spoke, he flicked his toes and unleashed a massive slash toward Kongtai. Standing his ground, Kongtai sidestepped just as the attack neared, evading it effortlessly. He then propelled himself off the air, rapidly approaching the golden lion, unwilling to engage in a futile exchange of airborne strikes. The golden lion, grinning maliciously, observed Kongtai's swift advance, his feet moving rapidly as multiple golden crescent-shaped slashes shot toward him. Lion's 1,000 cuts. Don't forget, I'm a dual-wielding swordmaster. These slashes possessed a power several times greater than a normal strike. Kongtai's eyes sparkled with determination as he focused on the rain of golden slashes. He halted in place, retracting the slash of the void, and an overwhelming aura surged from him. Conqueror's haki. The golden lion stared in astonishment at the charging Kongtai. Recognizing the familiar presence, before the helm had pierced his skull, he had constantly radiated this aura. However, age and the helm's mental toll had prevented him from unleashing his conqueror's haki. Kongtai gripped the slash of the void with his right hand. Leaning forward with his left leg bent, a faint purple-black aura coiled around the blade like tendrils, spreading outward, though Kongtai's will forcefully confined it within the blade's edge. With full power unleashed, purple lightning crackled around him. He raised his gaze, fixated on the storm of golden slashes. In an instant, he struck. Divine slash. A colossal wave of purple-black energy surged forth, slicing through the multitude of golden strikes. The resounding clash echoed throughout the heavens. Then, a blinding light pierced the sky, illuminating all visible areas. After the brilliance faded, the purple-black slash cleaved through the golden strikes, its residual force surging toward the golden lion. Gazing upon this enormous purple-black slash, the golden lion was reminded of his arch-nemesis, Roger. It was a technique he had often wielded in the past, achievable only by mastering Conqueror's haki to its fullest extent. How this kid managed it was beyond him. But there was no doubt that Kongtai had now earned the title of a top-tier powerhouse of these seas. As far as he knew, only Roger, Whitebeard, and he himself had ever reached such heights. As for Charlotte Linlin and Kaido, those two had certainly not possessed such abilities 20 years prior. He shook his head and arrogantly fixed his gaze on Kongtai. You truly are remarkable, kid, to unleash such a strike. But do you think this will be enough to defeat me? He then laughed boisterously. Kekekek. Who do you think I am? I am the Golden Lion, Shiki. He would not retreat, nor could he, facing the approaching strike. He tore off his dual blades from his feet, wielding them in hand. Today, let me show you the true pinnacle of slashing techniques. With that, he swiftly swung his arms, launching two massive golden slashes toward the purple-black one. Slice wave. Clearly, wielding the blades in both hands elevated his prowess to new heights. The purple-black and golden slashes clashed, momentarily locked in a stalemate before both shot skyward. With a resounding crash, they effortlessly cleaved a nearby small island in two. The residual force vanishing into the horizon as the island split. Countless monstrous creatures plummeted from above. Ignoring the beasts, Kongtai surged toward the Golden Lion. Seeing Kongtai approach, the Golden Lion merely raised a hand to intercept the fierce strike. He glared at Kongtai, his face contorted with malice, eyes gleaming with ferocity. From this moment forth, let me show you the true extent of our disparity. Kongtai smirked. Old man, I could continue this battle for days. But how long can you last? Veins bulged on the Golden Lion's forehead. Don't be too arrogant, kid. Who do you think I am? With a powerful thrust, he deflected Kongtai's attack, gliding backward until he floated before the descending island. Regaining control of his dual renowned blades, he looked down at Kongtai. Raising his right hand, he prepared to hurl the island down upon him. Today, you shall experience my dominion over the seas. With a flourish, the severed island transformed into two colossal lion heads, roaring thunderously at Kongtai. Following the Golden Lion's command, they charged toward him. Kongtai swung his blades, effortlessly slicing through the lion heads. Just as he intended to charge at the Golden Lion, the lion heads reformed as if unscathed and continued their assault. Faced with the oncoming lion heads, Kongtai found himself at a loss. His slashes had become ineffective, and he was untrained in hand-to-hand combat. He couldn't fathom how Luffy had managed to defeat such a golden lion. His observation and armament haki were formidable, though perhaps lacking in quantity. Their quality was undeniable. Even so, this was not a foe Luffy could handle, especially when the Golden Lion wielded his blades. He shook his head and calmly addressed the Golden Lion. I had intended to duel you with swordsmanship, but since you seem so eager for death, I'll oblige. The Golden Lion, hearing this, revealed a mocking glint in his eyes. Do you possess some kind of extraordinary devil fruit ability? In Kongtai's eyes flickered a hint of madness. He had made up his mind that he would not slay this individual until he had extracted every last vestige of value from him. Encounters with someone who could engage him in battle on the open sea were all too rare. Kongtai clasped his hands together, and his spirit ignited. How many floors must one carry a bag of rice? A bag of rice must carry 2 floors. Pseudo-divine Shinra Tensei. With a resounding crash, 2 lion heads collided violently towards Kongtai. Under the control of the Golden Lion, they formed a spherical cage. Sealing Kongtai within, he gazed at the sphere, sensing the power coalescing within, and without hesitation, he swung his right hand downwards with fervor. The sphere instantly accelerated, plummeting toward the sea below. Whatever your abilities may be, struggle in the depths of the ocean. Just then, the rapidly descending sphere abruptly halted in midair, swelling at an alarming rate. With a thunderous explosion, it shattered into a myriad of fragments, amidst the raining debris. Kongtai stood and scathed. I told you it would be futile. The Golden Lion, brimming with arrogance, laughed heartily. Ha! Boy, your abilities are rather useless. As he spoke, a fierce glint ignited in his eyes, and he clenched his right hand tightly. The fragments that had previously been flying outward suddenly froze in the air, then shot back towards Kongtai with increased velocity. Kongtai observed the encroaching stones, his lips twitching in disbelief. How on earth did Luffy manage to defeat this creature? He expanded his domain, and as the incoming stones entered it, they rapidly diminished in size. Eventually, Kongtai's surroundings resembled a black hole, drawing all the debris into his spatial domain. Within this realm, the fragments reassembled into a sphere, hovering beside him. It wasn't that they had shrunk. Rather, the space had expanded, maintaining the sphere's original size while giving the illusion of diminishment from the outside. The Golden Lion, taken aback, sensed a loss of control the moment the stones entered Kongtai's domain, now rendered so diminutive. He gazed at Kongtai and burst into laughter. Ha! How amusing! How delightful! A creature such as you has emerged from the vast ocean. Kongtai, however, paid no heed to the Golden Lion's inexplicable laughter. His figure abruptly vanished from sight, reappearing above the Golden Lion, and with a flick of his wrist, he propelled the sphere downward towards him. Initially appearing slow, the sphere gained momentum, trailing a fiery red vapor within Kongtai's domain. As it fell, its size expanded rapidly. Old man, behold my thousandfold meteor strike. The Golden Lion sensed Kongtai's presence above him and thought, so swift, no, it wasn't speed. It was teleportation. He fixed his gaze on Kongtai, astonishment etched across his face for the first time. While speed was no longer the sole determinant of victory for top-tier warriors, the subtleties lay in the speed of their neural reactions. For those of elite status, their observation haki was exceptionally potent, allowing them to anticipate their opponent's moves. Ultimately, it came down to who could react faster. Of course, this was only true when the disparity in speed was not overwhelmingly vast. If one were too quick, even the fastest neural response could not rival true teleportation. With a swift motion, he kicked upwards, unleashing two colossal slashes towards Kongtai, colliding with the now island-sized sphere that had broken free from his domain. The sphere was cleaved asunder, akin to a watermelon, breaking into 4 pieces as they plummeted into the sea. The impact was thunderous, the stones crashing into the ocean's surface, stirring monstrous waves that surged into the distance, engulfing Prousian Island in an instant. Kongtai glanced at the distant fleet, assessing the distance, it should be safe, and redirected his gaze. The fleet had already retreated far enough that the figures aboard could no longer discern Kongtai and the Golden Lion in the sky. Only the incessant sounds of clashing blades reached them, a clear indication of the ferocity of the battle. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from behind them. The crew turned swiftly, witnessing a colossal wave, resembling a white fortress, rapidly advancing towards them. This sight instilled a desperate urge to sprout wings and flee from the terrifying sea. Faster, we must go faster, the villagers aboard shouted in alarm. Despite the great distance, they felt no sense of safety. It was terrifying. These two beings were surely not human. In their limited comprehension, even gods could scarcely compare to such might. Kongtai fixed his gaze on the Golden Lion, instantaneously appearing behind him, and raised his hand to deliver a strike. Today, he was determined to engage the Golden Lion in close combat, as it would allow him to hone his domineering aura swiftly. The Golden Lion's eyes glimmered with crimson light as he raised his foot to block Kongtai's blade, preventing the strike. Kongtai, refusing to grant him a moment's respite, unleashed a flurry of rapid slashes. Clang, 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 clang. Do you truly see me as a whetstone? The Golden Lion glared at Kongtai, seething with rage. With a thought, he commanded the floating islands above to converge, with all but the largest island hurtling towards him. The islands crashed together beneath them, forming a massive landmass. As the Golden Lion fought and retreated, he maneuvered Kongtai onto the island. In the air, he could not effectively wield the powers of his fruit. With his hands joined, he unleashed a powerful attack. Lion's might. The ground trembled as countless lion heads surged towards Kongtai. With a forceful kick, the Golden Lion sent Kongtai flying. Using the recoil, he retreated a distance, then swiftly danced his feet, executing the lion's 1,000 cuts. A barrage of slashes targeted Kongtai. He raised his head and surveyed his surroundings, unleashing a ferocious aura. Turning to face the Golden Lion with an air of arrogance, he roared, "Old man, I told you it would be futile." With his hands pressed together, the space around him collapsed instantly, unleashing a tremendous force that surged outward. The lion heads and slashes converging upon him were instantaneously dispersed. Kongtai advanced through the swirling dust, blade in hand, swiftly approaching the Golden Lion. Shave, advance and slash. With a whoosh, he materialized above the Golden Lion, bringing his sword down with ferocity. Upon feeling the blade's impact, devoid of the expected crashing dominion, Kongtai erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha. Old man, You might as well comply with my training. He relentlessly swung his blade, while the golden lion was left with no choice but to defend passively. What's wrong, old man? Is this all you've got? He bellowed. If this is your full strength, then perish. His arm bulged with veins as he delivered a powerful strike towards the golden lion. A golden silhouette shot backward at great speed. The golden lion attempted to stabilize himself, but the force from Kongtai's strike prevented him from halting. He decided to play along, propelling himself even faster towards his main island. Kongtai watched the golden lion soar away, a hint of confusion crossing his features. Is this old fool attempting to flee? That shouldn't be. Such a formidable warrior could not possibly entertain thoughts of retreating from a junior like him. He shook his head, dismissing the thought, and focused on the golden lion, activating his abilities. Teleport. Instantly, he appeared behind the golden lion, striking down towards his back. The golden lion's eyes glimmered with red light as he raised his blade in anticipation, parrying Kongtai's attack, though he could not match Kongtai's speed. His observation haki was among the finest. Although he has yet to reach the level of foreseeing the future, the extraordinary perception he possesses, coupled with his neural reflex speed and decades of combat experience, is not something an ordinary individual can attain. Harnessing this power, he ascended with remarkable swiftness towards the edge of the main island, eventually standing beside the layer of seawater that enveloped it. Oh, he realized, the intention was to utilize the strength of the sea against me. Kongtai stood still, keenly observing the golden lion with interest, leisurely uncorking his wine gourd to sip on his drink. Old fellow, if you have any tricks up your sleeve, do unveil them quickly. Now, let us engage in a splendid practice of haki. Burp. He exhaled a breath of alcoholic fumes towards the golden lion. A faint blush appearing on his face, glancing at the wine gourd in his hand, he shook it. Not enough to drink. Ha 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 ha. Kid, don't get too cocky. Do you really think you can defeat me? The golden lion laughed heartily before swiftly delivering a slashing strike towards the edge of the main island. Wave slash. The seawater at the island's perimeter was sliced away as if it were jelly. With a splash, a chunk being cleaved off in an instant. Subsequently, he spread his fingers, and the severed seawater exploded like fireworks, dispersing into countless droplets that scattered in all directions, enveloping the entire realm in a thick downpour of seawater. He then shook his hand, and the myriad of droplets instantly transformed into a dense mist. The mist blanketed the sky, making it feel as though one were submerged in a wintry morning fog. This was his preparation to prevent Kongtai from utilizing teleportation. Within this vast sea mist, he was confident that Kongtai could not escape. He gazed at Kongtai with a haughty expression. Ha 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 ha. Kid, enjoy this. It is a special gift I have prepared just for you, the ability user. Saying this, he clenched his right hand. The dispersed mist, as if drawn by an unseen force, rapidly converged towards the center where Kongtai stood. Kongtai looked at the golden lion as if regarding a fool. This guy prepared for so long just for this. Such antics were utterly unnecessary for him, as he had no intention of moving at all. Since the old fellow was so fond of performing, he thought he might as well showcase a skill of his own. After all, the old man was nearing the end of his days. It wouldn't be right to strip him of his final moments of joy, would it? As the mist gathered swiftly, droplets began to form rapidly on the surface of his body. At that moment, a look of terror appeared on Kongtai's face. He was suddenly engulfed by the sea formed by the droplets. Grasping his throat, he struggled to hold his breath, continuously releasing small bubbles. He appeared quite uncomfortable. Ha 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 ha. The golden lion, observing Kongtai trapped in the seawater, could not help but burst into laughter. The frustration from earlier now dissipated. He quietly watched Kongtai, laughing uncontrollably. Kongtai had been awaiting the golden lion's slashing strike. But after waiting for a while, it never arrived. Unable to contain himself, he cast a sidelong glance at the golden lion. The old fellow remained indifferent, still roaring with laughter. Is the old man going to laugh endlessly? Shouldn't he deliver a strike to conclude his performance? At that moment, he truly wished to express his annoyance to the golden lion. His awkward performance was quite taxing. After all, this guy certainly did not behave this way with Wong Lufei. Why did he suddenly become so clever in his presence? With this thought, he abandoned the performance and began to showcase various swimming styles in the water. Breaststroke, freestyle, backstroke, butterfly, even the dog paddle and lazy turtle swim. He exhibited them all. The golden lion, watching Kongtai constantly changing his poses in the water, could not help but realize that he had just been toyed with by Kongtai. That previous string of futile theatrics likely made him appear foolish in Kongtai's eyes. For it seemed this fellow had no fear of the seawater at all. This ability was simply too formidable. In his decades of life, he knew only a limited number of fruit users who could remain unfazed by seawater. For instance, he could easily manipulate seawater and thus disregard the curse of the ocean. However, To be fully submerged in seawater like Kongtai was utterly impossible. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Kongtai was not an ability user at all. The golden lion glared at Kongtai, veins bulging on his forehead. How arrogant! This fellow seemed to regard him, the golden lion, with utter disdain. Contemplating this, he directed his fury at Kongtai, rapidly swinging his legs. Die, brat. Lion 1,000 cuts. Multiple golden slashes surged towards Kongtai, enveloped in seawater. Kongtai halted his movements, turning to face the enraged golden lion, his gaze sharpened. Realizing the disparity in their strengths, he decided to comply and engage in a practice match with him. Without even glancing at the incoming golden slashes, he unfolded his spatial domain. A tremendous force erupted, instantly dispersing both the seawater and the slashes. Following this, Kongtai teleported directly behind the golden lion, drawing his sword, and delivered a fierce slash to his back. Clang! The golden lion found himself helpless against Kongtai's teleportation, only able to pivot and raise his sword to block the blow. His body was then propelled rapidly toward the ground. With a resounding bang, he crashed into a colossal mountain below. Outside the mountain, Kongtai waited for a moment, but the golden lion did not emerge. Unable to restrain himself, he shouted towards the mountain, "Hey, old man. You're not turning into a turtle, are you?" He could sense the old fellow's aura was still strong, merely a bit out of breath. Could it be that he was truly too old to continue sparring with a young man? Just then, an aura far surpassing Kongtai's conqueror's haki erupted from within the giant mountain. Sensing this aura, Kongtai's brow furrowed. How could the old man still unleash conqueror's haki? Suddenly, the mountain split open, and a massive crescent-shaped golden slash surged forth. Striking fiercely towards Kongtai, Kongtai quickly countered with a similar slash. Clang! The two slashes intertwined, rapidly ascending into the sky, vanishing from sight. The golden lion, with his golden hair billowing wildly, slowly rose from the crack in the mountain. With his emergence, an even greater conqueror's haki swept across the land. Everyone on the solitary giant island above them, except for Indigo, rolled their eyes back, fainting from the overwhelming pressure. Kongtai, being the first to bear the brunt of it, felt it even more acutely. Is this what it means to be at the pinnacle of the world? Truly terrifying. He braced himself against the golden lion's haki, unleashing his own conqueror's haki in response. A crackling sound, reminiscent of shattering space, emanated from the collision of their haki. Surrounding them, purple lightning flickered wildly. Under the immense mental strain, Kongtai lifted his gaze towards the golden lion hovering in the air. His pupils narrowing sharply, this old man seemed genuinely intent on battling him, even tearing off the ship's helm. No wonder he was able to unleash Conqueror's haki. It appeared to be a last-ditch effort. The golden lion floated in the air, casually smoking a cigarette. After tearing off the helm, his spirit seemed to improve significantly. He carelessly ripped a piece of fabric from his clothing to hastily bandage the wound on his head, preventing himself from bleeding out too quickly. In his current state, he had shed the earlier wild and arrogant demeanor, appearing notably more composed. At least, from an aura perspective, he seemed more subdued. Has he lost his mind? Kongtai stared at the golden lion, a hint of confusion flashing across his face. A mild-mannered golden lion had never before been witnessed. The golden lion gazed down at Kongtai as if he were beholding an unparalleled gem, his admiration intensifying with each passing moment. This fellow only reveres the strong. Under the oppressive force of Kongtai, he had already realized that his journey was nearing its conclusion, since it had come to this. What was there to hesitate about? Naturally, he would unleash his full strength in battle. Even though he understood that tearing off the helm meant his life was now on borrowed time, he could not allow this silver-haired brat to underestimate him. Could he? Who was he? He was the golden lion. Fixing his gaze upon Kongtai, he revealed his signature hearty laughter, albeit this time devoid of the previous hostility. Ha ha ha. Little brat, I acknowledge you. I, Shiki the golden lion, am willing to call you a formidable opponent. Kongtai stared at the golden lion, momentarily at a loss for words. Had this old fool truly gone mad by tearing off the helm? Placing his right hand on the hilt of his sword, he prepared to draw at any moment, shouting loudly at the golden lion, "Old man, have you lost your mind? If you won't come at me, then I shall. Ha ha ha. Come on, little brat. Let me show you what true power of the sea looks like." With both hands gripping his sword, he made a casual slash towards Kongtai. Wave slash, a crescent-shaped, brilliantly golden strike surged swiftly towards Kongtai. With a powerful push of his feet against the ground, Kongtai propelled himself forward, swiftly countering the golden slash with his own. Shave, draw, and slash. The clash of their blades rang out as the two strikes collided fiercely. Kongtai found himself pushed backward, sliding for several meters before finally coming to a halt, with a surge of strength in his arm. He redirected his slash upward. Surprised, Kongtai looked up at the golden lion. So strong. This was an entirely different level than before. While the golden lion's earlier strike had been powerful, Kongtai realized his own was not to be underestimated. He sensed that had he not met the strike head-on with his sword, but instead attempted to intercept it with a flying slash, his attack would have been shattered in an instant. The magnitude of their power was fundamentally disparate. Noticing Kongtai's astonishment at the newfound intensity of his attack, the golden lion laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Little brat, weren't you trying to kill me? Why are you hesitating? Over time, he had discerned that this little brat relied solely on his beast-like physique and unparalleled observation haki in their combat. However, these attributes held little value against a master swordsman like himself. Moreover, the brat's combat experience was woefully inadequate. Although Kongtai was rapidly evolving in their battle, he was still merely a fledgling at sea, and in the face of the golden lion, he was somewhat outmatched. Kongtai fixed his gaze on the golden lion, sheathing his sword before swiftly drawing it again. Iato, draw and slash. A massive silver-gray slash shot towards the golden lion with incredible speed. Although he knew the golden lion's strike was incomparable to before, he still wished to test the disparity. The golden lion chuckled, effortlessly slicing through Kongtai's attack. The slash was too dispersed and lacked cohesion. After a brief pause, he continued, "You ought to be more cunning. Rather than relying solely on brute force, such a crude strike will shatter upon meeting a true warrior. Just like your haki, you must effectively control your breath, compress your strike, and only then unleash a flying attack." With that, he swung his sword at Kongtai. Wave slash. A crescent-shaped golden strike flew from the golden lion's hand. Kongtai hastily employed the technique just taught to him, unleashing a similarly massive silver-gray crescent slash. This time, his attack managed to hold its ground for a moment against the golden lion's strike before ultimately being severed. Gazing at the remnants of his slash, Kongtai realized the golden lion's state. Ever since the helm had been torn away, this old fool had known he was doomed. It seemed the old man's mind had wandered into fanciful thoughts, wishing to leave as much of his legacy in this world as possible. Perhaps he had come to recognize Kongtai's potential and pirate identity, desiring to nurture another powerful pirate before his end. Thus, the old man imparted his most potent technique to Kongtai. The golden lion's wave slash in its prime possessed the power to cleave through hundreds of kilometers of ocean. Such strength was unfathomable. Previously, Kongtai could never have achieved such distance with a slash. These ultimate sword techniques could not be learned in a mere dojo. They could only be honed through continuous battles with supreme warriors. As the old man had said, Kongtai's slashes were merely the product of his monstrous physique and brute force. They were scattered and devoid of finesse. Against weaklings, they were indeed formidable, but when faced with true strength, they became utterly ineffective. His strikes could not even breach the defenses of an armed opponent. Understanding the old man's intentions, Kongtai remained silent. In an instant, he appeared beside the old man, drawing his sword to strike. The golden lion laughed heartily. "Little brat, your speed is impressive, but your reactions are too slow." A flash of red light flickered in his eyes as he countered with a strike that cleaved through Kongtai's defense. With a subtle twist of his blade, he executed a cunning strike that landed on the back of Kongtai's sword, causing the latter to momentarily freeze. The battles of the strong could indeed conclude in the blink of an eye. However, the golden lion refrained from pressing the advantage and instead fixed his gaze on Kongtai, stating loudly, "Little brat, observation haki is not about extending your range as far as possible. You must learn to master it intricately. Once you can grasp every nuance of your observation haki and move your blade in harmony with your intentions, only then can you truly be called a warrior." Kongtai stood a short distance away, glaring at the golden lion fiercely. "Old man, are you addicted to teaching? Ha ha ha." The golden lion burst into laughter before suddenly falling silent, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he said, "Little brat, it's time to get serious. If you don't blame me for your demise." With that, he charged swiftly towards Kongtai. Kongtai's eyes glimmered with red light as he contracted the range of his observation haki, striving to maintain control within the confines of their battle. Indeed, the difference was stark. He sensed that wielding his sword felt far more intuitive now. The advanced applications of haki were exceedingly difficult to discern without guidance from top-tier warriors. Observation haki was a naturally radiating state, challenging to master. Most people could only manage to emit and retract it. Few could conceive of mastering it to such intricate degrees. As Kongtai parried the old man's strike, he quickly withdrew his blade, only to find the golden lion's second attack coming at him with lightning speed. The sounds of their clashing blades rang out in rapid succession. Now, the tables had turned, and Kongtai found himself on the defensive. However, he could feel that the old man was intentionally guiding his swordsmanship and refining his haki. Casting a complex glance at the golden lion, Kongtai sensed the old man's gaze upon him. "Ha ha ha. Little brat, you aren't feeling sorry for me, are you? Suddenly, the golden lion erupted with a ferocious aura, exclaiming, "Do you think I am just anyone? I am Shiki." The captain of the flying pirate crew, the Golden Lion pirate fleet, confronted by the suddenly furious Golden Lion, Kongtai endeavored to defend himself. On the small island, the clashing sounds of swords and blades echoed incessantly. From time to time, a slash would shoot forth, cleaving through the clouds above. This fierce battle raged on for a full day and night. As the sun of the third day ascended, the cacophony of combat gradually subsided. The once towering island was now reduced to a mere flat expanse. In the center of the island, within a massive pit that seemed to sink deeper, both the Golden Lion and Kongtai gasped for breath as they regarded one another. Unlike Kongtai, whose breathing remained relatively steady, the Golden Lion's breaths came in intermittent gasps. He was utterly exhausted. His life force was on the verge of extinguishing. The only thing sustaining him through this conflict was his remarkable willpower. Kongtai gazed at the Golden Lion, a complex array of emotions flickering in his eyes. He had to admit that this old rascal had indeed become his mentor in the end, though they bore no formal title of master and disciple. The bond had already been forged. What was it with these top-tier powerhouses of the seas? Why did they all seem to relish the role of a teacher? He was no monkey D. Luffy. Could it be that the Golden Lion had discerned his identity as the protagonist? Suddenly, a boisterous laughter erupted, shattering Kongtai's reverie. Fixating on the cackling Golden Lion, he found himself laughing along. A mentor is a mentor. After all, if the other party was willing to teach him anything, why should he shy away from learning? The Golden Lion, satisfied, regarded Kongtai with approval. He was quite pleased with this student he had encountered in his final moments. Throughout this brief day and night, Kongtai had essentially absorbed his swordsmanship and the mastery of his haki. The Golden Lion ceased his laughter, fixing his gaze on Kongtai with a smile. "Kid, allow me to impart one last technique. Your use of Conqueror's Haki is still rather crude. I don't know how you managed to achieve Conqueror's Haki binding, but the way you do it differs significantly from the true essence of binding." With that, a tremendous wave of Conqueror's Haki erupted from him as he discarded the knife from his left hand, gripping the blade with both hands instead. A rich, purplish-black aura surged forth from his being, radiating outward. Countless red and purple lightning bolts materialized around his body. The veins on the Golden Lion's forehead bulged as he exerted every ounce of strength to envelop his blade with this aura. For him at this moment, this final strike was a formidable challenge. Kongtai quietly observed the Golden Lion without interruption. His own Conqueror's Haki binding was a result of his ability to manipulate spatial realms, coupled with his virtually omnipotent mental prowess within that domain. Indeed, this made it stronger than the armament Haki, albeit only marginally so. It could not serve as the decisive blow in this confrontation. The Golden Lion looked up at Kongtai and continued, "Conqueror's Haki, at its core, embodies a person's spirit. It cannot be cultivated through mere training. It can only grow and be mastered through clashes with true masters of top-tier Conqueror's Haki. When you can fully command your Conqueror's Haki as you do your armament Haki, only then will you be capable of binding in such a manner." With these words, he swung his blade with all his might, unleashing the final strike of his life. A colossal crescent-shaped purple-black slash instantly traversed the space between them, as if it truly cleaved through reality itself, creating a multitude of spider-web-like fissures around the strike. These cracks even spread across the entire island. "You little brat, if you can't withstand this, then you might as well die alongside me. The sea has no need for the weak." Kongtai stood firm, his expression grave as he focused intently on the enormous strike approaching him. His silver hair billowed wildly in the wind, and his eyes sparkled with starlight as they darted rapidly. Several times he contemplated drawing his sword to confront it, but ultimately he refrained. He could sense that the Golden Lion's final slash, fueled by the burning of his life force, was something he could never hope to parry with mere steel. The unparalleled edge of that attack felt as though even the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, would find it insurmountable, unless Hawkeye also wielded Conqueror's Haki and could achieve binding. Helplessly, he realized that the only means to truly withstand this strike lay within the realm of space itself. Kongtai lifted his gaze, quietly observing the Golden Lion, and called out, "Old man, let me show you my most formidable power, and let you understand before you depart." Hearing the voice, the Golden Lion ceased his laughter, straining to widen his eyes, dispelling the illusions within them. At that moment, he was utterly drained. Had it not been for his indomitable will, he might have simply collapsed onto the ground. He lifted his head, witnessing his strike reach Kongtai. Bang! It collided as if it struck an invisible wall, causing the space around Kongtai to shatter like a mirror, just as he believed his slash would continue its descent. The fragmented space surrounding Kongtai swiftly mended itself, as if the shattered mirror was reassembling. After a brief stalemate, his attack suddenly split into two halves. The upper portion continued soaring toward the horizon, While the lower half halted before Kongtai. As time elapsed, the lower segment of the slash gradually shrank until it vanished completely before Kongtai. Was it that earlier absorption of the island's power? Truly impressive, he grinned widely, laughing heartily, as if he could once again envision his adversary, Roger. Once again, it was a person from the East Blue who thwarted his ascent to the pinnacle of the world. Roger, the golden lion bellowed one last time before his essence faded entirely. At that moment, a sudden sensation of weightlessness enveloped Kongtai as the small island beneath his feet plummeted into the sea. He understood that the golden lion had met his end. Remarkable, he managed to shatter my domain. Had he not sensed the precariousness of the situation and amplified the spatial layers of his output? The golden lion's final strike would have indeed cleaved through his spatial realm. Though it had been severed, it mattered not. Having boasted of his invincibility, he must uphold that reputation, mustn't he, observing the fallen form of the golden lion? Even in death maintaining his stance, Kongtai's eyes flickered with a blend of complexity and admiration. The essence of this man, even as an enemy, commanded respect. Even though he was undoubtedly a villain, he was a formidable and admirable rogue. Ignoring the island that was descending into the depths, he drew his blade, Zhang Kong, and carved a deep pit into the ground beside the golden lion. Expanding his spatial domain, he enveloped the golden lion within it. Relocating him into the pit along with his two swords, the soil around the pit gradually sealed itself. He left it partially filled, intending for the Navy to discover it. Otherwise, if the Navy were unable to locate the golden lion, they might excavate to great depths, ultimately uncovering him. He left behind a clue for the Navy to find, as surely they could not dig up a grave belonging to a deceased elder. Then he suspended himself in mid-air, allowing the island to descend. As for the original inhabitants of the nearby island, he was not overly concerned. The island was sufficiently vast, surrounded by a layer of seawater, ensuring it would not sink. He also did not bother to cleanse the area of the ferocious beasts and pirates. That was the Navy's responsibility. He uncorked his flask, taking a swig while gazing at the dawn on the horizon. Lost in thought, the gains from this battle had been monumental. Had he relied solely on his own efforts to seek out powerful foes to gather experience, he might have taken years to glean these advanced combat techniques in a moment of enlightenment. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. His gaze shifted toward the distant horizon of the SEA. It had been 2 days. Surely the strong from the Navy headquarters would be arriving soon. Should he remain and engage in battle once more? He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ultimately, he decided against it. The Navy headquarters could send their fastest response, which would likely be one of the 3 admirals, specifically the yellow monkey, Kazara. This fellow predominantly relied on his devil fruit powers to engage in combat. Furthermore, battles with the Navy seldom escalated to life and death struggles, making it impossible to compel this elusive individual to unleash his haki for a direct confrontation. Engaging in combat with him would yield no benefits and would only prove to be exhausting. It would be far more comfortable to bask in the sun than to fight him. Well, before the Navy arrives, perhaps I should explore the palace of the Golden Lion to see if there are any treasures or devil fruits to be found. After all, this old rascal has been wandering the world for 2 decades, and he must have amassed quite a collection. There might indeed be a devil fruit among them. After all, I have a master-apprentice relationship with him. It wouldn't be unreasonable for a disciple to inherit the treasures of his master. No, that's not excessive at all. Gazing at the surging white waves racing towards the horizon, Kongtai felt a flicker of awe. He marveled at the vastness of the sea and the spectacle created by human endeavor. Perhaps only in this world of the Pirate King, where immense power converged, could one witness such sights. Kongtai took a swig of his drink, laughed heartily, and lowered his gaze to the now calm island, swiftly propelling himself towards the main island of the Golden Lion. The early morning sunlight bathed him, making him appear almost divine, graceful, ethereal, and undeniably arrogant. He paid no heed to the panicking pirates on the island. As he passed the harbor, he deliberately sank the ship's dock there. Naturally, if any foolhardy pirate happened to cross his path, they could only count themselves unfortunate. His eyes flashed with crimson light as he directly located Indigo, the Golden Lion's first mate, who was currently within the palace. He was the strongest among this band of pirates, making him the ideal target to seek. In the corridor leading to the palace's main exit, amidst the comical puffing sounds reminiscent of flatulence, Indigo hurriedly ran outside with a group of minor pirate captains. In his haste, his entire body shook, arms flailing amusingly as he moved. Despite his comical appearance and antics, Indigo possessed a cold and ruthless side. He was also a mad chemist, adept at concocting various chemical agents and employing chemical elements in combat. He referred to his fighting style as chemical magic, which was essentially a form of explosive juggler's art, also known as acrobatic magic. Indigo realized something was amiss when the Golden Lion unleashed his conqueror's haki. As the Golden Lion's first mate and chief physician, he was acutely aware of how dire the situation would be if the captain had relinquished control of the ship's helm. Were it not for the helm's influence and the captain's aging, the proud Golden Lion would never have considered discussing something as trivial as IQ.it was only due to his significant decline in strength since escaping Impel Down. Feeling that his power no longer matched his ambition, that he had been forced to make such a choice, Indigo understood that even if the Golden Lion were to face the silver-haired youth, he would never retreat, regardless of the outcome. That if he could muster the conqueror's haki, it meant that the captain had indeed torn away the helm. Without it, the Golden Lion would be at his last gasp. On the brink of death. He could scarcely fathom that the silver-haired brat could force the Golden Lion to unravel nearly 2 decades of schemes. Initially, Indigo had waited in the infirmary for the Golden Lion's return. Confident that if the captain had discarded the helm, no one could defeat him. He believed the Golden Lion would swiftly eliminate the silver-haired youth. However, as he waited in vain, his heart began to race with unease. And this anxiety intensified over time, especially when the island began to descend. He realized that the Golden Lion had not only faced defeat but had met his demise. At that moment, his fear transformed into sheer terror. He hurriedly gathered the minor pirate captains within the palace, urging them to flee outside. If that silver-haired youth showed up now, they would be finished. He could only pray fervently, "Please don't come. Please don't come. Please don't come." Yet fate has a penchant for playing cruel tricks. The more one hopes for a situation to unfold as imagined, the more likely reality will present the opposite. Indeed, as he pondered, the very individual he dreaded materialized. Kongtai, resembling a ghostly shadow, suddenly appeared at the palace entrance, blocking their path. Indigo slammed to a halt, panic etched across his face. What's wrong? The pirate captains trailing behind him quickly followed suit. Loudly inquiring. As they followed Indigo's gaze and beheld Kongtai before them, their bodies trembled in unison, and they turned to flee into the depths of the palace, desperately wishing for extra legs to escape faster. Their disarray was unmistakable. They had thought that joining the legendary pirate Golden Lion would grant them the freedom to do as they pleased. Little did they anticipate such a sudden upheaval. With the legend collapsing without warning, leaving them utterly unprepared, Indigo paid no mind to the fleeing minor captains. He understood that fleeing would be futile in the face of the terrifying creature capable of slaying the Golden Lion. Indeed, 2 crescent-shaped slashes crossed perilously close to his body, sending chills down his spine. The mere sight of those deadly arcs made his hair stand on end, and cold sweat dripped from him. The corridor, which had been somewhat noisy, fell eerily silent. Listening to the muffled thuds of bodies collapsing behind him, Indigo's pupils constricted as he swallowed hard. At that moment, he thought he was surely doomed. Then, a slow, measured sound of footsteps echoed through the empty corridor. Though soft, each step felt like a hammer striking his heart. As Kongtai sauntered closer, Indigo involuntarily bowed his head, bending at the waist. Although he recognized that Kongtai had spared him for a reason, sparing him from sudden death, the intangible pressure emanating from this being, capable of slaying the Golden Lion, rendered him unable to look Kongtai in the eye, let alone hold his gaze. Kongtai approached Indigo, clad in slippers, and regarded the comically tall jester with a smile. He was considering enlisting this individual as his ship's doctor, despite his humorous demeanor. Indigo's medical skills were quite impressive. However, further observation was necessary. Smiling, Kongtai addressed Indigo, "You must be the Golden Lion's first mate, Dr. Indigo. Might I trouble you to lead me to your infirmary and the Golden Lion's treasury?" He intended to obliterate the documents related to the various IQ concoctions Indigo had developed. He could not allow such dangerous knowledge to fall into the hands of the world government. He also wished to ascertain whether Indigo had conducted human experiments. If he had only experimented on animals, that would be relatively inconsequential. However, if humans were involved, that would change everything. Even if Indigo possessed remarkable medical skills, he could not be allowed to remain. Indigo forced a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, knowing he could not refuse. Despite Kongtai's seemingly amiable demeanor, the man had just slain the Golden Lion. "Very well, my lord, please follow me. I shall lead you to the laboratory at once." In truth, his laboratory was merely a medical room. Indigo swiftly turned around and led the way into the palace. Kongtai, with his hands tucked into his pockets, followed Indigo to a massive iron door. Indigo retrieved the key to the door from his pocket, inserted it into a keyhole, and with a firm twist, the iron door slid open automatically, revealing an expansive interior. Standing at the threshold, he turned to Kongtai and announced, "My lord, we have arrived at the laboratory." Upon entering the vast space, Kongtai paid little heed to Indigo and strolled inside. The first thing that caught his eye was a row of over 10 enormous glass tubes, each emanating a cold, bluish glow. Observing Kongtai standing before the cultivation tubes, Indigo hurriedly explained, my lord. These are the remains of animals subjected to experiments for the study of a plant component known as IQ. Yes, I am aware. Take me to where you keep the experimental data, Kongtai replied. Not having seen any human remains was somewhat reassuring, but he still desired to examine the experimental records. This way, my lord. Indigo responded as he guided Kongtai to his workstation. As Kongtai gazed at the wall lined with notebooks filled with records, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Scientists truly are mad to require one to document so much as akin to a death sentence." He casually pulled out a notebook and began to peruse its contents. I cannot comprehend this. Maintaining a stoic expression, he discarded the notebook and selected another. Still incomprehensible. What is the matter with these scientists? Cannot they write something intelligible? He tossed aside the notebook in frustration and turned to Indigo, remaining silent. It was only when he noticed Indigo breaking into a cold sweat that he smiled and asked, "Dr. Indigo, may I pose a question?" Indigo, trembling at the unexpected smile, replied cautiously, "My lord, feel free to inquire. I shall answer without reservation. Have you ever conducted experiments on humans?" Kongtai's demeanor shifted abruptly, an overwhelming aura pressing down on Indigo. Sensing the sudden surge of Kongtai's presence, Indigo panicked and collapsed to the ground. Trembling, he recalled that Kongtai awaited his response, and he quickly looked up, exclaiming, "No, my lord. Absolutely not. I have never used humans in my experiments." Kongtai's eyes glinted with a red light as he scrutinized Indigo for a moment before retracting his gaze and dissipating his imposing presence. He sensed from Indigo's demeanor that he was telling the truth. And indeed, he had not observed any humans in the laboratory. Moreover, it was evident that Indigo was not a true villain. He was merely a doctor. Kongtai then extended a formal invitation. "Dr. Indigo, in my capacity as the captain of the Free Adventurers crew, I hereby invite you to join my ship as the ship's doctor." Indigo exhaled a sigh of relief as Kongtai withdrew his intimidating aura. He had felt that if his previous answer had displeased Kongtai, the man might very well have killed him. To his astonishment, he now heard an even more surprising proposition. He looked up, bewildered by the earnestness in Kongtai's gaze. "Are you serious?" he stammered, unable to fathom that he could serve as the ship's doctor for a pirate crew, especially one that had just slain the infamous Golden Lion. The mere thought of such a pirate inviting him aboard felt surreal. Kongtai regarded Indigo with a smile. My ship is in need of a doctor. Will you accept, Dr. Indigo?" Realizing the gravity of the offer, Indigo eagerly nodded in agreement. Although he had spent decades with the Golden Lion, he felt little emotional attachment and certainly no sense of betrayal. After all, the Golden Lion was dead, and he needed a new place to belong. Should he refuse this man, it was uncertain whether he would be spared, and the Navy certainly would not let him go. Given his association with the Golden Lion's crew. Oh, by the way, Dr. Indigo, now that you are aboard my ship, you must cease your research on such matters, Kongtai asserted as he helped Indigo to his feet, his tone turning serious. "From now on, you shall focus solely on healing and the development of medicines for various ailments. Can you manage that?" Yes, my lord," Indigo hastily replied, still adjusting to the sudden change. "Address me as captain." "Understood, captain. Will we truly destroy everything?" At the entrance of the laboratory, Indigo conjured a chemical magic projectile, casting a reluctant glance back at the lab. Of course, he couldn't leave it to the world government. Kongtai stood beside him, arms crossed, a mocking smile on his face. "Or do you wish to continue your research?" "And no, captain, please do not misunderstand me," Indigo exclaimed, waving his hands in defense. "I merely feel a tinge of regret. After nearly 20 years of studying IQ, it seems a pity to abandon all these notes. Hurry, we must inspect the treasury. The Navy will arrive shortly, and while I can escape, you may not be so fortunate." Remembering the Navy, Indigo hastily tossed the magic projectile into the laboratory. He had no desire to be captured and imprisoned and impelled down. Despite having no bounty on his head, the Navy would not hesitate to apprehend him. Given his status as the ship's doctor for the Golden Lion, magic projectile in hand, he launched it into the laboratory, where it exploded upon contact with the cultivation tubes, flames rapidly engulfing the entire room. As the inferno blazed before him, a fleeting sense of regret flickered in Indigo's eyes. However, watching Kongtai stride confidently away, he quickly suppressed any lingering sorrow, his gaze filling with hope for the future. Following such a captain could prove to be quite an adventure, especially considering his youth. With a thunderous boom, Kongtai gazed at the imposing iron door, his expression brimming with anticipation, given the door's thickness. There must be a wealth of treasures within. Yet, upon opening the door and surveying the interior, he was left dumbfounded. The treasury was crammed with weapons, swords, guns, spears, cannons, all present, yet conspicuously absent were gold, silver, jewels, and even a meager supply of Baratie. Kongtai stiffly turned his neck to regard Indigo, a shadow of displeasure crossing his face. Indigo, is this all you have managed to acquire in the past 2 decades? Oblivious to Kongtai's darkening expression. Indigo beamed with pride. Indeed, we are planning to conquer the world, so we must stockpile sufficient weaponry, and the gold and jewels, all converted into weapons. What of the Baratie? Kongtai's tone grew increasingly grave. Naturally, it was transformed into weaponry. I say, Captain, what good is Baratie? Weapons are far more valuable. Indigo abruptly fell silent. Having noticed the stormy expression on Kongtai's face, he cautiously chuckled. Ha ha. What troubles you, Captain? Are not these weapons splendid? Splendid? Of course. Just splendid, Kongtai replied, staring at the treasury overflowing with weapons and munitions, on the verge of tears. With this many weapons, one could equip an entire army for a grand battle. However, such items held little value for him. He longed for gold, silver, and Baratie, not these cold, unfeeling iron implements. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes lit up as he turned to Indigo with anticipation. By the way, Indigo, during your travels over the past 2 decades, you must have encountered numerous devil fruits. Indigo hesitated, reluctant to respond, fearing it might provoke Kongtai further. He now understood what Kongtai desired, yet all of it had been exchanged for weaponry. However, as he faced Kongtai's increasingly dangerous gaze, he steeled himself and cautiously replied, well, yes. Kongtai abruptly interrupted him. Stop stammering. Just speak. Indigo flinched at Kongtai's shout, feeling aggrieved as he said, Captain, please do not raise your voice. I was just about to tell you. It was about finding a few devil fruits, but they were all sold off to purchase weapons. Sold them, did they? Kongtai felt a wave of despair wash over him. Did that old rascal, the Golden Lion, have some screws loose? How much better it would have been to keep them for his subordinates. What use were these iron scraps just lying in the warehouse? But, upon hearing there was still a glimmer of hope, Kongtai's eyes brightened as he hastily inquired, but what? There were still 2 utterly useless Zoan-type devil fruits remaining. Hearing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there were still some left. He had feared this trip would be for naught. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment. Initially, he had envisioned a trove of gold, jewels, berries, and devil fruits. After all, the old coot was intent on world destruction. How could he not have any money? Who would have thought he squandered it all on weapons? If these countless weapons were given to the revolutionary army, they would surely soar to new heights. He stroked his chin, lost in thought as he stared at the treasure vault. Then, shaking his head, he dismissed the notion. It was impossible. Even if he were to give them to the revolutionaries, they would be unable to transport them, for the Navy was on its way. It seemed the only option was to destroy everything. He could not leave it for the world government, even if they weren't in need of such things. Indigo stole a cautious glance at Kongtai, noticing his expression had noticeably improved, and let out a sigh of relief. He was still quite fearful of Kongtai, having just joined and not yet fully grasped his character. Kongtai turned to Indigo and said irritably, since there are still 2 left, why not fetch them? Yes. Indigo promptly entered the treasure vault and emerged with 2 fruit the size of pineapples from a heap of discarded metal. The Golden Lion. These 2 fruits were of lesser value than the weapons, which explained why they were carelessly tossed in the corner of the vault. Watching Indigo retrieve the fruits from what resembled a garbage heap, Kongtai's lips twitched. He was intrigued to see what kind of worthless fruits could elicit such disdain. Taking the fruits from Indigo's hands, he examined them closely but could not discern what they were. He lifted his gaze to Indigo, sensing Kongtai's scrutiny. Indigo quickly explained, the black one is the Zoan-type ant fruit. As for its form, I have no idea. Based on past experiences, it is just an ordinary Zoan fruit that allows one to transform into an ant person. However, the strength gained from it is so minimal that it couldn't even be sold, which is why it has remained here until now. Ants, looked down upon, surely, they possess strength, with their exoskeletons and formidable power. Kongtai stared at the black ant fruit, which resembled a large grape, and asked in confusion, how could no one want it? Although ants seemed powerful among insects, their effectiveness in human form was another matter entirely. They only offered a marginal increase in strength. Furthermore, the price for this fruit is beyond what an ordinary pirate could afford. It's too high to sell, yet too valuable to give away for free. Thus, it was ultimately discarded here. Indeed, compared to other fruits that could enhance power exponentially, this one was utterly worthless. Kongtai nodded, gazing at the black fruit in his hand. He found it hard to believe that ants were genuinely so weak. Perhaps no one had truly harnessed their potential. After all, ants were not a low-tier species in the insect world. And what about this one? Kongtai lifted the other white fruit, asking, what about this one? This one is in a similar predicament to the ant fruit. It's the rabbit fruit, which also fails to provide a significant increase in physical strength, hence its lack of buyers. A rabbit? Kongtai stared at the white fruit. A flicker of curiosity glinting in his eyes. What would it be like if a beautiful woman consumed it? He shook his head, quickly dispelling the horrifying thought that had suddenly crossed his mind. Rabbit ears and bunny girls were not his desire. Beyond their cuteness, the only notable trait of rabbits was their impressive hind leg power. Unlike the ant, which he could envision being trained into an invincible force, he could not fathom any training method for a rabbit. Wasn't there a notion of rabbits going berserk? Suddenly, he recalled that rabbits could have red eyes. What if this fruit possessed such a capability? Kongtai gazed at the white rabbit fruit, excitement lighting up his eyes. Then it wouldn't be a worthless fruit after all. However, it also depended on luck. If it lacked berserk abilities and other powers, it would indeed be trash. He then imagined Ahua or Ateo consuming this fruit, shivering at the thought. With the bunny girl gone, they would end up with a plump rabbit instead. Let us go. The Navy should be arriving soon. He tossed the fruits to Indigo, instructing him to find a box to store them. Once Indigo had secured the 2 fruits, Kongtai slashed through the treasure vault with his blade. With so many weapons and shells, it would be a miracle if they didn't explode. Following that, he activated his spatial domain, manipulating a door panel and departing alongside Indigo. A massive fleet from the Navy headquarters was racing towards Prous Island in the East Sea. Before leaving, Big Beard had contacted the Navy headquarters using the ship's transponder Snail. Upon receiving the news, the headquarters promptly dispatched Admiral Kizaru's warship, crossing the comm belt at full speed towards the East Sea. At this moment, Garp was still in the New World. Akiji was absent from the headquarters, and Akainu was required to remain at the headquarters for defense, ever ready to respond to summons from Mary Geos. Thus, only Kizaru from the Science Division was available to head to the East Sea, and his fleet was the fastest to arrive. This fleet consisted of Admiral Kizaru's flagship, accompanied by a rear admiral and 5 commodores. 7 colossal warships lined up in formation, riding the massive waves generated by the island's descent, advancing forward. At this moment, they could already see the outlines of the 2 gigantic islands ahead. As for the original Prous Island, it had completely vanished beneath the waves. At the prow of the largest battleship stood a tall figure, slender and clad in a yellow and white striped suit, a purple tie, a dark green shirt, and white shoes, draped in the Navy's Justice Coat. This was none other than the Navy's highest combat power, one of the admirals from the Navy headquarters, known by the codename Kizaru or Borsalino, with naturally curly short black hair. A stubbled face and tinted sunglasses, he bore a somewhat aged appearance, earning him the nickname Old Man among the Science Division personnel. Those of us from the 2-dimensional realm prefer to call him Yellow Pikachu or Seafood Admiral SpongeBob. Due to his rather lewd manner of speaking, he might as well have consumed some perverse fruit to become the Shining Man. Kizaru gazed at the colossal waves crashing before him and muttered his catchphrase. How terrifying indeed. Next to Kizaru stood a man with an exceedingly tall hat, a long black beard, donned in an indigo suit and a naval justice cloak, who was observing the island ahead with a serious expression. This man was the Naval Rear Admiral Strollo Berry, subordinate to Admiral Borsalino. Indeed, and it appears to have concluded with the Golden Lion's defeat. Kizaru remarked slowly, gazing ahead. How frightening, silver-haired Kongtai. Just then, a tremendous explosion erupted from the small island ahead. Strollo Berry stared at the island, astonished, and exclaimed, could it still be ongoing? Are those 2 still fighting? Kizaru turned to Strollo Berry and the 5 commodores trailing behind him, instructing, I'll head over to take a look. You all make haste. As he spoke, his entire body shimmered with golden light, disintegrating into photons and shooting towards the distant isle. This individual was a user of the natural type Shining Fruit, colloquially known as the Light Man. He possessed the extraordinary ability to transform any part of his body into light, granting him the velocity of light itself, thus enabling him to execute light-speed attacks and move at light speed. His powers could manifest as devastating blows, emitting intense flashes that could temporarily blind his adversaries. Undoubtedly, among the most formidable and aesthetically pleasing fruits in the world of One Piece, his fruit ranked within the top 5. Just as Kongtai and Indigo emerged from the palace, they unexpectedly collided with the yellow monkey, Kizaru. Suspended in midair, Kongtai fixated on the yellow figure coalescing atop the rooftop, an expression of dismay etched on his face. Had he known, he would have refrained from eating. However, after 2 days of battle without sustenance, save for alcohol, he was utterly famished. Thus, after delivering a couple of strikes to the treasury, he had Indigo guide him to the kitchen for a hasty meal. Little did he know that this brief delay would lead him to encounter the very person he wished to avoid in the Navy. Even if it had been Carp, he would have preferred that over this yellow monkey. With this thought, he averted his gaze and spat to the side, cursing his misfortune. He truly wished to avoid a confrontation with this individual, casting a glance at Indigo beside him. He realized that bringing this companion along would not facilitate a quick escape. Indigo was neither capable of instant transmission nor as swift as Kizaru. It seemed that a confrontation was inevitable, at the very least to convey to Kizaru that pursuing him was futile. Upon coming to this realization, he turned his attention back to the rooftop where Kizaru stood, his expression radiating a sense of mockery. With a smirk, he mimicked Kizaru's demeanor and slowly exclaimed, "How terrifying. Is that not the Marine Admiral, Pikachu? Oh, wait, my mistake. I am just accustomed to it." Kongtai waved his hand dismissively and adjusted his expression. Is that not the Marine Admiral, Kizaru? How frightening. Kizaru regarded Kongtai's antics with a perplexed expression, particularly at the mention of Pikachu, feeling as though he had been ridiculed without evidence to substantiate the claim. It vexed him. Shaking his head, he focused intently on Kongtai, his eyes flashing with a crimson hue. Yet he detected no other formidable presences. It appeared that the Golden Lion had been thoroughly defeated, though whether he had perished or fled remained uncertain. A flicker of seriousness crossed Kizaru's eyes, but his countenance remained nonchalant, retaining that infuriatingly casual demeanor. Leaning forward, Kizaru teased, "How frightening. Silver-haired Kongtai, capable of defeating the Golden Lion, truly a monster." Kongtai retracted his domain and set down the door panel, gazing up at Kizaru. He activated his instant transmission and suddenly appeared before him, uttering his signature phrase, "Speed is weight. Have you ever been kicked at the speed of light?" His right foot, enveloped in armed hockey, twisted as it shot towards Kizaru's head. Akin to kicking a soccer ball. Kizaru's pupils contracted as he beheld Kongtai materializing before him. What is this? It was not the speed he sensed. He could undoubtedly perceive that, however, upon hearing Kongtai echo his own words. Kizaru's lewd expression nearly faltered, his mouth twitching in irritation. What was this fellow up to, not only imitating his speech but also mimicking his techniques? As the foot approached, Kizaru quickly transformed his head into light, effortlessly evading the strike. Subsequently, he fully elementalized, morphing into photons, and instantaneously coalesced above Kongtai, his right foot aglow with golden light, preparing to deliver a counterstrike. So, have you ever experienced the flash kick? He declared, directing his kick toward Kongtai's head. Seeking retribution, this kick pierced through Kongtai, manifesting as a beam of yellow light that shot through the rooftop, followed by a resounding explosion below. Upon closer inspection, Kizaru had not struck Kongtai. He had merely connected with an afterimage. In that fleeting moment before Kizaru's foot landed, Kongtai had once again instantaneously relocated above him. Executing the same motion, with his foot equally imbued with armed hockey, he aimed once more at Kizaru's head. Naturally, it felt as though he was kicking at nothingness. Kizaru's form, now fully elementalized, coalesced less than a meter from Kongtai. The ever-lazy, mocking expression that adorned his face vanished, replaced by a rare seriousness. If speed were the measure, he would undoubtedly surpass Kongtai. However, the fact that this individual could teleport made matters complicated. Neither could land a strike on the other. Fixating on Kongtai, Kizaru's eyes flickered with a hint of gravity as he spoke solemnly. "Silver-haired Kongtai, it seems everyone has underestimated you." His gaze briefly swept over the sword at Kongtai's waist, continuing, not merely a grand swordsman, but also a user of a spatial-type devil fruit, truly formidable, beyond the powers of the devil fruit. He was uncertain what else could facilitate such instantaneous movement. Kongtai offered no explanation. He simply unscrewed the cap of his gourd and took a swig. Lowering his gaze to Kizaru, he mocked. "Why is the Navy not apprehending the remaining pirates on this island? What business do you have with me, a law-abiding citizen?" He gestured towards the massive beasts rushing towards them, drawn by the sound of the explosion. "You ought to capture those as well. If they remain in the East Blue, it will spell disaster." He added, "Pirates, do not forget your place. The Navy's duties do not require your input." Kizaru, expressionless, fixed his gaze on Kongtai. Without needing Kongtai's prompting, he was already aware of the threat these beasts posed. Ironically, the pirates represented the least danger on this island. Kongtai shrugged and proposed to Kizaru, "Let us pretend we have not crossed paths. After all, you cannot do anything to me, can you?" He paused momentarily before adding, "Moreover, your salary does not permit you to confront me recklessly." Kizaru nodded in agreement, reflecting that Kongtai had a point. His salary indeed did not allow for such reckless pursuits. Furthermore, this mission was not intended for capturing Kongtai. With a swift kick, Kizaru sent flying a beast that had just arrived, attempting to ambush him. What a nuisance. I nearly fell into that trap, he thought, reminding himself that he was not in the Navy merely for the paycheck. Raising his gaze to Kongtai, a flicker of irritation crossed his features. Do not casually bestow nicknames upon others. I am Kizaru, Kizaru, not some Pikachu. Understood, Uncle Pikachu, Kongtai quipped, sending another beast flying with a kick. Unperturbed, he then ignored Kizaru entirely, instantaneously appearing before Indigo and patting him on the shoulder. Let us depart. Oh, all right. Indigo recognized Kizaru the moment he laid eyes on him. Anyone who followed the news regarding pirates would surely know the three prominent admirals of the Navy. These three individuals represented the strongest figures in the Navy's public relations and served as its face. Initially worried for Kongtai, Indigo had doubted that defeating the Golden Lion would afford him the ability to challenge an admiral. He was well aware of how significantly the Golden Lion's strength had waned. However, upon witnessing Kongtai's instant transmission, Indigo felt a wave of relief wash over him. In no wonder he could defeat the Golden Lion. He could fly, teleport, and likely possessed other abilities. It appeared he had chosen the right captain, one who could hold his own against a marine admiral. Kongtai observed Kizaru, who was clearly not taking the battle with the beast seriously. Instead slacking off, he extended his spatial domain, maneuvering the door panel skyward. In truth, he and Kizaru had reached an unspoken understanding upon the beast's arrival. Neither could best the other. Moreover, Kizaru's resolve to capture him was not particularly strong. Allowing Kongtai to depart unimpeded. On the ground, Kizaru kicked away a beast and gazed at the door panel soaring higher into the sky, reflecting on the predicament the Navy and world government would soon face. However, none of this concerned him. He was merely an elderly naval man earning a meager salary. This fellow had reverted to his usual demeanor, kicking one ferocious beast after another, exclaiming with a hint of terror. Kawaii. Having departed from the palace island of the Golden Lion, Kongtai soared swiftly towards Logtown, with Indigo riding on a makeshift board. As they approached Logtown, they encountered the Freedom ship. Ordinarily, the journey from Prous Island to Logtown would take only a day, but due to the ship being overcrowded and the tumultuous waves in the first half of the journey, Guena and her companions took a day and a half to arrive. They delivered the villagers to Logtown but did not enter the town. Instead, they altered their course and hastily returned. Watching Kongtai land on the deck atop the makeshift board, Guena, standing at the bow of the ship, revealed a brilliant smile on her otherwise indifferent face. She hurried to Kongtai's side, wrapping her arms around his, gazing up at him while barely acknowledging Indigo. Her attention seemed singularly fixed on Kongtai, as if nothing else could capture her interest. Kongtai, you finally returned. I thought you would be gone for an eternity. Indeed, that old fellow possesses quite a bit of strength. Even on the brink of death, he can battle with me for a day and a night. Driven solely by his will. Kongtai affectionately ruffled Guena's hair, a habit he had grown fond of. Guena, in turn, closed her eyes in enjoyment, nuzzling her head against him like a cat. She always allowed Kongtai to touzle her hair, only to have him smooth it back afterwards, relishing the process. And who is this? After a moment, her gaze shifted towards Indigo. This is Dr. Indigo. He is now our ship's physician, Kongtai introduced, glancing at Indigo. Oh, Dr. Indigo, greetings. Guena's voice was cool, neither overly aloof nor excessively warm. Although she typically showed little interest in matters beyond training and combat, since Indigo had earned Kongtai's approval, she regarded him as a comrade, extending her friendliness. Yes, hello. You can rest assured that your health will be in my capable hands, Indigo declared, executing a gentlemanly bow, twirling in place with a flourish. Wow, why are you so peculiar? At that moment, Arrow slid down from the mast. Right? You seem like a performer from an amusement park. Ahua emerged from the kitchen, adjusting his glasses, though it was unclear what he had been doing there. He tended to linger in the kitchen whenever he had no tasks at hand. I say, you too, why don't you hurry and adjust the sails? At that moment, Atao's head popped out from the helm. Shouting loudly, following Kongtai's arrival, they were set to change course back to Logtown. Arrow and Ahua quickly assisted in adjusting the sails. Once the course was set, the trio gathered around Indigo, bombarding him with a barrage of eccentric questions. Indigo, in turn, mingled seamlessly with them, occasionally conjuring magical orbs that elicited delighted squeals from the 3.1 might mistakenly think Indigo was a magician. At the bow, Kongtai reclined once more in his designated lounge chair. He cast a sidelong glance at Ahua, who seemed oblivious to the situation. Did he not see the captain had returned? He should be offering a glass of juice without delay. It seemed Kongtai would need to look after him more carefully in the future. Observing Guena beside him, he sat up, took her hand, and invited her to sit next to him, recounting the battle with the Golden Lion. He shared everything he had learned regarding swordsmanship and the application of haki. Guena had already reached the swordsman level for over a year now, with these techniques and a few more significant battles to refine her armed haki. She would soon ascend to the grand swordsman level. In truth, The distinction between a swordsman and a grand swordsman lies not only in the power of their strikes but also in the considerable differences in their abilities. A grand swordsman can imbue their strikes with haki, rendering them formidable in both close and long-range combat. Conversely, the strikes of a swordsman, while effective, lack the potency of direct melee engagement. Hence the rarity of swordsmen employing slashing techniques in favor of direct attacks. To ascend to the grand swordsman level, one must grasp the ability to cut iron, embodying the breath of all things, and further develop the Kinbunchika haki. Moreover, one must cultivate the armed haki to an advanced application. To clarify the distinctions in armed haki, it is characterized by its fluidity, allowing for various techniques: hardening, wrapping, external release, and internal destruction. The techniques of armed haki vary in complexity, but this does not necessarily reflect the strength of the haki or the wielder's overall power. Due to its adaptable nature, it is referred to as flowing cherry blossoms in Wano. Hardening is straightforward. It involves enveloping the body in armed haki, rendering it harder than steel, thus enhancing both defensive and offensive capabilities. This technique can be applied to both the body and objects, making it the most common and fundamental method of armed haki in the New World. Wrapping involves encasing oneself in gaseous armed haki. Enhancing both defense and attack power, it can be wrapped around weapons or projectiles, such as arrows and bullets, for a limited duration and can be used in conjunction with hardening. External release represents a more advanced application, where an armed haki is concentrated in the hands or weapons and unleashed as tangible offensive or defensive power, capable of delivering powerful shockwaves to repel foes or forming a protective barrier. Even countering intangible attacks. As for internal destruction, it is a rare skill possessed by few in the world. This technique allows the haki to penetrate the surface of objects, directly harming their interiors. Notably, hardening, wrapping, and external release can all be employed simultaneously. Currently, Kongtai had only just begun to master the external release of armed haki. The battle with the Golden Lion had significantly enhanced his haki. Yet he had yet to reach its pinnacle, necessitating further effort. He tirelessly honed his haki with each slash, confident that once he reached the level of a black blade, he would attain the highest form of haki. The slashes of a grand swordsman represent the supreme application of advanced armed haki, combined with the unparalleled cutting prowess of the grand swordsman, resulting in the strongest long-range attacks. Such strikes are not only swift and powerful, but can also harm natural elements. Thus, many harbor fear of grand swordsmen, despite the New World seeming to suggest that anyone can wield weapons or execute slashing techniques. The reality is quite the opposite. The strikes of these individuals differ vastly from those of true swordsmen. The techniques of genuine swordsmen are honed through years of meticulous training, each stroke infused with their unique understanding of the sword. Every swordsman's technique is a product of their individual training. While one may learn the methods of refining slashes from others, they cannot replicate the true essence of those strikes. This explains why each swordsman, including grand swordsmen, possesses distinct techniques. Therefore, to aspire to become a grand swordsman, one must begin training from a young age, progressing step by step until reaching a point of stagnation. At that stage, as long as one's innate talent is not lacking, they can typically awaken armed haki. Once they comprehend the breath of all things, they are assuredly a swordsman. Beyond this point, attaining the grand swordsman level truly requires exceptional talent. The advanced application of armed haki is the domain of monsters and geniuses. Monsters possess innate advantages. Once they awaken armed haki, provided they are not utterly inept, they can easily reach the external release stage through natural combat and routine training. Take Luffy and Zoro as examples. They awakened their haki not long ago, and their armed haki is nearly at full capacity. Armed haki is akin to tempering steel. The more it is utilized, the more refined it becomes, and the more adept one becomes at wielding it. Eventually, this leads to an effortless ascension. In contrast, for the average person, awakening armed haki is a formidable challenge. Even if they were to use it continuously, they would lack the stamina for it. Thus, the distinction between the swordsman and grand swordsman realms presents a significant hurdle for many. Given the vast disparity between these two levels, it is akin to the chasm that separates heaven and earth. This is a realm that cannot be attained merely through relentless effort and toil. It is inherently beyond reach. As for Kuina, she undoubtedly possesses the requisite talent. To be able to engage in 10,000 battles with Roronoa Zoro and emerge victorious signifies that her aptitude is not merely elite, but at the very least, among the most exceptional. Furthermore, having trained alongside Kongtai since her youth and benefited from the extensive experience of renowned swordsmen, her dedication is commendable. Yet even she finds the path to becoming a master swordsman daunting. In truth, Zoro, having trained under him for such a considerable time, would swiftly attain mastery once he awakens his observation Hakai. As for his armament Haki, it is likely that he will not need to wait for 2 years until Monkey D. Luffy sets sail, as he may awaken it much sooner. One cannot help but wonder if, 2 years hence, when Luffy embarks on his journey and encounters Zoro, who is already a formidable swordsman, he could still persuade him to join his crew through sheer charisma. After Kongtai recounted the tale of his battle with the Golden Lion and the lessons learned, a sudden commotion erupted from the lower deck, accompanied by the excited exclamations of Ahua and his companions. Wow! No way! It is indeed a devil fruit! The trio's eyes sparkled with excitement as they gazed at the box in Indigo's hands. The box had been opened, revealing 2 peculiar fruits, one black and one white, adorned with spiraling patterns. Could these be the treasures of the sea, the legendary devil fruits? They appeared utterly delectable. The 3 of them greedily fixated on the box, collectively swallowing hard. These fruits seemed to possess an enchanting allure, exuding an irresistible aroma, akin to the most exquisite delicacies, inciting an immediate desire to devour them. However, they refrained from reaching out and, with immense willpower, averted their gaze, raising their heads to look at Kongtai as he approached from the bow. They could hardly believe that just days prior, he had been discussing devil fruits with them. How little time had passed since he returned with these 2 fruits. As Kongtai walked past them, he did not mock their current state. It was not just Ahua and his companions who felt the allure. Even Kongtai found it somewhat tempting. For ordinary individuals, the allure of the devil fruit is akin to a devil's temptation. Greed, yearning, and the desire to possess them immediately are natural human inclinations. Most devil fruits are consumed upon discovery, with only a scant few remaining. Those that do persist are either claimed by individuals who have previously consumed a devil fruit or are simply not ordinary humans. As typical individuals cannot resist such temptations, this scarcity of devil fruits in the world is precisely why they are so rare. However, for the majority of people in this world, including pirates and factions, acquiring one requires a combination of luck and substantial financial resources. For the lofty celestial dragons, they are merely commonplace trinkets. They might even offer devil fruits to their slaves as a form of entertainment. Thus, while the devil fruits may be deemed precious relative to ordinary people, to the powerful, only exceedingly rare varieties, such as Logia or mythical Zoan types, are considered valuable. Common Zoan or Paramecia types are merely ordinary fruits in their eyes. The reason these 2 fruits were able to remain is that, to the Golden Lion, they held no value whatsoever, not even fetching a decent price in exchange for weapons. As Kongtai approached, Indigo promptly stepped forward, presenting the box to him with an eager expression. Captain, here are 3 of us, yet there are only 2 fruits. How will you divide them? Kongtai first retrieved the black devil fruit from the box and casually tossed it to Arua. As Arua fumbled to catch it, Kongtai explained, this devil fruit is the ant fruit. Its abilities will only be revealed once consumed. He paused momentarily, glancing at Ahua and Atao, and added with a smile. The reason I chose Arua is that I believe this fruit aligns best with his character. Character? Arua's face displayed confusion. Yes, character, Kongtai affirmed, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration for Arua. Arua exemplified the type of person who diligently fulfills any assigned task, capable of remaining on the lookout for 24 hours straight. It is indeed a remarkable quality to endure solitude in a confined space for extended periods. Among the trio, Arua was the only one who had experienced the world beyond, understanding what a team truly requires. Hence, he practiced marksmanship, as their ship already boasted an abundance of swordsmen, and for those who had not yet attained mastery, firearms were the most lethal weapon. Arua was also the most fervent in his pursuit of power. Otherwise, he would not have forsaken marriage to accompany Kongtai on his journey. When Arua boarded the ship, Kongtai had sensed the latent ambition within him, likely shaped by the hardships he endured over the past 2 years. He smiled at Arua, saying it is not merely a matter of selecting a devil fruit. The fruit also chooses its bearer. Those who resonate more profoundly with the fruit find it easier to unlock its powers to a higher echelon. He glanced at the ant fruit in Arua's hand and continued, this fruit aligns closely with your character, selfless, diligent, and courageous. While others may perceive it as weak, I believe that, once developed to its full potential, it will prove formidable. Kongtai's encouraging gaze instilled confidence in Arua, who, trusting in Kongtai's instincts, accepted the fruit. He raised the ant fruit and bit into it, expecting a delightful taste. Ugh, at that moment, he found that the fruit tasted nothing like a delectable treat but rather like a foul, moldy fish left to rot for days. An indescribable nauseating flavor surged within his mouth. Had he not swiftly closed his mouth, he would have surely expelled the contents immediately, gritting his teeth against the revulsion. Arua's eyes narrowed as he swallowed the fruit in one swift motion. He quickly consumed the remainder of it, feeling his stomach toss and turn with discomfort, an overwhelming urge to expel the revolting taste rising in his throat. Covering his mouth, his face flushed crimson, fearing he would indeed regurgitate the recently consumed fruit. Ugh! After enduring for a moment, he could no longer contain himself and doubled over. Retching on the ground. Ahua and the others watched Arua as he heaved, tears and snot streaming down his face, struggling to swallow their own saliva. They then turned to the remaining white devil fruit in the box held by Indigo, a flicker of apprehension crossing their faces. Could this fruit be so dreadful? What could possibly make it so repulsive that it elicited such a reaction from Arua? Meanwhile, Kongtai and Indigo burst into laughter, with Kuina doubling over, leaning on Kongtai's back. Cackling in delight, the notorious reputation of devil fruits for their unpalatable taste was well known. Some even claimed they were worse than excrement, though one could only wonder who had undertaken the comparison to arrive at such a conclusion. Kongtai found himself deeply impressed by the wisdom of those who had ventured such judgments. He had known the fruit would be distasteful, but he had not anticipated it would be to this extent. Judging by Arua's reaction, it seemed he would never wish to encounter a devil fruit again in his lifetime. Aloe experienced a bout of retching for a while. Suddenly, the nausea in his stomach dissipated rapidly, and an unfamiliar surge of strength emerged from within him. This newfound power coursed through his body, causing an intense itch as it swiftly transformed him. Observing that Aloe had stopped gagging, the onlookers regarded him with curiosity. Aloe lay on the ground, trembling, before he began to expand rapidly, soon morphing into a colossal black ant. Ahua and Ahua gazed at Aloe, now a black ant, with expressions of shock. It was their first encounter with such a marvel. A living human, imbued with the power of a demon, had truly become an insect. Kongtai and Gueno exhibited a more composed demeanor. While intrigued, they were not yet overwhelmed by astonishment. Indigo, on the other hand, stood aside, chuckling to himself. Such scenes were commonplace for him, and he found no novelty in them. Since his transformation into an ant, Aloe had begun to grasp the true potential of the ant fruit. Eagerly, he raised his hind legs, followed by his head and body, swiftly converting into a humanoid ant with 4 arms and 2 antennae atop his head. Wow, how extraordinary! Ahua exclaimed, rushing towards Aloe in an attempt to grasp his antennae. Aloe, as if possessing foresight, sidestepped gracefully, evading Ahua's outstretched hand. Kongtai observed Aloe's swift movement, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. He fixed his gaze on Aloe and suddenly lunged forward to seize his head. Yet, Aloe, once again displaying uncanny prescience, evaded Kongtai's grasp. At that moment, Ashio, with a cigarette in hand, halted mid-air, while Ahua stood behind Aloe, his face a mask of astonishment. He was bewildered by the ability to anticipate incoming attacks, a trait he had frequently witnessed in Kongtai and Guena, likely a skill reserved for the formidable. Indigo, however, recognized it. Curiosity piqued. He regarded Aloe with a hint of shock. Observation haki? No, it is not. It must be the inherent sensory enhancement of the fruit. Kongtai watched Aloe, a smile creeping onto his face. With such heightened perception, coupled with training, Aloe would likely soon awaken the observation haki. Although it was not true observation haki, Indigo remained astounded. Observation haki was no simple feat to awaken. While armament haki could be attained through rigorous training by any individual with decent aptitude, observation haki required genuine fortune and innate talent, something beyond the reach of the average person. Indigo was not surprised by observation haki. After all, he was the ship's doctor aboard the legendary pirate ship of the Golden Lion. He had encountered many instances of both observation and conqueror's haki. What truly astonished him was that the ant fruit could grant the ability to rapidly awaken observation haki. Had he known this sooner, he would have sold the fruit long ago. Aloe took a moment to relish the changes in his body before slowly opening his eyes. He first cast a grateful glance at Kongtai. The transformation brought forth by the ant fruit was monumental. He felt he could effortlessly overpower his former self. This overwhelming sensation was undeniably intoxicating. Upon seeing Aloe awaken, Kongtai smiled. Indeed, the ant fruit possessed capabilities beyond his initial expectations. The ability to swiftly awaken observation haki alone would secure a high ranking for this fruit among zoan-type fruits. With such formidable sensory abilities, combined with the physical enhancements from the ant fruit, if Aloe trained diligently in his spatial domain, he would likely soon awaken the dual haki at that point. Whether he wished to continue honing his swordsmanship to become a swordsman or to practice marksmanship to become a sharpshooter, he would find his efforts greatly rewarded. Kongtai fixed his gaze on Aloe and inquired with a smile, Aloe, tell us, aside from your enhanced perception, what other abilities do you possess? Aloe surveyed his surroundings, his antennae twitching in unison to point in a particular direction. Turning to follow their lead, he excitedly proclaimed, "My antennae can detect the changes in the weather nearby." "Weather changes?" Kongtai and Indigo exclaimed in unison, their faces reflecting astonishment. Kongtai marveled at the power of the ant fruit, akin to a diminished version of Nami's abilities. Indigo, however, felt pity for the golden lion. If he had known the capabilities of the ant fruit, he would surely regret not having it. After all, he was aware that the golden lion feared nothing but the unpredictable nature of the weather. If the golden lion were to find someone capable of predicting the weather, with his vast fleet and aerial abilities, he would have dominated the world long ago. "How far can you sense the weather?" Kongtai inquired, snapping back to the moment. "Goodness, if Aloe can predict the weather, then my years of navigation studies have been in vain." Aloe closed his eyes, his antennae swaying as he concentrated. Upon opening them, he looked at Kongtai with a smile, stating, "I can sense changes within a few kilometers." After pondering for a moment, he added, "With training, I should be able to extend that range. That's truly extraordinary." Indigo remarked from the side, marveling, for those navigating the Grand Line, the most fearsome adversaries are not the pirates or the navy, but the capricious and ever-changing weather. He raised his gaze, eyes gleaming as he fixed them on Aloe. "And you, my friend, are now one of the world's most elite navigators." Turning to Kongtai, his expression brimming with excitement, he added, "This pirate ship, seemingly small in my eyes, is not only home to a top-tier captain but also boasts a premier navigator. Thus, the Grand Line holds little threat for us." Having thought of this, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha." Kongtai could feel Indigo's elation and shared in it. He looked at Aloe and cheerfully asked, "Aloe, you shall now serve as our navigator and look out aboard this ship. Now, will you pursue swordsmanship or marksmanship?" Aloe, suppressing his excitement, met Kongtai's gaze with seriousness. "I intend to focus on marksmanship." Since he had concluded that swordsmanship was beyond his reach, he had redirected his attention to firearms, which was also a pressing need for their crew. "Very well," Kongtai nodded, respecting Aloe's choice without further comment. "You, my friend, are destined to become the second strongest on the ship." Ashio approached Aloe, draping an arm around his shoulder, enviously stating he was genuinely pleased with Aloe's transformation. Of course, he only acknowledged Aloe as second to last. There was no way Aloe would surpass him, the third strongest. Aloe shrugged off Ashio's arm and turned to showcase the muscles on his forearms. "Second, I am clearly the third strongest now." "What? Don't think that just because you've eaten a devil fruit, you can challenge me. I see you've gotten a bit cocky," Ashio retorted, rolling up his sleeves to reveal arms thicker than most people's thighs. Among the trio, Ashio was the most robust and tallest. It was no wonder that Ahua and Ahua had willingly relinquished their claim to the third position in the past. "Hey, are you two forgetting about me?" Ahua interjected, unable to bear the scene any longer. "Are you both swelling with pride?" He acknowledged that he could likely not defeat Aloe at present, but his spirit must not falter. "All right. Enough bickering. I fear you won't have the energy to argue after your training increases. Henceforth, your training regimen will be intensified. Increased training. Bring it on." "Who's afraid?" Ahua declared loudly, stubbornly. Aloe shrugged indifferently. He was now itching to train immediately, so he couldn't care less. Meanwhile, Ashio calmly pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and exhaled smoke rings, trying to appear cool. Among the three, he was undoubtedly the best at putting on a show. Kongtai found the trio amusing as he turned to retrieve the remaining white devil fruit from the box in Indiego's hands. Upon noticing Kongtai's actions, Aloe and the others paused, their curiosity piqued as they fixed their gaze on him. A glimmer of desire flashed in Ahua's eyes as he observed Aloe's transformation. If anyone on the ship was anxious, it was undoubtedly him. Previously, he and Aloe had competed to see who could be the laziest. Now that Aloe had taken off, he too yearned for strength. Otherwise, he would be subjected to daily ridicule from Aloe. Kongtai glanced between Ahua and Ashio. He could distinctly sense Ahua's tension, while Ashio exuded a somewhat indifferent demeanor. Lowering his gaze to the white fruit in his hand, a flicker of hesitation crossed his mind. This fruit might be utterly useless. Unlike the ant fruit, he could feel a strong potential emanating from it. However, the rabbit fruit left him in the dark regarding its strengths. As for the red-eyed rabbit and its ferocity, that was purely speculation. If they consumed the fruit without gaining any special abilities, it would have been better not to eat it at all. At least not eating would spare them from the treacherous sea. Consuming this fruit might not significantly enhance their power, but it would certainly add a fatal weakness. That seemed rather unwise. Observing Ahua's yearning gaze, he decided to leave the choice to him. He refrained from handing it to Ashio. Knowing that Ashio was the strongest among them, also the most patient and powerful, "Ahua, whether or not to eat this fruit is entirely up to you," Kongtai said seriously, regarding Ahua. It could be an utterly useless fruit, or it could be as powerful as I suspect. What is your decision? Faced with Kongtai's stern gaze and feeling Alo's challenging glare, Ahua wasted no time in making up his mind that I will eat it. The devil fruit was, for an ordinary person, an unattainable treasure of unparalleled value. Yet for him, it was now within reach. There was no room for hesitation, even if it turned out to be a worthless fruit. Could it possibly be worse than his current state? All right. Fixating on Ahua's resolute eyes, Kongtai tossed the rabbit fruit to him. Since a decision had been made, it was time to eat. Everyone looked on with eager anticipation at Ahua, particularly Alo, who had personally experienced the unforgettable taste of a devil fruit. Even the thought of it made him feel nauseous. Gazing at the white fruit in his hand, Ahua recalled Alo's previous ordeal. And a flicker of doubt crossed his face. Then, with a determined glint in his eyes behind his glasses, he radiated a fierce aura. He stared at the rabbit fruit as if it were an enemy. With a fierce opening of his mouth, he swallowed the rabbit fruit whole. He then forced it down his throat, nearly choking before finally managing to swallow it. The onlookers were left astounded by Ahua's audacious act. Alo looked at Ahua with a face full of regret, tears welling in his heart. Why hadn't he thought to swallow it whole? In hindsight, he felt as if he had consumed excrement. Even taking a few bites had made him feel sick. Kongtai stared in shock at this fellow. Wasn't this exactly how Buggy had accidentally consumed a devil fruit? Truly impressive. Only Ahua, with his corpulent physique, could manage to swallow such a large fruit in one go. The moment Ahua ingested the fruit, he transformed into a plump white rabbit. He stood still, his eyes blood red, emanating an extremely strong chaotic aura, as if he were holding back something, trembling all over. Observing Ahua's condition, Kongtai seemed to understand something and quickly urged everyone to take a few steps back. It appeared this fellow could not control himself. Judging by the aura, it was indeed a frenzied chaotic energy. Magnified more than tenfold. It seemed he had guessed correctly once more. Truly, the favor of Lady Luck smiled upon him. To think he had stumbled upon such a find, as he watched Ahua transform into a rabbit. A smile involuntarily crept onto his face. This rabbit clearly possessed a formidable fruit. He couldn't fathom why it had been deemed a worthless one. Perhaps there was an error in the index. After all, rabbits come in various breeds, and Alo's ant was certainly no ordinary ant. With this thought, he couldn't help but mentally commend the Golden Lion. What a great mentor. Not only had he taught him many swordsmanship techniques, but he had also provided him with a skilled doctor. Ultimately, he had even resolved the issue with the navigator. Now, even the fruit he had deemed the most useless, the rabbit fruit, turned out to be a powerful Zoan-type fruit. As Ahua gradually regained control, the chaotic aura dissipated. The others hurriedly gathered around, their faces alight with curiosity as they awaited his explanation. Ahua, noticing their expectant gazes, proudly transformed back into his human form. However, his appearance was somewhat disconcerting. Here was a stout, robust man sporting 2 rabbit ears. Moreover, his previously ample backside now showcased a plump, fluffy rabbit tail. This would have been acceptable on a beautiful girl, but on a burly man, it bordered on the bizarre. Perceiving the odd stares directed at him, Ahua's face contorted in confusion. He lowered his head to inspect himself, only to realize the tail on his backside, which caused his face to flush crimson. Embarrassed, he darted into the kitchen. With a loud bang, he slammed the door shut. Watching Ahua's hasty retreat, everyone burst into laughter. With Alo laughing the hardest, he collapsed to the ground, his hands slapping the deck as he struggled to catch his breath amidst his laughter. Kongtai stifled his own laughter as he regarded the group. All right, let's all stop laughing. What's so amusing about a rabbit tail? Yet, as he spoke, he couldn't help but double over, clutching his stomach in mirth. Behind the cabin door, Ahua listened to the uproarious laughter outside, his face reddening as if he were about to bleed. Taking a deep breath, he turned to the kitchen and suddenly spotted the refrigerator. An idea sparked in his mind. He quickly dismissed his embarrassment and rushed to the fridge. Opening it, he began rummaging through its contents. Before long, he pulled out a bag of carrots. Staring at the carrots in his hand for a moment, he then turned to the stove, donned a chef's hat, tied on an apron, and started cooking with haste. The commotion in the kitchen drew the attention of the others, who assumed Ahua was now channeling his embarrassment into culinary creativity, just as they stopped laughing and prepared to knock on the door. The kitchen door swung open. Ahua emerged, carrying a plate, his previous embarrassment replaced by enthusiasm. He confidently approached Kongtai, excitedly raising the plate before him. Kongtai, try this. I just cooked it. Everyone stood in bewilderment, staring at Ahua. Had this fellow truly lost his mind in embarrassment, believing himself to be a rabbit? He was serving up carrot dishes. Kongtai observed Ahua's exuberant expression. His smile fading. He could distinctly sense Ahua's excitement at discovering what he believed to be a treasure. Lowering his gaze to the plate of carrots before him, he solemnly picked one up and examined it closely. It looks no different from an ordinary carrot. Without overthinking, he brought it to his mouth and took a bite. Just that one bite left his face expressing sheer astonishment, marking the second time today he had worn such an expression. Staring at the carrot in his hand, he looked up at Ahua, his eyes shimmering with excitement as if he were gazing at an unparalleled treasure. Was this the power of the devil fruit? Ahua nodded repeatedly, observing the excited expressions of Kongtai and Ahua. The others began to sense something amiss. They reached out and each took a carrot from the plate in Ahua's hands, munching on them eagerly. Wow, no way. A Tao and a Luo gazed at Ahua, their faces flushed. With this extraordinary item, they too could aspire to become formidable warriors. Indigo was even more astounded. He was at a loss to describe the emotional roller coaster he had experienced today. As he scrutinized the carrot in his hand, he mourned once more for the golden lion. Even Guena, upon consuming the carrot, displayed a rare look of shock. This carrot was not merely a vegetable. It was their elixir, a sustenance that could swiftly restore energy. With this, they would be able to train freely in Kongtai's spatial domain. Logtown, known as the town of beginnings and endings, is the closest settlement to the entrance of the Grand Line from the East Sea. It is also the town where the previous pirate king, Gold. Roger, was born and met his demise. At this moment, the Navy base in Logtown had just settled in the crew of Whitebeard. Meanwhile, the villagers from Prous Island were being accommodated in the town's cathedral, awaiting arrangements from the world government. In the white building behind the base's training ground, smoke was billowing from the office of the base commander through the cracks of the door. An uninformed passerby would surely assume that a fire had broken out inside. However, from the faces of the patrolling Navy, there was no hint of urgency, indicating that they had long since grown accustomed to the white smoke. At that moment, a female Navy officer, clad in a light orange shirt adorned with pink flowers and deep blue jeans, with short black hair and thick black-framed glasses, hurriedly pushed open the door to the commander's office. Standing in the smoke-filled room, she furrowed her brow and complained to the hazy figure shrouded in smoke, "Colonel Smoker, could you please open a window before you smoke?" After saying this, she walked over to the window and flung it open. A gentle breeze swept in, instantly dispersing the smoke in the office, revealing a robust man lounging on a single sofa behind the desk. The man, around 30 years old, with short silver hair, was bare-chested. His legs propped on the desk, holding 2 cigars in his mouth while reading a newspaper. It was a mystery how he could read the paper in such a dimly lit room. Smoker glanced at the female officer standing beside the desk, set the newspaper down, lowered his legs, and spoke gruffly, "Lieutenant to Shiki, do not forget your place. My affairs are none of your concern." However, his harsh tone and demeanor had little effect on Shiki. She slammed the fax document she held onto the desk and spoke sternly, "Colonel Smoker, we just received news from headquarters that the bounty of 70 million berries has been placed on the silver-haired Kongtai, who is heading towards Logtown." 70 million. Quite high indeed. Smoker picked up the document from the desk and began to read. Silver-haired Kongtai. As he read, a hint of confusion crossed his face, and he looked up at Shiki, asking, "Isn't this guy currently battling the Golden Lion in the skies above Prous Island? Has a victor emerged so swiftly, before receiving the crew of Whitebeard?" The Logtown Navy base had already been informed of the battle between Kongtai and the Golden Lion. Originally, Smoker had planned to head to Prous, hoping to take advantage of the chaos between the Golden Lion and Kongtai to apprehend the 2 pirates. However, his request for departure had been outright denied by the Navy headquarters, which is why he remained behind. The silver-haired Kongtai, with his first bounty of 70 million berries, had dared to confront the legendary pirate Golden Lion and emerged unscathed. Shiki furrowed her brow, placing her hands firmly on the desk, leaned forward, and declared loudly, "Colonel Smoker, please take this seriously. While we do not yet know who triumphed in the battle, the mere fact that he could engage in combat with the legendary pirate Golden Lion speaks volumes about his strength. And so what if he has battled the Golden Lion?" Smoker calmly replied, setting the document aside. "Getting worked up over such trivial matters won't do. I have my methods, you know." Clearly, they had not yet received news of the Golden Lion's demise. If they had, the scene would surely be different. Smoker rose from the sofa, walked over to a nearby coat rack, and donned a white coat emblazoned with the word justice across the back. The coat was laden with cigars, indicating that his smoking habit had reached an obsessive level. As he lit another cigar, he turned to Shiki and said calmly, "By the way, when have you ever seen me let any pirate slip away easily?" He paused before turning to Shiki and scolded her gruffly, "Foolish woman." Upon hearing Smoker's reprimand, Shiki managed to suppress her anxiety. He was a pirate with a bounty of 70 million berries, the highest bounty currently in the East Sea. It was only natural for her to feel apprehensive. However, despite her nerves, she remained undaunted. She looked up at Smoker's fierce expression, a glimmer of admiration shining in her eyes. With Colonel Smoker present, she believed that even the silver-haired Kongtai would find it far from easy to traverse Logtown. Since Colonel Smoker's arrival in Logtown, few pirates had managed to cross him and venture into the Grand Line effortlessly. Moreover, despite Smoker's often stern demeanor, she knew that he was, at heart, a gentle person. Shiki adjusted her glasses, straightened her posture, and with unwavering determination, addressed Smoker loudly. "Understood, Colonel Smoker." That's good to hear." Smoker approached Shiki, ruffled her hair affectionately, and spoke solemnly. "We are the Navy. Our duty is to capture pirates. It should be the pirates who feel anxious upon encountering us, not the other way around. Besides, he is not an invincible pirate, is he?" Though he frequently scolded Shiki, he treated her like a sister in his heart. Despite her often naive demeanor, she was a remarkably strong and brave individual. In the face of pirates, she fought valiantly without flinching. During training, she was tireless, often outworking most men. Furthermore, Shiki shared his sense of justice, which was a significant reason he valued her so highly. Smoker approached the window, observing the Navy personnel training below, and turned to Shiki, asking, "By the way, do you know when the silver-haired crew is expected to arrive?" Shiki straightened her expression, took the document from the desk, and read aloud, according to the news from headquarters. "The silver-haired individual is heading towards Logtown after a brief encounter with Admiral Kizaru. As for the Golden Lion, we have yet to detect any signs of him." She adjusted her glasses and looked up at Smoker. Considering the departure time of the silver-haired pirate ship this morning, they should have likely regrouped and turned back by now. "Do you know the exact time?" Smoker lit another cigar, inhaled deeply, and fixed his gaze on Shiki, asking, "At noon." "Noon, you say?" Smoker stroked his chin, furrowing his brow in thought. He then looked up at Shiki and commanded, "Tell everyone to prepare. This time, I will not let the silver-haired pirate escape Logtown." Shiki stood tall, saluted sharply, and replied loudly, "Understood, Colonel Smoker." Then she turned and exited the office. Smoker gazed at the bounty notice for Kongtai on the desk after Dasky departed. Lost in thought for a moment, subsequently he pivoted and retrieved a formidable weapon from the wall by the window. This weapon not only countered the swords of swordsmen, but he had also strategically affixed Sea Prism Stone to its apex to deal with those possessing abilities. Regardless of whether this silver-haired fellow could contend with the likes of Don Quixote da Flamingo or evade Admiral Borsalino, he would not allow this individual to leave Logtown unscathed, even at the expense of his reputation as White Hunter Smoker. "Is this Logtown?" Kongtai and his party of 5 stood at the entrance of Logtown, surrounded by a cacophony of voices, bustling with activity. Why were there 5 of them instead of 6? Because Indigo, despite his comical appearance, was a quintessential otaku who preferred to avoid unfamiliar faces, thus remaining on the ship to tend to it instead of joining them on shore. This was the first time Kongtai and his companions had witnessed such a vibrant dock. The entire dock sprawled openly, devoid of the typical harbor structures. The sea lay directly before the dock, which was lined in a straight line with an abundance of ships, merchant vessels, warships, fishing boats, crowded together. Even in the corners, pirate ships could be spotted. Truly, this was a town that served as a gateway to the Grand Line. It was impressively large and bustling. Kongtai gazed at the arched gateway of Logtown in the distance, marveling within himself. He then turned to the excited Ahua and the others, smiling. "We're about to embark on our journey to the Grand Line, so you should purchase some necessities." Just as he was about to continue, a sudden deafening roar from the street interrupted him. A massive motorcycle sped through the central street of Logtown. Following closely behind were 2 rows of uniformed Marines. Amidst the thunderous noise, the motorcycle came to a halt, blocking the path between Kongtai's group and the dock. It was Colonel Smoker. The people on the dock clearly recognized the figure on the motorcycle, greeting Smoker with loud, respectful calls. Then, as if struck by a thought, their gazes shifted to Kongtai and his companions, curiosity glimmering in their eyes. Strange, these individuals did not appear to be pirates. Could they be newcomers? Indeed, it was likely, as seasoned pirates would surely fear setting foot in Logtown now. Clearly, they did not recognize Kongtai's group. After all, the bounty notices for Kongtai and Kuina had only been released a few days prior. It was improbable for them to have circulated widely so soon, being limited to a small scope. At that moment, the Marines behind had also caught up, spreading out into a surrounding formation, effectively cornering Kongtai and his companions at the dock. All bore serious expressions, tightly gripping their weapons. It was evident that at Smoker's command, they would immediately draw their guns. Truly, this was the largest Marine base in the East Blue, distinctly different from other branches. Kongtai perceived only tension among the Marines, devoid of any hint of fear. Clearly, these Marines were elite. This also reflected their unwavering confidence in Smoker. Kongtai's gaze shifted to Smoker, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in his eyes. This man was one of the few known Marine leaders whom he did not dislike. The majority of pirates venturing from the East Blue to the Grand Line had been permanently halted by this man at Logtown. This had led to the prosperous scene at the dock before him. Otherwise, given that Logtown was the final stop to the Grand Line and the birthplace and execution site of the Pirate King Roger, it would have been overwhelmed by an influx of pirates. After all, Logtown could be regarded as a sacred place in the hearts of pirates. With the abundance of pirates, Logtown could not possibly thrive as it did now. Attracting countless merchant ships to conduct business and thus fostering prosperity. It was clear why the people at the dock held Smoker in such high regard. He was the guardian of Logtown's safety. Hey! At that moment, Kongtai and his companions were all captivated by a woman emerging from behind Smoker's motorcycle. Wow! Exclaimed Ahua and the others, gazing in awe at Dasky. Their eyes darted back and forth between Dasky and Kuina. Their faces a picture of astonishment. As Dasky appeared, a flicker of shock passed through Kongtai's mind. He had not anticipated how strikingly similar the two would be. Although their hair colors differed, based solely on their facial structure and height, one could say they were not entirely identical, yet they bore an uncanny resemblance. If the two stood side by side in the street, anyone would likely assume they were twins. No wonder Zoro had been unable to maintain eye contact with Dasky. The resemblance was indeed remarkable. The moment Dasky emerged, her gaze seemed to draw in Kuina's, and the two almost identical women simultaneously expressed surprise, each wondering if they shared some blood relation. How else could they possibly look so alike? Just then, Dasky adjusted her glasses and noticed the sword hanging from Kuina's waist. She pulled out a small book from her coat pocket, flipping through its pages rapidly until she stopped at one. She lifted her gaze to Kuina, her pupils widening behind the thick lenses, frowning as she exclaimed loudly, "I will not allow a pirate like you to wield that famed blade. The famed sword, Wado Ikamanji, shall be returned to me." She had sworn to reclaim all the renowned swords taken by nefarious individuals. She was a quintessential sword enthusiast. Ahua and the others stared at Dasky with excitement. This woman intended to seize Kuina's sword. It should be noted that Wado Ikamanji was a treasured heirloom of Kuina's family, typically only wielded by Kongtai. For them, it was impossible for Kuina to even permit them to touch it. Kuina looked at Dasky, her left hand tightening around her sword, a smirk playing on her lips as she coldly challenged Dasky, "If you want my sword, then come and try." Dasky leaned forward, drawing her waist sword Shirayuki, gripping it with both hands and raising it diagonally above her shoulder. "Dasky!" Smoker shouted, attempting to interject, but Dasky let out a loud battle cry and charged at Kongtai. Kongtai swiftly drew her sword and waved it upward, effortlessly blocking Dasky's strike. Is that all the strength you have to try and take my sword? Kuina scoffed at Dasky with disdain. Although this woman bore a striking resemblance to her, the gap in strength and swordsmanship was far too vast. Dasky was merely an upper-tier combatant. The surrounding Marines raised their guns, aiming at Kongtai and his companions upon witnessing Dasky engage. "Do not interfere. This is a matter between me and this woman," Dasky shouted, unable to contain her voice as she saw the Marines preparing to act. She truly did not wish for others to intervene, as this was a personal affair. Gritting her teeth, she swiftly raised her sword, flipping it, and aimed to strike at Kuina's exposed chest. With uncanny foresight, Kuina anticipated the blow and immediately moved to block Dasky's attacking trajectory. No matter how Dasky swung her sword, she could not breach Kuina's defense. With another clash, Kuina remained unmoved, while Dasky trembled, breathless and panting. "I'm sorry, but this sword is one you will never have." With a forceful grip, Kuina struck, and with a resounding clang, she sent the knife flying from Dasky's hand. Stepping forward, her right hand moved with astonishing swiftness towards Dasky's throat. The speed was so overwhelming that the onlookers could only catch a fleeting glimpse of the blade's glimmer. The Shinyasai performed several 360-degree rotations in midair before landing with a thud into the ground not far away. Meanwhile, Kuina's blade halted perilously close to Dasky's neck, mere moments away from slicing through. "Dasky, if you injure her, we will not let you off easily." The surrounding Navy personnel expressed their tension as they observed the knife poised at Dasky's throat. Smoker furrowed his brow, preparing to act, when suddenly, Kongtai appeared at his side without warning. "Well, just watch closely." Guena should harbor no malice towards this woman. She will not harm her. Smoker's eyes narrowed as he regarded Kongtai, his grip tightening around his weapon. Sure show. What is this? He mused, feeling entirely oblivious to Kongtai's presence. He hesitated to act, as Kongtai emanated an aura akin to an indomitable sword, radiating an overwhelming sharpness that suggested any movement on his part would lead to utter destruction. His thoughts swirled. How could this individual possibly be worth only 70 million berries? Such a presence he had only ever sensed from the admirals. Damn it. Does the intelligence department of the headquarters merely sit idly by? This formidable being is valued at a mere 70 million, and I happened to cross paths with him. Meanwhile, as Smoker internally berated the headquarters, they too were exasperated by Kongtai's presence in a matter of hours. It was sufficient for Borsalino and the admirals accompanying him to ascertain whether the Golden Lion was truly dead or had escaped. At the center of the giant pit on the island where Kongtai and the Golden Lion had clashed, a flicker of golden light signaled the gradual materialization of Kizaru's form. This must be the site of the final confrontation between the silver-haired figure and the Golden Lion. Kizaru stood languidly, hands shoved into his pockets, surveying his surroundings. How terrifying, he exclaimed, as a crimson light flickered in his eyes, his observation haki sweeping across the vast pit. Nothing was detected. He then extended his senses outward, scanning the entire island, and aside from the fierce beasts, there was no other presence. Although he failed to locate the Golden Lion, his instincts insisted that the Golden Lion was indeed present, albeit hidden. His observation haki swept back and forth across the pit, finally resting upon a fissure. The crack was not filled in, clearly man-made, and as his haki penetrated the gaps in the earth, he sensed two potent auras emanating from below. If he could perceive them, they were undoubtedly no ordinary blades. He stroked his chin, pondering, and then a realization struck him. The famed swords Sakura Ten and Mugokuro, the two blades of the Golden Lion. Thus, it appeared that the Golden Lion was indeed utterly deceased, as Kongtai had surmised. Kizaru did not disturb the remains of the Golden Lion, even with two exceedingly powerful swords beneath. After all, the man was dead, was he not? Meanwhile, at the naval headquarters, within the grand conference room where significant matters were being deliberated, all the vice admirals and rear admirals who had no pressing duties gathered. Even the naval hero, Vice Admiral Garp, returned from the New World upon hearing the news of the Golden Lion's reappearance after 18 years. The Golden Lion had a history of attacking the naval headquarters, and it had taken the combined efforts of Sengoku and Garp to imprison him in Impelled Down. Who would have imagined that the Golden Lion could sever his own legs to become the first pirate to escape Impelled Down? After 18 years of obscurity, his reappearance must signal some grand scheme. Most of the officers present had experienced the Golden Lion's invasion of the headquarters firsthand, fully aware of the terrifying abilities he possessed. Therefore, the atmosphere surrounding the meeting about the Golden Lion was steeped in gravity. The gathered personnel sat cross-legged in silence along the sides of the conference room, awaiting the communication from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, who occupied the central position at the head of the table. They had already received news from Kizaru regarding Kongtai's safe departure, and now they awaited updates on the Golden Lion. As everyone donned serious expressions, anticipating the call from the snail phone, an unexpected cacophony of crunch echoed from the upper right corner of the room. Upon discerning the source of the noise, the attendees adopted an apathetic demeanor, except for Sengoku, who frowned slightly. Crunch, crunch, crunch. As Garp's increasingly exaggerated sounds of munching echoed, Sengoku could no longer contain himself. He glared at Garp and exclaimed, "Garp, mind the occasion." Garp, startled by the reprimand, looked up at Sengoku with a puzzled expression. "What is it?" he replied, then raised his fist and struck his palm in realization. "Sengoku, would you like some? If you want, just ask me. I'm not withholding it from you." Reluctantly, he retrieved a rice cracker from his bag and offered it to Sengoku. "Just one, nothing more." As he tucked the bag of rice crackers into his chest, resembling a hamster hoarding food, as if fearing someone would snatch them away. Upon receiving the offered cracker, Sengoku could no longer restrain himself, his forehead vein throbbing as he bellowed at Garp. "If you don't wish to take the meeting seriously, then get out." The thunderous shout made the entire building tremble. The nearby Navy personnel, hearing Sengoku's roar, wore expressions of indifference. In the entire naval headquarters, only Garp had the ability to provoke Sengoku into such an outburst, a phenomenon that occurred once or twice each month, and they had grown accustomed to it. Garp regarded the furious Sengoku nonchalantly, using his pinky to dig at his ear before bursting into laughter. "Ha ha!" He quickly snatched back the rice cracker he had offered, devoured it in one bite, and then patted Sengoku on the shoulder, saying, "Sengoku, don't be so stingy. It's just a bag of rice crackers. I'll return them next time." Sengoku contemplated before erupting in anger once more. "You scoundrel, you've pilfered my rice crackers again." With that, he shouted and lunged at Garp, snatching the now empty bag of rice crackers from Garp's hands. Tilting his head back, he dumped the contents into his mouth. "My rice crackers, return them." Garp, bewildered, stared at the now empty bag he had reclaimed from Sengoku. He pouted at Sengoku. "Must you be so petty? Enough. How long will you two continue this?" At that moment, Admiral Tsuru, seated opposite Garp, could no longer bear to watch. She looked at Sengoku and Garp, who were behaving like children, and felt compelled to intervene. Sengoku cast a triumphant glance at Garp, satisfied in his silent victory. "Those were my rice crackers. Don't pretend otherwise. Next time, I'll even steal your donuts." He straightened up, adjusted his attire, and surveyed the serious expressions of the other officers in the room. Satisfied, he nodded and resumed his authoritative demeanor. At that moment, the snail phone in front of Sengoku rang. His expression shifted to one of focus as he swiftly grasped the microphone. "This is Sengoku of the Naval Headquarters. Who is on the line? Please respond." As the microphone was activated during the meeting, the head of the telephone bug abruptly transformed into one resembling that of Kizaru. With a lewd grin, the telephone bug spoke. It is the esteemed Admiral. This is Borsellino." The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense upon hearing Kizaru's voice. Whether the news of the death of the Golden Lion was true or false posed a significant dilemma for the Navy. If he were indeed dead, it would attest to the formidable strength of silver-haired Keita, placing him among the world's elite. Conversely, if he were still alive, the Golden Lion could present even greater challenges for the Navy. Sengoku's eyes glimmered with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon the telephone bug and commanded, "Very well, Admiral Borsellino, please report your findings." "Understood." Kizaru paused momentarily before adopting an unusually serious tone. "It is now confirmed that the Golden Lion has indeed perished. Furthermore, through our brief encounter, I discern that this individual has consumed a spatial-type devil fruit, granting him the ability to teleport and fly. Beyond that, I am currently unaware of his other capabilities." Kizaru then raised his chin, proclaiming, "How terrifying. Sengoku, if there are no further matters, I shall request to return." "Indeed. Thank you for your efforts, Admiral Borsellino." With that, Sengoku hung up, a look of astonishment flickering in his eyes, even though he had anticipated this outcome. Hearing the confirmation of the Golden Lion's death still left him momentarily dazed. Just 17. Silver-haired Keita could be an even more perilous figure than the Golden Lion. This brought to mind another individual who had displayed extraordinary strength at the tender age of 17, Douglas Bullitt. Known as the Demon Heir, a former member of the Roger Pirates. Ha 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 ha. At that moment, Garp burst into laughter, exclaiming, "How remarkable, to have truly slain the Golden Lion. He is indeed a man from our East Blue." He gestured towards the bounty poster of Keita on the blackboard behind Sengoku with a thumbs up. Truth be told, he bore no ill will towards Keita, as the latter's recent actions revealed no intentions that posed a threat to the Navy. If any threat existed, it lay with the world government, which had no bearing on him as a Navy officer. "Garp," Sengoku reprimanded, shaking his head at Garp's laughter. He then surveyed the room before his gaze settled on Tsuru. "Tsuru, now that we have confirmed the Golden Lion's demise, please provide us with the latest bounty assessment for silver-haired Keita, taking into account the degree of threat he poses. The bounty for a pirate of Keita's caliber could not be determined by mere individuals. It required deliberation by the Navy staff and subsequent submission to the world government for final approval." Tsuru, hunched over with her hands propping up her chin, her dim eyes momentarily sparkled with clarity. She spoke calmly, "Based on the preliminary discussions within the staff, we can assign a bounty of..." She paused before continuing, 500 million. How terrifying. If memory serves, silver-haired Keita's bounty was only 70 million a few days ago. This is truly unprecedented. Although everyone in the conference room anticipated that Keita's bounty would not be modest, the announcement of 500 million still elicited gasps of astonishment. Silver-haired Keita could be said to be the pirate with the most rapid increase in bounty. In just a matter of days, his bounty had surged from 70 million to 500 million. It was now certain that silver-haired Keita's name would soon resonate throughout the entire world. With a resounding thud, Sengoku slammed his fist down on the floor, capturing everyone's attention as he addressed the assembly. Given silver-haired Keita's prowess, there is no one in the first half of the Grand Line capable of stopping him. He scanned the room before uttering a harsh truth. This includes our navy as well. Sengoku, Tsuru could not help but interject. Sengoku raised a hand to interrupt Tsuru, continuing with gravity. It is not to say that the navy lacks the capability to apprehend silver-haired Keita and his crew. However, considering Keita's ability to fly, our current forces are insufficient for his capture. To apprehend him, we would need to deploy at least 2 admirals to have a chance of success, given the delicate situation in the New World. We cannot afford to send 2 admiral-level forces to pursue him. Adjusting his glasses, a glimmer of wisdom shone in his eyes as he added, "Thus, our objective should be to devise a strategy to expedite silver-haired Keita's journey to the New World, where he can contend with the monsters of that realm." As a thought struck him, he turned to Tsuru, asking, "By the way, Tsuru, is silver-haired Keita still in Logtown?" "Yes. Quickly contact Colonel Smoker in Logtown and advise him to exercise restraint. He should turn a blind eye and allow silver-haired Keita and his crew to pass through the Grand Line unimpeded. This man is notorious for causing trouble, otherwise, a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, who is also Zifa's student, would not have been assigned to East Blue to guard Logtown. He did not wish for Smoker to make any unnecessary sacrifices, for silver-haired Keita was no ordinary adversary that typical Navy officers could handle. Rising to his feet, he waited for everyone to do the same before declaring, "Well then, let this meeting conclude. Upon your return, inform the leaders of the branches in the first half of the Grand Line that they are to allow silver-haired Keita and his crew to pass without interference." "This is an order from headquarters." "Understood." The assembly saluted Sengoku in unison. He scanned the room once more before calling out, "In the name of absolute justice, I hereby declare this meeting adjourned." With that, he exited the conference room, intending to report the outcomes of the meeting to the Gorosei and Mary Geos, so that the new bounty for silver-haired Keita could be issued promptly. In less than 2 hours, the new bounty for Keita appeared in the Navy base at Logtown, followed by all Navy bases, and ultimately reached the World Economic News Agency, the headquarters of the World Economic News Agency. In the office of the president, Morgan's, a plump figure draped in a black cloak and adorned with a hat featuring a red and white feather, was brimming with excitement, his eyes gleaming as he focused intently on a bounty poster on his desk. This individual, a user of the bird fruit in its albatross form, had maintained his beastly appearance, concealing his true identity from the world. He was particularly drawn to sensational news in the bounty poster before him, along with photographs secretly taken by his subordinates, represented an unprecedented story for the entire world. How incredible to have slain the Golden Lion! He gazed at the bounty poster alongside several candid shots of the floating island, depicting the battle between the Golden Lion and Keita, trembling with excitement. Moreover, the scale of this bounty was staggering. A mere second bounty had reached 500 million. While he recognized Keita's merit, he was still taken aback. Such a staggering increase in bounty was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. He already envisioned the headline for this monumental news. The pirate with the most rapidly rising bounty in history slays the legendary Golden Lion, ascending as the new generation's legendary pirate, silver-haired Keita. As this thought crossed his mind, he could not help but burst into laughter, cackling heartily. Seizing the photographs and the bounty poster, he exited his office and bellowed to the waiting staff outside, "Everyone, hurry up and mobilize. This time, I want silver-haired Keita's bounty poster and our news to reach every corner of the world at lightning speed." With Morgan's command, the entire agency sprang into action. Before long, a flurry of newsbirds, carrying the freshly minted news destined to astonish the world, took flight across the globe. In Logtown, at the docks, an eerie silence prevailed. As the tense atmosphere dissipated, it prompted a collective gulp. To wield my sword, one must possess the strength to match it. Guena, with her right hand, executed a flourish with her blade before sheathed it away. "With your current strength, how do you intend to wrest my sword from my grasp?" She did not even cast a glance at Dasky, leisurely striding past her towards Smoker. Her singular objective now was to engage in combat with formidable opponents and ascend to the ranks of the great swordsman. Dasky stood rigidly in place until Guena had passed by, at which point she finally relaxed. In that fleeting moment when the blade was drawn, the terror of death enveloped her like a black hole, consuming her very essence. Now that the threat of death had receded, her taut nerves slackened, and her body crumpled to the ground like a puddle of mud. "Dasky, are you all right?" A Navy officer, observing Dasky collapsed on the ground, rushed over to assist her, but she rejected his offer. "I'm fine." She turned to gaze at Guena's retreating figure, her voice rising in anger. "Blue-haired Guena, Why did you not strike me down? Is it merely because I am an ordinary person? A woman whose inherent strength pales in comparison to you monsters. To show leniency in a duel is an unbearable humiliation for me to do. Gwenna halted, turning to regard Dasky with a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. This demeanor bore a striking resemblance to her own in childhood. Could she possibly be a relative? She hastily dismissed the thought. Impossible. She fixed her gaze on Dasky, uttering words that were chillingly harsh. How pitiable. Weakling. At this moment, you are incapable of even choosing your own demise. To achieve your goals, you must strive 1,000-fold. Dasky, resolute, rose to her feet and approached Shiya Yuki, drawing her sword with a swift motion. I do not practice the sword for mere amusement. I, too, have been tirelessly honing my skills. She raised her sword, pointing it at Gwenna, and shouted, It is true that I am weak. But how can those of you with innate strength comprehend the determination of ordinary people like us? And do you truly believe yourselves to be the strong among us? Do not be so presumptuous. My convictions cannot be so easily extinguished by your mere words. With that, she let out a fierce cry and charged at Gwenna. Clearly, Gwenna's taunt of weakling had ignited a fire within Dasky. As Dasky rushed towards her, Gwenna was momentarily taken aback. The resemblance was uncanny. She felt as though she was confronting her own reflection from years past. Dasky's demeanor mirrored her own from just a few years ago. Then, a flicker of anger crossed Gwenna's eyes. She swiftly turned, drawing her sword to intercept Dasky's strike. Clang! Gwenna shouted, her face mere inches from Dasky's. You mimic not only my visage but my very spirit. Who is imitating whom? I have always been this way. If anyone is imitating, it is surely you. What, do you truly wish to perish, woman? With a powerful thrust of her right hand, Gwenna pushed Dasky away, swiftly swinging her sword downward. Clang! The sound echoed as Dasky was sent flying once more. And stop mimicking my manner of speaking, especially my childhood self. You momentarily invoke a sense of shame within me. Do you understand? With that, Gwenna swiftly sheathed her sword, taking a few steps forward to stand before Dasky. She seized Dasky by the collar, exerting force upwards, and executed a shoulder throw. Bang! Dasky lay on the ground, momentarily dazed by Gwenna's barrage of movements. Before she could gather her thoughts, Gwenna swiftly mounted her, grasping her collar and pulling her face close. With a stern expression, Gwenna locked eyes with Dasky and proclaimed loudly, What of being a woman? Tell me, what of it? As Dasky regained her composure, she fixed her gaze on Gwenna, her eyes filled with defiance. We both know that unless endowed with innate strength, a woman shall forever struggle to surpass a man in physical prowess. Who told you that? Am I not a woman? Am I not strong enough? Gwenna lowered her head, her forehead pressing against Dasky's, and shouted in anger, Who said that a woman cannot surpass a man? If you acknowledge your limitations, then strive 100-fold, 1,000-fold to catch up. Cease your self-pity. Gwenna. Kongtai, observing the shift in Gwenna's emotional state, could no longer hold back, calling out to her. Gwenna lifted her head, tempering her anger, and smiled at Kongtai. Do not worry, Kongtai. I am fine. Dasky had indeed provoked her, particularly due to the striking resemblance they bore, though she had long ceased to concern herself with gender distinctions. There were moments when the notion of inferiority to men resurfaced unexpectedly. In truth, she had recognized Zoro's surpassing strength even before departing from Shimajiki village. Frankly, even though she had anticipated this day would come, a sense of reluctance lingered within her heart. Zoro, being a year her junior, trained alongside her. Yet now he had surpassed her in strength. What would follow? She shook her head, dismissing such thoughts. Kongtai was right. Strength is a matter of desired. It merely depends on the choices one makes. Since she had chosen this path, she would forge ahead, ensuring that each day was not wasted. If one could surpass their former self each day, then every day would indeed be their strongest. This infinite accumulation of strength would eventually lead to the realization of their dreams. Indeed, this is certainly Kongtai's motivational speech. Over the years, he had shared countless such words of encouragement. Far too many for him to recall. Gwenna relaxed her grip on Dasky's collar, looking down at her with a gentle voice. I, too, once found myself devastated by the notion of not being a boy. However, once I transcended that mindset, I became stronger. Although women may not rival men in physical strength, there exists a form of power that is undoubtedly equal to theirs, the strength of will. With that, she stood, passing by Dasky once more, resuming her approach towards Smoker Point. One can lose everything, but never the confidence in the future. I sense your resolve. I hope that one day you will stand before me once more. attempting to reclaim my sword, and I shall await every challenger at the pinnacle of female swordsmanship. As she spoke, she paused momentarily. And remember, I am not a monster endowed with innate strength. To suggest so belittles the years of effort I have invested. Furthermore, do not project your own life onto another's. I, too, pursue my dreams and have never faltered. White Hunter Smoker, the final adversary on the path to the Grand Line. Guena called out as she approached within 4 or 5 meters of Smoker. Please unleash your full strength in our duel, for lives may be at stake. This had been an agreement made with Kongtai beforehand, as Smoker was a Logia-type user of the Smoke Frit. Battling a Logia user would not only accumulate experience, but also train her observation haki. Having just received advanced training techniques from Kongtai, she was eager to put them to the test. Smoker glanced at Dasky before locking his gaze on Guena, veins bulging on his forehead. "1 or 2 of you do not take me seriously. Did you think the title of White Hunter was self-bestowed?" He cast a sidelong glance at Kongtai. "Rest assured, I will not intervene." Kongtai leaned against his motorcycle, taking a swig from his flask. He tilted his head back, the flask inverted, shaking it lightly as a drop or 2 fell out. "Ugh, how bothersome." He then shouted to Ahua and the others, "Hey, let us go. We need to procure supplies first." "Oh, all right. Owazen and his companions were momentarily taken aback, swiftly making their way toward Kongtai. "Halt. Who permitted your movement?" The surrounding Navy personnel promptly pivoted their firearms, aiming them at Owazen and his companions. How terrifying. Kongtai turned his gaze towards Smoker, a light laugh escaping his lips. "Colonel Smoker, might I trouble you to have these Navy men lower their weapons? Such armaments are rather intimidating. The pirates should be mindful of their status and refrain from being overly arrogant." Smoker glared at Kongtai, his expression fierce as he bellowed, "Move. Open fire and apprehend these pirates." The Navy personnel, already on edge, immediately pulled their triggers at Smoker's command. Bang! Countless black solid bullets rained down upon Owazen and his companions like a net descending from the heavens. Kongtai frowned at Smoker, a flicker of anger igniting in his eyes. "I have already stated my disapproval of such perilous weaponry. Why do you persist in ignoring my words? Do you truly believe I am incapable of taking a life?" An overwhelming aura swept across the entire dock, and as the bullets neared within a 20-meter radius of Kongtai, they halted mid-air. In an instant, the dock fell silent. The Navy personnel and onlookers all rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Conqueror's haki. Smoker stared in astonishment at Kongtai. This was undoubtedly the manifestation of Conqueror's haki, a rare power possessed by 1 in a million, exuding the presence of a king. Kongtai retracted his haki and domain. With the sound of clinking, he turned his gaze towards Smoker. "I told you not to disregard my words. Can't you simply listen?" Smoker, recovering from his shock, fixed a serious gaze upon Kongtai. "Why has a man of your caliber only just set sail? How could this individual, possessing the aura of a king and such formidable strength, have restrained himself from venturing out to sea for so long?" "Me?" Kongtai looked at Smoker, a smile reappearing on his face. "Well, I simply wasn't of age yet." He regarded Smoker with a puzzled expression. "Isn't it customary to embark upon the seas only after reaching adulthood?" He recalled Luffy, Ace, and Zoro, all of whom had set sail upon reaching maturity. Adulthood? Smoker's lips twitched in disbelief at Kongtai's response, leaving him momentarily speechless. "Yes, it was indeed after reaching adulthood that one sets sail." Kongtai nodded. "As soon as I turned 17, I set out to sea without any delay." He then fixed a serious gaze on Smoker, curiously asking, "Do you wish for me to have set sail sooner so that you could defeat me?" With that, he clapped Smoker on the shoulder, laughing heartily. "Ha. Don't jest. Even at the tender age of 10, you would not stand a chance against me." "You scoundrel," Smoker retorted, brushing Kongtai's hand aside as he swiftly drew his jutty and lunged at Kongtai. "Do not be so arrogant." Has he become incensed with indignation? Kongtai instantly teleported in front of Owazen and his companions, grinning at Smoker. "I merely speak the truth. Do not be so petty. Furthermore, your opponent is not me. One must be cautious, or they may find themselves injured." Just as Smoker made his move, Kuina had already unsheathed her wadikamanji, holding the blade above her head, her feet swiftly striking the ground. With a whoosh, she vanished from sight. "Soru, Tatsu no Michi." In an instant, Ka materialized beside Smoker, who was just in the midst of executing his jutty strike, leaving him no time to defend himself as she landed a solid blow. The wadikamanji cleaved through Smoker, circling beneath him before being sheathed back into Kuina's grasp. There was no tangible form to be found. Kuina looked up at Smoker, noticing the area where she had struck him emitting wisps of white smoke. Yet there was no trace of blood. Is this the power of a Logia? Truly remarkable, Smoker said nonchalantly as he retracted his jutty, spitting out the remnants of his cigarette, before tearing off 2 cigars from his chest and lighting them. He inhaled deeply, observing Kuina, whose brow was furrowing in concentration. Zoro, you are capable of using the Navy's 6 powers. His eyes narrowed as he spoke solemnly. Who taught you this? He began to suspect that the silver-haired crew might have a high-ranking officer who had defected from the Navy backing them. Are you referring to such high-speed maneuvers? Kuina, witnessing Smoker's sudden shift to seriousness, replied in a cold, mocking tone, isn't it just a matter of training until one can perform it automatically? Do not jest. You are aware that only high-ranking officers in the entire Navy can learn and master these techniques, correct? Smoker did not believe a word of Kuina's claims. Now, will you fight or not? Stop dragging your feet. If you do not come at me, I shall come at you. As she spoke, Kuina's eyes gleamed with determination as she swiftly drew her blade. Ittery, Bakuzen, a flash of steel sliced toward Smoker, who, sensing the presence of armament hockey in this attack, dared not receive it with his body. He quickly retracted his jutty, crossing it in front of him just in time to block Kuina's strike. With a clang, sparks flew as his jutty locked against the edge of the wad. Ichimoenji. Dio not presume that defeating that foolish woman, the Shiki, means you can disregard me, a colonel of the Navy headquarters. With that, he swiftly elementalized his other hand and aimed a punch at Kuina's head. White snake. Kuina's eyes glimmered with determination as she tilted her head to the left, easily evading the strike. She then forcefully thrust her hands downward, causing Smoker's jutty to loosen. In that moment of vulnerability, she swiftly unsheathed the wad ikamanji and turned, targeting Smoker's exposed side. Although she succeeded in severing the snake head, just like before, it struck nothing tangible. A perfect opportunity. As Kuina spun around, Smoker retracted his jutty, preparing to strike at her back with even greater speed. Sensing the impending danger, Kuina realized there was no time to react. With a stomp of her legs on the ground, she vanished, reappearing at Smoker's side. Do not underestimate me. I can use Soru as well. With that, Smoker also flickered, his jutty still aimed at Kuina as the jutty approached. Kuina made no attempt to evade. Her previous movement had been primarily to face him head-on. Her eyes glinted, and as her body shifted to the right, her arm brushed past Smoker's jutty in a swift motion. She raised her blade, now imbued with armament hockey, aiming for Smoker's exposed chest. A blade of cold, moonlit clarity flashed through the air. This time, it struck true. Smoker, having coated his chest in armament hockey, hastily elementalized in an attempt to evade the blow. However, Kuina's strike was swift, slicing through his hockey defense with ease. His armament hockey was only just awakened. It could harden but not wrap, thus failing to counter Kuina's ferocious strike, though he elementalized to avoid most of the damage. He nonetheless sustained a significant gash across his chest, blood seeping forth in droplets. Smoker staggered back a few steps, his body elementalized save for his head. He gazed at Kuina, his expression grave. Observation hockey. Truly impressive. This is a capability I have yet to grasp. This was not the same as the armament hockey that was so prevalent in the New World. This was something entirely different. This is merely the East Sea. Ever since he was dispatched to Logtown, he has rarely utilized the power of hockey, particularly the armament hockey, despite possessing the nearly invincible abilities of the Logia type, which dominate the first half of the Grand Line. This negligence has led to a significant decline in his hockey training. Even the observation hockey, a skill that high-ranking Navy officers can master, has eluded him. However, as he felt a dull pain emanating from the wound on his chest, regret washed over him. He should not have succumbed to the illusion of invincibility that the Logia powers provided. Neglecting the enhancement of his hockey, had he been adept in observation hockey, Guena would certainly not have been able to strike at his true form. He fixed his gaze upon Guena, retracting his shishido. Then, with both hands and legs transformed into fists, he charged at her. White fist. Faced with the swordmaster who wielded observation hockey, his only option was to resort to ranged attacks in an attempt to topple Guena. His hockey could not withstand the slashes from his opponent. Defeat in close combat was inevitable. The white fists approached with alarming speed. A flicker of red light appeared in Guena's eyes as she effortlessly dodged the oncoming strikes by swaying to the sides. She then sheathed her sword, leaning forward with her right hand poised on the hilt, her eyes fixed intently on Smoker, who floated in midair. With a powerful push off the ground, she vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Smoker in the blink of an eye. One sword style. Slash of all things. A flash of blade light effortlessly cleaved through Smoker's form. That was close. He had nearly been cut in half. Smoker, drenched in cold sweat, gazed at Guina. The moment the blade light descended, he sensed the aura of death that he quickly transformed into smoke, enveloping the entire street in a shroud. This smoke bore no offensive capability. It merely served to confuse his adversary. While Logia users could achieve the illusion of invincibility through complete elemental transformation, they could not attack while in that state. Moreover, maintaining full elemental transformation was physically taxing. Thus, Logia fruit users typically refrained from full transformation, opting instead to transform only the parts of their bodies that were about to be struck. For those who had mastered their fruit powers to a high degree, they could effectively preemptively transform to evade attacks. Some individuals could even do so without employing observation haki. However, for those with particularly high levels of observation haki, such passive evasion was futile, as their opponents moved faster than their perception allowed. For a Logia user to launch an attack, their body must solidify first. Therefore, the optimal strategy against Logia users is to remain stationary and allow them to approach for close combat in order to strike. This strategy, however, only holds against smoke-based abilities, as they inflict no elemental damage. When faced with the powers of magma, fire, lightning, or ice, true representations of nature's might, this approach becomes utterly useless. Such powers possess tremendous range and power, capable of altering the very heavens, with their elemental forms delivering genuine harm, no damage. Perhaps, just perhaps, this applies solely to the smoke fruit. It is rather amusing, indeed, that no wonder it is dubbed the most useless of Logia fruits. One might even argue that granting Smoker the swamp fruit would yield superior results compared to this smoke fruit. His abilities seem to be the only ones without significant offensive capability while in elemental form. In the first half of the Grand Line, one could still claim it was nearly invincible, as the pirates of that era had yet to awaken their haki and were unable to harm the true form of a Logia user. Furthermore, Smoker's mastery of his fruit had not reached the level where he could passively evade haki attacks. Coupled with his lack of observation haki, he found himself at a disadvantage against swift attacks, particularly from those who wielded such powers. Guina was precisely that type of combatant, possessing both skills. Thus, Smoker risked a true and crushing defeat if he faltered. As she surveyed the surrounding smoke, a fierce glint ignited in Guina's eyes. Found you. She swiftly slashed 2 silvery arcs towards the left front, and then propelled herself forward, following the trajectory of her strikes with impressive speed. Concealed within the smoke, Smoker observed the oncoming slashes with a hint of disdain. Clearly, she had yet to reach the level of a great swordsman that he felt nearly immune to her blade strikes. Just as the 2 slashes tore through the smoke, revealing his form, Guina emerged from behind them. Without pausing, she infused her blade with the purple-black hue of armament haki, casting a serene, cold light as she swiftly struck at his chest. Shave. One sword style. Divine slash. She had mastered all the sword techniques of Zoro. Smoker's elemental body was cleaved, revealing his true form, and under the force of the impact, he was propelled backward. With a resounding crash, he broke through a building before landing on another street. Colonel Smoker. Tashigi was not rendered unconscious by Zoro's conqueror's haki. Instead, she fixated on the massive hole in the wall of the nearby building, her expression one of sheer astonishment. Theoer, Smoker was synonymous with invincibility. Yet here he was, struck by the blue-haired Guina, and now facing the possibility of severe injury. How could she be so strong? Is this truly the individual I aspire to catch up to? Just moments ago, she had unwittingly boasted about wanting to seize her sword. Shaking her head, she regarded Guina with unwavering determination. And no matter how strong, my resolve will never falter against anyone. On another street. Smoker clutched his chest and sat up. Is this the true power of a sword master? Truly terrifying. He glanced at the blood on his hands, drew a deep breath from his smoke pipe, and pushed himself up using his knees. It seemed he was about to fight for his life. He could hardly recall the last time he had fought so fiercely. Since arriving in Logtown, he had become the undisputed ruler here. No pirate dared to challenge him. He was the most formidable gatekeeper to the Grand Line and the bulwark for the townsfolk that he could not lose, at least not so easily. He glanced at the fallen civilians on the street. then looked up at the clouds above, recalling his mentor, Zeph, who often said that if one becomes overly reliant on their fruit abilities, they will never truly become a strong warrior. Every strong individual must believe in themselves, trusting that they can overcome any obstacle. This belief has the power to empower anyone, even the most ordinary person, to grow stronger. With this thought, he grasped his Shishido, raising it before him and squeezing it tightly. A surge of black haki emanated from his arm, eventually coiling around the Shishido. Armament haki. Rapping? He looked up through the gaping hole in the building at Guena across from him. I truly thank you, blue-haired Guena, for awakening me and helping me rediscover the competitive spirit I had lost for so long. He had once been regarded as a talented student by his mentor and others. Observing the weapon in Smoker's hand, Guena's eyes narrowed with concern. Rapping. Just moments ago, he had engaged her with only basic armament haki, which could not withstand her slashes. Now he had mastered the rapping technique. It seemed that progress was not hers alone. Smoker had improved through their battle. She regarded him, flicking her right hand to shake off the blood. Then, she sheathed her sword, leaning forward, her gaze locked onto Smoker. What does it matter if he has learned rapping? He is still the mightiest swordsman. No matter the rapping, even the sturdiest defense will not deter her strikes. Hey, Smoke Man, are you not coming? Do you wish to duel with me on that street? Smoker, enveloped in smoke, charged directly towards Kona, his legs elementalized. There was nothing left to say. It was time for battle. That as Smoker emerged from the hole in the house, Kona drew her sword and struck at him with determination. Their blades clashed with a resounding clang. Her motivation for fighting mirrored that of Sora, seeking to enhance her combat experience, refine her techniques, and hone her haki. Since Smoker was able to block her strike, he could serve as a worthy opponent and a sharpening stone for her skills. She felt no urgency to defeat him. With swift movements, she raised her hand and struck again with greater speed. The sounds of clang echoed incessantly. Meanwhile, Smoker, fully elementalized, flickered in and out of the smoke, occasionally forming his arm, wielding 10 fists wrapped in armament haki to assault Kwa. Let us go. We need to gather supplies. Observing the stalemate between the two combatants, Sora yawned, hands tucked in his pockets, and led the way toward the town that he hadn't slept in 2 days. And if it weren't for the desire to witness the most iconic scenes from the One Piece anime and replenish the food consumed by the villagers of Prosperous Island, he wouldn't have bothered to land in Logtown. A glance at the execution platform, a sip of fine wine, and then onward to the Grand Line. He could hardly contain his excitement. His leisurely pace seemed to quicken with anticipation. Ahua and his companions paused momentarily before hastily following suit. Adjusting his glasses, Ahua observed the smoke-laden streets, listening to the sporadic sounds of clashing metal, and inquired, "Aren't we waiting for Ka?" He felt no concern for her safety, for with Sora present, no one could harm her. Since Sora had mentioned gathering supplies, it was evident that the smoking man was no match for Ka. No need. Sora waved dismissively, continuing forward. By the time we return, they'll likely have finished their duel. Let us go. I'll check out the tavern and the execution platform. You know the drill. Let us reconvene here in 2 hours, standing at the fork in the street. Sora pressed onward, while Ahua and his companions dispersed to procure the supplies they had long since allocated. In a dimly lit alley, the door of a tavern named Roger creaked open. The old wooden door emitting a sharp screech that momentarily silenced the raucous atmosphere within. Sora, hands in his pockets, paid no heed to the ruckus of the pirates on either side and made his way to the bar. Behind the counter stood an elderly man adorned with gold circular earrings and dark sunglasses, his age unmistakable. "Boss, aren't you afraid this bar's name will attract trouble?" Sora jested. The boss raised his right hand to his face, pulling down the frame of his sunglasses to reveal eyes weathered by time. "What name my tavern bears is of no concern to others." Sora nodded, taking a seat at the bar. After all, it was from this very place that the Pirate King, Joel D. Roger, set forth on his legendary journey. He gazed at the boss, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Am I right, old man?" The boss, leisurely polishing a glass, seemed unconcerned by Sora's words. Tales of the past were common knowledge. What merit was there in dwelling on them? He lifted his gaze to Sora, asking, "But what about you? Young man, what brings you to the sea?" "Me?" Sora crossed his arms on the bar, resting his chin on his hands, pondering. Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across his face. "I'm just planning to take a stroll along the Grand Line." The old man's dim eyes brightened, surprise washing over his features. Observing the old man's reaction, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Sora's eyes. Just thinking about it fills me with excitement. No matter how terrifying that sea may seem to others, I won't be deterred by such legends. With that, Sora paused, locking eyes with the old man, and proclaimed loudly, I'm going to the Grand Line to find the One Piece and become the Pirate King. The tavern fell silent, only to erupt in uproarious laughter. Did I hear that right? You, with that tiny frame, dare to boast about becoming the Pirate King? Who do you think you are? Sora's declaration was genuine. But his interest in the title of Pirate King and the One Piece was not as fervent. He lacked the power to save the world. Ignoring the jeers that followed, he recognized that these pirates would likely remain confined to the East Blue for eternity. No, they were destined for a much darker fate. That yes, the boss pondered. A towering pirate approached Sora from behind, reeking of alcohol and clutching an enormous bottle. Upon reaching Sora, he bellowed, swinging the bottle towards Sora's head. Kid, being a pirate isn't child's play. You think you can become the Pirate King? Such individuals often projected their own limitations onto others, assuming that if they couldn't achieve their dreams, neither could anyone else. Thus, they detested anyone flaunting their aspirations, fearing the possibility of others possessing dreams they themselves had long forsaken. That a glint of crimson ignited in Sora's eyes as he deftly sidestepped the incoming bottle. It shattered against the bar with a loud crash, sending shards and liquid flying in all directions. The fragments that sailed towards Sora appeared to hover in midair, as if suspended in jelly. Sora was not one to show mercy after being struck by a bottle, unlike the red-haired pirate who lost an arm because he let his guard down. Such is the nature of karma. Without that mountain bandit, perhaps Luffy would never have donned the straw hat. Henceforth, he should be called the Rubber Kid instead. With a chuckle, Sora turned to face the towering pirate behind him. He would not let such an opportunity slip away. He could sense the thick aura of bloodlust emanating from this crew, indicating they had recently been engaged in plunder. They dared only to enter the tavern's secluded corners, avoiding the bustling streets. A pack of low-tier but exceedingly ruthless pirates. The towering pirate trembled in fear, paralyzed where he stood. The moment he swung the bottle, Sora's overwhelming aura had locked onto him, making him feel as though his very soul was being pressed out of his body. With wide, terrified eyes, he attempted to scream but found himself voiceless. Sora pivoted. Rising from his chair, he appeared somewhat diminutive in comparison to the pirate, yet his presence was monumental. The other pirates in the tavern ceased their laughter. Fixated on Sora, hands reaching for their weapons, their faces twisted in cruelty. What gives you the right to look down on me? Sora inquired, extending his hand to gently pat the towering pirate's shoulder. With a resounding bang, the enormous pirate collapsed to his knees. Hey, Killager, what are you doing? Shouted a background pirate at the towering figure before Sora. That aren't you going to take care of this brat? At that moment, all the pirates sensed something amiss. They beheld Chiga kneeling before Kongtai, gazing upward with a vacant expression, as a stream of urine trickled from between his legs. Following this, he emitted a terrifying scream before losing consciousness. It was unclear what had instilled such fear in him. Kongtai regarded Chiga with a flicker of disdain in his eyes. What a stroke of bad luck. This fellow appeared so valiant, yet he was revealed to possess such a timorous heart. Succumbing to his conqueror's haki, Kongtai had merely attempted to gauge the extent of his haki's influence on Chiga, and to his astonishment, the mere hint of it had sent the man into such a state. What on earth did you do to Chiga? Shouted the other pirates at Kongtai, their voices tinged with urgency, as if their outcry could dispel the fear gripping their hearts. Kongtai had not even laid a hand on Chiga, merely giving him a gentle pat, and yet the man had fainted in terror. How utterly terrifying! At that moment, with a resounding bang, one of the pirates could no longer restrain himself and fired a shot at Kongtai. Seeing their comrade take action, the remaining pirates let out a collective roar and charged at Kongtai. You'd best fall. Kongtai had no intention of indulging them any longer, otherwise, to amuse the proprietor of this establishment. He would finish off these pirates after downing a drink. He did not even glance at the bullet aimed at him, as his conqueror's haki swept through the tavern under his command, sparing only the old man. The bullet that had been shot at him collided with his skin with a loud thud, as if it had struck an invisible wall, unable to advance even an inch. Subsequently, the pirates, their eyes rolling back, fell to the ground in unison. Since the moment Kongtai uttered words reminiscent of Roger, the old man had been fixated on him, approaching the twilight of his years. He feared nothing and no one. save for the prospect that this era birthed by Roger would lack brave pirates capable of continuing the challenge of the Grand Line. Yet today, he had witnessed something remarkable. Looking at Kongtai was akin to gazing upon the former Roger himself. As Kongtai resumed his seat at the table, the old man removed his hat, revealing sparse, light purple hair atop his head. How audacious! How dare he speak such words in this establishment? I merely stated the obvious, Kongtai remarked with a light chuckle. Ha! You can't possibly think I'm jesting, can you? I never engage in such trivial pursuits. Oh, is that so? The old man then erupted into laughter. If I can encounter a guest as extraordinary as you, perhaps I can extend my years a bit longer. I had thought I would never again see someone capable of challenging the treacherous seas like Roger. Is that so? Kongtai produced a flask of liquor and pushed it toward the proprietor. If so, might I trouble you to fill this with your finest spirit and perhaps offer a discount? Discount? The old man scrutinized the flask with a puzzled expression before his countenance grew stern. Youngster, don't even think about it. Even if Roger himself were to come here, he would pay full price. If you want a discount, you have a century to wait. Oh, Kongtai slumped forward onto the bar, his vitality seemingly drained. He gazed at the old man, muttering softly, just a moment ago, it seemed you admired me. It was all a facade, wasn't it? He had foolishly believed that by uttering Roger's words and invoking the name of Monkey D. Luffy, he might procure a discount on his drink. All right, lad, seeing as today is such a joyous occasion, let me treat you to a drink, the old man declared, retrieving 2 glasses from behind the bar and filling them. He slid one across to Kongtai. What's the matter, lad? This is the finest liquor I have. If not for my good mood today, do you think you would have had the chance to drink it? Now, stop slumping and let us toast. Upon hearing that it was the finest liquor, Kongtai instantly perked up, swiftly grasping the glass with a beaming smile that he raised it to clink with the old man's. To adventure, to the Grand Line, the old man proclaimed, "T.O. Pirate King Roger." Cheers, they exclaimed in unison. Laughter echoing through the tavern. As they made their way toward the execution platform in the heart of Logtown, Kongtai carried a large cask of liquor, his face flushed with excitement. That old man was quite something. He staggered to the entrance of the square, though the old man had merely invited him for a drink. After downing a glass, he had unknowingly engaged in a drinking contest with Kongtai. With age came a tendency to ramble when imbibing, and he shared many tales of Roger's past. Lifting his gaze to the distant execution platform, a smile flickered in Kongtai's eyes that he had never imagined that Roger, in his youth, was a veritable doppelganger of Luffy, perhaps even more mischievous. Truly, he deserved to be the owner of that same hat. Why is it that Shanks is different? Kongtai pondered, stroking his chin. Indeed, it seemed the hat was the true protagonist. Shanks was merely a vessel bearing the hat, which certainly made a difference. Shaking his head, he dispelled the sudden thoughts that had intruded his mind. Then raised his gaze, fixating on the execution platform in a daze that it was as if the opening scene of a beloved anime he had seen countless times had materialized before him. G.O.L.D. Roger. The scene from his final moments played out vividly. Do you wish to claim my treasure? If you seek it, you may have it all. Go and find it. I have placed all my treasures there. The final image froze on his face, a visage of mirth. This man had ignited the chaotic era of piracy, all in pursuit of ensuring his dream lived on. The man had perished. Kongtai refrained from excessive commentary. Could one truly forsake their life for a dream? Though it seemed improbable, the answer was unequivocally affirmative. In this ostensibly spirited, yet profoundly brutal world, it appeared that each individual fought tirelessly for the myriad dreams nestled within their hearts. Irrespective of their nature or alignment, Kongtai uncorked the flask and took a hearty swig. To hell with it. Since he had arrived in this world, it was only fitting that his legend would unfold within it. With a hearty laugh, Kongtai suddenly vanished from his spot, reappearing atop the execution platform. He turned to gaze at the throngs in the square, a surge of exhilaration coursing through him, whether they were the 4 emperors or the marines. Whether they were celestial dragons or the enigmatic emu. Wait and see, for Kongtai would soon arrive to behold it all. Having set foot in this world, he intended to explore every corner, including the fabled island of Laugh Tale. The home of One Piece, the Logtown docks. Ahua and his companions busily transported boxes onto the ship. The Freedom. Food, weapons, clothing, everything one could imagine was being loaded, with an abundance of fresh water and carrots among them. To procure as many carrots as possible, Ahua and his crew had scoured the entire marketplace of Logtown. Surrounding them was a circle of Marines, who had learned their lesson this time. They did not brandish their firearms. As their commanding officer was currently engaged in battle with the second-in-command across the street, seemingly at a disadvantage. With the docks entirely sealed off by the Marines, not a single civilian was in sight. "Kakaka, do you think you can finish all those carrots?" Indigo, standing by the ship's side and assisting with the ropes, beamed at the deck piled high with carrots. If one didn't know better, they might think we were raising a horde of rabbits on our ship. "Kakaka, don't you start laughing." Ahua adjusted his glasses and gazed contentedly at the carrot basket cradled in his arms, nodding with satisfaction. These treasures are indeed our means to grow stronger. He could hardly contain his eagerness to commence his training with the carrots. Since childhood, the three of them had dreamt of training under the guidance of Kongtai, just like Goena and Zoro. However, their poor physical condition had thwarted their aspirations back then, rendering their current abilities nothing short of abysmal. But times have changed. He leaped onto the ship, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he beheld the mountain of carrots before him. The thought of gaining strength in the future caused two rabbit ears to sprout uncontrollably from his head. In a puff of white smoke, he transformed with a resounding bang into a stout rabbit walking upright. His control over his fruit's powers was still lacking. Excessive emotion would involuntarily trigger his transformation, preventing him from maintaining a hybrid form. "Hey, what are you doing?" Aloe glared at Ahua, a flicker of discontent in his eyes. Was he about to sneak a bite again? Ahua had already pilfered a basket full on the way here. If it weren't for him and Atao keeping watch, they suspected that this pile of carrots would hardly suffice to satisfy Ahua's appetite for the day. Ever since consuming the fruit, both he and Ahua had transformed into gluttonous giants. The one who used to eat the least now devoured the most aboard the ship, according to Kongtai. They were merely at the beginning of their growth phase. The more they consumed, the faster they developed. Goena was still engaged in battle. Atao stood at the edge of the ship, clutching a bundle of planks, smoking a cigarette while observing the ongoing clash between Goena and Smoker. This smoky man, indeed a formidable guardian of the East Blue's largest naval base, was holding his own against Goena even now. He turned to lean the planks against the ship's side and called out, "Hey, you two, stop dawdling and lend a hand. We need to wrap this up before Kongtai returns so we can set sail." Shaking his head, he flicked the ash from his cigarette, his gaze drifting excitedly over the distant sea. The Grand Line, how exhilarating! At that moment, a cacophony of shattering steel echoed from the fog-enshrouded entrance of Logtown. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that Smoker's jit had succumbed to Goena's renowned blade, Wado Ikamanji, severing it in two. "You've lost," Goena stated, her sharp blade glinting ominously against Smoker's neck as he exhaled deeply. He discarded the broken half of his jit and removed the cigarette from his mouth, trembling as he pulled a fresh cigar from his chest pocket and lit it anew, raising his head through the swirling smoke. He regarded Goena, a flicker of bewilderment crossing his eyes. Despite knowing he was destined to lose, a sense of reluctance washed over him as defeat loomed. "What's the matter? Do you wish to continue?" Goena inquired, observing Smoker's prolonged silence with a furrowed brow. "No, a loss is a loss. You may leave." Smoker inhaled deeply, fixing his gaze on Goena as he dispelled the surrounding smoke. "What is your purpose in venturing to the Grand Line? And who is it that has taught you the Marine's 6 styles?" With a swift motion, Goena sheathed her sword and began to walk past Smoker. "Of course, we're seeking adventure on the Grand Line. As for your inquiry about the Marine's 6 styles, I have no idea what you're talking about." With that, she disregarded Smoker and brushed past the hastily approaching Shiki, moving gracefully through the parting ranks of sailors towards the Freedom. "Captain Smoker, are you all right?" Shiki approached Smoker with concern etched on her face. "I'm fine," Smoker replied, casting a glance at Shiki before turning his attention back to Goena's retreating figure, a look of determination settling in his eyes. "Adventure, you say?" He was uncertain whether Goena was speaking truthfully, but he was sure that they were not your ordinary pirates. He pondered whether they were newcomers to the seas, yet to acclimate, or if the navy behind them was guiding their peculiar demeanor. Without further contemplation, he took a drag from his cigar, exhaling a large smoke ring as he turned to a nearby naval officer. "Do you know where silver-haired Kate is currently?" Having briefly surveyed the ship, he found no sign of Kate. A colleague following the silver-haired figure reported that Kate was likely at the execution platform in the central square. "The execution platform? Yes, he should be there." The naval officer paused before continuing. Since going to Joel D. Rogers' tavern to purchase liquor, silver-haired Kongtai has been at the central square, remaining at the execution platform until I received this information. Smoker gazed absently towards the direction of the central square. The execution platform, the Pirate King, Roger. What is the true objective of silver-haired Kongtai and his crew? Just then, as if summoned by his thoughts, Kongtai emerged into view at the end of the street. A striking figure with silver hair approached, a large barrel of liquor slung over his shoulder. The dashing man, his face flushed, swayed slightly, yet moved with a speed that seemed almost instantaneous, materializing before Smoker in the blink of an eye. Gulp! Kongtai clapped a hand on Smoker's shoulder, laughing heartily. Well, Smokey, have you finished your tussle? I expected you to be at it for much longer. He glanced down at the broken jit on the ground. A knowing glint in his eye. Ha! You really are quite useless, aren't you? He continued to pat Smoker's shoulder, then suddenly grew serious. You can't uphold your beliefs in this manner. Wait another 2 years, and when the great events unfold, you'll be swiftly discarded. Smoker stood there, relaxed yet feeling unwell, with blood still seeping from his chest. He couldn't muster the strength to resist Kongtai. Since resistance was futile, he resolved to endure. However, upon hearing Kongtai mention 2 years, he could no longer contain himself. 2 years. He stared at Kongtai, his brow furrowing as a spark of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Explain yourself. What significant events are set to unfold in 2 years? And why specifically then? Kongtai feigned ignorance for a moment, a fleeting clarity crossing his expression before returning to his usual haze. He shook his head and walked past Smoker, glancing at Tashigi standing beside him. And you too, Ms. Tashigi, if you wish to steadfastly pursue your ideals, you must put in the effort. He gave her a thumbs up. Otherwise, you'll be stuck in the East Blue with Smokey, clinging to your laughable dreams. The future world will not always present you with individuals as accommodating as us. He ambled away, heading towards the companions waiting for him at the bow of the ship. After taking a few steps, his figure vanished, reappearing instantly at the ship's prow. With a flourish, he set the barrel down on the deck and reclined in a chair, sprawled out like a sloth. Let us set sail, he proclaimed. Friends, onward to the Grand Line. With a loud cheer, the three of them swiftly sprang into action. Subsequently, the Freedom ship departed the dock, sailing rapidly into the vast ocean under the watchful eyes of countless naval personnel. As the vessel receded into the distance, a collective sigh of relief swept through the ranks of the Navy. The pressure posed by Kongtai was overwhelming for them, despite their understanding that Kongtai's crew differed significantly from genuine pirates. Appearing rather amiable and seemingly intoxicated, the intangible aura of mental pressure emanating from them instilled a profound sense of caution, both psychologically and physically. Did they not notice that their superior, Colonel Smoker, dared not shake off the hand resting on his shoulder when confronted by Kongtai? Smoker sat upon a fragment of stone, gazing distantly at the Freedom ship, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Tashigi stood quietly to the side, cradling little Night Rain. Her eyes reflected confusion, determination, and hope as she stared at the distant sea. She had not anticipated that Guna could truly defeat Colonel Smoker, who had long seemed invincible in her eyes. This revelation illuminated the possibility that women could indeed surpass men. Gripping her sword tightly, the uncertainty in her gaze vanished in an instant. If Guna could succeed, she believed she could too. Just then, a sudden uproar erupted from the street beyond. Smoker! Smoker! Colonel Smoker! Urgent transmission from the Navy headquarters. Accompanying the commotion was a panting naval officer, drenched in sweat. He rushed to Smoker's side, gasping for breath, and tremblingly handed over the transmission. This document had arrived just moments ago, and upon first glance, its contents had left him utterly stunned. Realizing that Smoker was leading the Navy in a confrontation with Kongtai's crew at the dock, he hastily made his way there. Upon seeing the surrounding Navy personnel unharmed, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, for he feared he might arrive too late to witness a scene of carnage. After all, he had never encountered a pirate with a bounty of 500 million before. Smoker took the transmission, drew a puff from his cigarette, and began to read. As he perused the document, his hand trembled, nearly causing him to drop it. What is it, Colonel Smoker? Tashigi inquired, noticing his agitation. You can see for yourself, Smoker replied, passing the transmission to Tashigi, his face contorted with anger. The headquarters had been utterly negligent. sending such crucial intelligence at this late hour that he touched the scar on his chest, which, though healed, still oozed blood from time to time. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. With a forceful punch, he struck the ground before him. What kind of joke is this? Is turning a blind eye still a hallmark of Navy justice? Could it be that Kongtai's crew is backed not by defected Navy personnel, but by genuine Navy forces? Otherwise, how could they master such advanced techniques? Their modus operandi is hardly that of pirates. He stroked his chin in contemplation, and suddenly, a glimmer of realization struck him, causing his anger to dissipate. Could Kongtai's crew be undercover agents of the Navy? He nodded thoughtfully while drawing on his cigarette. This revelation clarified the peculiar actions of Kongtai's crew and illuminated why Kongtai and Guana refrained from harming them. From their interactions, it seemed as though Kongtai and Guana had been encouraging him and Shiki. Considering Kongtai's final words, it was evident he had indeed been motivating them. With this newfound perspective, Smoker's spirits lifted considerably as long as they were not defeated by pirates. Navy undercover agents were still Navy personnel. Fighting against one's own comrades hardly constituted a battle. At most, it was a friendly spar. And sparring entails both victories and defeats. Not long after Kongtai and his crew departed from Logtown, in the New World, the latter segment of the Grand Line, a colossal three-masted ship sailed through the tumultuous waters. Its bow was rounded and painted in a silvery hue, resembling a magnificent white whale from a distance, grand and awe-inspiring. Even amidst the towering waves of the New World, this vessel glided as if traversing calm seas. It cut through the massive swells with an overwhelming presence, commanding the ocean as it sped toward the mysterious waters beyond. Flanking it were two additional ships on either side, making a total of 4 vessels. All replicas of the giant ship, albeit in different colors. From afar, they resembled a giant whale accompanied by 4 smaller companions, swimming gracefully through the ocean. This fleet belonged to the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors. The largest ship among them was the personal vessel of Edward Newgate, widely recognized as the strongest man in the world, the Moby Dick. On board the Moby Dick, Whitebeard sat bare-chested on the deck, casually leaning against the fore-cabin. Around him, several young nurses donned in alluring pink uniforms busily tended to his intravenous drip. He directed his gaze toward Marco, the 1st Division commander of the Whitebeard pirates, who sported a golden punk hairstyle. Marco, what urgent matter has you so anxious? Here, take a look. It's news about your old friend, Shiki the Golden Lion. Shiki, you say? I recall that fellow has been missing for nearly 20 years. Surely he hasn't emerged to cause a stir that would shock the world. Goo-la-la-la. He chuckled as he accepted the newspaper from Marco, but his laughter ceased abruptly upon discovering Kongtai's bounty notice nestled within its pages. An uproarious laugh escaped him. That old coot has ultimately succumbed to the younger generation. Goo-la-la-la. He then discarded the newspaper and reached for a nearby jug of liquor, tilting it back for a hearty drink. His interest in Kongtai's sudden emergence was rather minimal. Instead, he reflected on yet another elder who had fallen to the hands of youth, becoming a stepping stone for others. Old man, you ought to stop drinking. Marco admonished loudly. You're still on in 4. What? Did the old coot pass away? I must pay my respects. Goo-la-la-la. Clearly, he was merely using the occasion to justify his drinking. Marco glanced at Kongtai's bounty notice on the ground, momentarily stunned that he truly is young. In Wano country, Onigashima, the stronghold of the 4 Emperor Kaido, Totland, the base of the 4 Emperor Charlotte Linlin, and the red-haired Shanks, along with the 7 warlords of the sea, all received news today regarding the death of Shiki the Golden Lion and the unprecedented bounty of 500 million on Kongtai. Their reactions varied widely: shock, excitement, curiosity, indifference, murderous intent, and apathy. Regardless of their emotions, they all retained the memory of a newly emerged pirate crew from the East Blue, a silver-haired youth, remarkably young, who, during his second venture at sea, had already garnered a staggering bounty of 500 million berries. He was a young man who had slain an old legend, aspiring to forge his own legacy. They must strive harder. If this is all they can endure, how can they aspire to become formidable forces of the sea? Zoro had adapted to such pressure within just a year of arriving at the dojo. The Freedom, on the mid-deck, Kongtai stands at the bow, the domain unfurling around him, pressure exerting its influence on Ahua and his companions. particularly on Ahua and Aloe. These two individuals have shown remarkable progress since consuming the devil fruit. Meanwhile, Ashio, bolstered by the boundless stamina of the radish, has also embarked on domain training. Kakala. Indigo leans against the doorway of the cockpit, his face alight with curiosity as he observes Ahua and the others. How astonishing! They can even manipulate pressure. Kongtai, the newsbird, Guena reclines on a lounge chair, sipping tea while watching the newsbird approach. She turns to Kongtai and calls out, "Oh!" Kongtai retracts his gaze from Ahua and the others, approaching the newsbird perched on the ship's railing. "I would like to purchase the latest newspaper." He hands over 100 berries. The newsbird deftly takes the money in its beak, stowing it away in the red pouch hanging from its front, then retrieves a newspaper from another pouch and presents it to Kongtai. After he receives the newspaper, the bird bows respectfully, unfurls its wings, and flies off to its next customer. Kongtai turns around, leaning against the railing as he unfolds the newspaper to read. The Matter of the Golden Lion. Upon seeing the headline, he realizes this edition is dedicated to him. Indeed, beneath the headline lies a wealth of information about both him and the Golden Lion. The final words even herald him as the new legend. Kongtai strokes his chin, deep in thought. A legend, you say? If that is how you wish to label me, I shall accept it. After all, he set sail with the ambition of becoming the strongest and achieving legendary status. Although this is merely one of several motivations for his voyage, it remains a motivation nonetheless. As he flips to the next page, a bounty notice suddenly slips out. With quick reflexes, he catches it and inspects it closely. To his surprise, it is his own bounty. This notice is much clearer than previous ones. 500 million. Quite substantial. It seems he has truly made a name for himself across the seas. Kongtai, let me see. Here, take it. It's all old news, nothing particularly interesting. By the way, how long until we reach Reverse Mountain? Guena casually replies as she takes the newspaper. About 2 days, I suppose. Oh. Despite being the closest island to Reverse Mountain, the proximity of Logtown is merely relative. In reality, even the fastest voyage from Logtown to Reverse Mountain takes several days. Moreover, as one approaches Reverse Mountain, the weather becomes increasingly unpredictable, making navigation even slower. Wow, 500 million, Guena exclaims, gazing at Kongtai's bounty in awe. What is so surprising about that? Defeating Smoker in Logtown would naturally elevate your bounty. Indeed, Guena sets down the newspaper, rises, and walks over to Kongtai, wrapping her arms around his and resting her head on his shoulder as they both gaze out at the distant sea. Excitement sparkling in her eyes. They are soon to arrive at the legendary Grand Line. On this ship, only Indigo seems to remain unperturbed by the excitement, being accustomed to such experiences. 2 days later. Reverse Mountain. The surrounding waters, due to their unique geographical position, exhibit particularly extreme currents and weather patterns. This renders navigation unpredictable for ordinary sailors, and the currents here, beneath the reefs and waves, occasionally manifest as whirlpools. A momentary lapse in attention could result in shipwreck or worse. Furthermore, there exists but a singular artificial canal leading to Reverse Mountain. Thus, any ship that reaches this point, aspiring to enter the Grand Line, is undoubtedly prepared for the perils of the sea. As the Freedom approaches, the ominous, towering clouds come into view, swirling ominously due to the mountain's influence, occasionally flashing with white and red lightning that resembles great dragons. Kongtai stands at the bow, gazing at the magnificent clouds with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes. He then turns and calls out, "Ahua, go assist Ashio with the helm. Aloe, be vigilant of the currents. We shall charge straight through to the artificial canal." Understood, though. And Indigo, you too should lend a hand. The currents here are quite fierce, and I fear they may struggle to manage the helm. Understood, Captain, Indigo responds. Stepping into the steering room. As the distance closes, the ship's speed accelerates, crashing through a massive wave. The bow pierces the wave like a sword, slicing into the tumultuous waters. As the oncoming deluge of seawater and rain approaches, Kongtai unfurls his domain, enveloping both himself and Guena within its protective embrace. The water splashes, gliding along a transparent barrier, creating the illusion of a crystal-clear windshield at the bow of the Freedom. With the vessel's deeper incursion, the surrounding currents grow increasingly turbulent. A moment's inattention could lead them astray from the sole navigable route, sending them careening toward the red line.